Welcome back, everyone, to Donington Park for day 2 of this TCR UK race event run by the BRSCC, and we're going to kick off our day's action with one of the BRSCC's hugely popular championships. We've got several of them here this weekend, and we should be in for a fantastic day's racing with a pair of TCR races to come later on. But we're kicking off the action this morning with the second race of the weekend for the GazShock's Mazda MX-5 Championship. They put on a cracking show yesterday in their first race, which could have been won by any one of about a dozen drivers or more. In the end, it was Adam Sparrow who ended up inheriting the race win somewhat. There were penalties, disqualifications for the pair of grey Trexes yesterday, and they therefore will not be taking part in today's 2 races, but Adam Sparrow and Jack Noller will be starting together on row 1, ahead of Ollie Graham and Luke Pullen, with Ted Bradbury and Ali Bray on the 3rd row. The big story really, though, was our championship leader, Steve Foden. Steve Foden did not finish yesterday's race after an engine problem. He's back out today, but starting from the back of the field. And with it all to do is Andy McEwen and Richard John Neal here to talk you through all of the action in what's going to be a busy day. Overcast skies for the time being. It's still very warm here, but there is this threat of rain as the day goes on. Let's see what is going to happen then. The red lights go out. We're away and racing at Donington Park, and Adam Sparrow makes a good start from the pole position. Then he's going to lead the pack down towards Redgate Corner for the first time. Jack Noller slotting in behind him. Luke Pullen trying to look to the outside of Ollie Graham for 3rd as they hit the brakes for the first time into the right-hander and begin the descent down through the Craner curves. Tim Dorr there, the yellow and green Kermit the Frog car, stuck in the middle of a 3-wide situation, but Adam Sparrow, the Brian Chandler prepared machine, leads the field down through the Craner curves for the first time, and Richard, the side-by-side racing beginning early.
Yeah, they're all getting stuck in, some massive stories to recount, and this is the first of 3 lots of Mazdas for you today, because we've got the Clubmans with us as well. If you're a Mazda fan, you're in for a real treat. Adam Sparrow, though, our early leader.
Indeed so. Luke Pullen did get the better of Ollie Graham, by the way, so he's on the tail now of Jack Noller as they climb the hill into the right-hander at McLean's Corner for the first time. The red car is Ali Bray in 5th, Ted Bradbury in 6th. He arguably could have won yesterday's race, but received a 5-second track limits penalty, and that sent him down the order a little way as they try and sort themselves out up through Coppers. At the top of the track, that's Graham Rumsey, who was in the gravel yesterday, and he's in the gravel again this morning. Locks up going into Coppers Corner, carried a bit too much speed, perhaps on slightly cold tyres, and is he going to dig himself out? I think he might just about make it. Yeah,
he did well there, didn't he? Just managed to tease the car out of the gravel. Last is not where he wants to be, but more track time is a good thing for him to have as Sparrow exits the chicane for the first time. He's actually starting to get a little bit clear here. It's looking good, isn't it, for Sparrow? Yeah,
because Pullen has gone past Noller. Noller, for the 2nd race in a row, has had a bad run through the chicane on lap 1 and dropped down the order. He's 5th position, with Ted Bradbury looking to his inside as they turn into Redgate. Bradbury, I think, might be about to go through, so Pullen into 2nd. His team boss, if you like, Ali Bray, is there in 3rd, and Jack Noller with side-to-side contact with Steve Bartlett, that was, I think, coming out of Redgate Corner. A big moment for the youngster. There's bodywork, there are bits of car all over the place. The number 5 of Simon Hartley in the gravel trap at Redgate Corner. It is all kicking off here in the opening laps of the race, and Adam Sparrow doing his very best to escape it all.
Yeah, but so with cars in the gravel, are we starting to think first safety car of the day after just a handful of laps?
No, the car's got going again. In fact, we've just caught a glimpse of it there.
There we go.
There is a bit of it still left on the edge of the road, but the main obstacle has moved.
So Ted Bradbury coming under pressure from Oliver Graham. You were telling me before the day started that it was a real clever bit of thinking from Ali Bray yesterday with the safety car restart.
Yeah, very much helping his team driver Ted Bradbury, who he spotted had received this 5-second track limits penalty. So upon the restart, Ted was ahead of Ali on the road, and Ali perhaps didn't have the quickest of reactions to the safety car pulling into the pit lane, and that's what caused a bit of a gap between the top 6 and the next group of cars. Certainly helped Ted, though, because after some of the penalties were applied to other drivers, he came out of it with a top 5 finish. The impressive youngster, a winner already in his debut season in the championship, and he sits in 4th place now, right behind Ali Bray. So you've got 3 AB Motorsport cars running 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Luke Pullen leading the charge, Ali Bray 2nd, Bradbury 3rd. I wonder whether we'll see those 3 try and gang up against Adam Sparrow at some point.
Yeah, is Ali also going to wave him through? Because we were conjecturing yesterday whether Ali was a guest driver or not, but he's actually not flagged as a guest, is he, on TSL timing? So Might appear in the points as a guest later on, but if he is taking points away, I want to wave him through.
He's also showing up as a Masters driver. Part of me doesn't want to clear that up because I think it's quite funny. He is not a Masters driver. The reason is this is Kevin Dengate's car.
Right, that's
Kevin
how
is a Masters driver, and they've just swapped the name but not the class. So Ali is shown with that pink background to his number on the timing tower. That would mean that he's a Masters driver, but he's not quite at the appropriate age.
He could sneak away with the trophy, couldn't he?
He probably could. That wouldn't put it past him, I have to say. That's the 224 car off. That is Simon Waterfall, who's had a moment. And this, for the race lead, is Luke Pullen, who has never won a race in this championship yet, diving up the inside of Adam Sparrow, down the back straight. He's got his team boss behind him, giving him some help. And Luke Pullen hits the front of the field. Gray goes with him in second place. Can Bradbury follow them through? No. So two of the AB Motorsport cars get past, and it's Luke Pullen who will lead at the completion of the lap.
Yeah, great to see a lead change. Let's see whether Luke can grab that first win. But early days, isn't it? And you just look at the great big long line of cars, and here comes Bradbury having a look through on the inside of Adam Sparrow, takes third place. He's got the inside run now as well to go down into second position past Ali Bray. Bray here could get Mullard on the outside because he's, well, he opened the door for Bradbury, but here comes Sparrow back at Bradbury as they go side by side, down through the crane of curves, into the old hairpin. Bradbury, is he going to emerge in second? He does. What
a move from Ali Bray, though. Went from the outside of Ollie Graham to the inside of Adam Sparrow, and he might come out of the old hairpin back in a podium place. That was full commitment, that, from the 178 car, and they run side by side now up the hill and towards the right-hander at McLean's corner. So Bray goes into third, Graham trying to come through into fourth. This is the kind of racing we were enjoying for the majority of the race yesterday until that late safety car period, and they're absolutely on top form again this morning. Pullen leads, Bradbury second, Ali Bray is third, and he really is now, whether he wants to or not, playing the job of rear gunner.
Yeah, he is, so he will... Ali will want a win as much as anybody else, and he'll want his teammate to win for sure, but at the moment just holding up Adam Sparrow. Oh, off goes the 53. That's Jonathan Fieldsen.
Yep.
Sending himself into a field, nearly.
That's what he did there. Gets going, though, thankfully. Digs his way back out onto the track, albeit a little bit further down the order than he once was. Right then, 14 minutes to go. Pullen still leads Bradbury second. I mean, whether Bray is doing this intentionally or not, I'm not sure. I think he is just genuinely defending his third place, but it's really working out for the two drivers ahead of him. They've checked out. Bray parks in on the apex, gets a bit of a helping hand from Adam Sparrow, who still cannot break through his defences.
I do wonder where Sparrow was aiming for there, because he did the wide sweep out to the exit of the pit lane and had good momentum, but that cutback just wasn't there for him, was it?
No, but no harm, no foul, no major damage done. Ali is very much one of those people who would tell you that rubbing is racing, and I don't think he would. It was a bit of a knock, that, wasn't it? But Sparrow just can't get through. Ali Bray is such an experienced racer. We think of him these days perhaps more as, you know, the man behind AB Motorsport, a great mechanical mind he's got certainly, but he really knows where to place the car out on track to defend his position. He's doing everything absolutely right, and I'm sure there's a bit of frustration growing now aboard that number 19 car, because Adam Sparrow, whichever way he goes, cannot find a way through.
No, he can't, and there was a tap there, as you say, but it didn't dislodge anyone. That's an absolutely key point, isn't it? But look at the train of cars we've got here. Pulling from Bradbury 8/10 of a second out front. Bray heading this group in third position with the red car, and it's form an orderly queue. But this is working, isn't it, for the AB Motorsport team, that Ted is getting away.
Well, Jack Noller very sideways. He's found a way past Adam Sparrow, brings Ollie Graham with him. Steve Bartlett coming to the outside. We lost, by the way, I think it was Adam Craig at the start of the lap. Yeah, Adam Craig's dropping down the order. There was smoke coming from the right front corner of his car as he came out of Redgate Corner, and he's pulled over to the side of the road. Through the first turn they go once again, and if they sorted themselves out, yes they have, with Bray third, fourth Noller, fifth Ollie Graham, sixth though in Mills, but look at that gap to the top two. They're 4 seconds back now.
They are. This is a breakaway. Whether that was part of Ali's plan or not remains to be seen. Well, he's not holding anybody up now, is he? Ali not even having to go defensive at the minute from Jack Noller.
Look who it is.
Steve Foden.
Wow, from the back of the grid. He must
Which engine, though?
Well, I don't know, actually. I haven't had a chance to speak to him this morning. I did wander past the Rob Boston awning, but he hadn't got here yet when I arrived. You have to imagine maybe they've managed to fix the problem from yesterday. I'm not sure. Of course, the original engine was suffering from quite a horrendous misfire, so they wouldn't have gone back to that engine unless they absolutely had to. And quite clearly, that car's performing well again today.
Yeah, he was, I think, involved in a bit of a skirmish as well yesterday, even though he was clearly having a problem with that engine going off the back. But as ever, he comes through, doesn't he? That's the class of the championship leader.
Through the chicane, all around the outside goes Noller. He's going for the gravel trap. That was not the fastest line through the chicane. He slides his way back on. He spent a lot of time in that going through that gravel trap this weekend as Jack. He's not afraid to go for a late braking manoeuvre into the chicane, but you're not going to get around the outside of Ali Bray without a real fight. Down to Redgate they go. Here comes Foden now, trying to get to the inside, but he already had two cars to his right. One of them is Tim Dorr, and he comes steaming up the inside of Owen Mills and Steve Foden to move into 9th place. Tim Dawes is the Masters class leader, and he is having a really good showing. Squeezes Chisnell onto the grass. Foden sees a chance to go to the outside. They're 3 abreast again.
Just drive around the outside of them.
Wow, made that look very easy. Blimey, that
incredible move.
It was a great move. Read the situation well, in fairness there, Steve.
Yeah, a bit of racecraft, bit of enhanced whatevers.
Yes, a car performing well, a driver performing well, and a driver with the bit between his teeth, I would imagine here, really, Steve Foden, because he's had 2 non-finishes now. They dropped their 3 worst scores of the season. He knows that if he were to suffer another mechanical issue in any of the remaining 5 races this season, that could be his championship hopes over. So if the car's working well, he's got to try and maximise the opportunity and score some points.
Yeah, double-checking the regs last night, you don't drop the scores at Silverstone.
Ah, okay.
So it is. This is the last event where they will drop. So we'll have a level play. It's one of these things that a lot of the drivers will talk about. Some of them aren't happy with it because if you get a DNF at the last round, it can really spank you. But BRSCC are trying to make it interesting and trying to make it a shootout at the end. Me personally, I'd rather not have drop scores at all. I think would be the better one.
If you're going to have drop scores, though, I don't like it when a driver retires in the last race of the year, and that means that they score 60 points from 4 months ago, and then that wins them the championship. I do like it when you can't drop those final rounds.
Well, those debates are for the pub or the bar, aren't they, really?
Yes, exactly so. Right then, we are into the second half of the race. 9.5 minutes to go. Luke Pullen still leads the way. Ted Bradbury in second position. I'm almost scared to mention Luke because every time so far this season he's found himself near the front of the field. Something has happened, and not something that's been conducive to race wins. But right now they are 5 seconds clear of the rest of the pack. Those two, Ali Bray in third, Sparrow fourth, Noller fifth at the line. Anyway, they will have changed since then. We're focusing here though on Tim Dorr. He sat in 10th position. He has got Neil Chisnell behind him, having found a way past Neil at the start of the lap. So that's actually 9th place now for Tim Dorr, and that little group just becoming a little bit detached perhaps from the group of cars directly ahead of them.
Well, Steve Foden up to 7th now with that fastest lap, and what a drive through from the back. I mean, we saw how many cars were there. What a glorious sight when they're on the grid, and to come through, he really is very much at one with these cars. How much further is he going to get up there, Andy?
Well, he came from the very back of a 40-odd car grid at Silverstone to finish second. He'd have to go to get into the top 2 in this one, you'd have to say, given the distance Pullen and Bradbury have pulled on the rest of the pack. But a podium, I think, could be doable. He's 7.5 seconds off the lead, but only 2 seconds behind Ali Bray in third place. Once he catches that next group, if he can make quick progress through it, a podium could beckon, and that would be quite the recovery drive.
Move on here. Neil Chisnell looks down the inside as Tim Dorr runs just a little bit wide there and gets punished for that.
This for third place, and it's no longer Ali Bray in third. That's Noller sideways into Ali Bray. Noller's going to spin. Down the grass goes Ali Bray. Just avoids Adam Sparrow, and Ali is deposited into the gravel trap. A tiny little bit of side-to-side contact at the worst possible place, and Jack Noller is going no further.
Yeah. Jack out of it, and Ali was doing his best, wasn't he, just to tease the car through the gravel and get back out on track. Now, is that going to be a safety car though, because that's a fair way in?
They have got the live snatch vehicle down there. I'm hoping that they use that.
Ali still bouncing over the grass?
Yes, Ali, who in fairness left Jack plenty of space. I think Jack clipped the curb, didn't he? Got a bit sideways and just wandered across the track into Ali. No intent there at all. But we've seen Noller's car has looked a little bit sideways at times in this race, even before that point. That's the number 16 car rejoining from further down the... Sorry, 166. I made that mistake yesterday. That's Ossie McLean, who was in the gravel trap in race 1, but this time manages to recover from whatever drama that was.
Still going on, 0.3 the gap. Luke Pullen's actually managed to nab an extra 10th out of Ted Bradbury here. Yep, you're right, we've got the live recovery, so that's good. Not good for Jack Noller. He'll have to do a Foden in race 3 and come through from the back. He's capable of that.
Right, 5-second track limits penalties. One for number 8, Neil Chisnell. One is number 37, Tim Dorr. That's a shame. And the other number 87, which is Ollie Walden. So those three all receiving track limits penalties. There are your race leaders. Luke Pullen in the black and white number 27 car. Shamu, as they've named it for this year, named after a killer whale, I believe, in Florida or something. You can see the relevance of that. Yep. And Luke is leading from his teammate Ted Bradbury. Those two very good friends off the track as well. So let's hope that if and when Ted decides to go for the lead, that friendship survives to the end of the race. Big moment there around the outside for the number 17 of Harry Storer. Now, he's one of our Clubman Championship graduates from recent years. Good to see him getting a bit further up the main championship grid now. Yeah, that's what you'd be looking to do, isn't it? You know, move up, and it's wonderful to have that ladder, isn't it, of the three different classes that you can do. And still all very well supported. Yeah. Huge entries. Absolutely, yeah. There were some who said that by having the Clubman Championship on the same package as the Mark 1s, you know, some drivers would choose not to do the Mark 1 Championship and focus on the Clubmans, and that is the case, but we haven't run out of Mazda MX-5 drivers, have we, to populate both grids, so really great to see that continued support. Right, Pullen and Bradbury leading now by 7 seconds over Adam Sparrow, but Foden is into 4th already. He's catching Sparrow too, as we cut back to some of the entertaining battling going on further down the order. Number 9 there is Christopher Abbott on the inside line. He's got one of the Go For It racing cars to his left. The 991, I noticed, of Simon Privet was leading this group as they head down towards the chicane, and really does prove that point, doesn't it, Richard? You don't have to be in the top 10 to be having fun. No, there's great racing all the way down the order, and you know, I think back again, going back to the split of the Clubman's class when I was working on this years ago. We had sort of Division 1, Division 2, or Group A and Group B races, and you could get promoted into the top. Actually, the way they've worked it out with the Clubman's Championship was a really sensible solution to that. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. You've got your own championship now to go for all those drivers who usually would be in the B group, the B races. I did used to enjoy those though, where you could get promoted into the A race. It was really good innovation. Really enjoyed that, but no, this does make much more sense. And it is nice to see people like Harry Storer, who's in your shot now with one of his teammates right behind him, actually, making that progress. That is Simon Privet, who I just mentioned was at the front of his little battle pack. No longer the case. He's been off, I think, at Redgate Corner, and he is crumbling his way back around the track. 4 minutes to go. The leaders have just completed their 11th lap of the race, still separated by less than 1 Mazda MX-5 length. The real action happening behind them. Sparrow 3rd, just over a second clear of Foden in 4th. 5th is Ollie Graham, 6th Owen Mills. Steve Bartlett having a really strong run in 7th, ahead of Neil Chisnell, Tim Dorr, who's got that penalty, and Matthew Goddard to complete the top 10. This battle still raging on though. Harry Storer looking around the outside of Matthew Goddard into Redgate Corner. So this is for 10th place on the road. It's for 9th place on corrected times. So 3 of these drivers fighting for 2 spots within the top 10. Just having a quick look to see whether Tim Dorr's going to hang on to the Masters. I think he does on adjusted time, so should be okay. He's well clear. As we can see, the gap, which was over half a second, is no longer. So good battle on for the lead here, and Bradbury putting his teammate under a bit of pressure. Where, though, Andy, is he going to find a mistake? Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Luke will be feeling the pressure, definitely. Your chance of finally, after more than a couple of years of trying, winning his first race in the championship, especially given the torrid misfortunes that he's had. Mechanical dramas, had quite a nasty accident at Cadwell Park last time, where he got taken out in a start line incident. The pressure inside that car now must be starting to climb. 3 minutes to go. You've got a car, admittedly your friend and teammate, but still a driver we know has race-winning pace, latched onto your rear bumper. So far, Ted is not attacking. You can see Luke there gesticulating to him, I think, perhaps hoping that Ted's not going to attack him at all. I'm not sure he's going to get his wish, though. I think Ted's going to have a go at this. Yeah, they both want the win, rightly so, both racing drivers, and either way, it's going to be great, isn't it? We're going to maybe see a pass or a first-time win. Yeah. Either way, we're quids in for the entertainment. Down the crane as they come then. Where does Bradbury make that move, though, is the question. Redgate's the obvious choice, but we saw yesterday, didn't we, that leading onto that back straight wasn't always the best place to be. So perhaps Ted will be just biding his time, waiting for a move on the run into the final couple of corners. If he is planning something, then he's going to have to enact it fairly soon, though. We're into the closing stages of this race. Car 27 leads them through McLean's corner for the 13th time of asking. Fastest lap, by the way, perhaps unsurprisingly, belongs to Steve Foden, but he's not really catching Adam Sparrow, is he? Adam, in fact, has taken a few tenths out of him, so perhaps Adam's podium place is safe. It looks that way, doesn't it, at the moment? Steve will be pleased to get up to 4th. That will set him up for race 3 a little bit later on this afternoon, which will be good. Just, again, speculating about these two, because they're teammates, the cars
are going to be equal spec for sure. It's just going to be down to driving and setup.
Yeah, in fact, Bradbury's car is Luke's old car from last year. Luke built a brand new car over the winter with Tim Dorr, who also runs in the AV Motorsport awning. They don't live that far away from each other, and so it's been a labour of love as this number 27 machine. And he knows the car that's trying to overtake him well too. Ted's car's been performing well all season long. Ted Bradbury got that victory at Snetterton in the damp conditions. That is Simon Privet off again. His race was going quite well when I first mentioned him, and it started to deteriorate, hasn't it?
Yep, curse the commentator. There we go. Early start to that. So I was thinking, this is probably penultimate lap, isn't it? And Luke Pullen would probably prefer this to be the last lap. Almost certainly. He's so far not had to work too hard, I think it's fair to say, for this race lead, but does Ted Bradbury have a trick up his sleeve? There's a back marker ahead. Hopefully they've seen these two coming. Into McLean's they go. Pullen gets to the inside. Yeah, well out of the way. Good driving. I didn't spot who it was, but they couldn't really have made themselves less of a nuisance, could they? No, that was really good stuff, wasn't it? And is it the 16? Neil McGregor, I think that they've gone past. So 27 seconds left on the clock. It's not going to be nip and tuck, is it, by the time they get there? No, they're going to get squeezed in another lap. It's interesting that when the back marker was sort of coming into play, that Ted just seemed to close up a little bit, maybe sensing an opportunity to have a go. And again, closing up here as they head towards the last lap. Here we go then, good exit from the chicane, but again, latches onto the rear bumper of Luke Pullen there, who raises his hand. I don't know if that was adjusting the rearview mirror, or whether it was to thank Ted. I think that might just be tactical from Ted, though. I don't think he wants to lead yet. I think he wants to try and get the lead on the run into the chicane for the final time. Out of Redgate Corner they go. One more perfect lap around the 1.9 mile Donington Park National Circuit is all that stands between Luke Pullen and what would be a very popular first victory in the championship. What is Ted Bradbury going to do, though? Down into the old hairpin, both of them inch perfect on the win. Bit more curb taken there by Luke. Bradbury took a bit too much speed into the turn, ran wide, and that kills your momentum all the way up the hill towards McLean. I'm just wondering what Luke Pullen's thoughts were going to be as he went on to the last lap and saw Ted big in his mirrors. He'll be relaxing perhaps just a little bit more now with that mistake from Bradbury running wide. Is Pullen going to get the first win? Bradbury will want to still have a say and close in if he can remember. The man behind, one win so far, Snetterton, a few weeks ago. Popular win as well. Always great to get a first-time winner. Okay, here we go then, down the back straight. This is getting nerve-wracking, but I don't think Bradbury's close enough. I think Luke might be okay here. One more braking zone, one more turning point, and then the run to the flag. Into the chicane he comes, and Luke Pullen at one of his absolute favourite circuits, the place where he got his first ever podium in the championship, is going to get his first ever win. Across the line he goes. Ted, I think, is delighted for him too. Luke Pullen is a winner in the Mazda MX-5 Championship. Ted Bradbury comes home in second place, and Adam Sparrow, I reckon, will get third position. No, he won't. Steve Foden did catch him. Drag race to the line. Who is going to get there? It is just about Foden. Steve Foden by a tenth of a second. You said podium. I began to doubt myself, I'll admit, but he did manage to steal the podium at the very last turn. Well, Andy McEwen didn't have the curse of the commentator on Steve Foden there, did he? What a super stuff. Great finish, and Adam Sparrow trying to get back in. Great race, super race, so made up for Luke Pullen as well. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I know Luke quite well off the track, and that will mean the world to him. His family are here. He's got some of his sponsors down watching this weekend too, and a lot of fans, I'm sure, watching at home who are very, very happy to see car 27 at the top of the scoring pile. Fantastic stuff. From a championship perspective, Steve Foden getting to third place. Damage control at its very best, that really. Scoring some really good points. He will score 96 championship points. In fact, 97 championship points because he got the fastest lap too with that third place finish. Adam Sparrow fourth, Ollie Graham fifth, and Owen Mills, Steve Bartlett. That might be a career best finish for Steve Bartlett as well in seventh place. I'd have to consult the record books for that, but I don't recall seeing Steve that high up the order before. Neil Chisnell likewise having a good run, and Matthew Goddard. So a few drivers further back as well who I think will be very, very satisfied with their morning's work. Levi Aithbit completes the top 10 too. He's had a bit of a bad run through the mid part of the season. Good to see him inside the top 10 again. But that was a fantastic race.
A brilliant drive by Luke Pullen and Ted Bradbury. Teamwork at its finest there. And, you know, you could say that Ted maybe didn't make Luke's life as hard, perhaps, as he could have done. But really, the hard work was done in the early laps by both drivers to get to the front and get away.
Yeah, Luke Pullen particularly did well, didn't he, to make it through. And it's a different dynamic when you've got two teammates racing.
Yes.
They're going to do it cleaner, I would guess, on the whole.
Yes, although Luke himself has been involved in a couple of altercations this year with teammates, but that is all behind him, I'm sure. He and Ted certainly have raced well together all season long, and they demonstrated that teamwork again there as Luke Pullen at last claims his first win in the championship. Ted Bradbury second. Steve Foden comes home in a strong third place, having started 31st on the grid. Adam Sparrow fourth ahead of Ollie Graham fifth, and Owen Mills in sixth place. Then it was Steve Bartlett, Neil Chisnell, Matthew Goddard and Levi Aisbit to complete the top 10. Tim Dorr was 11th ahead of Harry Storer and Michael Green, with Clive Chisnell 14th place. Michael Green had a spin early on in yesterday's race, and he's managed to turn his weekend around pretty well in race 2. Keith Dalton was 15th ahead of Ollie Walden, Graham Rumsey, Richard Wootton, Simon Hartley and Andrew McGregor, with Christopher Abbott 21st, Andrew Dean 22nd, Chris Thelwell 23rd, Ossie McLean 24th ahead of Jonathan Fields and Christian Dan and Neil McGregor. And then a few more behind, you had dramas with Simon Privet 28th, Simon Waterfall 29th, Ali Bray retired at some point in that race. We missed that. Jack Noller, oh no we didn't, we saw him go off the road. It must have been damage after that contact, I suppose, with Jack Noller, who I spotted driving his car back around the perimeter road under its own steam, so no damage to Jack's car, it was just buried in the gravel trap. He's a non-finisher though, and so too Adam Craig, having been running inside the lead group. So, very good start to the day, and they will have their third race a little bit later on in the afternoon, and look forward to seeing what's going to come of the third and final race for the Mazda MX-5 Championship. That's due to start at about 10 to 3-ish. All of the racing today live on the TCR UK YouTube page, so you don't have to go anywhere. Simply stay where you are and you'll enjoy some fantastic racing. Our first TCR race is coming up next. But before that, let's head down into Parc Ferme and hear from, I'm sure, a very excited race winner.
Well, thank you very much, guys. Yes, indeed. I'm sure Luke is very excited. He looked very excited across the line, didn't he? But we'll go and chat to him. He's all the way back here. Luke, it looks like you've composed yourself a little bit now. But, mate, what a race that was. Your first win in these, and you certainly seemed delighted across the line, didn't you?
Yeah, honestly, you say I've composed myself. I really haven't. I'm just absolutely over the moon. You know, me and Tim built this car in Tim's shed at the start of the year. So it's been a bit of a developmental year. We're not in the championship, we've had a few DNFs and some bad luck, but to come back from the crash we had at Cadwell and to get the win here today, I'm delighted. Ted was absolutely fantastic. We just worked together all the way through the race, ran our own session really, and that was helps to Ali as well. But yeah, absolutely over the moon.
He tried his hardest, didn't he, Ted? But you certainly didn't want to let him through, did you?
To be fair to him, you know, we have such a great relationship off the track, and you know, as fast as he is, you know, he's got a great future ahead of him. But he's just the sweetest kid, and yeah, so when we were out there, it was just a little A-B train, and we came through. But before I say anything, I just want to say, Nanny Rose, I love you. I lost my Nanny Daff this year, and yeah, she's just been an absolute hero. So I love you, and Uncle John as well. But yeah, no, over the moon. Congratulations, Luke. Well done. Thank you very much.
Excellent stuff there to Luke. Let's go over to Ted. Ted, Luke says you're the sweetest boy in the world. What do you say to that?
He's sweet. He's more sweeter than me. But yeah, it was a good race. Yeah, we just built the gap, and then with teammates, obviously, teamwork's teamwork, and that's what we did. So I just stayed on the back bumper of Luke, and we pulled a gap, and he drove a great race.
These cars do look fantastic to drive. From yourself, you're a keen karter as well. You've moved up into these now, and you know, how has it been for you?
Oh, they're so fun to drive. Like every single time you go out, like that Friday practice, like the first practice on Friday is just amazing. Like it's so fun to drive. How twitchy the rear is reminds me of a bit karting, but yeah, it's really fun. Yeah, you've learnt a lot from the years of that, and yeah, seeing you in these and racing at the sharp end. Yesterday was an interesting day again, but today, this morning, much better run. Yeah, it was much better, and I'm looking forward to the last race. Thank you. And I'd also like to thank AB Motorsport, all my family. Like I said, AB Motorsport, they've just done everything for me. Like they've like looked after me so well, and the car is just to perfection.
Yeah, perfect. Cheers, Ted. Thank you very much. Let's see if we can chat to Mr. Foden, Steve Foden, who's all the way over here. Steve, well, nice little, I'd say comfortable, calm race for you. Did you enjoy it?
I mean, it was massively enjoyable. I wouldn't say it was very calm. Yeah, from the back of the grid to P3, wow. Just want to say a big thanks to Rob Boston Racing. The car's been mega, and to my sponsors as well. It was, yeah, I mean, it was one of those races where I was just kind of using my head, waiting for people to fall off. A couple of incidents that happened that I almost, you know, could have been involved in, but luckily the seas parted in front of me, and on the last lap Adam fluffed the gear change coming onto the back straight, and that's what gave me the podium.
Honestly, it's a solid drive to be able to do something like that. These Mazdas, they're so competitive, and to be able to come through the grid, you certainly had some waft in the wagon, didn't you?
Yeah, we got some waft in the wagon. You know, that's thanks to Rob Boston Racing and the team for the car as always, and I think it's you know, it's more using the draft and using everything that you can to your advantage to try and extract everything out of every lap, and just not make any stupid mistakes, not make any stupid moves, and just try and, you know, keep your head together really. So that's what I tried to do.
Mate, well, congratulations, well done, brilliant driving P3.
Thank you very much.
Excellent stuff there for Steve and our top three from the Mazdas. Don't go anywhere, we're going to take a short ad break, but TCR UK round 12, it's coming up next.
He's all the way around the outside. Miles for the lead.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man?
For voice and data solutions at speeds that are simply out of this world, choose Maximum Networks.
Do you wonder why your competitors' websites appear in Google searches ahead of you? Then make a call to the SEO experts Woya and understand how your business can be more visible online. As the official marketing partner of TCR UK, you can now work with a trusted search engine optimization partner to increase web traffic, inquiries and sales. Speak to us for your free audit and quote by visiting woya.co.uk today.
Hello and welcome everybody, it's TCR UK, the cars are coming to the grid, it's round 12. I'm Paul O'Neill, Anthony Jordan. AJ, how are you, lad?
Yeah, I'm all good, mate, I'm all good. You weren't here yesterday, it was boiling hot yesterday. Today, it's getting a bit muggy, isn't it?
It is, yeah, I'm a mug, aren't I? It's 24 degrees at the minute, mate, it's going up to 28 degrees, but this first race should be okay. heard anything about cambers and toes and things like that being adjusted within the teams?
No one's really given me that intel. I think they're all keeping the cards a bit close to their chest in it. But yeah, over the course of yesterday, a lot of people talking about the tyres, pushing it a bit hard. They were struggling. Temperatures were so high that they were really struggling with temps just overheating and it being quite slippery out there. But a lot of them saying they had the grip, it seemed good. But yeah, no intel on toe or anything like that, unfortunately.
Okay, so there's a lot of laps to be completed. It's a 25-minute race.
It's a long one.
It's a long one. The surface of the track, have a quick look. This is new for this year, and this has caused a new lap record. So new surface, your man on pole is not Adam Shepherd, he's second, but he's turned up earlier than the pole man. The pole man should be coming down in a bit, but that pole time was pretty special and pretty fast, and actually one of the quicker tin top times I've seen.
Yeah, it was solid from Brickley. No one could really match it or get close to it, which was a big shame. I was speaking to Shepherd. He said that, you know, we thought the car was quick, but the setup wasn't there, so they've kept the setup the same because they think it's going to be good over the course of the race. But yeah, I'm curious to see what's going to happen with this, because Brickley set a flying lap, but it was only the one lap that was like that. The rest were just a little bit there on the pace. So I reckon over the course of a race, if you can keep the consistency up, it might be all right.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, isn't it? Let's just talk quickly about the grid. There's a few things that have gone on, a few penalties, isn't there? Let's talk about them. But Brickley on pole, third in the championship, isn't he?
Yeah, third in the championship for Brickley, so he needs to get a good getaway from this one. Bordley, who's leading it, I think he's starting somewhere about P10 at in the grid on this one. Now, he actually qualified 12th, but there were two penalties that went out, one for Alistair Camp and one for Brad Hutchinson. They've been put to the back of the grid, and they've got a 10-second delayed start as well, so they're going to have a real humdinger of a race on this one, trying to close the grid up. But that's brought Bordley back up. Winfield, who got the penalty from Silverstone, he qualified third yesterday, but now he's dropped back to 8th. He lost championship points from that as well, so that's hampered his championship fight. So he's got Bordley now only 2 places behind him at the start of this one. The championship fight very close.
Yeah, 2 Rob Boston Audis there as well.
Yeah.
Let me grab a quick word with Jensen.
You go to Jensen.
Okay, so Jensen Brickley on P1 just having a little bit of chat with his engineer. They've got a bit of sellotape here. He's basically going to be putting that sellotape on the wall to see where he wants to. There you go. He's sending his engineer out. Probably going to be on the radio to him, are you, Jensen? Can I just grab a quick word? Looking forward to this one?
Yeah, definitely looking forward. Like I say, first pole position this year, and yeah, hopefully the first of many. Like I say, we're starting from the first row, so yeah, hopefully get a good start and go from there.
Got to win both races today, really, mate. Is that what you're looking to do?
Well, it's always what we're looking to do. It's what we come here to do. Yeah, we're not looking at the championship just yet. We'll see what happens after this round and go from there. Obviously, if we're close enough at Brands Hatch, we'll go for it.
Top man, very best of luck, mate. Please give us a championship to wait for. But let's go over with AJ.
Thank you, mate. Yes, hopefully you can hear me, and it's all going well. Here with our man starting on the front row, but in P2. Adam, mate, you were saying to me this morning that you've not changed any setup. Is that still the case now between our chat and now?
Yeah, the car was too loose in qualifying, cost us quite a bit of time. So we think it'd make a good race car as it was, so we've left it, and fingers crossed it's fast.
Yeah, exactly. Now it's a relatively shortish run down to T1, and with this new tarmac, it's been pretty grippy out there. Do you reckon even more lap records could be set?
Oh yeah, certainly. I think we got the lap record here last year, and we were well over a second under that in qualifying. So the tarmac's a lot faster than it was last year. So yeah, it should be a good race.
Long old race as well, but the temperature's come down a bit. How is it in there? Is it still red hot?
Yeah, very hot. But yeah, you kind of forget about it once you get going, and then you feel it at the end.
Yeah, awesome. Well, best of luck, mate. Enjoy that one. Where is O'Neill gone? He's behind me.
Hello, mate. Yeah, sorry, Josh Fars was just saying he needed to speak to his driver, so I'll just give you a tap on the bottom.
Yeah, no worries.
We need to wind it all up because these cars are ready to rock and roll. So join us. This is going to be a cracker.
Yeah, thanks very much, guys. Really excited for this. 4 races left in the 2023 championship race, and things, well, I would say are tightening up. Actually, the exact opposite really has been happening. The last couple of rounds that Carl Bordley has put in have been magnificent. He has now pulled this good gap in the championship but has to start from mid-grid. That compensation weight that's been added to his car for this weekend, clearly doing its job, holding him back, restricting his pace, perhaps opening the door for the likes of Jensen Brickley to come and outscore him and maybe get himself properly back into the championship conversation. It's going to be a fascinating race, this. Slightly cooler temperatures that we've had so far this weekend. That's good news as far as the tyre management situation is concerned. But the race distance being 25 minutes, still they're going to have to think about looking after that left front tyre. It's going to be a very, very interesting race, that is for sure. And a very interesting qualifying session yesterday as well. Jensen Brickley claiming that first career pole position, and he will therefore be leading them round, as you see, on their green flag lap. Alongside him, Adam Shepherd, who had pole position here a year ago and is desperate to try and bounce back from a disappointing weekend at Silverstone. Second row then for Jack Constable and Joe Marshall, the pair of Rob Boston Racing teammates in their Gen 2 Audis. And then sharing row number 3 just behind them, we'll have Bradley Kent and the reigning champion Chris Smiley. He's been doing some work with Nestor Girolami this weekend, and they believe they've really found something that could bring that car to life. Oliver Cottam and Bruce Wingfield, row 4. Don't forget, it's Bruce who's still second in the championship, actually ahead of Jensen Brickley, but didn't have such a strong qualifying effort. He'll be looking to improve from 8th, whilst the top 10 on the grid is completed by Callum Newsham and the points leader, Carl Baldley. So Carl Baldley 10th on the grid. Took him most of the session, though, to get a legal lap time set, and he'll definitely have track limits on his mind when the race gets underway. Scott Sumpton and Matthew Wilson are together. Then on the 6th row, Wilson got his first ever podium in the championship a few weeks ago at Silverstone, and then the 7th row being shared by Luke Sargent in the Hyundai Elantra and Gary Townsend in his Audi. Row number 8 then shared by Darrell Wilson and Alex Lee. Alex Lee so far down the order, part of that because of a 5-place grid penalty. Bruce Wingfield also received a 5-place grid penalty. Both drivers, that was as a result of contact last time at Silverstone. Lee definitely one to watch then, should move forward from there. Then on row number 9, just behind them, we've got Rick Kerry and Mark Smith in their pair of Cupras. Then we have Jeff Oldham on the 9th row of the grid, and then the couple of drivers who had penalties applied after qualifying. Brad Hutchison failed the ride height check after the qualifying session yesterday, a session in which he qualified actually 3rd fastest, so we know he's got pace in the car. Whilst Alison Camp was also one of the revelations of qualifying, but he was caught for over boosting after the session, and so they will both be starting, those two, Hutchison and Camp, from the back of the grid with a 10-second delay, but an early safety car could well bring them right back into play. Paul O'Neill has joined me in the commentary box, and Paul, the tension starting to climb now, I think. Carl Baldley 10th on the grid. Remember what happened to Chris Smiley here a year ago. He was starting to steal a march in the championship, then had some turn 1 contact that very much tightened the title race up. I'm not wishing the same upon Carl Baldley at all, but certainly with Brickley on pole, the pressure is on for the points leader.
Massively. Massively on the pressure side of things there, isn't it? The interesting thing is Brickley being on pole, it's his teammate, isn't it? And they had contact at the last round.
Yeah.
So, you know, there's a bit of needle there, I would assume. The other good thing is, and I love them all them drivers, I've got nothing against any of them, but I'm so happy that, that Carl Baldley is actually down where he is. He could have been 12th if it wasn't for those other penalties. So he hasn't got the pace. In the races, I think he will have the pace. But one thing to remember is Carl Baldley's a racer. But the other thing to remember is there's some drivers in front of him that don't really care about his championship.
No, exactly. Directly ahead of him on the grid is Bruce Winfield, his nearest championship rival. He's got to make progress too, but of course he'll also have in the back of his mind that keeping Baldley behind is really key to his championship hopes as well. So a lot to watch out for here. A decent crowd on hand as well at Donington. Good to see people starting to pile into the grandstand up at the top of Redgate, from where you've got a brilliant view of one of the best tracks in the country for providing side-by-side racing. Hopefully we'll have plenty of it over the course of the next 25 minutes or so. The back row of the grid is formed. Jensen Brickley, after a career first pole position, can he claim another race victory, or can Adam Shepherd bounce back after the disaster that was his Silverstone race weekend? The red lights go on then. The first of 2 races at Donington Park bursts into life. It's a good start made by Adam Shepherd from the outside of row 1, and I think he might draw level with Brickley on the run down towards the first turn. The second phase of Brickley's start isn't bad though, and they're almost level as they turn into the right-hander. Brickley on the inside, and Shepherd trying to hang tough around the outside. Away go Hutchison and Camp from the back of the field, but they're still side by side, banging doors once, twice down the hill. Adam Shepherd's not giving in.
Oh wow, this is proper stuff. Round the outside, Brickley's gonna hang it out, is he? Shepherd will not have any of this, but Brickley back down the inside for all over. They both break and they lock right front's up. Has he ran wide at the lead? He has, hasn't he? But look at that. Shepherd's trying to get round the outside. He's got the lead, I reckon.
Darrell Wilson in the gravel at Redgate corner. That might lead to a safety car, but it's side by side, and Shepherd goes through just before the safety car is scrambled. I think he got that move made just in time.
Oh.
Contact was there for Jack Constable from Bradley Kent, and on the inside goes Joe Marshall. Some drivers, I think, have seen the safety car boards, and others, like Bradley Kent, have not.
Oh, and that's exactly what's happened. You've called it. I think the move was definitely done before the safety car boards were put out. So where's he gone off?
It's Redgate. He's gone straight on into the Redgate gravel. You can just see out the window, actually. So he's been pushed back onto the track. But now I don't think the car is firing up. So what initially looked like a quick stoppage. No, he is now getting going again. He's getting going again. So this will be a very short safety car, hopefully.
Yeah, this will be a one-lap wonder for the safety car. But oh my God.
What a battle.
Andy, wow. Did you see that? There was unnecessary contact, in my opinion, from the two people up front. There was a bit of running wide. There was a bit of, you just ran me wide, so where's one of your door, mate? Yep. Interesting that they're now starting to think, well, do you know what? I'm going to knock my front toe links out and cause myself a bit of grief in this race just because I'm annoyed at what a driver's just done to me. I think we're in for an absolute beauty. This race has got absolute carnage written all over it.
Now, what are the championship contenders? Winfield up to 7th, Bordley up to 9th. So they both gained a position at the start of the race. The state of the track at Redgate, that's all courtesy, I'd imagine, of Darrell Wilson, who's been extricated from the gravel. He did get going again, but he's taken half of that Redgate gravel trap with him as he presumably heads for the pit lane to get some of it cleared out of the car.
That might cause a massive problem. That's gonna stone radiators, so it could hold the rads in the front of the car, the intercoolers for the turbocharger on these TCR cars, but also windscreens will be getting a battering as well. I'll be interested to see if they do get anybody down there to actually brush it all up, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. That would obviously cause us a bit of grief because it's time on it, isn't it? And actually, Darrell Wilson is flat out past our comms box. Oh, Joe Marshall in the pits.
Yeah, now remember, he got caught up in that stack-up through McLean's as the safety car was scrambled. He ran into the back of somebody. I think it might have been Bradley Kent. And I wonder if that's done some damage to the left front corner. Maybe they're just checking the car over. They've sent it back on his way.
You would not come in the pits and drop down the order just to check something. I think what's happened is he might have thought he had a front left puncher, but I think what it is it's actually the tracking is really bent and the steering probably is not straight in a straight line.
Right then, well, he's going to leave the pit lane, but I doubt he'll catch the pack before the restart because the lights are out on the safety car. I think we're going racing this time, and Jensen Brickley now has to try and fend off a fired-up Adam Shepherd once again. Shepherd, who really doesn't have anything to lose anymore in the championship, versus Brickley, who needs some good results. Jensen Brickley, as you said, has absolutely nailed the restart, caught Shepherd on the hop and went earlier, I think, than the area motorsport driver was expecting, and he, once they cross the timing line and overtaking is allowed again, will be watching his mirrors more than he's focusing out in front.
Wow, what a restart by Jensen Brickley. That has destroyed the lead of the race for us. Looking third though, Constable's flat out flashing his Adam Shepherd with that rear brake lock-in. What's going on with Kent?
Oh, Chris Smiley on the inside of Winfield into the side of him. No, Bruce Winfield into the side of Bradley Kent, who's deposited into the gravel trap at Redgate corner, and that was some more unnecessary contact, I fear. Bradley Kent digs himself back into the fray. Is there damage to the Veloster?
Yes.
Yes, there is, you're right. You can see the car. Is he just shaking the gravel out, maybe? We'll have to wait and see. Winfield seems to have got away with it, but he's back with Bordley now, and that surely will be looked at later, Paul.
Oh, I would definitely say so. I don't know why Kent was so slow on the approach. He left the door wide open, and Hutchison now, that safety car has played into his hands. That 10-second penalty has disappeared, and that'll be the same for Camp.
Yeah, exactly. They both managed to catch up to the back of the pack and are already starting to make progress through the order, I reckon. There is Bordley with Alex Lee right behind him, so Carl Bordley's not in the most comfortable of positions, is he? He's got Bruce Winfield right ahead, a fired up and rapid Alex Lee right behind him, but he is at least picking up the places up to, I reckon, now 7th place.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good for Brickley, isn't it? Half a second the gap was. It's going to be very interesting to see where he ends up. But if Chris Smiley keeps his powder dry, he crosses the line in 4th because Kent is done. Left rear toe link bent. Left rear toe link or right. One of the rear tyres is definitely bent on that. But Marshall, that's game over, isn't it?
That's a shame. He hasn't been the luckiest of drivers this year, has he, Joe? He's had brilliant speed, but on a couple of occasions has been nerfed off the road from a podium place. And well, well, arguably could have been a podium contender in this one too. Right, Callum Newsham on the back of Chris Smiley for 4th position. Callum's another driver who could do with a bit of good news to come out at the back end of his season, and he's right on the tail now of the #1 car as they head towards McLean's.
Yeah, started 9th, did Callum, and now he's running in 5th, so looks like he's got the pace, doesn't he? And there's Camp coming through the field, gets the move done on Darryl Wilson. So yeah, there's a lot going on.
Winfield doesn't seem to have the pace, does he, though, to go after Smiley and Newsham ahead, so he's backing himself up towards Carl Bordley, towards Alex Lee. And as they head down towards the chicane, we are going to have an interesting battle here, I think, for 4th position. Before that really kicks off, let's head down to the pit lane where Anthony, I believe, has got some news.
Yeah, cheers guys. It's Joe Marshall is down in the pit lane, yeah, and it looks like it's the power steering pump that's gone. He's got no steering. Joe's in the pit lane. I want to have a quick chat with him. Joe, I know you're probably very frustrated out there, mate. What was happening with the car?
The car straight out of the box felt all right, felt quick, and then everyone slowed up apart for the safety car apart from Brad.
Right, we might have lost Anthony possibly down in the pit lane. We'll get back to him in a moment or two, because right now, excuse me, this battle for 4th place, Paul, is well and truly kicking off.
Yeah, big time, isn't it? Chris Smiley and Callum Newsham going at it, hammer and tongs. It was a great move, wasn't it? Around the outside, down at the crane of curves, but it's all going off now. Bordley is heavily involved with Winfield, who is one of his guys that he's got to be involved with. Who's behind him? Is it Alex Lee?
Yes.
Lee is all over. This is not where Bordley wants to be, but Bordley looks like he's got it done now.
Up the inside line, down the exhibition straight. He was briefly there, the meet in an area motorsport sandwich. He wants to get himself out of this situation if he can. Bit of paint traded, maybe under braking, but Bordley is through into 6th position and ahead of his nearest title rival. This has been a solid drive so far. Really, you could say the drive of a champion from Carl Bordley, keeping his nose clean, staying out of trouble, and actually making forward progress.
Yeah, definitely making forward progress. Adam Shepherd, a 109.102,
wow.
Fastest lap, but he's still a second off. He's a second off Jensen Brickley. Oh, and that maybe from the gravel that I said will smash your window if they don't brush it up.
Quite how it got the side window, I'm not so sure, but I think that might be the least of Bradley Kent's issues. I think there's something, as you quite rightly said, in the rear suspension that's been damaged there. New lap record, that is, by the way, for Adam Shepherd, bettering his lap record from last year by a fair chunk. In fact, by over a second quicker than his lap record from a year ago, as Bruce Winfield, having lost out to Carl Bordley, isn't being dropped by him, is he?
No, not at all. He's still there, isn't he? And it's a train with Cotton now on the back in that 98, that Audi, with a massive, big black line behind it from the oversteer on turning. And there's Luke Sargent, Camp round the outside of, is that Kerry, with Kerry? So Camp is making big progress now, isn't he?
He is indeed. Down the back straight comes this group of 4 then. Carl Bordley maybe now just starting to stretch his legs ahead of Winfield, who's pinning the walls a bit in this race. Alex Lee now keen to try and find a way past his teammate as they head down the pit straight to complete another lap. Jensen Brickley steals that lap record back, a 1:08.9. That's an astonishingly good lap time, and that, of course, is worth a bonus point in the championship as well. Every point is so important for Jensen Brickley.
Yeah, very much so. But Jensen's doing the business. He can't do any more than this, unless he really wanted to be interesting and just back everybody up. I don't think he's going to do that. He needs to win both races today, really, in my opinion, because Bordley is not stupid enough to throw it off on his own.
And don't forget, the last time we raced on the national circuit at Donington Park, at the Grand Prix circuit it was actually earlier on last year, that's exactly what Max Hart managed to do. He won both races, one of the only drivers in recent memory to do that, actually, here in TCR UK. So Brickley leads the way then. Shepherd in 2nd place, doing his best to go after him. Jack Constable 3rd, Callum Newsham in 4th, Chris Smiley in 5th position, but fading now slightly, whilst the championship leader, Carl Bordley, is in 6th position and scoring some good points. Yes, Brickley's leading the way, but don't forget, race 2, we reversed the top 10, and that at the moment would put Bordley ahead of Brickley by a number of positions. So really, I think if Carl can finish in 6th place in this race, he'd be satisfied. He might yet, though, Paul, have a chance of breaking into the top 5. He is noticeably quicker than Chris Smiley ahead.
Yeah, he seems to be, doesn't he? I mean, that car does look it looks after its tyres, and if you were to say to me, do you want to have a bet on who's going to finish 5th? Is it Chris Smiley or Carl Baldley? taking in consideration experience and cars, I would say Boardley has got that position all day. Would you want to go toe-to-toe with Chris Smiley down the Craners if you were side-by-side with him? Not too sure about that.
I suppose Chris is one of those drivers, though, who you know will keep it clean. He's not going to fire you off. He's not going to run you too far towards the edge of the road. He'll race you hard, but he's not developed a reputation over the years, has he, Chris, for being a dirty driver? So that might instill some confidence in Carl Boardley. Meanwhile, Bruce Winfield continuing to struggle along. You'd have to imagine that knock that he had with Bradley Kent might have done something to the steering of the number 37 car. He's not had the pace all weekend, really, but that car looks slower now, maybe, than it did in the early laps.
Yeah, but it did have a big whack, didn't it? There was a big whack, and when you hit, you know, if you knock these things across the front axle by 2 millimeters, a measurement across the front axle of toe and all them camber gauges and things like that will show 2 millimeters or 2 degrees is absolutely huge, and you can easily do that by driving into the side of someone or somebody going into the side of you. Smiley is now getting the pressure put on him by Boardley. Boardley's he's not trying to pass, he's sniffing to see what Chris has underneath him. Can Chris turn in? No, he can't, and that's why he ran wide, because I think now Smiley has got a very understeery car that's running out of grip on those front tyres.
Honda almost seems to be bouncing its way through the apexes. I noticed it up at McLean's, the corner approaching now a couple of laps ago. We'll see whether we can spot that again this time. Into the right-hander he goes, tries to hook up that apex curve, manages to get through neatly this time, but Carl Boardley is definitely on the hunt here. 6th place already belongs to the championship leader, but can he convert that into a top 5 then? Round cop as he goes. Chris Smiley at least is now starting to make his way back towards the front of the field. This is a more competitive Chris Smiley than we've seen for the last couple of rounds, but work still to be done, I think, on the FL5.
Yeah, definitely. There's been a lot of work done, though, hasn't there, at the last couple of tests that we've had here at Donington Park. I know Yas have been over from Honda helping out with a great interview you actually had with one of their lead drivers.
Yeah, Nestor Girolami's been here helping out. Carl Boardley is not going to help Chris Smiley, though. He dives to the inside at Redgate Corner, and unless Chris can get the switch back on the exit, which he can't, that is now 5th place for the championship leader. Can he make more progress, though? Because they're only about a second or so behind Callum Newsham, who initially really broke away from this pair, but now his lap time's starting to level off as well.
Yeah, the reason Boardley had to get that move done was because Winfield and Lay were starting to appear in his mirrors, so he's took the chance and seen that from that sniff before at Redgate, there was definitely a move on. And Chris, such a shame to see the champion just struggling, because we need people like Chris up the front battling for wins. But he will get it done. Yes, nice been over from Honda, helping out. Yeah, so you can see Boardley just coming down here in 41. He just doesn't even, he knows that he can break so much later, and Chris just opens the door. There is absolutely no point in Chris Smiley defending that, because all he'll do is back them both up, and that will be game over. Nice little replay from Alpha Live.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, what lap times can Carl Boardley put in now? He's in clean air, I wonder. Ahead of him is Callum Newsham. He did a 1:10.1, Boardley a 1:9.9. So Carl Boardley is as quick right now as the man in second place, Adam Shepherd. So Boardley is absolutely flying, and he took a bit of time out of Newsham on that lap, even with the overtake at Redgate. So now, properly in clean air, Carl Boardley could still gain another place or so out of this. There are the two area Motorsport Hyundais then of Bruce Winfield and Alex Lee. They've dropped Oliver Cotton now behind. You can see there Oliver in the Audi fading. And then you get a very entertaining looking scrap just behind. That's Scott Sumpton, Matthew Wilson and Luke Sargent, who's told everyone who'll listen this weekend that he's not getting on with that Elantra. He can't get the best out of it. It's not working well for him. And here he is knocking on the door of the race 2 pole position.
I was just about to say, he's not doing a bad job at all, is he? Callum Newsham's not doing a bad job. He's just come through your shot. But his job is going to get even harder, as you can see Alex Lay now coming through. And his job's going to get even harder as he's got the marauding pack coming after him.
Yes, he has. There is Oliver Cotton behind him, that battle that I just mentioned.
Is that a delamination of the tyre?
Oh,
it is!
Oh,
wow!
It is.
Wow, that's a warning to everybody. That's a warning to everybody. Front left delamination.
Wow.
Is it from contact? Is it an overheating front left? Wow, that is going to give people not great things to talk about. And this is Sumpton trying to defend from Matt Wilson.
And look who else is in this battle. Brad Hutchison. He's passed Luke Sargent. Remember, Brad from the back of the grid with a 10-second delay to his start. And he could now be targeting that race 2 pole position as well. He's up the inside of Matthew Wilson. He's got so much grip and so much confidence, Paul, in his new Cupra.
Yeah, he's down the inside, driving it through flat out. I watched that car in testing on Friday. It looked absolutely beautiful through Redgate. it. Sumpton, he'll make very light work of Scott Sumpton, I would think. This will be a replay. Look at the front left. Straight away, bang, the tyre just delaminates. That could be anything from the gravel down at the first corner. It could be hitting the curbs too hard. It could be too much front left camber where they've not stood the tyre up completely. But again, brilliant replay showing us how hard those tyres are working. If they're cut on the curb, you know, there's another 20-odd cars. They haven't got a problem.
Yeah, exactly. But that will, as you say, that will set alarm bells ringing, won't it? The Porsche team go to work on the left front corner. A new Goodyear tyre is applied. But that is a real shame for Oliver Cotton, who's really, you feel, on the cusp of greatness, isn't he? Really starting to get his head around that car. Just can't quite get the good fortune. Now, here comes Brad Hutchison. He is into 9th place now because he had his nose ahead of Scott Sumpton at the line. He gets his whole car ahead by the time they get into Redgate Corner. So much confidence under braking.
Wow, that car just looks... That just shows you the difference between a Generation 2 car that he's now in and a Generation 1 car that he was in before this, so the Audi. Definitely looking older, and that's Mark Smith, isn't it, having problems in the pit lane?
Yeah, Smith out of the race as well, it would seem. Now, what of Carl Bordley? He's ahead of Callum Newsham. So whilst that was all going on, Carl Bordley's got past Callum Newsham for 4th position. That, I mean, if you'd have offered Carl Bordley a top 4 from where he was starting and from how his qualifying session went yesterday, I think he'd have taken it.
Yeah, definitely. He is boxed clever. Look at the understeer and the bumping and the jumping from that FL5 Honda. It really doesn't look happy around this circuit. And if you've not got a brilliant car, look at the tyre debris down the straight. I wouldn't want to be running over that. As Mad Max leaves the pit lane next to us, we've just seen Oliver Cotton just leaving the pit lane. He has gone into a massive battle here. This could be a disaster. Cold front left tyre, and he's got Bordley and everyone marauding down to him.
Now, Callum Newsham, to me, seems to have taken too much out of his tyres early on. Remember, had really good pace through the first part of the race, but now he's been caught by Chris Smiley, who he overtook about 10 or 12 minutes ago. So Chris Smiley having a chance now to gain some more places, and also Bruce Winfield behind Jeff Alden doing his best to get out of the way. Up the inside of the now lapped Opel they will go. Winfield is with them though, and Alex Lee gets a much better exit from the old hairpin and draws level with his teammate. This was not in the plan for Bruce Winfield. Lee sweeps around the outside, and I think that's job done.
Oh, well, maybe. Bruce, to me, needs to be desperate here. He can't just be letting people like that through. I know Jeff Alden didn't really get in the way. He was well out of the way, but Bruce looked like he turned in too early for the old hairpin and caused himself a bit of grief. Had to come out the power. Interesting stuff, this, but look at the run he's got now. Oh, he's going to be right behind, isn't he, Alex?
This has got action written all over it, hasn't it? Callum Newsham clearly struggling, but here comes Smiley up the inside now. Chris Smiley for 5th position then, and breezes past us. Newsham got a problem maybe. He's very early on the brakes, and through goes Lee, and eventually Bruce Winfield. Surely Callum Newsham running into some dramas, maybe that left front tyre again.
I think you might be bang on. These guys, they'll have done enough running. Well, they didn't get real clear running and race runs. There was a lot of stoppages in testing, so they won't have done a 25-minute run with no stoppages, so the tyres were getting a chance to cool down. So yeah, these tyres are starting to just go off a little bit, I think.
And I wonder whether maybe the slightly cooler temperatures this morning tempted the teams into being a bit more aggressive maybe with those front camber settings. And actually the sun's out, it's still very warm out there. Add all the debris that's now littering the circuit, and it's not a great day to be a left front Goodyear tyre. Down into the old hairpin comes Scott Sumpton then. He is currently in 10th place. So this battle is not only for a position within the top 10, but that really important race 2 pole position. Just ask Matthew Wilson how that can turn your weekend around. Remember, got his first ever podium last time, I should say, at Silverstone, courtesy of a good reverse grid draw.
Yeah, he looks like a different driver, doesn't he? He's racing well, and Sumpton as well, you know, from Silverstone was brilliant in normal qualifying, where the grid is put together by the fastest people, not the reverse grid. But Matt Wilson really giving him a really hard workout. Another hard workout is Jeff Alden. He's just getting lapped, but great to see him getting out of the way. But look now, this is starting to get tasty. Look who's in the mix. Sargent is coming to play.
It'd be nice to see Luke get into the top 10, wouldn't it, really? Luke Sargent, as I say, he's been on a bit of a downer this weekend. Here comes Hutchison up the inside of Callum Newsham. That's now 8th position for the Bondit driver, who we believe will be back in the Audi at Brands Hatch, loving the Cupra, but he outbraked himself a bit maybe. Newsham has a half-hearted attempt to get back up the inside, but I really do think Callum's nursing something, isn't he?
You're dead right. That the front of Callum Newsham's Hyundai is not looking fantastic. You can just see he's struggling to get it away from track limits. The car pitching, but just wants to push on. Talking about pushing on, Matt Wilson now. Come on, Matthew. Where are you going to have it, mate? You're going to have to be on the right-hand side on the run-up. Will he have a lunge? I tell you, that Honda is so good on the brakes, isn't it? But if you can now get your head down and try to get a good run off Coppice, where we're coming up to now, he might cause Sumpton a problem. Sumpton's run wide. This is now going to bring Luke Sargent into play in the Elantra. He's on the overlap. This is going to be it.
Looking for that inside line. Has he got the grunt down the straight, though? No, the Cupra stays ahead. Three very different cars here, though. The Civic, the Cupra, and the Elantra, but absolutely identical in pace. Sargent clobbers the curb through the chicane. Didn't really help his exit speed. Jinx out of line. He's not damaged something, has he?
That's interesting. I think he's getting an alarm for the heat. I think. Oh no, he has got a front right puncher, has he?
Yeah, I think he clipped the tyres. You know, at the chicane, he really took too much of that inside curb, and I reckon he has broken something on the right front corner. What heartbreak for Luke Sargent! Just as we were starting to say, there was a chance of a good result.
He has.
The tyres off the rim, isn't it? But whether that's wear or a curb strike or something, I'm not so sure.
That could be a curb strike, that, because you really don't want to be hit. There's two metal, horrible square pieces to stop you cutting the track as you turn into the first part of the chicane. I was here testing on Thursday and Friday, and I accidentally hit one in a C1, and I tell you,
I bet you felt that.
I did. I thought the engine had fell out, but I did actually think the engine had fell out when I was driving down the straight, to be fair. And that's not disrespectful to the car, because one of the best one-make cars I've actually ever driven. It was excellent to be in that. Anyway, back to front-wheel drive with slicks. What is happening here?
Well, where to look? You've got Chris Smiley here getting backed up into the area cars. That battle behind kicking off. This is the moment, though. Does he hit the tyres, or is it just the curb?
Is he unsighted? Oh, I'll tell you what. I reckon you're bang on. I don't think he's hit the tyres. I think what he's done is he's hit that horrible big metal. There's two big like brass clumps down at the first chicane. Moved. Oh, this is it now. Matt Wilson could get the undercut, and I think he has actually run over it and had a bit of a nightmare. Side by side on the grass. Matthew Wilson. Is this going to be job done? No. Sumpton says no, thanks, mate. Wilson on the dust and the grass. Camp is now coming from behind as well.
They've all got past Callum Newsham, and Alistair Camp is right with them. Luke Sargent doing his best to stay out of the way by going rally crossing up at McLean's corner. We could do a split screen here, couldn't we? Because you don't want to take your eyes off this battle for 5th position, but there's also a fight for the race 2 pole position going on some way further back. Chris Smiley hanging on tenaciously to 5th place. I think he's probably starting to run out of left front tyre as well. Down the hill they go, up the hill comes the Sumpton train, and it's still Scott somehow at the front of it.
Oh, Campy's looking fast. Campy's got the run. Campy could get this 10th position. Is he going to have a big lunge? Be careful, Alistair, because it doesn't usually work down the chicane. You've got another couple of minutes to do it yet, mate.
Oh, and out the window, Alex Lee has just fired up the inside of Chris Smiley. There he is. He's gone through. Smiley runs wide, and out the inside comes Bruce Winfield. Bruce Winfield reads the situation perfectly. Bits of Hyundai go flying, but he's gained 2 places.
Wow, great move from Winfield. But I've got to say again, it's so sad as we see Winfield on the nose of that Hyundai. It did not want to turn. It just wanted to turn right and go off. But Chris Smiley has no answers to anybody's attack.
In fairness, we didn't see it on screen, but that was a very spirited lunge from Alex Lee. I don't think anyone would have been able to defend from that. It didn't work for him, because he's actually ended up losing a place to his teammate Winfield as well. It's funny, isn't it? Earlier in the race, Winfield couldn't put himself in the right position if he tried, and then suddenly was in exactly the right spot to benefit.
Sometimes, though, when you have a damaged car like Winfield may have with the geometry, you learn how to drive it, and it takes a few laps, and then you get back up to speed. But there is definitely a close battle. What's happened to Campy? He's got in front of Sumpton and Wilson.
Wow, that didn't take him long, did he? So Alistair Camp then will now be into 9th place, actually. So now Sumpton and Wilson are still battling over that race 2 pole position. I also noticed Brad Hutchison was catching that Winfield, Smiley and Lee gaggle. Disappointingly, there's only a minute of this race left. Someone go and steal the checkered flag, please, because this has been a fantastic race. We've still got the reverse grid race to come later, but who will be starting from the front of it? Scott Sumpton defending his 10th place. To the outside goes Matthew Wilson. He's not going to get that done on the way into the corner. What about the switchback? Can he nip up the inside? He's tried this a couple of times before. Is there an overlap? No, not quite.
Be careful, boys, because you don't need to do this. This is oh, no, he does need to do this, because he needs to get into pole. You're right. Sorry, because of Campy going through, Wilson needs to put the move on him. And Wilson is a new racer since the last round. If he'd have got any more of that left rear Goodyear on that on that mud, he'd have been in so much trouble. In so much trouble again. Alex Lee is trying to get that undercut, isn't he, on Chris Smiley.
Jensen Brickley has just started the final lap of the race, by the way. He's 8.7 seconds up the road. He, Adam Shepherd and Jack Constable have had a very different race from everybody else behind them. It's been a real dogfight back through the order, but those three serenely continuing on their way, although Constable's been caught by Boardley. Carl Boardley has caught Jack Constable as we start the final lap. Alex Lee here looking to get to the inside of Chris Smiley for a second time at Redgate. That doesn't quite work, but what is going to happen on the exit of the corner? Alex looking for that switchback manoeuvre, tries to get the overlap, and he might have done it.
Oh, that's really sad to see. Smiley's got no answer. That is really understeer. Will Smiley pull out of this? Does he need to battle? Oh, Chris Smiley tries as hard as he can. He ain't going to make it easy for no one, but he can't get back underneath anyone. The front end of the Honda just isn't working against the likes of the Hyundais.
So Lee to sixth. What's going on up the road? Well, here is Jensen Brickley heading down the back straight. It's going to be a lights to flag victory for him. What the question is, where does the championship leader end up at the end of all of this? Because he could well make it onto the podium after all. Brickley out of the final corner, flashes the headlights. It's another race victory for the sensational youngster, standout driver, new driver of the season, definitely. Brickley is a winner once again in TCR UK here at Donington Park. Adam Shepherd should come home in second, but who will be third? It's just about Jack Constable. Carl Boardley with another lap or so could have made it to the podium, but he'll have to settle for fourth.
Yeah, who's going to be 10th? That's what I'm looking for. Will it be Sumpton?
It is.
Yeah, Sumpton. No, it's not.
I think he's ahead. We'll wait then until they come out of the corner. Through comes that next group. Here's Alistair Camp to take 9th. Wait for it, wait for it. Yes, Scott Sumpton comes out of the chicane. He's actually put some distance between himself and Matthew Wilson on the final lap. Brilliant defensive drive that from Scott Sumpton. I know a couple of people managed to sneak through, but he was not allowing Matthew Wilson through at all.
He's come of age, isn't he, Scott Sumpton?
Yes.
I know that's a battle for 10th, but he is actually struggling with a bit of weight, isn't he? He's got 40 kilograms of weight added to his minimum racing weight, so another 40 kilos around Donington Park in that particular car, as the marshals show their appreciation for what I think was an absolutely brilliant race. Maybe not at the front, but everywhere else there was something to talk about.
100% agree. Jensen Brickley, a deserving race winner though, and he will be very, very happy to go and celebrate that in a moment or two. Shepherd comes home in second place, 10 seconds between them in the end. Brickley's pace was just relentlessly good throughout the entire 25 minutes. Shepherd stuck with him early on, but just couldn't stay there as the race developed. Jack Constable then in third. Carl Boardley has to settle for fourth place, but only just missing out on a podium, whilst Bruce Winfield is fifth, but might have a couple of conversations to be had, perhaps with the Essex and Kent Motorsport team at the end of the race. Alex Lee sixth, Chris Smiley struggled to seventh ahead of Brad Hutchison from the back and Alistair Camp from the back, both making the top 10. They are going to be in for a great battle, I think, in that second race, both starting towards the front of the field, but it will be Scott Sumpton provisionally who has that race to pole position by virtue of finishing 10th. Matthew Wilson tried everything to get past him, had to settle for 11th ahead of a struggling Callum Neesham. Gary Townsend 13th and Darrell Wilson 14th and on the lead lap despite bringing out a safety car after his gravelly excursion at the first corner. Rick Kerry was 15th, then it was Jeff Oldham, whilst Oliver Cottam had that tyre delamination. Luke Sargent also had tyre problems, but possibly caused more by a curb strike than anything else, whilst Mark Smith, Bradley Kent and Joe Marshall were all out of the race early on. Well, championship-wise, that is good news for Boardley. He's going to lose some points to Jensen Brickley. Will that become one of Boardley's drops? No, I don't think it will it? Because it's not as bad as his Alton Race 1 or his Silverstone Race 2. So that will be a genuine gain, that, for Brickley.
Are you not going to mention that looks like a burnt sausage off a barbecue around mine that Marshall's got hold of? My sausages are that big on the barbecue.
I'm sure they are, Paul. Yes, remind me never to accept an invitation to your house in general, actually, although I think I'd probably made my mind up on that a little while ago. Jensen Brickley then pulls up into the winner's spot down in pit lane, and he's still flashing the lights. I'm sure there's a technical reason for why the lights are still flashing. I don't think it's just a continued celebration, but they will be celebrations, that's for sure, as the ridiculously tall youngster clambers himself, unfolds himself out of the Cupra, poses for the cameras, and very shortly we'll have a chance to have a conversation with Anthony Jordan. But that was as perfect a drive, Paul, as you're ever likely to see. The fact that he was able to keep that pace up for the full 25 minutes, didn't run into any tyre dramas, bodes well for the second race as well.
If I was Boardley and had not finished the race, I would be panicking massively. Boardley has just give himself a bit of a let-off by finishing where he has. That was an absolutely stunning drive. Just on the flashing of the lights, that's the pit lane speed limiter.
Of course it is. There we go. See, I knew there'd be a technical reason, and I knew that you'd know what it is, Paul. You spend enough time around these cars.
I always leave the pit lane speed limiter on these
when you're out on the track?
Exactly, yeah. People are like, it's not the M25, mate.
Anything to draw attention to yourself, Paul. Jensen Brickley drawing attention to himself for all the right reasons, though. That was a fantastic drive and well-deserved race victory. The marshals, who we must give a shout-out to, are busy sweeping the track. That could take some time, so plenty of time to go down into the pit lane and have a chat with our podium finishers.
Well, Jensen, what a result for you on that one. Unfortunately, apart from the start of the race, we didn't see much of you because you kind of drove away from the rest of the field. But honestly, mate, I'm looking at the side here, and if the camera just pans down there, that is Adam Shepherd's signature, I think, from the start of that race.
Yeah, he had a really good turn one, and he was on the outside of me. Then I had to stick it around the outside at Craners and just stuck, like I say, I was in front as we came out of the old hairpin, and then the safety car came out, and to be honest, from there, we didn't look back. So yeah, we were pushing the first few laps, and then once we got like a 2-second gap, we just cool it down, stay within track limits, and just do what we always do.
This is exactly what you needed for the championship as well. A nice chunk of championship points going your way. I think Boardley at the end finishing that one in P4. So, you know, it certainly helps you out. Race 2 coming up later on. Obviously, you've got the reverse grid you've got to contend with. Do you reckon you've got the pace to be able to push yourself through?
No, I think we've definitely got the pace. So, yeah, like you say, we're starting 10th. So we'll see how it goes. We'll try and make a few places up on the first lap and then pick them off one by one.
A nice chunk of change you got there as well that you're collecting this weekend. Pole position and race 1 win as well. Mate, honestly, solid drive.
Yeah, it helps towards the budget, and like we pay for it all ourselves. We've not got any sponsors, and yeah, we're constantly looking for sponsors, but it's really hard, yeah. But $2.5 grand towards it, it helps.
Hey, well, you got the Tom Walker trophy as well, so another trophy and another cap that you get there, so congratulations.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there for Jensen Brickley. What a drive for him. Brilliant to see. Now, there's been some changes happening here. I think drivers put themselves in the wrong places. Not too sure. Adam Shepherd, who finished that one in second place, is out of the car. Look at the leak out the side of that. Look at all of that oil that has come out the side. That is absolutely knackered after that contact, and the steam that's coming out of it as well. That car is very, very poorly. I want to jump around and have a quick chat with Adam, who's just sorting it out. Mate, Adam, that, honestly, the start of that was a very interesting one. You were fighting for that position.
Yeah, I made a great start, and outside of turn 1, cut back at old hairpin, and actually I was alongside and would have taken the place into the next right, and the safety car come out. So the car felt phenomenal, to be fair. I think just not fast enough to stay with P1, but no, I enjoyed that.
Yeah, lot of liquid on the side of your car there. What's gone on there?
I'm not sure. About 6 laps from the end, I was really struggling with the left rear. Felt like something had broken. I'm wondering if it might have been oil maybe coming across, but it's not looking good. No. So go back and have a look.
Yeah, hopefully you can get it sorted out. Race 2 coming up later on today, obviously starting P9 for that one. So what's the plan?
Providing this is all okay, just full attack and should try and get to the front as fast as we can, but it's not looking good with the oil pumped down the side, so we'll have to see.
Yeah, well, still, mate, honestly, solid job there. Well done, P2.
Cheers.
Excellent stuff there for Adam Shepherd. Let's go over see Jack Constable, good old Jack, who always surprises us with a solid result on that one. He's going to get his photos taken. I'll let the photos be taken first. Smile, Jack, smile. You came third, mate. There you go. Get your photos. Mate, honestly, nice little drive for you. Are you happy with the result?
Yeah, I mean, I was hoping for a little bit better, in all honesty, with the fact that we got no weight and the other boys in front of us have got max weight. So one of those difficult ones that I feel we could have done better with, for sure. But we've got a lot to learn from that last race, because I mean, lap 5, I was pushing like nobody's business, and we still had nothing left. So it's all good fun.
Yeah, a lot of people saying that, you know, the Gen 2 Audis struggle around here at Donington. They don't. You're not getting up to 6th gear here, are you?
No, there's nowhere in the UK that you really do unless you go into Silverstone GP. Yeah. So it's hard in the UK with the Audi. Don't get me wrong, it's a great bit of kit. It will do the job all day long. We just got to get the setup bang on.
Yeah. Race 2 coming up later. You start in front of these two, and yeah, you feeling you can make some space there?
Hopefully. Yeah. Well, I mean, we can only hope, but we need some setup stuff first.
Exactly. Make sure you sort that one out then for next one. And yeah, great result though still. Well done.
Cheers, dude.
Excellent stuff there for Mr. Jack Constable. Let's go over, speak to Mr. Boardley. Championship leader at the moment. Does not get a top 3, but does come away with the diamond trophy on that one. Carl talks about that race because you certainly had a fight on your hands for a lot of that.
Yeah, obviously quali didn't go our way, did it, yesterday with an issue, but yeah, that was the plan, try and get in the top 4 if we could, or top 4 or 5. Yeah, and obviously by the time I got through, Jack and the other 2 were up the road by then, so yeah, couldn't really do a lot. Sitting there praying for a safety car, but didn't come, so yeah, all good, bring it home, good championship points again, so yeah, we'll go again in race 2.
Car's all in working order though as well, so you're happy with that?
Yeah, car's perfect, so yeah, all good. Make a couple of little tweaks to it for race 2 and just move it forward again and yeah, see where we get to.
Still a good result though, you made up places, it's what you needed to do, so yeah, certainly it's going to help out your championship, and I know you always say, not talking about it, not focus it, but with these last 3 rounds, it's getting a bit close now.
It's just the same. We'll go out in race 2 and do what we did there. You know, not take any silly risks, but at the same time, I'm here to race.
Yeah.
You know, we don't want to be poodling around thinking, oh, what if? It's a case of just head down, put your helmet on, and it changes, doesn't it? You know, we want to go forward, we want to race with people and race fair. Me and Bruce had a little bit of a dice, and I managed to get up the inside. Really, you know, I thought that was a good move, and I'm sure he did afterwards. You know, we come alongside each other, thumbs up. So yeah, it's all good. Great deal of respect between everybody, and yeah, the racing's good.
Honestly, though, congratulations though with the result, P4 and with the diamond as well.
Cheers, thank you.
Well done for Carl Boardley. We're going to take a short ad break. Don't go anywhere. That rounds up round 12. Round 13 for TCR UK is coming up next. But between now and then, it's time for the Fiesta Junior Championship.
He's all the way around the outside. Miles for the lead. Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man?
For voice and data solutions at speeds that are simply out of this world, choose Maximum Networks.
Do you wonder why your competitors' websites appear in Google searches ahead of you? Then make a call to the SEO experts Warrior and understand how your business can be more visible online. As the official marketing partner of TCR UK, you can now work with a trusted search engine optimization partner to increase web traffic, inquiries and sales. Speak to us for your free audit and quote by visiting warrior.co.uk today.
Welcome back, everybody, to Donington Park, where the green flag lap is underway for the next of our support race action here at this TCR UK event. The track has been cleared of debris, and we are ready to go with our first of 2 Fiesta Junior Championship races, 15 minutes, so short, sharp races, and some interesting news out of qualifying. Luke Hilton, who didn't originally qualify on pole position for this race, ended up starting at the back of the grid for this one because he was disqualified from that qualifying session for breaching red flag park Ferme regulations. Now, it doesn't go into any more detail than that in the grid sheet, but guessing that that was because during that red flag that we had yesterday for a Joshua Watts accident down at the old hairpin. Good to see Josh is also lining up at the back of the grid, by the way. I'm guessing that they touched the car. They did something to the car during the red flag when you're not allowed to touch the car during a red flag. So that puts Luke Hilton right at the back of the field, and that is not good news for his championship hopes. Remember, he's already had one disqualification from the second race at Knock Hill earlier this season, which he can't count as a drop score, and he's now got to come for the back of the grid in this one. It's Ben Mulryan with a decent lead in the championship, 50 points clear of Daniel Lewis once the drop scores are applied, but on the grid for this one it is Jacob Hodgkiss who inherits the pole position, with Ben Mulryan starting alongside him. Row 2 then for Ben Doughty and Finn Leslie, the revelation of Silverstone really, Finn Leslie, whilst Daniel Lewis starts from 5th on the grid. Not a bad position for the man second in the championship, but some places behind the points leader Mulryan. He'll have Lucas Hayden for company on row 3. Row 4 then for Ronnie Smith and Wesley Swain in the Pro Alloys car, whilst George Foxlow and Jensen O'Neill going in his debut in the championship completes the top 10. Really good effort that from him. Jasmine Shaw and Flame Mariccola are together on row 6. The 7th row then shared by Jensen Bell and Marcel Lechitsky, with Rashantar Chigarimbo and Sam Nessa, 3 drivers arguably who should be further up the order there really. Lechitsky, Chigarimbo and Nessa all coming from mid-grid. Thomas Brown is next. He's on the 9th row alongside the number 72 of Luke Sintler, with then Henry Howarth and Charlie Ellis completing the top 20. Tommy Harfield and James Pope are next ahead of Jensen Mason and Billy Blockley, whilst Joshua Watts, who brought out that red flag yesterday, he was fired, the car superficially damaged I think more than anything. That will be starting from 25th. Alongside Luke Hilton, and that, Richard John Neal, is a real turn up for the books, because we were expecting Luke Hilton on the front row of the grid, and now we're going to see him do a bit of overtaking.
Thanks for turning on the mic, because I'd forgotten about that, and you very obviously saw that I'd forgotten to hit the...
We've all done it, Richard, we've all done it.
Yeah, record breaking as well. We had 26 entered for Silverstone, 25 race. We've got 26 on the grid. This is new territory for the Junior Championship. Absolutely superb. But yeah, this championship just gets bigger and better as we go along. The driving quality that we've got is absolutely superb. I think we're in for a treat from the Mark 7s and the Mark 6s. Jacob Hodgkiss and Ben Mulryan on the front row. What a racing prospect.
Yeah, absolutely. Their qualifying times were pretty tight as well, only a 1/10 of a second in it, so Hodgkiss and Mulryan pretty evenly matched. Difficult situation though for Ben, really. Just wants to try and have a couple of clean races here to take himself into the finale at Brands Hatch with what would be nearly an unassailable points lead, but he's starting from the front row, and I'm sure the temptation's going to be there, isn't it, to get stuck in and try to add to his win tally. So, rev starting to rise, 15 minutes on the clock, and the first race of the weekend for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship gets underway, and who's going to make the best of the starts? Pretty even. There's one car already on the grass further back, that's Jensen Bell. In fact, make that 2 as Daniel Lewis goes to the inside. He's had a good start, obviously, and tries to squeeze up the inside of the second row starters, but at the front of the field, it's Mulryan on the outside with his nose ahead, trying to carry the momentum round the outside at Redgate Corner and convert that into the race lead down through the Craner curves. 2 by 2 by 2 they run, nothing separating them as they head towards the Craners for the first time.
Yeah, superb start. You know, you might have, if you were cynical, expected cars to be spearing off left, right and centre on that first corner, but they didn't. It might happen later on. I'm making no bones about that, but that was a cracking start from all of the youngsters that we've got out there. And Jacob Hodgkiss, the guy who, of course, had his first win in Scotland, doing absolutely superb, really coming into a vein of form at the moment.
And he's managed to fend off Ben Mulryan for the lead, although Mulryan gets sandwiched in the middle, and on the inside goes Lucas Hayden into the side of the pole sitter.
Lucas!
And from absolutely nowhere, Lucas Hayden challenges for the lead, but again, Hodgkiss recovers from that, gets back to the inside line and defends the lead. Lewis now around the outside. Daniel Lewis in that black, orange and white number 19 car started 5th on the grid. We finally have our first car in the gravel trap. That's Charlie Ellis, who should be able to continue the the novice cross on the back of the 44 car. There are hands waving out of windows. There is 3 wide racing, and it all includes Luke Hilton, who's desperately trying to claw his way up the order.
Yeah, Luke had cleared 2 cars by the time they got to Redgate. It was so difficult, isn't it, to know where to look. Watch the front runners. Oh,
is that Hilton?
Yeah, instant red. Instant red.
Luke Hilton over. I think he's hit the tyre stack at the chicane, and Luke Hilton's day is done. There's a car missing a wheel in all of that too. A dramatic conclusion to the opening lap, and yes, the red flag is out. Luke Hilton, he was on the inside going into the chicane. Quite how he ended up hitting the tyre stack on the left, I don't know, but that is very much his race, and I fear perhaps his day done. Hopefully he's okay. The marshals will, I'm sure, be heading straight over to check on him, and the race coming to a stop. We will, I'm sure, get a restart at some point, but right now priority very much is making sure that the drivers are okay and that the track can then be cleared safely. But that is a shame, and that is the danger, isn't it, of starting at the back of the field. How different that race could have panned out for him had he not had that penalty after qualifying. Yeah, what do you do after that? We were chatting about, you know, championship-wise with the DQ that he had earlier on in the season. It's like having a hand tied behind your back, isn't it? You know, it can't be helped. You've got to respect the rules, and if someone touches the car in parc fermé, you know, you're going to go to the back. And he was talking to me at Silverstone about moving on to JCWs. I don't know what sort of state of readiness the car is in, but do you now park? I don't know even if Luke's of age actually to come and race JCWs, but you know, you could do a lot worse than park and maybe have an early race in JCWs. Not for me to tell people what to do, but you know, from a PR point of view, you might want to look at that. Yeah, absolutely. Well, you'd imagine his Mini is probably in a better state than his Fiesta is right now, unfortunately, because that car took quite the tumble at the final corner, and the red flag obviously had to fly, and we'll have to pick their way through that debris now to get back onto the grid to form up for a restart. Before that, though, some fantastic racing, and Jacob Hodgkiss was not for being moved out of the lead, was he? There is good news. That's Luke Hilton.
He's okay.
Yeah, out of the car, and I think perhaps a little bit sore, but more regretful, really, of what's just unfolded.
He'll get checked over as well. If you, I'm sure most of our viewers are seasoned viewers watching this, but you might get the odd newcomer. Yeah, not a nice sight, is it, seeing wheels off the car, and certainly not nice seeing the car go over as the Jacob Hodgkiss and the followers thread their way through. And
always, it's always the parents as well that I feel sorry for in situations.
For sure,
We chat to a few of them over the weekend, and they're all really nervous and anxious, and a lot of them can't even watch the races. It's easy to forget sometimes, isn't it, that not only is there a person in each and every one of these cars, but that they are teenagers. You know, these are youngsters. They're starting their motorsport journey, and they've got some, I'm sure, very protective and very worried parents watching on from the pit lane. Yeah,
I think we were having a conversation yesterday about I can't remember if it was on the stream or not, but we were saying about somebody in Scotland had mentioned to me he wanted to start a junior formula and have reverse grids, and I said no way, not with juniors. And you know, that's I'm not saying Luke wasn't the cause necessarily of that coming through, but if you've got lots of reverse grids for youngsters, it's not the thing. It's not the way to do it.
No, indeed not. Now the car doesn't look great, obviously, but as long as the chassis isn't bent or twisted and the engine hasn't been too badly damaged, they can patch up broken body panels, can't they, and get that car
This is Andy, by the way, offering to come and help fix it, as it's so easy. Sorry, Andy.
Hey, if it gets me out in the fresh air for a bit today, I'm not going to say no to that. It's one of those days I'd much rather be outside enjoying I'll say the sunshine, actually. It has clouded over, hasn't it, today?
Yeah.
People keep mentioning this threat of rain. I'm not convinced myself, but that left front corner, I think, is the point of concern, isn't it? Because that's the bit of the car that collected that tyre stack very heavily, and it has, by the looks of it, pulled that corner back. So the wheel is not from his car, that's from the black car. We haven't actually identified, it might be Marcel Lechitsky, who's having a moment of contemplation, but I think that might be his wheel that you can see sat at the side of the road. And then there is a third car stationary up there as well, which also had some involvement. Now, cars are being moved. There is Lechitsky's car, minus the left front wheel. Are the cars being moved into the pit lane, or are they being moved onto the grid? That will give us some clue as to what the plan is.
Yeah, good lad is Marcel. We did a lovely interview when we were at Alton Park. We did quite a lot of interviews for the lunch break for the stream, and he was one of those. Never met him before, but he did a great interview.
Yeah,
Marcel.
good.
Yeah, a lot of them do.
Yes, of course, run out of the JamSport awning as well, and they know the importance of media training.
They do lots of that, don't they? Very well too, yeah.
Very active on social media too.
Talking about JamSport and scholarships, probably shouldn't mention it, but I'm going to anyway, is that there is the BRSCC are running a Mark 7 scholarship for next year. So it was going to be for 2025, but I was chatting to Paul McCullen this morning and Greg Graham, and they've made the decision this weekend that there will be a scholar on circuit next year in a Mark 7.
Excellent news.
So you heard it here first on the stream. Sorry, Scott's going to shoot me now for nicking.
I was going to say, I'm glad you just imparted that upon. No, that's interesting. I hadn't heard that. That's really good news.
Yeah, we don't know the dates yet. We don't know the track. He's literally just, they've taken the decision. Why wait till 2025? To do it, and it's going to be a very exciting thing, and it will, I'm sure it will run in parallel with people looking at junior saloon scholarships, the JamSport scholarship, the Ginetta scholarship. It's a superb way. Some people will probably enter all of them. Some people have got the budgets to do that. If you haven't, come and have a look at the Fiesta one and join us. I reckon it'll be February half term.
Okay, yes.
I reckon that's, Ginetta, we always try and do it October half term or thereabouts, or weekend. But we'll go keep an eye on Scott Wilbis's great work on social media to find out when it is. But if you're interested, if you're watching this, maybe there are some younger brothers or sisters that want to come and race and to have a try. Have a look, keep an eye on it, and you could be on the grid next year.
The interest is clearly there, isn't it? I mean, the phenomenal work that's been done by the club to get the grid size that we've got now, and I think there were 6 drivers racing this weekend who have never raced with us before. There are quite a few who have made their debut at Silverstone and haven't made the trip to Donington. There are well over 30 drivers subscribed to the championship now. Who would have thought that a few years ago?
I know, it's been very well managed, hasn't it? And I was saying to Paul, and it's a stupid thing to say, so Paul, I apologise for it. I said, but you do realise that when you run the scholarship, you get a load of people coming in who aren't going to win the scholarship because only one out of 60 or however many people do it. And I hate sending the people away. Like we do the X Factor thing when you get. I hate that because you make so many great friends on these scholarships. But a lot of them will still come and race.
Yeah.
And this is at a lower financial level commitment than the Ginetta scholarship. So a lot of people are going to want to come out. I said, you're going to have a problem next year. You're going to be oversubscribed.
Yeah.
And he said, well, that's a nice problem to have, Richard, isn't it?
Isn't it just?
That's a good answer.
Isn't it just? I mean, we've mentioned this, I know, last time at Silverstone, but when you look 2 or 3 years ago at 3 or 4 cars lining up on the grid to see where we're at now, the new Mark 7 car taking off and being so popular as well.
I think that was at the festival, wasn't it, the 3 cars?
Yes.
I think it was, 1 year, which, is... But it showed the commitment from the 3 that were there.
Yes.
I think one was Joseph Loke, was it Ollie Turner there as well?
I think you're right,
was it? So their commitment could not be faulted. They were there and on the grid, and it also shows how BRSCC had the faith in the Formula, even at that stage, even that lower, to put the races on, not cancel them, and honour the entries that the guys and the teams that have put the cars on the track. And I've got to say, my dealings with the club, I mean, I'm a club member anyway. They've got your back.
Yes.
They have. They've got your best in. Oh, hello. Someone's fallen asleep watching the stream. I'll shut up.
Sorry, we will stop waffling on very shortly, sir. We'll have some racing to bring you again in the next few moments, I'm hoping. But, well, why not? There are worse ways of spending a Sunday morning, just about still in the morning, than having a little nap at the side of the track before it all kicks off again in a few moments' time.
I was saying that the guys will probably go to the medical centre, but it doesn't look like Marcel is. He's wandered across the track. And
unless he's just taking himself there, perhaps.
It could be, you do get a, that as a matter of course should get checked over. And, it doesn't, even if you've got no injury, it's better to know that you've got no injury, or they can warn you about what might happen. And I think Luke will probably be the bigger concern then because of the roll. So
yes, although rolls always look spectacular and very scary, don't they? But it's a bit of a cliche to say this, I suppose, but it is true. The more times a car goes over, the more that energy is being dissipated in a gradual way, as opposed to a big sudden stop, which is the ones that really hurt. So catches your attention, no doubt about it.
Say that to John Mickle. Well, have you seen the Legends one?
Yes. If you roll a Legend, it must feel like you're sat in a washing machine on a fast spin cycle.
That's a superb analogy, actually. Yeah. Poor old John. Yeah, he was.
That was a biggie. Cadwell, that wasn't it?
It was Cadwell Park, yeah.
They look like a lot of fun, Legends, but I would until they lock wheels, and then all of a sudden the fun starts to stop. Right then, good work by the Orange Army and the recovery crews. They've got Luke Hilton's car onto the back of a low loader. I think Marcel Oh, I'll try again. Marcel Lechitsky's car will be there very shortly as well. And there you can see the number 55 machine about to be hoisted up, and an opportunity, as always, to give our thanks and recognition to the marshals, the recovery crews. I was having a very interesting conversation over dinner on Friday evening, actually, with the crew who are on the rescue unit this weekend, and talking about some of the incidents they have to deal with, the way in which they approach. They're the first on the scene quite often, as everyone sees an opportunity to get their moment in the spotlight. One of our brilliant camera operators up at McLean's also getting in on the action and enjoying a chance to get a bit of a rest before the racing week starts. But yeah, really interesting to chat to those working on the rescue unit, because they are often unsung heroes of these events, and yet when it all does go wrong, they have such a vital role. The lines of communication have to be crystal clear between them and race control and the marshals and the recovery units. And yeah, they have some very interesting stories to tell. So a big thank you to all of the people who deal with incidents like this in such a professional manner.
They do, and we've had some great shots here from the team of Alpha Live. Looking, I mean, here we're looking down at the start line shot, but when we had the other shots, we were looking the other way. You saw how many people were involved. Right across the circuit. There you go. There's the people are listening to me. That's unusual. But yeah, you can see how much work. And there's actually one less truck there was than when we previously looked there. But yeah, just a huge amount of work. A lot of sweeping up, make the track safe for everybody, and we'll be ready to race again. Those of you like lunch breaks, tough today, isn't it? So.
Yes, we were discussing that just before this race, actually, but we'll see. The BRSCC are known to sort of find time out of nowhere sometimes when we have delays, and they cram a lot of racing into their race days.
We are up to the 7 o'clock curfew, though, aren't we? The racing takes us pretty much up to there.
Indeed.
Some of the student teams, actually. The last race of the day is the CityCar Cup. And I was chatting to some of them, and what we don't realise is that we talk about marshals and volunteering. Those guys have got to go to work tomorrow. Yeah. But the student motorsport teams, if you're running a team and you've got paid drivers or whatever else, the chances are you might have tomorrow off after a late drive. Some of the student motorsport guys are actually, one I was talking to from East Surrey today, said he won't get home till midnight, and he's actually teaching again at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Wow. That's, I mean, yeah, people forget that as well, don't they? The travel involved, the late finishes, when the racing finishes, we're not just all out at 7 o'clock on the dot, they've got to pack up. And,
Yeah. I mean, I was moaning about my son's college not, at the moment, biting and getting involved in student motorsport. And he said, well, don't criticise it, because it's not just about allying with the team, and that's the simple way of getting involved. But people have to give up their weekends, and that's why he was illustrating the point that tomorrow, he's working 9 o'clock, and I suppose the students might get a snooze in his session tomorrow morning.
Good point.
It's all health and safety, isn't it? At the start of the curriculum.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's really. I've been talking to a few people that are studying, and they've all gone back for week 1. Some in motorsport engineering, some in ordinary engineering, some doing other courses like. Architecture.
Okay.
Even in architecture, they've got to learn about health and safety. So as you get the really boring bit, they don't hook you in with a nice, exciting bit for the first week, little tease. But anyway, sorry.
No, all very interesting, I'm sure. Right then, equally interesting is the fact that the track is more or less cleared, I think, now. There might be a little bit more sweeping to be done, but we should be good to get the race restarted very shortly. 12 minutes looks like being the restart length, according to the TSL timing screen. An excellent job done by all there to get that dealt with as quickly as they possibly could.
Original grid by the look of it, which is not good news for Daniel Lewis, because he's the main chaser, isn't he, for Ben Mulryan, and had got ahead of Ben in that first lap. So that a little bit of significance there.
Brilliant start from Daniel. He went on the grass on the inside into Redgate, then suddenly was on the outside at the old hairpin, just passing people left, right and centre. That was great to see. So is this as well. So many spectators and families as well. Parents and children and friends all coming along to enjoy the racing this weekend. And we mentioned this yesterday, but it's such a great place to come and watch racing. You can see so much of the track, a really nice place to be. Plenty of space for you all as well to spread out. It doesn't always look packed, Donington, but that's because there's so many places for the spectators to go and set up their stall, and you can have a bit of space around you, not feel like you're being hemmed in. And
not here next year either, so make the most of it.
Exactly.
Well, BRSCC will be here.
Of course they will,
but,
yes.
the juniors won't be.
Yes, I believe, and I don't know whether I'm supposed to tell you this, but I believe that calendars for next year's BRSCC Championships are not that far away from being announced either.
Okay.
So if you're interested in seeing when there will be events on at Donington Park, then keep an eye on the BRSCC social media pages for updates on that.
Got to keep Scott busy.
Absolutely, yes. Yes.
I seriously do not know where Scott will find the time to do the level of work that he does and the quality of work that he does as well.
Well, I haven't seen him all weekend. I think that's.
He did pop in yesterday during the.
He did actually, yes, very briefly.
The Fun Cup race.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've got a present for him, so he needs to. He does need to pop in, yeah.
Excellent. Okay, I'm sure he'll be. Well, he'll appear now magically at the door. I'm sure within the next minute or so. He won't want to miss the restart of this race, though, which thankfully is almost upon us. The cars are making their way around on the green flag lap once again, and we'll have another go at getting this BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship race underway. Jacob Hodgkiss and Ben Mulryan from the front row of the grid will be missing a few from further back who were involved in that incident, most notably Luke Hilton, whose championship now surely is over, but between Ben Mulryan and Daniel Lewis, we still mathematically at least have a championship race going on, and with Daniel Lewis the one really to watch out for here. Made that excellent start on the initial start to the race, and he'll have to do the same again now from that third row of the grid. And keep an eye to Lucas Hayden. He had his elbows out, didn't he?
He did, yeah. He got stuck in very quickly, didn't he? Did Lucas? We'll see what he's. It's annoying, isn't it, for drivers when they've got to do it all again? But rules are rules. You have to go back to the last completed lap. It was on lap 1, so we go back to the original grid. But at least the fact that they've done it once, the likes of Daniel Lewis getting up ahead of Ben Mulryan and Lucas Hayden coming through as well, they'll know that they've done it once. They could be able to do it again. And there is our Scott on pole position.
Yes, he is. Wide line through McLean's there for Ben Mulryan. He'll pick up a lot of rubbish on his tyres doing that, weaving around to try and get some heat into the rubber, but you don't want to pick any rubbish up on your tyres just before the start of the race. Maximum grip levels required when you barrel off down into Redgate for the first time. Finn Leslie there coming through in the red number 26 car. There is Lucas Hayden. And just behind him, Roddy Smith and Wesley Swain. So we're not missing anyone from within the top 10, I don't think. George Foxlow and Jensen O'Neill coming through next. There is Jensen, really impressed with the performance that he put in yesterday. Quite comfortably the best of the new drivers this weekend. Chatting to Jamie Going, his father, the man behind the Jam Sport team earlier on. I asked him whether he was nervous, and he said, no, I'm more nervous about my other drivers than him, so he's got faith in his son.
Yeah, Jamie's, it's his business, isn't it? Yeah. So he's got to focus on that, and yeah, sensible approach. He said he will. He said he'll watch it back on the way home. I'm guessing he won't be driving, no. So he'll have a truckie and he'll watch the. So we better be careful what we say about Jamie then.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, going to have to be nice about him for once.
Good old peddler himself, and a lot of the youngsters come in to just know him. I say just know him as a team boss, but a great driver.
Absolutely. Well, as recently as I think last year was racing in the Fiesta ST240 class, or if not the year before, when it was still the ST150s. But yeah, very good driver, Jamie. And that's always quite important. I think if you're going to run a team, you don't need to just know the mechanical side of it, but being able to impart some of that racing wisdom onto the youngsters, particularly in a junior category, is really important too. Right then, cars lining up on the grid. On the left, the blue and white car is Jacob Hodgkiss. The black and sort of turquoisey coloured car is Ben Mulryan. Keep an eye on some of those further back, also trying to make some progress. Daniel Lewis wanting to try and repeat his excellent start that he had the first time around. He will be starting from the inside of row number 5, so the left-hand side of shot as we look towards them, and lining up on the grid for a 12-minute restart in this BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship race. Wait to see who's going to get the best of the starts. The red lights go on. Very quickly they're out, and we're racing again here at Donington Park. Good start once more made by Mulryan there from the outside of Dan Lewis. Almost an absolute repeat of what we saw in the first start. Takes to the grass on the inside line and manages to break through almost into third position. Who's going to get the lead? That's going to be Mulryan. So a better start actually from Mulryan this time. 3 abreast further back. Ben Doughty there in the middle. Finn Leslie going backwards. So too Lucas Hayden losing some ground. But it's Mulryan who leads Hodgkiss down the hill for the first time.
Yeah, a little bit of bodywork going errands as they went around Redgate for the first time, but safely down through the crane of curves, and Mulryan really needed that second bite of the cherry there, didn't he?
Oh no, that's Jensen O'Neill going airborne, and over he goes, and that is a big crash for Jensen O'Neill going down at the bottom of the old hairpin. That is a big one indeed. A little bit of contact, I think, with Finn Leslie, and that surely is going to be another red flag now. That's a real shame. A scary looking crash down at the bottom of the crane of curves, and surely the red flags will fly. Yes,
yeah, they do.
Oh here. That's not what we like to see.
No, it's probably going to be curtains for the race, isn't it? With two stops like that. Very, very sad to see. Donington bites.
Yeah, it's a fast track, isn't it? And that's a really fast sequence of corners. And inevitably, at the start of the race, you're side by side on cold tyres. There is good news. Jensen is out of the car. Yeah. The car is absolutely toast, but the safety features doing exactly what they were supposed to do there. And another accident that looked very scary, looked very spectacular, but the bits of bodywork flying off, that's dissipating energy. And Jensen's got out of the car very quickly as well.
Yeah, and thanks to Alpha Live and our team for handling that exactly the right way. They know what they're doing, but it doesn't hurt for me to say thank you.
No, absolutely, absolutely. We don't want to see that. That's really not nice at all. Right then, we'll wait and see if we get a restart. There's only one car to get out of the way now, I suppose, but it's going to take quite some recovering. And with time ticking on, I do fear that Richard's right, and we might not get a resumption of this race. This race was due to finish at about 20 to 12. It is quarter to 12 now, so be surprised if they're guided onto the grid. But actually,
marshals are all ready.
Yeah, they're ready to receive them, aren't they? But then we also get some cars now being sent into the pit lane. No, the rest of them are being sent into the pit lane, so I think that's curtains, unfortunately.
Yeah, we're just going to have a match race between Ben and Jacob now.
Yes, well, a shame though, because I mean there was so much to look forward to in that race, and what a great getaway it was from Will Ryan to get ahead of Hodgkiss. Of course, we haven't done any racing, we haven't completed any laps, so there'll be no points, there'll be no result. That race essentially has never happened as far as the results will show and the points will show. And Ben Will Ryan, despite making that excellent start, will have nothing unfortunately to show for it, but we'll get them back out again later on today. The Fiesta Juniors at about 4:10 should be beginning their second race of the weekend, with a slightly depleted grid, but thankfully we have dodged a bit of a bullet there, and Jensen O'Neill going along with Luke Hilton and the rest involved in that earlier incident appear to be absolutely okay. But scary stuff, and a stark reminder, Richard, that motor racing can be a very dangerous thing indeed. Oh.
Indeed, that does not look nice, does it?
I think that might be a write-off, that.
Yeah. I'm just grateful that Jensen's out and okay. That's the only positive we can take from that.
Absolutely. Right then, so cars head to Parc Fermé. And we might have a little delay now before we get our next race underway. There is one more race before lunch, the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 Supercup Championship, but they might not be out on track for a little while. They had a great race yesterday, which saw Patrick Fletcher and James Cossons doing battle for the 20 minutes at the front of the field. A resumption of that at some point in the near future. There was Jensen getting into the back of the rescue unit under his own steam, which is what we like to see. And, well, if Jamie Going wasn't nervous before the race, I'm sure he was when he heard that had happened, but Jensen is okay. And we now release Jacob Hodgkiss and Ben Will Ryan. I think they're going to go the wrong way, probably into the pit lane. Yeah, there they go, to join their classmates in Parc Fermé.
Safely done, though, as is the way. Obviously, you know, even at small speeds, you keep everybody as safe as you possibly can. And Thunderbird's theme again now, isn't it, as we go out and rescue the car. Yeah,
absolutely. So another broken Fiesta to be collected, this time from the bottom of the Craner curves. And hopefully that will happen fairly quickly, but it's always difficult. The more damage that's been done to a car, the harder it is to recover. Not easy to get the ropes attached to the car correctly. You obviously can't tow it away, it's going to need a lift, but they need to first of all get it back. I was going to say onto its wheels. I don't think it's got 4 wheels anymore, but back upright anyway, and then onto the back of the truck. So that will take a few minutes, but again, we have some of the best in the business on hand.
Does that bring Luke Hilton back into play? Because technically, he's. I wonder whether they'll. There's no. I don't know. I don't think there's wiggle room in the schedule today to get that run, but possibly. At the festival,
they could run an extra race at the festival if there's time. There's a lot going on at the festival, obviously, with TCR joining the party this year. But maybe on the Saturday they could squeeze one in Saturday morning. It's not unheard of. In fact, Giannetta's did it this year.
And it'd be fogged off, wouldn't it?
Yes,
fog at the festival is not an uncommon thing. Remember, actually, the second year I went to the Formula Ford Festival, me and my best mate Ian, we sat in the grandstand when you could before it was all commercialised and sponsors bought it, and we sat there. It was the Gerrit von Karen one. So if you won't even remember him. It was after John Surtees, but not that John Surtees won I'm not saying he won because he didn't win the festival. But before people get on social media.
Well, actually.
But yeah, we'd sit there waiting for the fog to clear.
Right.
For quite a while at Brands, because it's in that kind of, it's that lovely natural amphitheatre, isn't it, the bowl, and yeah, you couldn't see. But then it will go very quickly and racing gets underway. And we always got them done.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? The festival's known for weather-related delays, and yet we always get everything in somehow, don't we? Some sort of witchcraft happens, I think, and despite the fact the nights are drawing in at that time of year, you've got less daylight to play with, we always seem to... should touch some wood to not put the curse on us for this year, but yeah, we always seem to get everything in on time. It's going to be a real test this year.
It's going to be great, isn't it, with TCR on it?
Can't wait.
It's a mega weekend.
Absolutely.
I don't know. I always see things. I was watching the Goodwood live stream on Friday, and Johnny Herbert was on, and immediately I see Johnny. I think of his festival win in the Quest when he started stone last in the heats. Yes. That was when you had 4 rounds to get up to the final. What a year that was! I think you've got it on VHS somewhere to get it transferred over if it's not already on YouTube. But another wait for everybody. But yeah, Supercup next. So Mazda Supercup, and yeah, interesting times. We was chatting to Aidan Hills, the championship leader, and his dad and the team. They've got John Higgins, that used to multi-legends champion in the team as well, helping out Dave Longhurst from the short ovals, another world champion involved. And Aidan very, very calm. He's had a few challenges thrown at him. Again, we were debating the drop score situation, which is not ideal, but he'd got a sort of plan in his head, which was to get a certain number of points this weekend, if he can get that, just to alleviate potential pressure at the last round.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, he did that yesterday, didn't he, really? He had a really solid run to 3rd place. Was 2nd, I think, at one point, then got shuffled back a little bit, fought back to a podium. But Aidan is a great racer. He's been close to winning this championship a few times in the past. And in perhaps its most competitive season ever, we have a potential dominant championship campaign from Aidan, as the familiar soundtrack of Donington Park once again rumbles overhead, and hopefully we'll be having that noise replaced with an all the more pleasant one in a moment. The sound of the Mazda MX-5 Supercup cars released from the pit lane. It was James Cossons, though, Aidan Hill's teammate, who came out victorious in that race yesterday after a fascinating battle with Patrick Fletcher. Those two working together nicely to get away at the front of the field. James sort of sat there for a while, bided his time, picked his moment to make the move, and when he did, it was a decisive one, and Patrick tries he might, just couldn't find a way back through.
First win of the year, and I was telling him about the discount thing yesterday, saying that James should be asking for a discount because they hadn't given him a winning car, but they did yesterday. But Aidan was quite firm, no discounts at Hills Motorsport.
No, that I can believe. That I can believe. Yeah, James, who has been rapid really ever since he came into the championship. He used to race in the... the names escape me now. The what's become the club class now, the Clubman Championship, I think we called it.
Oh, right, okay.
Or was it called Clubman? Or no, the Super Series. The Super Series is where Cossons first appeared, which was a non-championship series for Mark IIIs about 5 years or so ago, and it's now kind of become the club class within the main championship. He came into that as a new racer, was immediately on the pace, and the move into the Super Cup immediately started yielding podiums. We're good to see him get a win here at Donington. Patrick Fletcher will be keen to try and get one back over on him in this race, and then there are a few who will be grateful that the race 2 grid, Richard, is based upon not race 1 results, but the second fastest qualifying times. People like, for example, Joe Wiggin, who had a failure on the car yesterday, and pulled off the road in fairly spectacular fashion down at the old hairpin. Well, he now gets to start from the 2nd row again, so a chance to salvage something from the weekend.
And you need to get the position in this one, don't you? Because it's this one determines the grid for race 3. So
with a partial reversed grid as well, of course, just to spice things up even more. We have the cars, I think, about to head out onto the circuit. We can, though, take a bit of time to run you through the way in which the grid is going to line up for this one. You can see the recovery process almost done now down at the old hairpin, so it shouldn't be long before James Cossons gets to line up from pole position, with Patrick Fletcher starting alongside him for the second 20-minute race of the weekend. Aidan Hills, the championship leader, will start 3rd ahead of Joe Wiggin, who we just mentioned, has a chance now to bounce back from the non-finish yesterday. Ollie Allwood starts from 5th, and Lee Britton will complete the top 3 rows. Before then for Will Blackwell Chambers, he's got Fraser Fennick, the reigning Mark 1 champ, alongside. Then it is Tom Griffiths with Alex Stott rounding out the top 10. Sam Heading will be hoping to move forward. He's had more pace than that earlier on this season, certainly last time at Cadwell Park, where he was in the lead battle all weekend long. He's got Alistair Dendy alongside him on row 6. Then row 7 for Wilbur Tiley and Robert Way, with Tom Selden and Scott Wright on the 8th row. 9th row for Josh Morris. Martin Tolley will start from row 9 as well. He was a late non-finisher in yesterday's race. And then the top 20 rounded out by Christopher Richardson and Will Powell. Josh Bromley and Nick Rutter on row 11. Row 12, Amy Watts and Clive Powells. Amy Watts, I seem to recall, also failed to finish yesterday. Then it was Bruce Robinson and Max Merritt, with Christopher Ginn and Kamal Khalsi. Alex Jones and Liz Walton will complete the top 30, with Martin Heath and hopefully George Grant at the back of the field. He should be there. Managed to get out for race 1 despite not setting any lap times in qualifying, and bounce back nicely.
He's got to do it all again, hasn't he, now?
Got to do it all again in race 2, but he loves it. He relishes the fight, doesn't he?
Martin Heath, is that M-Tech Martin Heath? I'm guessing being 66 it is, yeah.
Yeah, it is indeed.
His traditional number.
Right, okay.
How'd they go well?
Yeah, so an interesting racing prospect here then, and whilst Aidan Hills is looking very good in the overall championship, the real interest, I suppose, is in the club and the Masters Championships. Nick Rutter and George Grant. It was crucial, wasn't it, that George did bounce back to get a good result yesterday, because coming into the weekend he was 11 points adrift of Nick Rutter for that Masters Championship lead, and he actually ended up outscoring him despite starting from the very back.
Yeah, he did a lot of great work, and obviously the Rob Boston team provided the car for him, and yeah, the vagaries of fastest and second fastest laps in qualifying have come back to haunt him, really, haven't they? Because he didn't get a lap, so wherever he finishes in this one is where he'll start for the third one, so he might get more points, but he's got an awful lot of hard work to do as George. Interestingly, yesterday I said the Masters, Alistair Dendy, only his 3rd meeting of the year and 1st Masters class win for Alistair.
Yes.
Just looking through, if I've got that right, I think I have.
No, I think you have. That's well spotted. So that Masters competition is pretty fierce as well. When we do get a chance to drag our eyes away from the battling at the front of the pack, it's always very exciting further back as well. So yeah, it's nice actually to be able to shine a bit of a spotlight on that that battle that's going on for the championship in the Masters category. And sure that George Grant is going to be up for the fight again here to try and move through from that back row of the grid. Front though should be an interesting fight. I wonder whether we'll see a similar story to yesterday, where a couple of drivers break away at the front of the field. It happened in the Mark 1 race earlier on, of course, didn't it, as well, with Luke Pullen and Ted Bradbury. They were teammates working together, but if 2 drivers like James and Patrick did yesterday decide that they can pull away from the rest of the field, we've seen a few times now it can work. But of course those who got left behind in race 1 will be keen not to let that happen again, and they're going to maybe get a bit more stuck in the early stages to make sure that they're in that lead breakaway.
Hills is a bit closer to the front, isn't he? This one?
Yes.
He was 6, is he 3rd on the grid?
Yeah, 6th yesterday, yeah, 3rd today. So 2nd fastest lap time was a little bit stronger, a little bit more competitive anyway than his outright fastest time. And he's definitely going to be one to watch. Came from 6th to 2nd on the opening lap and a half yesterday. Only has to gain 2 places to hit the front this time. So he will be starting the number 8 car. There is the Jensen O'Neill going car, what's left of it. This isn't going to be a pretty sight, is it, when it drives past our camera down at Starkey's? But good work done by the recovery crews to get it onto the flatbed truck and get it out of the way. So we should be able to get our green flag lap started very shortly, but that is not going to be back out again today. I doubt we'll ever see that car turn a wheel again, quite frankly. They'll salvage what they can from it and hopefully find Jensen another car for Brands Hatch next time out. So, track more or less cleared. They might be able to cut into one of the access roads maybe, rather than do a full lap back to the pit lane. We'll wait and see if that's what they choose to do. But in the meantime, the MX5 Supercup drivers will be happy to hear that their race, which is still scheduled for a full 20 minutes, is going to be getting underway very soon. One of my absolute favourite championships, this in the country, Richard. I love these cars. I think they look great. They sound good. The racing they produce is fantastic. And it's always had good grids, really. It started off back in 2013 with, I think, maybe 13 cars or so on the grid. That grew by the end of the season. Had some great drivers as well who have come through the MX5 Supercup Championship to win races. People like Luke Herbert, for example. Abby Eaton, of course, was a champion.
Abby's here this weekend.
Oh, is she here?
Yeah, so I had a quick catch up yesterday.
Oh, okay. In professional capacity or just?
I think doing some coaching, possibly.
Right, okay. Well, not a bad coach to have.
No, for sure.
Is Abby. Very talented driver. I'll never forget, I was doing the circuit commentary here at Donington the weekend. She won the championship. Made it very hard for herself by blowing an engine and then getting spun at the first corner. And very dramatic stuff indeed. But that was a big, big achievement.
Abby never played the gender card either. Fair play to her. No. You know, was just came out and raced.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Proving that anyone can do it. And she has gone on to achieve big things in her career, which is really nice to see. And like many drivers, as you point out, making now a nice career out of driver coaching as well, and passing on some of her knowledge to those who perhaps are just starting their motorsport journey, because there's nothing like experience, is there? You can't learn how to be a racing driver in a textbook. You don't really learn properly until you get out there and do it yourself. So the next best thing is to have someone who has been there, done it, and won the T-shirt to show you the ropes and guide you on your way.
Yeah, absolutely right. And so many great drivers now. If you look at the list of odds, if you wanted to get into to get your licence, and you're going to have to do this for your Fun Cup race.
Yes.
you can sort of pick and choose who you want. Who would you? Anyone you fancied as being a coach to get you up to your odds standard?
Oh, wow.
That's a rotten question, actually, because then
cheapest, doesn't it?
You talk about you don't want to really single out a favourite, do you? But yeah, who's cheapest? But
yes, I mean there is a certain Scouser I know who I'm sure has offered to take me out in the car a couple of times. Whether I'm brave enough to do that or not, I'm not so sure. But whoever it is, I mean, they're all of such a standard, aren't they? This is the thing, and we. Obviously, it's our job to talk about the drivers who do the better job on the track, those who are quicker than others maybe, but they're all quick, really. Even those who aren't even in the top 10, they're more than quick enough to show me the ropes. So I'm not fussy is the answer. Anyone who wants to volunteer their services, I will gladly be in contact with.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Andy fishing for a freebie. If you're watching the...
I don't know what you mean, Richard. How very dare you. No, it's nice. I've been out in as a passenger in cars with a few people over the years, and and I've already had an offer.
I told you. See, it works. This is the power of media. Who was it? They want a free plug now.
Exactly. I'm going to have to give Jack Harding a bit of a plug, aren't I? But more than happy to do so. Jack Harding.
Well done, Jack. Good man.
Multiple race winner in the MX5 Supercup over the years. These days, plying his craft in the Civic Cup. So he'll be back out at Silverstone in a few weeks' time. And yes, I'm more than happy to go out in the car with you, Jack. Just as long as you leave some of the bad luck that you always seem to suffer from at home on that day, because he's once again got a slightly battered Honda Civic to be repaired before he gets out for the next round, the penultimate round of the Civic Cup.
So any budding sponsors, by the way, get in touch with Jack and help him out for getting in touch with us.
Really deserves it. He doesn't deserve the bad luck, but he does deserve to get back out on the grid. They really worked hard to repair the car the first time round, and then at Cadwell once again, unfortunately, things didn't quite go to plan. Well, a couple of his old MX5 sparring partners from years gone by are lining up on the grid. In fact, one of them just walked into the commentary box because, of course, one Paul O'Neill raced against Jack Harding back in the day in the MX5 Supercup, and
did Paul beat him? Did you beat him? Probably, yes.
I think he might have done on occasion, yes. Paul was pretty handy behind the wheel of a Mark III, and those two definitely had a great scrap at Silverstone one year, I distinctly remember. And yeah, maybe Paul should get back out there and have another crack at MX5 Supercup, show Aidan Hills how it's really done. Right, the green flag lap underway, and we've got James Costlands and Patrick Fletcher who will lead the field to the green. And a big group of cars. I think they're all there. Yeah, George Grant is at the back of the field as well. I'm going to ask you that awful question, Richard. Pick a winner. Who do you think? Who do you think's the favourite?
I think it's Patrick's turn today.
Right, okay.
He'll thank me for that, won't he? I've not had a good pedigree at picking winners this weekend.
Famously, when a commentator gives a driver the seal of approval, then nothing ever goes wrong, does it? So, yes, Patrick Fletcher. I mean, he came very close to winning yesterday, and you know, it was only one man who managed to beat him. So we'll have to wait and see. I think Joe Wiggins up for this one though as well.
Yeah, that's a good shout.
He's going to get his elbows out.
The point is, it's an impossible selection to make, isn't it? You just look at how many great drivers you've got right the way down the field.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Blackwell Chambers was a little frustrated, I think, after yesterday's race as well. So watch for him to try and get himself back onto the podium again in this one. And that is the great thing about the MX-5 Supercup this year. You have to go right down towards the back end of the top 10 really until you start getting to people who you think, well, okay, maybe it's not quite their time to win a race yet, but even then there have been drivers who have really surprised me this year. People like Lee Britton, he's had a real breakout season, finally getting that first win last time at Cadwell Park. Fraser Fennick, Mark 1 champion last year, he's not won a race in the Supercup yet. Sam Heading, we saw, was another real revelation last time at Cadwell too. So every round, it seems, there is a new driver who really breaks out of the front and becomes a contender.
I'm going to say thanks to our friends at Clapham North for the sponsorship of the championship as well, because we'll greatly appreciate what they do. Hopefully we'll get a chance to see what George is doing from the back at some point during the race, if we get a chance, but generally it's all going to be kicking off at the front, isn't it?
Yes, I suspect so, but that Masters Championship battle is definitely worth keeping an eye on. For reference, Nick Rutter, I think he's still in his orange number 99 car. He's starting 22nd on the grid. George Grant, his Masters title rival, starting right from the back in one of the two Clapham North liveried cars, the sort of Union flag liveried machines. The first of those is car number 1, the reigning champion, Will Blackwell Chambers. He starts 7th, but the other one is George Grant. He starts from the very back of the field. So a couple of drivers, a bit of a practice start in here.
So you're going Joe Wiggin, just to be clear, on the... Was that...
Oh, go on then, why not?
Right, okay.
Yeah, I think he's definitely going to be up for the fight. So, apologies, Joe. I should probably get in before the race.
And that would be neither of those two.
Yes, exactly. I don't mind asking you in a race
teeing up
like
a Hills Motorsport 1-2 now, isn't it?
Well, that could happen as well. We've got 2 of them starting in the top 3 positions after all. So, but yeah, I don't mind asking people to make predictions in Supercup because we can't really be expected to get it right. It is so competitive. So if we are wrong, we can sort of hide behind the competitive nature of the championship a little bit, and hopefully no one comes after us. Right then, James Cossins and Patrick Fletcher, row 1, Aidan Hills and Joe Wiggin, row 2, and then Oliver Allwood and Lee Britton. Allwood perhaps another shout, at least to try and get on the podium in this race. The revs are rising then, the red lights are on, and we get 20 minutes of Mazda MX-5 Supercup action underway here at Donington Park, and the rush towards Redgate Corner begins. On the outside line, Patrick Fletcher, to me, looks to have had the slightly better start, gets his nose ahead, but he's on the outside line. Joe Wiggin darts across to the inside to cover off Lee Britton and Ollie Allwood, who I think has locked up actually slightly on the approach to Redgate Corner. 3 abreast further back, but who's got the lead? Well, it's still a tie really between Patrick Fletcher and James Cossins, both of them wanting to try and establish themselves out in front early doors, and it is still door handle to door handle as they head through the Craners for the first time.
That was a phenomenally close start from all of them. They all seemed to get away well, and that tiny little bit of contact between Wiggin and one of the other cars as well, but Cossins has got the upper hand here at the moment.
Someone's lost a wing mirror. I didn't see who it was. I think it was a red wing mirror that got deposited at the side of the road, but it is James Cossins then who establishes himself as the early leader as they make their way round McLean's for the first time. Ollie Allwood there on the outside of Blackwell Chambers getting an assist from Tom Griffiths, as further up the road Lee Britton there tries to steal 5th place away from Joe Wiggin. A brilliant sight they make as they crest the hill through that tricky right-hander. There was Nick Rutter then, so that orange car, the Masters Championship contender, and George Grant, I think, is already within a few places of him.
Is he? Yeah, he's made a little bit of progress, hasn't he, for sure.
Side by
Up
side
front,
for the lead.
Yeah, Patrick Fletcher through. Great move by Fletcher, read that well. Cossins down to 2nd under pressure from his teammate.
Yes, he is. Oh, and a bit of sideways action behind that. Someone through the gravel trap. Can't quite see who that was. And there is a car pointing the wrong way, I think, coming out of the chicane. Fletcher leads the way, though. Joe Wiggin ducking and diving from the outside to the inside. There are damaged cars and more dirt and debris on the track now at the chicane. We'll sort that out in a moment, though, because it's Fletcher who leads the way. Cossins 2nd, and Aidan Hills trying now to slip up the inside of his teammate, something he succeeds in doing as they make their way down towards the Craners.
Yeah, Lee Britton trying to get involved as well in red. He was the one that had that little touch, wasn't it, with Joe Wiggin off the start line. And here comes Britton, throws the car down the inside. He's going to make 3rd position on the inside of James Cossins.
Nicely done. So up into 3rd place, tagging along with Aidan Hills. Those two have had a few run-ins this year, so we could have some fireworks between the cars currently sat 2nd and 3rd. Up towards McLean's they come, though, but right now, nobody really escaping. Fletcher can't get away. Hill's doing his best to go after him in 2nd place, and a whole group of cars queuing up behind, all the way back, really, to Fraser Fennick in 9th place, separated by a matter of inches.
Superb sight, isn't it? You can see why this is such a popular championship for drivers and spectators alike. just the fact, early doors, we haven't got the stringing out yet, but they just look absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, well, as long as we don't get one of those situations like we had yesterday where they all start tripping over each other for third place, we should keep them quite close together. These cars slipstream very well. The drivers, we know, are very, very evenly matched, so hopefully we keep a big group of cars at the front for the majority of the 20 minutes. 2 laps completed, Fletcher still leading, and now here comes James Costons, look, coming back at Lee Britton, trying to go around the outside of him for third place. Can't do it, but Joe Wiggin dives up the inside. I told you he'd be up for the fight.
He is having a go for it, and Cossins was having a little look at Lee Britton there, but Wiggin is trying to come through. They're side by side. Cossins, having lost that place, was just starting to get the momentum to try and have a go back. But now he's going to lose a place to Wiggin. Oliver Allwood looking to get in the mix as well and try and come through on the inside. And Cossins here from the outside is only surely going to lose a place. Still side by side. A little bump. Wing mirrors are going to go for a Burton. In fact, Wiggins' mirror has gone for a Burton as he tries now, aided by Ollie Allwood, to get back in front.
This is the kind of battling that allows the leaders to get away, though, isn't it? Top 3 are broken clear already. It's brilliant to watch, but you lose so much momentum going side by side. Great view there of that gap that started to develop as they're all trying to knock lumps out of each other in the battle for fourth. Wiggin comes out on top for now. Allwood up the inside of James Costons, whose race is really unravelling, isn't it?
It is. Tom Griffith in behind, so he'll be the next driver to try and go through. Costons has almost got to take a breath and then relaunch everything. He's okay at the moment, just ahead of those guys, but wants to refocus on Joe Wiggin up front, doesn't he?
Patrick Fletcher keeps dipping a wheel on the grass going into the chicane. That's not the line I'd be taking, that's for sure, but then I'm in the commentary box and he's leading the race, so what do I know? Out of the chicane goes Ollie Allwood, under pressure now from Tom Griffiths, whilst Fletcher is under pressure as well. Aidan Hills making his move, hasn't led a lap yet this weekend. That might be about to change.
Turns in, thought he was going wide there to look at the cut back on the inside, but stuck with the outside, runs a little bit wide. Have to be mindful of track limits here. Got to be mindful of Lee Britton coming up as well. Hills does get extra momentum, but it's not enough to get round the outside. Also not enough to try the inside as they go down through the Craners. Look how he held onto the car there. Back to the outside. This is about maybe a run into Schwantz. We'll focus back on the battle for third, though. Fantastic racing.
Interesting that there's no working together between these three, is there? I suppose maybe if you get different group of characters at the front of the field, they're less likely to interact in that way. Certainly these two I wouldn't expect to see working together. Lee Britton round the outside of Aidan Hills. It doesn't work. Hills is sideways. Some brilliant car control. Loses momentum off the turn. But look, the rest of them are starting to catch up as well now.
Yeah, good news for Fletcher here. The pressure is very much off him as they squabble over second position and third. And then the gaggle for fourth, not third as I said earlier, closing back in with Joe Wiggins still there. This could go any which way still with just under 15 minutes left on the clock. Fletcher getting a little bit of breathing space. Haven't even had a chance to look at fastest lap yet. That's with Aidan Hills.
Blimey, that was Ollie Allwood leaning on Tom Griffiths, who has no choice but to head to the escape road through the chicane. Allwood is sideways as well. Bounces back on the road right in front of Blackwell Chambers, and through it all, parting the seas, is Fraser Fenwick into the top 6 out of nowhere. It all kicked off in front of him, and he was in the right place at the right time.
That could have ended up a lot worse than it did, and I think there was a good few drivers just thinking about where they were going there.
Meanwhile, take your eyes off the lead battle for a second and it's all going to kick off. Lee Britton's got past Aidan Hills. Aidan Hills is quite slow down the hill, so I wonder whether that was a slightly robust move that was made. Costons goes by, Wiggin is almost with them, so we're not that far away from having a 5-car lead group. As further back, that is Alex Stott diving up the inside of Fraser Fenwick for 6th. Alex Stott has really gained out of all of that as well, and he now leads the second pack of cars.
Yeah, he's doing well. Will Chambers getting some pressure there from Sam Heading. Meanwhile, Patrick Fletcher, just realised Patrick's got Paul's number, isn't he? Paul O'Neill's number, 29,
yeah, absolutely. See, it's serving him well, and he continues to lead the way over the top of the hill, but it's car number 8 right in his wheel. It's car 50 now, isn't it? Lee Britton right in his wheel tracks and trying maybe to make a move. Down the back straight they go. As the second group of cars emerges over the hill as well. We focusing on the leader, who is driving very defensively down into the chicane. That backs up Lee Britton and opens up maybe a chance for James Costons to go around the outside. That doesn't work, and in fact the race leader gets a really good exit from the chicane, and Patrick Fletcher for maybe a few seconds can just catch his breath, breathe a sigh of relief. Doesn't have to defend into Redgate corner, but Lee Britton probably should have done. He leaves the door open on the inside line. Costons is late on the brakes, and they're going to go side by side for second.
Costons has done well, hasn't he? he? I mean, they're all doing well, but the fact that he dropped back, he was 6th, I think, at one point, and gets himself now back in the mix to challenge for 2nd place as they go side by side. Damage on the 97 car of Josh Bromley. Nice to see Josh back in the championship.
Will Blackwell Chambers has just been spun from that 2nd pack at Redgate Corner. We'll get to that in a moment. Here comes Costons up the inside of Britain. Aidan Hill's following him through. Look at Aidan working away on the wheel there. The rear of that car looks really, really slidey, and it really loses him momentum off the turn. Lee Britton will stay ahead, and actually Joe Wiggin will go through as well.
Yeah, Joe Wiggin, do not discount any of these 5. It could go any which way, couldn't it? Patrick Fletcher, remember the Fun Cup race we had yesterday? We had the Hugo Hoffman team leading for the majority of it and then getting mugged in the last couple of laps.
Yeah, they led 140 odd laps, I think,
incredible.
didn't they? And didn't lead the final 2. They were the only laps the eventual winner led. We're not going to get 140 odd laps in this race, although there is an idea. There's a very good idea. Right, I'll get on to Paul McCurley about that this evening. Down into the chicane we go, though. Fletcher on the inside. I don't think they could keep this up for a few hours. 20 minutes is about all I can take, really, but it's fantastic racing nonetheless. 5 of them out of the chicane together. Fletcher, Cossons, Britton, Hills and Joe Wiggin nose to tail, and then the gap back there to the fight for 6th. Alex Stott defending busily from Tom Griffiths.
What a different complexion this race is to yesterday, where Fletcher and Cossons were out front on their own, toying with each other a little bit. It's just a little bit more urgency when you're just 2 of the 5.
Yes, exactly. Oh dear, this always makes me nervous. Aidan Hills and Lee Britton side by side.
They're good as gold, aren't they? Oh, no, they're not.
You were saying contact through the Craner curves. Good car control. I mean, I know I mentioned this yesterday. Aidan Hills comes from a rallycross background. He is having to lean on all of his car control skills to keep that car pointing in the right direction.
Lee again did what Aidan did on Patrick yesterday and backed out of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well spotted. So Lee Britton keeping it clean now. Is this going to allow Cossons and Fletcher to do what they did yesterday, I wonder? They've got themselves established at the front of the pack and they are building a small gap.
They are, aren't they? They are. Tom Griffiths in 7th position. 6th now, actually, isn't he? Ahead of Alex Stott.
Yes. Yeah, got the better of him through Redgate Corner. Ollie Allwood and Fraser Fennick, the 2 AB Motorsport teammates at the back of that group. And a good day already for AB Motorsport, but those 2 not at the moment troubling the front runners. We've got Scott Wright there in the red number 11 car. The race leaders ducking and diving. Well, as I said, there's absolutely no gap between the top 2 and the 3 cars behind. That didn't last very long, did it? And Aidan Hills, having caught James Costons, looks to try and find a way through. They all weave around a bit of debris that's been left in the road, and eventually Fraser Fennick kicks it out of the way as the Crocodile weaves and winds its way into the first corner, where there's a big lunge from James Costons. Up the inside of Patrick Fletcher he goes. Might lean on him slightly, no. Squeaky clean stuff, and Costons might be about to hit the front.
It looks like he's got that done. That was a lovely move down the inside. Again, they're giving each other room at the moment as they head down through the Craner curves. Aidan Hill's trying to get in the mix as well. Kicking up a little bit of dirt again was Patrick Fletcher as Cossons just moves him over towards the outside of the track as they're going through. Look at him sawing away at the wheel there. Aidan Hill's working hard. Fletcher on the grass again. He's going to find himself back in 5th now.
Bump draft there from Joe Wiggin, literally pushing Lee Britton up the hill. Patrick Fletcher, you've got to feel a bit sorry for him though. Just got hung out to dry at the old hairpin, ended up in the dirt, and that drops him to the back of the group, but he's still in play. James Costons has proven already you can drop back and get back to the front pretty quickly in this race. We're only halfway through, 9.5 of the 20 minutes still to go. And I wonder whether maybe we could add more cars to this lead group before the race is done, because they've really held each other up on this lap, and Tom Griffiths is almost now within slipstreaming range.
Yeah, that's a really good point. We could make it 6 or maybe 7 as Fletcher starts to think about the recovery. Actually started thinking about recovery earlier, but he's now trying to get back up into that 4th position. Joe Wiggin wants to get onto the podium positions for starters here, as Cossons, relatively untroubled. He's got his team boss or team owner right behind him, so we don't expect fireworks between the pair of them. Although Aidan wants the win, doesn't he? Because he wants those extra points to take to Silverstone for the final round.
Well, yeah, but his best chance of winning might be to form a temporary truce with his teammate. And they're probably the only 2 drivers in this group who would be willing to work with each other, and they've now found themselves in positions 1 and 2. So we'll wait and see. They're not escaping just yet, are they, though? Further back, both Fraser Fennick and Ollie Allwood have found a way ahead of Alex Stott now, so that puts them into 7th and 8th respectively. Stott in 9th, and Scott Wright completing the top 10 right now. With a bit of a gap back then to the next group of cars. In the Masters, by the way, George Grant looks to be back to the front of that group, doesn't he? Alistair Dendy down to 2nd place, so George Grant outscoring Nick Rutter, his championship rival, who is, I think, 4th in the class according to that timing tower. As up towards Coppice Corner goes Alex Stott, still hunting around behind the AB Motorsport pair.
Yeah, Ollie Allwood now ahead of Fraser Fenwick with a very neat move there as Fletcher goes side by side with Wigan as they go down what was known as Exhibition Straight into Roberts they go.
There is something about Aidan Hills and Lee Britton. They just can't play nice, can they? A big squeeze going into the chicane there.
It's all good so far.
It's been just about okay, I think. They've definitely been getting very close to each other, but nothing that I've seen that's been dirty as such. It's just, it's funny, isn't it? You come up against certain drivers out on track and you just find yourself leaving them a bit less space than you might leave certain other drivers, and those two definitely seem to have fallen into that trap. They've dropped away though from Cossen, so I don't know whether Hills has made a mistake somewhere, but that gap is nearly 3/4 of a second now between first and second.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, James Cossins has got breathing space, which is a rare thing to have in Mazda Supercup racing, any Mazda racing, to be absolutely honest. Drop a little bit further back.
Yeah, that's Wilbur Tiley, I think, isn't it? Yeah, number 17, ahead of Chris Richardson. Number 96, and Wilbur gets it all out of shape through the old hairpin. Pushing on, really difficult corner that. You're dropping so steeply downhill, you're transitioning from a left to a right, the car's leaning this way and that, and then you've got to try and hit the brakes and get it into the right-hander at some point. Wilbur Tiley manages to just about keep it on the black stuff, keeps Chris Richardson behind. And there's
top Clubman as well.
He is, yes.
Yeah, and second Clubman is I think 2 cars behind. So
yeah, I think you're right, actually, aren't you? Yeah, that's Robert Way, the purple number 98 car. Separated by Chris Richardson's car, which I'm guessing is for sale, given the big black sticker on the rear bumper.
Nice free advert for him.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely, and a good advert for her as well. A competitive car, not that far out of the top 10 overall. So they head out of the final chicane, come across the timing line to complete another lap. That is 10 laps completed, and Patrick Fletcher has just set the fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 20.45. And there you can see him, he's up the inside of Lee Britton now for third place.
That was a relatively easy move, wasn't it? The car, whether the car's coming to him or not, I don't know. But yeah, great move to get Patrick back into third. And Lee Britton didn't seem to want to fight that one. No. So Fletcher might, of course, have the car set up to maybe give him a little bit more pace toward the end of the race. Thinking back to yesterday, might have needed that to make the move.
Same
Watts, yeah.
Yeah. He's been in the gravel at Redgate, but no, that's a good point actually. 20 minutes doesn't sound like a long time, but you're punishing the tyres and punishing the cars so much during those 20 minutes that they will fade as you go through, and you can set the car up in a way that allows it to have better long-run pace than short-run pace maybe. Maybe that's what Patrick Fletcher has done. He's going to have a really tough job now to try and break through the defences of the Hills Motorsport pair. James Cossins, interestingly, pulled to the middle of the road to defend, but then Aidan Hills connected with his rear bumper and didn't try to overtake him. So that's sent a bit of a message to James, maybe, that at least for the time being, Aidan is not looking for a way through.
No, I think, a tap on the back maybe is let's get away from Patrick, but Patrick's got fastest lap. He's going to benefit from a little bit of a tow from them as they start to close in on Liz Walton in the 19 car. Good to see Liz racking up the miles and getting more experience in the formula as well.
Background, Tom Griffiths slipped up the inside of Joe Wigan, but then ran wide on the exit of Redgate corner. So Joe, I think, will reappear at the top of shot in a moment, back into 5th place. It's a 4-car breakaway. James Cossins leads the way. Aidan Hills second, Patrick Fletcher third, Lee Britton fourth. They're going to catch Liz Walton just on the exit of the old hairpin. Which way will she go? She goes left, so the leaders go right and sweep round the outside. There's contact. That's Aidan Hills sideways. Contact with the back marker, and Patrick Fletcher off the road as well. Big moment for the championship leader as they tried to negotiate the lapped car. For a terrifying moment, it looked like we might have a third roller of the day, but Fletcher's car thankfully stayed on its wheels, and that was really unfortunate. Perhaps drivers a bit unsighted, so close together were they running, and Liz Walton just found herself right in the middle of that. Thankfully, though, major contact averted.
Yeah, thankfully. Does that mean we've got Tom Griffiths on the podium now? Let's have a look and check on the positions as they come down. Not what we wanted to see.
He is, I think. Yeah, I think he is. That's Patrick Fletcher. So he has sustained some damage, probably when the car dug into the grass and got airborne momentarily. So, spectacular stuff. That's split the pack now, hasn't it, there? You've got Cossins, the leader, sort of on his own, with Lee Britton second. And, yeah, you're right, Griffiths is third. That's Joe Wigan. Well, he can't buy good luck. Oh, the red flag is out. The red flag is out, so they're stopping the race. We're only 3.5 minutes from the end, so that's going to be day done. Patrick Fletcher's not very happy. Aidan Hills walks over as well. And I don't think he's angry with Aiden.
No, he's not. No,
he's trying to explain what happened, but what a shame. And a non-finish then.
Those boys are all off the back in race 3.
They are, yes. Good point. Well, get the cameras trained on the back of the grid then. That'll be a fight worth watching.
Yeah, more cameras, please.
Yes. Wow. Well, there's something about Donington Park, isn't there? It does seem to provide these...
Donington and Reds. This is actually getting more and more like a BTCC meeting with red flags in the supports. I'll be getting the marching orders. It's normally minis or legends like causing...
Yeah. It's been a while since we had a red flag in a Supercup race, I think, although someone I'm sure will correct me on that. But, yeah, just a real shame. That's such an unfortunate moment. And it's always difficult, isn't it, when you're passing back markers. The racing is so tight in Mazda MX-5s that we forget, looking at it from the outside, we can see so much more of what's going on than the drivers who are in the middle of that battle can see. When you're tucked up behind someone, with someone alongside you and someone behind you, you just cannot see what's going on.
But it goes back a lot, and I've always got this issue that the people that caused the red, so what was the cause? Why was it? I mean, Joe's there, Patrick's there, Aidan's there. We don't know if that's going to be the official result. All we can call is the information that we're given.
What you normally see is a message at the bottom of the results sheet saying that they weren't running at the flag, and so the red flag, and that's normally how they cover it. So I'd imagine that Joe, Patrick and Aidan will not be classified as finishers. Now, forgive me, because it all happened very quickly. Was Joe involved in that? I don't think he was.
I don't think he was.
I think this is another mechanical issue, isn't it, for Joe?
Yeah.
Which is doubly frustrating, really. He's had the pace to win both races.
Yeah, because he dropped a little bit away from that top four, didn't he?
He'd fallen behind Griffiths, hadn't he? Yeah, so, yeah, I think that's actually an unrelated issue.
But with 3 cars stranded, obviously the officials are looking at timetables, they're looking at track time for everybody else that needs to go, because we've still got our Supersport qualifying to get in. True. We haven't seen the CityCar Cup yet either today, so they've got to get their 2 races in.
They have indeed. We are going to be heading into a lunch break in a moment or two. Well, actually, we've got a qualifying session before that, but then we're into the lunch break. And we are not going to have live coverage of that qualifying session, but you can, of course, follow along on the TSL Timing website if you wish. The qualifying sessions for the SW Motorsports ClubSport Trophy, and those cars will be racing at 5:15, in theory, later on this afternoon. So racing due to resume for the MX-5 Clubman Championship at about 10 to 2, but that is all very much provisional. So, the MX-5 Supercup race ends with a red flag, unfortunately, but it was very entertaining whilst it lasted, and it will be James Cossons who claims the victory. This is the result as it's showing, but I don't think this will end up being the final result, because Aidan Hills, Patrick Fletcher and Joe Wiggin weren't running at the time of the red flag. So, yeah, I think it will be James Cossons who claims the victory, probably from Lee Britton and then Tom Griffiths in 3rd. We'll wait and see. Behind them, though, it's a bit more settled. Ollie Allwood was 7th, Fraser Fennick 8th, Alex Stott 9th and Scott Wright 10th, ahead of Josh Morris. Will Matiley claims the victory in his class, that's the club class, ahead of Robert Way, and they were sandwiching Chris Richardson, 12th, 13th and 14th places. Then in 15th spot, Will Powell ahead of Alistair Dendy, who actually got back ahead of George Grant. That's interesting. So Alistair Dendy beating George Grant to the Masters class victory. Amy Watts was next after a gravelly excursion ahead of Tom Selden, who was in the gravel yesterday. Clyde Powell completes the top 20 then ahead of Martin Heath, Max Merritt, Alex Jones, Nick Rutter, Bruce Robinson, Kamal Kalsi and Liz Walton, who was lapped down and of course played a part in that red flag incident. Will Blackwell Chambers was spun from the top 10 at Redgate midway through the race. Sam Heading didn't spot what happened to him, maybe he was involved in that. He also retired from the race, so did Martin Tolley for the 2nd race in a row, and Josh Bromley also failed to see the checkered flag. So, dramatic stuff from the MX-5 Supercup, as we've come to expect. They'll have a 3rd race later on today at around about 20 to 5. And a few teams with some work to be done maybe to prepare the cars for the 3rd and final race, which will feature that partially reversed grid. So we'll be able to let you know a bit later on in the day exactly what that grid is going to look like. But the red flag, unfortunately, coming out after a dramatic moment. This is the moment then down at Starkey. So look, Liz Walton ahead, about to be lapped. Keep an eye on that blue car in 2nd place though, Aidan Hills. He is going to have contact with the number 19 just about there. And well, in fairness, Liz Walton, she's on the apex at Starkey. She can't really go any further left, and quite how Patrick then got involved, I don't know. But Aidan Hills with damage to the front of his car. Fletcher will have damage as well. And the crash hadn't even completed yet, and Patrick had his arms out of the car gesticulating. There is Aidan counting the cost, looking at the damage done to the left front corner. And there may, of course, be damage to the left side, sorry, the right front corner. There may be damage to the left side as well after the contact initially with Walton. But that's a real shame for the championship leader. He's got those drop scores to fall back on, of course. He hadn't had I think I'm right in saying, a non-finish yet. No, he hadn't. In fact, he's rarely finished off the podium all year, so he'll still score from that race, essentially, because he'll get one of his dropped scores back that he wasn't previously able to count. But we'll wait and see exactly what that means. They've got 3 more races after this weekend at Silverstone on the international circuit, the Silverstone finals weekend, where all of the MX5 championships will come to their conclusion. So Aidan Hills will be hoping to lift the championship trophy when we get there, but the pressure on a bit more now. Can't afford another non-finish later on, because that really puts him in a precarious position as far as those drop scores are concerned. So I'm hoping we'll be able to hear from our podium finishers. The result has been declared. I think they're probably still trying to figure out exactly who those podium finishers are, because 2 of the drivers showing as the top 3 are currently watching their cars being recovered from Starkeys. So those podium positions will, I'm pretty sure, be amended, and we'll have, as I said, I think a podium of James Cossons, Lee Britton and Tom Griffiths, but waiting for official confirmation of that before we send Anthony Jordan in to chat to them. But the race winner should be there, James Cossons, hopefully. James always happy to have a chat, and well, a very different race for James, that one, but compared to yesterday, certainly a lot less quiet and calm, and a lot less manageable than the first race was, but he still managed to come out on top, and James becoming a really, really good racer. If he comes back for another season next year, and no reason to suspect that he won't, then he surely is going to be one of the real championship favourites, especially if Aidan decides to step aside and give someone else a go. He's in a car that was a championship contender last year in the hands of Colin Bysouth. He's James Cossons. So perhaps Aidan Hills will donate his championship-winning car, if indeed it ends up being a championship-winning car for 2024. Right then, I think they've sorted out who's on the podium. Whether they have or not, we're going to hand down to Anthony Jordan, and he can try and sort it out himself, maybe. So Anthony is down there, at the very least, I think, with our race winner, James Cossons.
Thank you very much, Andy. Yes, don't ever leave me in charge of trying to sort anything out in terms of racing, but yeah, I'll do my very best. James Cossons out there. James, that was, again, another good race for yourself, another fantastic run, and another P1?
Yeah, a bit late though, isn't it?
I mean, you know, it's still good.
Yeah, it was a hard race. I ended up dropping, I don't know where it was, about 6th or 5th or something, and then just thought, might as well just get on with it, just push the pedal harder, and it might go quicker, and it worked. Yeah, a bit argy-bargy, a bit unfortunate about Patch and Aidan at the end of it. I'm not quite sure what happened there. The back marker got in the way, and I think the blue flags came out quite late, so we all were a bit, oh, hang on a minute, we've got to get on the brakes. But yeah, good racing, that was. I really enjoyed that. Can't wait for reverse grid. Hopefully I'll do the triple. Big thanks to Aidan and his dad Darren, Hills Motorsport, everybody working there, and a special hello to Nanny and Grandad watching on the telly at home. I love you lots.
Excellent. Congratulations. Well done. Another good win.
Thank you. Cheers.
Excellent stuff there for James. Let's go to, have we got Mr. Is Aidan here anywhere? Is Aidan on his way? Right, well, while we wait for that one, Mr. Fletcher, let's chat to you. P3 this time around, still a good result. You happy with it?
Yeah, the result itself is good. Unfortunately, what happened at the end of the race was a bit unfortunate with Liz, myself and Aidan coming together. But yeah, James sent a blinder move into Lodge, got the lead, and then yeah, to be honest, James earned that win on that one. So fair play to him.
Yeah. Still, you know, the track is always looking a bit quick, and obviously a bit of a delays on this one. But still, you seem to be fine with it. And next race coming up, are you still feeling ready for it?
Yeah. Unfortunately, when I spun off, my engine did get really, really hot, and I could feel the car's not straight. So we got a bit of work to do, and hopefully the engine's fine. But we'll see what happens in race 3 if we're out for it, and if we finish it, and how we can do in it.
Well, let's hope you are. Well done on that one. Tough old race.
Yeah, tough. That was a physical race. That one was a physical race.
Athlete sweat that is on your head, mate. Well done, well done. Let's come over here in the club category. I think the winner on this one, the number 17, was Tilly. There we go. I'll get it right at one point, mate. From your point of view, that was a good race.
Yeah, I mean, lost the pack a bit. I think the first 5 or 6 laps was good, and then suddenly, I mean, let's see, second place coming up behind me. I think at that point, good race. It was a good race. I enjoyed it a lot, but tyres, I think after a while, 5 laps went. So after that, it was a real struggle, you know. I don't know what it was like for this, but apparently I was locking up every corner. But
yeah. But the tyres going quite quickly, is that, you know, obviously the tarmac here relatively new. Do you reckon that's a cause as well?
Yeah.
Pushing too hard?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, apparently, 5 laps in, I was like moving my brake bias, and apparently everyone was saying behind me that I was too far to the rear. My bias was too far to the rear. I'm not going to say that though to my dad or anyone. I'm just going to say that it was the tarmac. But yeah. But yeah, here though, apparently because of the new tarmac, you understeer a lot into every corner, and then you start to oversteer. So that's why I'm doing the brake bias. But yeah, new tarmac.
Yeah, we'll put it to that. But mate, well done. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Excellent stuff there. Let's move a little further back. Missed away on this one. That was a nice race for yourself, but for the viewers at home, how was it like there driving around Donny?
Yeah, it was good. I had a bit more understeer in that session, so it was a bit confusing. I went onto the back straight and was like, oh my God, I'm just going to go off. But yeah, I knew I didn't have to, for the championship, I don't need to pass Wilbur, so I just sat behind him and watched the pack fight and waited for an opportunity, but that never came, so red flag came out. So yeah, it was good.
Yeah, it's still, you know, one of those things, but not a nice way to end the race, because you always want to see a checker flag, but you know, it happens. Race coming up later on today, still ready for it?
Yeah, ready for that. It'll be good. It's always good fun around here because it's super close, so it'll be ace. Yeah.
Always great to race.
It might rain.
Yeah, it might rain.
It might rain. I kind of hope it does rain.
Have you got a roof?
No.
There you go.
I like the rain.
You like the rain, good. Okay, no roof and likes the rain. Madman. Let's go over here. Amy Watts. Amy, third in the club category. Nice result for yourself. Are you happy with it?
Yeah, I'm thrilled. I mean, I took a little trip in the gravel and did a bit of avoidance and still got third, so I'm very happy, yeah. It's been a real learning curve, this series. I've come from front-wheel drive and minis, and this is completely different, but it's a great grid, and every race is fun, even if it's not a good race, you know?
Yeah.
I probably shouldn't say that. That doesn't sound too competitive, but it's just brilliant. You've always got a battle with this. You've always got something to fight against, but it's a fantastic race, great track. I'm very happy.
Excellent. Well, despite the gravel trip, like you say, coming in third, so you work well. Avoid the gravel next time. You might be P1.
Fingers crossed. You try telling that to the mechanics. I think they'll back you on it, absolutely.
100%. Congratulations. Well done.
Thank you very much, guys. Bye.
Well, there we go. Brilliant stuff there for the Mazdas. We're going to take a short ad break. Don't go anywhere, because myself and Paul O'Neill will be back with a quick walk around the pit lane for TCR UK.
He's all the way around the outside. Miles for the lead. Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man?
For voice and data solutions at speeds that are simply out of this world, choose Maximum Networks.
Do you wonder why your competitors' websites appear in Google searches ahead of you? Then make a call to the SEO experts Warrior and understand how your business can be more visible online. As the official marketing partner of TCR UK, you can now work with a trusted search engine optimization partner to increase web traffic, inquiries and sales. Speak to us for your free audit and quote by visiting warrior.co.uk today.
It's Donington Park, it's the National Circuit, it's Paul O'Neill, hello, it's Anthony Jordan, hello. Yes. You've been a busy boy, but let's talk about TCR. It's humid. I've had a few spots of rain on me, mate. It's all happening, isn't it?
It's a very interesting day that we've got here. The weather is very 50-50 for the drivers. It's on and off. Half the grid are saying it's going to rain for race 2. Half the grid are saying it's not going to rain for race 2. We have no idea, but yeah, it's getting a bit horrible out here, I've got to say.
Yeah, humid. Not nice for a driver, I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that for nothing.
And noisy.
And noisy, actually, yeah. As a 747 comes over the top of us. You won't be able to see that, but you'll be able to hear it.
Oh, yeah.
Quickly, I'm just going to bring Mickey Butler from Goodyear into the mix, so just follow us. Just want to speak to Mickey. We had a couple of tyre failures in the first TCR race this morning. It was pretty cool. It wasn't massively hard for the tyre. We've got obviously a resurfaced track. One thing as a driver I know is if you ask too much of the tyre and smash over curbs, then you're going to have a failure. There wasn't loads of failures. There was a couple of people with problems, but there were answers for those problems, wasn't there?
Yeah, you know, you're an ex-racing driver. You know, my motto, stay off the curbs. You know, we've had one with Sargent, he's hit the tyre wall, you know, tyre barrier at the last chicane, and that seems to be the problem area, the last chicane, running wide over the coast. They keep repeatedly going over them sleeping policemen, you're gonna have failures. So the Sargent tyre, self-inflicted, and we had something else, another area, and we're looking into it, but stay off the curbs. You know, everyone else seemed to get through that race all well, but the new surface is generating a lot of heat. It retains the heat as well. We're still getting track at 29. Yesterday in qualifying was up to 42 degrees, and we were seeing tread temperatures over 135. So it was really, you know, luckily it wasn't a race yesterday afternoon, so we might have had a few issues then, but it's cooled off. Teams have now got some data because it's a long race. They're now looking at the tyre wear and how they can adjust, how they can improve it. But people have got to realise as well is they're restricted on how many tyres are. They're only allowed 6 tyres a weekend to do free practice, 30-minute qualifying, and then 2 25-minute long races. It's asking a lot. So the drivers have got a lot to look after them. You know, especially front-wheel drive over a long race distance as we go.
Is that why we see the clever drivers come to the fore? You've got to say Jensen Brickley is somebody that has been pretty impressive, isn't he?
Oh, you look at him, but you got to look at the Coopers as well. They seem to have a lot more balance in the car. They can seem to put them where they are. But you know, it's like if you're in a drive, once you're in the groove, everything says you're not putting as much steering input, you're not overworking the tyres, you're controlling the car. But some drivers still learning the trade.
Do you take this data away and it helps with compounds in other championships, say?
We have to. You're always analysing, you're always understanding, and it's in a changing world. You know, everything is moving on. Everything, the polymers, the oils, the steers, all changing. You know, we're getting a sustainable future that we've got to start doing more and more to make it more going forward. So we're always analysing stuff. Anything we find from here, you know, if we've had an issue here, the tyres go back. They go and get X-ray, go and check. We've got the full history of a tyre.
Have these lot got enough wets for this next one? Is it going to be wet? You must know.
Well, I've got enough on the truck.
Have they changed the wets yet?
No. It's just, you know what it is? There was the thing at 3 o'clock was going to have 10 millimetres of rain, so, but it seems to have changed now, so let's see. But there'll be a last-minute panic, as always.
Can I ask you a final question? Do you make more money if it's wet?
I don't make any money.
Okay, cheers, Mickey from Goodyear. Spot on. Cheers, mate. Appreciate it. I can see that AJ is with Chris Smiley.
I am indeed. Chris, mate, P7, a solid result for you in that one. Tell us, I mean, this championship, it's been a tough one for you because champion last year. But mate, tell us what's been happening this year.
Yeah, we're just slow in a straight line, like stupidly slow in a straight line. There's cars past me in race 1 with 40 kilos on board, and we were losing 4 car lengths up the hill. We'll come out of Coppice, we hit all their apexes, come down the back straight, and we lose another 4 car lengths. It's just the balance of performance worldwide for the Honda at the minute is just not fair. You know, it's just not fair. You know, we've just spent the last 2 hours looking through all their data, and our car's actually handling really well now. But we turn right out of turn 1, we lose 2 car lengths. We go up the hill, we lose 4 car lengths. We turn right at Coppice up at the top, and we lose another 4 car lengths. So it's what is it? Yeah. It's a waste of time for us at the minute. Basically, that's what it is for us, you know. And it's actually quite sad because I don't want to be faster than all the other cars. I want to have the same possibility as everybody else has out there. You know, it's just very, very tough. You know, we have a lot of sponsors. You know, we put a lot of effort in to make this happen, and just to be slow in a straight line, we are just wasting our time.
Yeah. I mean, from that one, I can imagine the frustration that can come through from that one. But you know, from behind the scenes, how much can you guys do from there? Is there anything?
We can do nothing.
Yeah.
You know, you can get into my car and you can drive it in a straight line, and if I'm in another car that's faster than you, you're going to beat me. No matter what talent you have, you're going to beat me in a straight line. So, yeah. What are we at the minute? We're just extremely frustrated. You know, we look through our onboards in here, and we're hitting every apex. We're doing everything we should. We're braking in the right places, but we can't overcome a difference of 4 car lengths in a straight line. It's just too much, and yeah, it's just frustrating. You know, it's how anyone higher up the hierarchy can look at that and say that they have a similar chance that everyone else has. It's not the same.
Yeah.
It's just not level. But yeah, listen, I just drove around that race. You know, what's the point in damaging the car? There's no point.
Yeah.
You know, to damage the rear bumper and the front bumper to defend for 6th place. What's the point?
Yeah.
There's no point. So, yeah, we just drove around.
No.
So. That's it. And there's nothing really much more you can say.
You've been fraught with challenges as well, because Silverstone, obviously, with the contact with the barrier as well, that was a hefty chunk. And you know, honestly, I have felt for you for this season, mate, because you were on point last year, and it's just not gone the way, has it?
Yeah, you know, Silverstone was a racing incident. Now, it was a sloppy racing incident, but it was an incident. But what people don't realise is we've had 3 weeks to repair the car. The parts arrived on Wednesday afternoon, and they put it back together in the truck with all the bits that they had to make it roll, and they basically stayed here to 4 a.m. on Wednesday night to make it that we could sort of get it somewhere near for Thursday. They've done all the setup, they've done all the other bits and pieces to it on Thursday. You know, we're lucky even to be here. You know, Nestor was over on Nestor was here on Thursday and Friday. Yeah, we've gained a little bit of experience. But I'm telling you now, you put Nestor out in that car out there, he ain't going to be much further up the grid than where I am in it.
Yeah, I can imagine. Very frustrating for you, mate. But honestly, with race 2 coming up, you've got the reverse grid as well. I'm curious to see what you can do, because you seem a little bit more on it this weekend, because P7 is still a good result.
Yeah, P7's fine. You know, I'm not making little of a P7, but I drove around for 25 minutes, and yeah, that was it.
Mate, we wish you the best for race 2.
Thanks.
Cheers.
Thanks.
Thank you, Chris. Well, Chris Smiley, very, very frustrated this season. Understandably, though, it's been a challenge. How's his teammate, though?
Yeah, Scott Sompton. I couldn't really quite hear what Chris Smiley was saying, but I'm assuming it was about his accident at Silverstone, a lot of damage caused. Not great, is it, as a teammate seeing that? But your Silverstone was absolutely epic, but it involved a lot of contact.
Yeah, no, it was really sad to see what happened to Chris. I was happy that he was all okay after the race, but yeah, it was a struggle for the team to get the car here to Donington. I was helping them get the car ready, but yeah, for my Silverstone, a lot of contact, getting the elbows out, as I'd say, but yeah, I can't really complain. P3 in quali, highest qualifying position, and race 1, good race experience, and then again with race 2, was leading. It's a shame about that little bit of contact with Alex Lee, but overall, can't complain. It's a big step up from where he was at the start of the year, and just keep on looking to go in a forward direction.
Looking at that race you were just in, you are a new man, aren't you? I mean, battling for 10th is probably not where you want to be, because you know you can be further up. But what a battle that was, because that was for pole position for this race coming up, and you weren't letting that one go, were you?
No, I wasn't. I saw the team hold out the pit bull saying P10. I was like, oh, I just wanted a checkered flag to come out. But yeah, it's not where we would want to be. I'd like to be a little bit further up. But considering we've got that 40 kilograms on board, just to get it up that hill is just a struggle. But no, I'm just sort of doing a little rain dance now. I'm trying to get the team to do a rain dance, because I think it would just level it out a little bit for the race too. So fingers crossed it rains. But yeah, we just have to see what we can do for race 2.
Tell us about this 40 kilogram compensation weight. So it's a handicap because you were so good at Silverstone. 40 kilograms goes in the car. That is to slow you down. What effect does it have? Is it just doesn't make the car turn very well? What is the score for everybody watching at home?
It's a lot of different things. It's my first time carrying this amount of weight, so it's a bit of a struggle for me to see how the car handles and necessarily see how it goes in the race run as well. In qualifying, you can definitely notice it. Just the minimum speed, you have to keep that minimum speed up, otherwise it's just an extra 40 kilograms that you have to pull coming out of the corner. So it was just about getting on that throttle a little bit earlier, carrying the speed. So for qualifying it wasn't too bad. We could try and carry the speed, but then you only had like for me it felt like a smaller window, so it'd maybe be 2-3 laps where the tyres were at their peak, and then after that they'd just fall off the cliff. And that's the tyres, but then also the brakes, because the car has to slow down at extra 40 kilograms, and it's a lot on the car. But yeah, for me it's a massive difference having that 40 kilograms. But like I said, just see what we can do for race 2 and be nice and confident, not worry about what's behind, just keep on looking to go forward.
Exactly. Just quickly, with it being wet, if it is in race 2, what does that 40 kilograms do then? Is it a worse thing to have, or is it a better thing to have?
I think it may not help, but I think it will level things out a little bit more. For me, where I've done all of the pre-season testing in the cold, in the rain, I feel really confident in the FK7 in them conditions. But yeah, I think we've done a test with 40 kg on board in the wet as well, so we know we can carry it in the wet. And yeah, I just want everybody to do a rain dance, really. I just want it to rain, but yeah, hopefully it rains. But if it doesn't, we can still have a good race.
For sure. Very, 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 very last question. Why do they call you Mr. Pickles? Because it's one of the best nicknames I've ever heard someone be given.
I still need to get it back on the car, but it's from when I passed my driving test. My mum put it on Facebook saying Mr. Pickles. So my mum and dad always called me it from a little boy, so it just stuck. And then it was actually when I was with Essex and Kent, they saw it on Facebook, took the mick out of it, but it's sort of stuck now. It's yeah, it's what I'm known as, so we just have to keep it going. But yeah, no, it's a funny story behind it.
I didn't know what the story was, but now I know. But Mr. Pickles, thank you very much. Have a good one, starting from pole in a bit. Top man. Cheers, fella. Top work. Right, let us see what is going on. Oh my word, we've got Rob Boston Racing Racers and an ice cream. AJ, yeah, talk me through. Look like the Men in Black.
I got Dumb and Dumber here, but I'm going to let them choose who's who out of the two of them. Who's who? You and Paul. Oh, me and Paul. Oh, there you go.
That's
I'm
nice.
Dumb, you're Dumber. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I was just going to say, should we swap that microphone to you and then smash you in the face with it?
Not me.
No! I knew it! I knew it! Are you mates with them lot?
No, not at all.
Do you know what's really bad? I'm gonna leave it there. I'm gonna leave it there. But I was gonna say, do you know what I like about you? But I can't say the punchline because we're live on the stream.
Right. Okay. That's
do you want to
fair.
lick it off me, mate?
No. I'm fine.
I will let you crack on.
No, thank you so much. Do you know what? I've not planned either of these things. But anyway, he's going to finish that. Joe Marshall, Jack Constable. Boys, you've had an interesting one on this one. Joe, let's talk about you first. Retirement for the race. What happened? Because we thought it was power steering failure, but saying it was steering arm.
No, I mean, we got off to an all right start. The first 4 corners felt mint, and then after that, we had a bit of contact with Brad, which just, yeah, I couldn't turn the car, so I had to retire from the race. We tried to get it fixed, but yeah, we had to retire from it.
Yeah. Such a shame for that one, but it's all mended now. It's all happy.
Yeah, it's all fixed now. Look. The boys have done a great job on it, so yeah, now we start from the back of the grid. I want it to really, really rain, to be honest, spice it up a bit so I can come through, but yeah, we'll see how we get on.
It's trying now, isn't it? There's a little bit of spit in the air, isn't it? But yeah, what do you think you can do in that one if it's all ready? Is the pace good?
Well, I've been looking at what Jack's, and Jack was quite strong all the way through the race, so Yeah, I don't see why we can't come through and get in the top 5, top 6.
Yeah, that's what we want to see. Jack, for yourself, P3 in that last one as well, so good result. Are you sharing any intel with him? Help out your teammate, man. What are you doing?
I mean, we share. We're a pretty good team. Yeah, we are. Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult one for me. Personally, I think we need a little bit more out of the car. But Rob and I put our heads together, and we think we've come up with something that's going to work, and hopefully I can come through too.
Yeah, that's the main thing, isn't it? And like you say, you two, I think we've not really seen you two on track at the same, like pushing each other along.
Together yet, either.
No, you've not.
Well, I mean, we were P3 and P4 at Silverstone.
I know Knockhill was, but I got track limits.
Yeah.
Technically, we were, but we weren't.
Rookie error, rookie.
Well, you boys, honestly, you two work together quite well, I think. But I think what a plan that we had is that one of the weekends we were going to do a Mr. and Mrs. I think now is a good time to actually do this now. Do you reckon?
We rehearsed for this, haven't we?
A little bit, yeah.
I got to think of a question though. Paul, a Mr. and Mrs. We need a question. What questions?
Mr. and Mrs.
Yeah.
Don't your mouth full, mate. Come on.
Is that a programme? I've not heard of it.
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
Oh,
I
get you.
Yeah. Go on. So, question. So, who's worse out of what?
Who's got the most understeer in the car?
I'll say me.
Go both of them. Anything else?
We'd have to speak to their engineer about that.
Both in it, we're both
Yeah.
Both understeering. What about?
We've got the same setup.
I've got one. Who's got the most? Who's got the most girlfriends?
No, you got a fiance, haven't you?
Yeah, I will be.
I'll take one for the team, though. I'll take one for the
team.
Hey, he's gone well red. Look at his face. Hey, I know what he's like.
I've been stitched up so many times on this live stream for people saying things about me, and I'm not walking into it today, mate.
I will be honest. He has never once been bad to me. You and him. He just smashed me with a cornetto. And so your mechanics are lovely as well, because they've just helped me out and give me a microfiber cloth to wipe my face.
Look at that.
Yeah, see, we're nice on this side of the garage, but you come over there, we're sound as a pound.
But that
Go
Joe
on this
Marshall.
side, evil.
Remember at Knockhill, you got that roller thing, and I soaked you in water. It's fair dues, isn't it?
Do you know what? I actually did. I smacked him in the crackers with a roller, so that was nice.
You violated me with a mic last year as well.
Okay, right. Let's go to the next garage. Cheers, boys. Cheers. We'll move swiftly on. Honestly, we can't leave those two alone for a brief second, can we? Right, who's next? Who's next?
Let me just say, I want to say a quick hello. I've got some friends watching. Emma, Pops and Aves. Hope you're having a good day. Some good friends of mine, so keep watching. I'm not going to do anything horrible to Bradders because he's sound, so let's both have a chat with him.
Go on.
Let's get him in the... you'll get you in the middle. Who should we ask? Who should ask a question first? It's going to be me. What the... HELL happened at turn 1, please?
I think everyone's just getting a little bit out of control.
Can we just go back and talk about what? So there was Bruce Winfield involved, yourself, and there was another car as well. To remind me,
Smiley made a great move on me, to be totally honest. I opened the door up, which I saw him coming from a mile back. He got a run on me out of the chicane, and he was coming from a mile back. I was trying to plan on going nice and wide, staying out wide and getting a run all the way down the hill. But I just got completely collected. I think Bruce just completely outbroke himself, drove straight through the side of me, but then it just, I think you said it even on the stream, bent the rear toe link, so that was done and the race was over.
Because you actually went in so wide, I honestly thought that you'd had a problem down the straight, but because of the amount of speed that the car took on the inside and hit you with, that's what confused me. But like you say, why isn't it? It's been looked at, but it's done. What was their excuse? I don't understand.
I don't know, to be totally honest with you. We went up and saw the clerk. He told us to leave. Well, he saw what he needed to see from us, so we left the room and we left it with them. I don't know if anything's happened or I don't know, Paul, to be totally honest with you.
And that is probably the best thing to say, is not to say too much.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, these sort of situations, they do happen now and then, but like you say, you've got the next race coming up, you've got Challenge for that. The boys have done a brilliant job and they're still working on it now. Obviously, you've got to have a new window going in.
Look at his dad's face, look at Warren's face.
The window got smashed to pieces. Yeah. Obviously, where I've gone in sideways into the gravel, I kept my foot flat to pull it back round straight. It's just flicked the gravel up and it's just smashed the whole window.
Smart move, that.
Yeah. So we've got a new window. I think it's a bit of perspex in there as well now, so that one won't smash, hopefully. But they do an amazing job always. I mean, this car's been put back together about 50 times this year already, so No, they always do great.
Brad, it's been such a... we all had high hopes for you, obviously. We know how fast you are. It's been one of the weirdest, horriblest. So every time there's something happening on track, it's you.
I don't know if I'm putting myself in the position to be... like everyone keeps coming over and saying to me that I never ever seem to put myself in a position where I'm going to get trouble, and it just seems to happen to me every single time. I mean, when we were here in 2021, I was supposed to win the championship going down Craners, got caught up in something that fired me off, and it broke something in the rear again, which then the championship was over for me in the last race of the season. It just seems to happen year after year after year. But I'm keeping my head up, and I'm hoping that we can get something sorted for next year. We're going to do something again and get a bit of luck on our side, I'd like to say.
Yeah. It's interesting, isn't it? Because, you know, when there's so much pressure going into the season, you generally would not have fast forwarded and seen how much terrible luck. What is it like as a family-run organisation? You know, what are the pressures like? You know, when your dad and everyone, they're all mucking in now behind you. Do you just feel bad for them? Do you feel bad for yourself? What's it like mentally? You know, it's not easy being a race driver, full stop.
Not at all, and especially when you've got someone like my granddad that puts so much money into everything. I mean, he walks around the garage all weekend doing circles of how stressed he is. The boys, everyone in here is so close to us. Like my dad, you can see my dad there now working on it. We got Phil in as an engineer this year. He came in and helped us. None of them have to do it, and they're all here working away. So a mental side of it is so hard, especially when something like that through turn one is completely out of your control and you're getting taken out. When you think, what am I actually doing to deserve that? Yeah, it's hard, really, especially when you're short for we do it off of such a small budget. We put everything together to try and do the racing. There's a lot of boys in here that have got a lot of backing behind them. It's so hard, but we always pull through. We always do, and we try and keep a smile on our face as well.
And it could be worse. We could be doing something that we don't love.
Exactly. You honestly, you do put in such an effort, and yeah, it is great to have you in this paddock and on this grid, mate. But yeah, I do hope it comes together.
I hope so. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed for you too, mate. Have a good one, and see you out there in race 2. Yeah, like you say, for Brad, it's just been. I mean, what can you say? You feel deflated for him, don't you?
Yeah, you do. And you know, the thing is, when you're driving these cars round and it's such a close contact sport, Bruce Winfield, thanks for turning that fan off. It's the only one I've got.
Yeah. I called that yesterday. I said that was his biggest fan.
Oh, that's nice. What, his biggest fan?
Yeah, it's his biggest fan.
I was going to say, I ain't got any. Bruce, chat to us, fella. Oh, you got called up to the clerk. We were just talking about that going down the pit lane. You just looked like you were in the wrong place at the wrong time. A lot of stuff that went on. But it did also look that it might have been an unsighted turn-in from another driver that caused contact. I don't know. You tell me.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's scoot over that, shall we? Talk about something else, maybe.
Okay, that is a good answer.
I don't want to get into he did that, you know, I did. So, yeah.
Just to clarify, he has not said anything bad about you, by the way, mate. So I'm not going to start any rift.
Yeah,
but it's close quarters racing. You need to be up the front.
Yeah, exactly. You know, unfortunately, we had a bit of contact, and yeah, obviously Brad ended up coming out of it, you know, worse. Which obviously I'm not there to do that. You know, I like to think I'm a clean driver, and yeah, at the end of the day, like I went over to see him after the race, and I got told to leave. So yeah, it's unfortunate. Obviously not intentional, and you know, I went for a gap, and we had a bit of contact. So yeah. I feel for Brad, you know, he didn't finish the race, and you know, he's had a lot of bad luck. But you know, for me, I'm trying to win a championship. You know, obviously as many of us are. So you know, you go for a gap, and yeah, unfortunately we had a bit of contact. So yeah.
This championship fight just seems to be getting harder and harder for you, but that just shows your character. You know, you're really coming out on track as well. You're really showing what you've got to deliver, and you know, it's not an easy fight to win, is it? Championships are not easy to win.
No, exactly. Yeah, and I think, like you mentioned as well, there was a couple of points in the race that wrong place, wrong time. I think Jeff Holden at one point, you know, caused me to lose a place to Alex and stuff. So yeah, like you say, it's obviously not easy to win. There's some fast guys out there for sure. So yeah, for me, it's just do the best we can, try and stay out of trouble, try and finish races and finish them as hard up the grid as we can.
Is it harder, or is it better and easier to have fast teammates with you to help you out, or is it a problem? Because I'm going to be honest here, Carl Boardley has obviously got Jensen Brickley, who's kind of a teammate. They run under the same awning, but he has more run-ins with his teammates, and that's not anything against Jensen, but they do seem to, you know, bang into each other a bit between the both of them.
Yeah.
That's not something that you wouldn't want when you're trying to battle for a championship, and then you've got Alex all over you and all sorts of other stuff going on. I know Alex is your teammate, but you've got other teammates that are with you because they're quick, aren't they?
Yeah, it's good that we're all fast, you know, we can share data and stuff like that, which obviously always helps, but at the end of the day, when we're on track together, we're all still fighting to be at the points at the end of the championship at the end of the year. So it's not like any of us are going to give the next man an easy overtake or whatever. So yeah, I don't think at the moment it's a massive benefit having everybody fast. The only difference is, like with me and Alex there, you know, there was potentially a move on and I backed out of it, and yeah, you'd probably send it a bit more on somebody else than you would on your own teammate. So yeah, I don't know if it's a benefit or not, to be honest.
Yeah, are you just on that note with the championship? I know you're a racer, mate, so I know the answer to this probably. But is there any inkling to you that this is just all over, or?
Absolutely not. No.
Like it. I absolutely love it.
I'm not here to finish P2, P3, to be honest. So you know, the plan was this year to come and obviously try and win the championship. So if I thought it was all over and it was not going to happen, then I wouldn't be doing the rest of the season. Simple as that. Brands Hatch, for anybody that's watching that is not aware, you can't drop results from Brands Hatch. So you know, as long as we're within a shout at Brands, going into Brands, who knows, anything can happen at Brands. So yeah, like I say, we just got to finish races as hard the grid as we can, and yeah, try and stay out of trouble, try and stop getting penalties.
Yeah. Mate, honestly, looking forward to seeing what you can do on that one, because yeah, it is a tough fight, like you were saying, but I reckon it will happen, it will come your way, and yeah, keep that smile on your face, mate.
I'm trying. Thank you very much.
Mate, doing brilliant.
Top man, Brucey.
Yeah, very good.
I wasn't being horrible then, by the way, just for everybody watching. Me and Anthony are journos. We have to ask difficult questions. Difficult questions are coming to this man, Alex Lee. That suntan's coming. Have you been Ibiza yet?
No, next week. I was in Lanzarote, family holiday.
Lock up your grandmas, or?
Yeah.
Is that one of your tough journalistic questions there, Paul?
Sorry, yeah. You know, I've got nothing tough to ask Alex, because look at him. He just loves life, full stop. He doesn't really care. I love it. I think it's fantastic. All he wants to do is win races, and that's a proper racing driver. Talk to us about that last race, because that looked a bit too much hard work. You shouldn't have really been fighting where you were. You're faster than that, aren't you?
Yeah, I think it was a disappointing qualifying. We just couldn't quite get the set up ready, like with the new tyres. In testing was always like fast with older tyres, so we just for Brands, we're looking forward. We just need to work on some new tyre runs to get a good quality set up, because just once you start at the front, it's a lot easier to stay there than if you start at the back and drive through.
And what I was going to ask you actually, Alex, it's a great thing you've just told us. When you are, when you don't have a lot of tyres to use over a race weekend, when you put new on, did you expect the car to do something different than what it's been doing in testing? And has it just had too much rear end and it's been all over the place?
Yeah, it had a lot of when we went new tyres, it's like the front tyres had so much grip, the rear just couldn't really keep up. So it was. Yeah, I think we just need to practice a few more new tyre runs at Brands. I should have 0 kg because of a disappointing qualifying yesterday, so that should help as well. But you can't drop scores at Brands Hatch, so we need to just get as many wins as we can, really.
A bit like last year, that's how you were trying to, finish the year off.
Yeah.
Because it was good last year at the end, wasn't it? You were really coming out of your shell, and we were hoping that trend would continue into this year, and it's been a fight for you, but certainly the pace is there and the car's quick, and you know what you need to do as well.
Yeah, the car's good. Once we've got it right, we've shown some really good pace. So yeah, no, the first race was good today, 16th to 5th or 6th, I think, so good points still. So see what I can do in this next race.
Exactly, reverse grid is always your best friend in that one, even though if you're in the middle of it, it doesn't really help you out.
No, not.
But still, good spot for you, mate, and yeah, certainly looking forward to seeing what you can do.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Cheers, Captain. Have a good one.
Enjoy that.
That's interesting. Yeah, we'll speak to Luke Sargent, who's here, and Alistair Camp looks like he's spannering for him. You don't even look like a racing driver. First of all, Alistair Camp, probably the star of the day, I'd say, up to now, running with a +10. Second delay at the start because of something that was it an overboost in quali?
Yeah, overboost in quali. We had to put a new turbo on for quali. Fastest side on the grid is
fastest I've ever seen.
Literally saying, well, we had 9 minutes left of quali, so it was like just bonnet down and do 9 minutes of quali, and yeah, we did all right. But then when we looked at the data, it was limiting the throttle, so for what we'd actually gained wasn't massive, which was worrying because I was thinking, well, if it's overboost, am I going to be on the pace today? But everyone was saying, because it's limiting the throttle to 20%, you've not actually gained masses. You've probably gained a little bit to get there, but because it's such a flowing circuit, you've not gained as much as I would if it was like at Knockhill or Brands, somewhere like that.
And just ask for the viewers at home that might not know, an overboost is the turbo overboosting. It's regulated, isn't it? But just explain that, because some people at home might not understand that. Basically, I don't understand it.
Yeah, so like that with the mic straight up. Yeah, so we changed the turbo from an old one, and where the actuator positioned, obviously because the old one's worn, then we put the new part on. We've left the actuator where it was. Well, we should have backed it off, because as the turbo wears, you wind it on a bit more, wind it on to get the wastegate open more. And yeah, so basically we've bolted the new turbo on, same position, everything. And then also there's a plug the wrong way around, which didn't help the scenario, but as it's come off is how it's gone on, which is what we can't get our head round. So it's just weird. Maybe the turbo's always not been as good as it needs to be. So the change is what we've needed, and that's what we've done.
But going back to the drive, mate, I've got to say it was one of the best I've seen, and fair play. I know the safety car helped out, but you still had to overtake people. It was pretty good, and where you're starting now, you've got to be thinking podium. Got to be.
Yeah, of course, it's like Snet all over again, isn't it? Start last time we had a pole at Snet, but obviously again, I didn't have any seat time in the car, whereas now I've had a bit of seat time, so yeah, feeling confident for it. But yeah, hey, what do you call a potato everyone knows?
Potato everybody knows. Is this all right to say on the...
A commentator. Sure, innit?
Oh, wow.
Dad jokes.
He's got a proper Bombay potato head, hasn't he?
Yeah. He's worked hard on that. He's worked hard on that. Luke Sargent, yourself, you have an arch nemesis, and that is that tyre stack at the final chicane, isn't it?
Yeah, it was hard. I was catching Matt and Scott, and I was faster than them on the first corner, through Craners, the old hairpin, but every little straight there was, I just pulled away. And then went through McLean's, caught them, Coppice caught them, a little bit away, and I was trying to basically, they were getting away, I was trying to sort of brake and get the space and get the run onto the back straight, and Matt went earlier than I thought he would, and I just couldn't see it, and as soon as I hit it, I heard a bang, and I was like, is it straight, and we went on the back straight, you see, we went down, and I sort of pressed the brakes, the tyre went, but it was annoying because we were going really well. It was a really good drive. I was comfortable. I was happy with the car for once. But yeah, so we can do from, I think I'm 18th.
Well,
so that's what we can do race to, but
still should be doable.
The car's fine though. But literally, it was only minor. The suspension, everything was perfect. It was just literally, it did the tyre and the bonnet, the wing and the bumper. That was it.
I think the biggest thing for you is that it went fully when you passed the pit lane entrance, and you had to do the whole
I heard
lap.
it bang, and I thought I'd done the bottom arm, whatever it was, and I was like, okay. But it didn't feel too bad. It was a bit of a vibration, but I was like, okay, it's not too bad. And then as soon as we got on the brakes, and it just, the tyre obviously just went. And I locked up, and I didn't know if it was the wheels flapping around. So I crabbed it round, trying to stay out of everybody, which was interesting. But yeah,
still,
thanks. My fan clubs, my fan clubs in the background.
It's really lucky the camera didn't pan around any sooner than what it did. Because what
the
they were doing
the
there.
one with the big muscles that's trying to highlight it with his reds. He lifts all the time, you know. He gives us swans. What is it, swans?
Yeah. I don't think that band could be any tighter.
No,
I think he's trying a bit too hard there, isn't he?
Yeah,
Well, he's doing better than me. He's doing better than me with my pigeon
I'm
up.
just fat, so.
Yeah, no, exactly. But mate, honestly, looking forward to seeing what you can do in race 2. But yeah, it's going to be a good one. Take the microphone off him. Give us that back. Cheers, Luke.
Cheers,
Thank you
Luke.
so much.
See you in a bit.
Right.
Who's he think he is with my microphone?
I know. Well, you gave it to him.
My two favourite ever people in the TCR paddock. Daryl Wilson, Jeff Alden. These are my absolute faves. First of all, Anthony, go on.
Go on, I'll do the same. Right, okay. Firstly, thank you for wearing flip-flops and not socks. You're the only driver in this paddock
that is a
who will actually...
£500 fine in the pit lane. Yeah,
is
yeah.
it £500 fine?
I'm joking, it's not. Look at him, he doesn't know the rules. I'm kidding, but you don't want to be doing that. Look at these leaf blowers, by the way. Can we just start with them? Do they work?
They do, yeah. If you want a nice cool down moment,
Turbo.
then you see them. Oh. Blow my hair off.
Blow your hair off, you ain't got any.
I definitely haven't got any.
Let's not joke about hair.
Boys, yeah, indeed. Right, you with the Astras here. It's good to see two Astras. One's an Opel, one's a Vauxhall, but still, you guys have been... They've been fun to watch when we've seen you out there if it's not overheating.
Yeah, yeah. That are a good car. We're struggling with a bit of a pace because it's a Gen 1 car. Everybody knows the Gen 1 cars are slower, but I think we're getting the best out of them. I went 9/10 faster than I've ever been around here, so I know I am on the limit, but just trying to find that extra 9/10 I need to run up with them. Yeah. I came off, I had a bit of an accident in turn 1. It got overcrowded and I got bumped off into the gravel, but we got it started again, and then yeah, the pace was there, but we were just too far back to catch them back up. You look at the lap times, my race pace, I was quicker in my race pace than I was in qualifying. Yeah. So I know I'm getting the best out of the car, but it's just I'm on the back foot really.
Yeah. Well, like you say, if you can get that turn 1 sorted out, dialed in, because obviously, yeah, with all the traffic in there, it's a nightmare, isn't it? When you've got 3-4 cars going in for the same part of the turn, it can be a nightmare. Yeah, like I say, because the car ain't got the pace, so we're always back on the back foot in qualifying. So really, if I have a good qualifying and I get up there, I'll be okay. But yeah, it's hard work. Yeah, it's hard work, really. I'm just thankful for all my sponsors. I got Kevin Shaw and I got a local sponsor me. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to do without them, telling the truth. Jeff, how's it feel like, teaching everything that you know to Daryl? Because you've taught him a lot, haven't you, this weekend?
I've only taught him the things he doesn't really want to know.
Which is?
I'm not going to go out divulge that on camera.
Jeff, tell us right now.
No, I can't. I'm afraid I can't, Paul. I'd have to divulge things like Ibiza, which I can't really...
Okay, well, I'll tell everyone. Right, look at his face. I'm only kidding. But just first, can I just say, Daryl... we have a look at this? That is the best band I have ever seen. Look, it's got your number on and everything.
Yeah. I wonder where my 10mm spanner went.
yeah, I spent some money. And that was a father present for my kids, so yeah.
Oh, mate. Yeah. How old are you?
34.
I just always thought you were like 28.
I was like, I'm an old guy, really.
No
I look good, driver.
Anyway, talking about youngsters, Jeff, let's have a little chat. So yeah, you've had a baptism of fire. But you've finished.
No, it's been
What's
fine.
it like? What's it actually like to get in a TCR car that's, it's been on a podium, this car. These are good cars, aren't they?
No, to be honest, it was, the second half of the year was the plan to come and do the last 3 rounds, just get used to it. Last round was great. We finished, and then we've come here. We finished again. We had a bit of an overheating problem, so I had a kind of short shift for most of the race to kind of keep the temperature down. But we seem to solve that now. So hopefully go a bit quicker in the next one now.
Yeah, and that's what it's about, though, isn't it? Because what people don't realise, Generation 1 and Generation 2 cars. Can you just tell us, what is the difference, like just in layman's terms, for people watching at home, a Generation 1 car and a Generation 2 car?
I wouldn't know what a Generation 2 car looks like, or even goes like.
You've seen a few pass, yeah.
Yeah, a few went past, and I just tried to get out of the way without slowing them down too much. But compared to like the Civic that I've been driving all year, it's a complete day and night, and it's a great car to drive. It's quick, and you've got to get used to that, and you've got to be strong in yourself to try and go quicker. But it's a learning curve. Whether you're 34 and young like Daryl, or
with 16 kids.
55 and trying to be young. So it's still about pushing yourself to be the best you can, really, and enjoy it. And that's the most thing, is enjoy it. And I'm loving it. It's great fun. My smile is getting bigger. My partner said after the race, he said, "You're smiling." And I'm like, "Yeah, it was brilliant. Okay, we were a bit slow, but so what? Next time we'll be a bit quicker."
And that is the best thing to hear, because as drivers and people who watch racing and have a job in racing, we're very lucky, aren't we? There's not many people who get to race these cars, is there?
It is. It's to get out there and race with the best in the country, top guys in the world, is amazing. And I just keep smiling every day and keep looking at it, going, what's next?
I'll tell you what's next, mate. I think there's highlights coming up in a second that we're going to show, but it's starting to rain.
We're praying for rain.
Yeah, I hope it does rain, because they're actually so quick in the way.
Yeah,
because you're going to be
like
the
rain.
B-Max is so much better, isn't it? Look, we got a tire ready.
Yeah.
Tire ready. So
These two are well dangerous, aren't they, mate? But I'm going to let you lead on now because of this.
1 minute. Are you going to do the rain dance for us?
I thought.
Is that going to get us some thunderstorms?
No, I think you've been doing too much in Ibiza. That's all I'll say.
Can I just share a thing that I've just proper pulled me Achilles, mate? I've just done me Achilles.
I thought you were going to polish the car with that rag in your back pocket as well. See, so
have I still got that rag in it?
Yeah.
Do you know
so
what
if
happened
you want
there?
to just give it a little bit of
a lucky rub.
I can't go in there because we'll lose camera signal.
Hey, I tell you what, your rain dance has worked. It's currently raining, boys. You're in luck. You're in luck.
Thanks, Paul.
Have a good one.
See you in a bit, boys.
Cheers, boys. Oh, well, that was a fail. That was a fail on that one. There you go. I'm terrible at handshakes, mate. But anyway, mate, this is going to be a good one. Looking forward to it. You heard it from a lot of drivers there about what happened in race 1. Why don't we show you? Let's take you through some of the highlights from round 12 of the TCR UK Championship.
The red lights go on then. The first of 2 races at Donington Park bursts into life. It's a good start made by Adam Shepherd from the outside of row 1. And I think he might draw level with Brickley on the run down towards the first turn. The second phase of Brickley's start isn't bad though. And they're almost level as they turn into the right-hander. Brickley on the inside and Shepherd trying to hang tough around the outside. Away go Hutchison and Camp from the back of the field. But they're still side by side. Banging doors once, twice down the hill.
Round the outside, Brickley's going to hang it out, is he? Shepherd will not have any of this, but Brickley back down the inside for Oldham. They both break and they lock. Right fronts up. Has he ran wide at the lead? He has, hasn't he? But look at that. Shepherd's trying to get round the outside. He's got the lead, I reckon.
Darryl Wilson in the gravel at Redgate corner. That might lead to a safety car, but it's side by side and Shepherd goes through just before the safety car is scrambled. I think he got that move made just in time. Contact was there for Jack Constable from Bradley Kent. And on the inside goes Joe Marshall. Some drivers I think have seen the safety car balls and others like Bradley Kent have not.
Oh, Joe Marshall in the pits. He's gone.
Who needs some good results. Jensen Brickley, as you said, has absolutely nailed the restart. Caught Shepherd on the hop and went earlier, I think, than the area motorsport driver was expecting. And he, once they cross the timing line, no taking is allowed again. Will be watching his mirrors more than he's focusing out in front.
Looking third though, Constable's flat out flashing his Adam Shepherd with that rear brake locking. What's going on with Kent?
Oh, Chris Smiley on the inside of Winfield into the side of him. No, Bruce Winfield into the side of Bradley Kent, who's deposited into the gravel trap at Redgate corner. And that was some more unnecessary contact, I fear. Bradley Kent digs himself back into the fray. Is there damage to the Veloster?
Yes.
Up the inside line, down the exhibition straight. He was briefly there. The meet in an area motorsport sandwich. He wants to get himself out of this situation if he can. Bit of paint trading, maybe under braking, but Wardley is through.
Making forward progress. Adam Shepherd, a 109.102.
Wow.
Fastest lap, but he's still a second off.
For 108.9. That's an astonishingly good lap time. And that, of course, is worth a bonus point in the championship as well. He dives to the inside at Redgate corner. And unless Chris can get the switch back on the exit, which he can't, that is now 5th place for the championship leader. Can he make more progress there? Because they're only about a second or so behind Callum Newsham. There is Oliver Cotton behind him, that battle that I just mentioned.
Is that a delamination of the tyre? It is! Wow! Wow, that's a warning to everybody. That's a warning to everybody. Front left delamination.
Now, here comes Brad Hutchison. He is into 9th place now because he had his nose ahead of Scott Sumton at the line. He gets his whole car ahead by the time they get into Redgate corner. So much confidence under braking. Alex Lee gets a much better exit from the old hairpin and draws level with his teammate. This was not in the plan for Bruce Winfield. Lee sweeps around the outside, and I think that's job done. Sergeant clobbers the curb through the chicane. Didn't really help his exit speed. Jinx out of the line. He's not damaged something, has he?
That's interesting. I think he's getting an alarm for the heat. I think. Oh no, he has got a front right puncher, has he?
Yeah, I think he clipped the tyres. You know, at the chicane, he really took too much of that inside curb.
Side by side on the grass. Matthew Wilson. Is this going to be job done? No. Sumton says no, thanks, mate. Wilson on the dust and the grass.
Alex Lee has just fired up the inside of Chris Smiley. There he is. He's gone through. Smiley runs wide and out the inside comes Bruce Winfield. Bruce Winfield reads the situation perfectly. Bits of Hyundai go flying, but he's gained 2 places. Disappointingly, there's only a minute of this race left. Someone go and steal the checkered flag, please, because this has been a fantastic race. Carl Wardley has caught Jack Constable as we start the final lap. Alex Lee here looking to get to the inside of Chris Smiley for a second time at Redgate. That doesn't quite work, but what is going to happen on the exit of the corner? Alex looking for that switchback manoeuvre, tries to get the overlap, and he might have done it. The question is, where does the championship leader end up at the end of all of this? Because he could well make it onto the podium after all. Brickley out of the final corner, flashes the headlights. It's another race victory for the sensational youngster, standout driver, new driver of the season, definitely. Brickley is a winner once again in TCR UK here at Donington Park. Who will be third, it's just about Jack Constable. Carl Baldley with another lap or so could have made it to the podium. He'll have to settle for fourth.
Well, they were interesting highlights. I haven't seen them, so I'm just thinking they were interesting.
Yeah.
Paul O'Neill, AJ here.
Yeah.
First of all, I'm just going to quickly speak to Lewis Brown. Lewis, what are you doing here? Your local circuit, you could have ironed your top. The BRDC won't be happy.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I couldn't find the iron this morning. No, just thought come and have a watch, local track. I ain't been to any of the meetings this year, so other than round one, so I thought come and have a watch and see what the crack is.
Looking for a drive?
Do you know what I mean? Never say never. Do you know what I mean? It'd be great to come back one day, and I feel like, do you know what I mean? There's unfinished business here, but yeah, one day maybe. You never know. Let's see what happens.
Top man. Just thought we'd ask you the question. What I loved was when I said, "Who'd you get on most with?" and you went, "The Hutchison kid. I like him."
Yeah, me and him. We've got a bit of history, don't we, Brad? So.
I love how he's just looked and gone, "Yeah, I don't even know him, mate."
Yeah.
Anyway, Lewis, good to see you. Have a good one, Captain.
Cheers, mate.
Top man, AJ.
Excellent. Yeah, nice to see Lewis back in this. Brad, well, you had, a fairly calm start to your race. What was it like? Okay, a driver, you've been put to the back of the grid. While you're at the back of the grid, you then get told, right, you've got to stay there for another 10 seconds before then you can start moving. What is that like?
Yeah, I was trying to count it in my head, but I was, I think I got to about 5, in real seconds, and I was already at 10. I was thinking, God, it's taking a while. But no, it was annoying, but thankfully Darryl did me a solid and put out safety car in lap 1. So the 10 seconds was done after that, and then it was just a case of picking them off one by one.
Yeah. Cheers, Darryl. Thank you for the safety car.
For the safety car, mate. Oh, yeah. Cheers, mate.
You lot owe me big time.
It worked out nicely though for you, but still, you're enjoying the Gen 2, aren't you?
Yeah, I think the difference is, obviously, if we was in the Audi, coming from the back of the grid, it'd be a bit more of a struggle. You have to be a lot more sort of clinical and think about things in that thing, By the time you've thought about the next corner or where the car's going to be, you're already past them, and it was just a breeze. The power on the straights, the actual ability to rotate the car under people is unbelievable. And like I said, obviously in the Audi, it's three corners ahead, and you're thinking, right, they're going to be there, they're going to be there. So if I go here, and then by the time you thought about it in that car, you're already past them. So it was almost effortless just to get to the front half of the grid, but. Yeah, it's worked out well.
Is it going to be AJ? No. Is it going to be difficult if it does rain?
Well, I'll tell you after the race. I don't know, to be honest. I mean, the car out of the box is fantastic. Like I said, we don't actually have a setup in the car at the moment. It's just from Cooper or whatever the book says we've got in it. So hopefully we'll just do the same for what it says if it's wet, and we'll see how it goes. I think you'd need a week's testing just to be able to sort of get to grips with what you can change on the car. But yeah, in terms of wet weather, I mean, I love the rain. I absolutely, part of me wanted it to rain, but then I've never driven a car in the wet, so we'll see what happens.
It's going to be
talking to him.
I was going to say, yeah. How tall are you, by the way?
I'm 6'4", 6'5", something like that, 6'4.5".
And is this car a lot easier to get into because they have the seats more in the middle, don't they? Because the Gen 1 will be more to the door.
You step more in it than the. It's getting out a bit harder, I'll be honest, especially when it's in the air as well. It's like, but yeah, no, it's all right. It's not a bad problem to have.
Yeah. So we're looking forward to the second race, wet or dry, whatever. If it's a good car, you shouldn't really need to, and your dad will be better explaining, you shouldn't really need to change it to a wet setup. The car, especially with this track, should be like a dry line car.
Yeah, the car on its own's already pretty good out of the box, so we'll go from there. And obviously we've got Hull of Bondit here today, the MD and everyone. So yeah, got to get some silverware, I think, and yeah.
And the very last question before I give AJ a chance to chat is, what I want to know is, will it be the hardest decision ever when you get to the last round?
I know where you're going with this.
And I nearly said something really derogatory about the Audi, but I won't, because you heroed it round at Alton.
No, it's no secret, is it, that the Audi's not the quickest car on the grid, but there's no complaints from me. At the end of the day, I'm in such a fortunate position to have the option to race one touring car, let alone two. So there's no part of me that will ever complain about racing an Audi touring car. Even despite it not being as fast as that one, it's still so sick, isn't it? It's still an Audi. It's still a fast car. So yeah, there'll be no complaints from me either way. Just getting to race is good enough.
Certainly so. But one thing, I won't ask the question. I want you to ask it. Ask him what his favourite cheese is.
what's your favourite cheese?
Oh, we had this discussion yesterday. He asked me like Baby Bell or
Swiss cheese.
Swiss cheese, yeah. And I'll save you the rant. Essentially, I don't have a favourite out of them two, but if you're going on about a Cornish yard, you find a nice farm shop. I'm all about that. Again, shout out to halloumi, goes well on burgers.
Hey, do you know if someone, Brad, if someone asked me what my favourite cheese was, I'd say melted.
Yeah, it's classic, and it goes with everything as well. It's like, you know, just have it on everything. So
Love it.
yeah.
Love it. Glad I asked that.
Have we got an advert? What are we doing now?
I don't know.
He's proper thrown me in. Imagine if it went to a Camembert advert.
Brilliant. That's brilliant. Cheers, Brad. Thank you very much.
Brad.
Enjoy that one. Let's turn our attention to this man here. God, don't bump into me. Oliver Calm on this one. Paul, oh, jeez. Right.
Oh, I don't have a personal mic holder this time like you did to Brad.
Yeah, no, exactly. You, Paul, have done a lot of work in the background on these things, but race one there, bit of a challenge, mate. What happened?
I think it's just unfortunate we had a tyre issue with the car. It could be curves, debris. There was a lot of gravel on the track from the start.
Yeah.
It could be anything. We're not completely sure at the moment, so we're just going to look into it and see what Goodyear says about it. So, yeah.
Yeah. One thing I never like to say to a driver is that you've been consistently...
Bad luck. Bad luck.
Consistent bad luck. Yeah, that's a better word than what I was going to say.
Yeah.
But yeah, mate, honestly, from your how's it felt? I mean, how are you feeling?
So my whole plan was to get reverse grid front roll. There's no hiding that.
No.
I was driving like Miss Daisy out there. I saw them battling behind, and they were battling in front. So I was like, oh, let's stay off the curve, relax, and just finish the race. Obviously, that didn't go to plan. So I didn't really feel anything until I came in the pits because adrenaline's going on. You're going down the back straight, there's a chicane, and there's a wall right at the end of it, as you guys probably know. So when you brake and with no tyre, it's a bit scary. So I chose a shortcut and went straight across the gravel.
It's a solid plan. And it worked out. You got back into the pit lane, and the team, they were straight on it, weren't they? They got brand new tyre on it straight away, and you were out there, no drama.
Yeah, I think thanks to the live stream, they knew what happened before I came in the pits, so they were ready and prepared.
Yeah, that was lucky then for you. But for yourself, soon as it happened, the damage that you caused to the car there, now, how much did it actually affect you?
It's damaged the front bumper, ripped the wing off, wheel arch, headlight, it's done most of the corner, bodywork damage, and all the brake ducting is ripped out as well, which is unfortunate. But it's all carbon as well, so...
Oh, God, no. But the main thing is, mechanically, it was okay, it was just cosmetics.
Yeah, mainly cosmetics. I went back out there, you guys probably saw. They were battling, so I let them all pass down the straight.
Yeah.
Stay out of the way. I was just watching a good view of Alex Lee and Chris Marley having a battle.
Yeah.
Which is quite good.
Yeah, I can imagine it is. You had a front row seat to that, didn't you? But with race 2 coming up, I mean, what are your plans for it? Because, I mean, you know what you need to do, I think.
I'm kind of praying it to rain.
Huh?
I'm praying to rain.
Well, you're not the only person who's wanting it to rain. There's many drivers out there wanting to. It's trying.
I can play a gamble here.
Okay.
At the back.
What's the gap?
Well, if it rains after the race, I don't mind pitting because I'm already at the back. I'm not losing any time. And if there's a safety car, I'm in luck, aren't I? So it's a gamble that we can take because we started from the back, so which is good. But I think the plan is stay clean, almost just keep the car clean, less damage. We've already got quite a bit of damage this weekend, and see what happens.
Yeah.
You guys saw last race was absolute, not carnage, but really entertaining. So just see what happens.
Yeah, Brands Hatch Indy is the final rounds of the championship. Are you looking forward to that one? Because Brands, that's a driver's circuit, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a driver's circuit, but I don't think the Audi will be the best round there, as we can't use our legs down the straight. It's not really a straight there at all.
So what you need to do is make it so it's good in the corners.
Yeah, that says easier than said, isn't it? But I think we'll see what happens. I possibly won't be carrying any ballast or weight, so I think it would be a Hyundai track and Cupra's. So similar to this track, it's a very Hyundai track and Cupra. I think we should try to keep up and see reverse grid again.
Yeah, exactly. For the viewers at home, you know, TCR UK, it's certainly grown in its years. For the people watching, would you recommend them coming to a race weekend? Because here at Donny, it's such a good atmosphere, isn't it?
Yeah, we've got loads of fans. We've got the Junior Series, the Mazdas are good racing. They absolutely just slipstream. Juniors are good racing, and the tickets are very cheap for an event this big.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is really good.
And as a driver who's come through those junior categories as well, you know exactly what those junior races are like.
Yes, they are hard racing, clean, and loads of slipstream because they're not very quick and on straight, they're limited. So
it's all about the driver. I think in junior racing, keeping the speed up, and I think that what makes the racing good in Mazdas and juniors.
I tell you who else is good at slipstreaming. Paul O'Neill with that hairdo.
Would you have a comeback for that?
I am the slip. No, I've not. I'm not even going to do that. To be honest, mate, I have no comeback now. Anyway, I think we're going to watch a proper driver do a lap of this circuit.
That's
and it's not me.
Who's that?
Scott Sumpton.
Oh,
yeah.
With 40 kg on board, that'd be interesting.
Yeah.
He's got a good point, actually.
He has got a good point.
Are we going to watch that?
We are going to watch it, yeah. Scott Sumpton, he gave us permission to use his onboard lap. We took him around a lap here at Donington Park. Well, here at Donington Park, I'm with Scott Sumpton from Restart Racing, who you've had a relatively decent weekend so far here at Donington Park. You've blessed us with an onboard lap here. But firstly, Scott, before we go over that, the Honda Civics this season have been a bit of hard work for you and the team, but it seems to be coming together. Silverstone wasn't too bad.
Yeah, for me, it's been a massive change coming from the Hyundai last year into the Honda Civic FK7 this year. But yeah, I think at Silverstone we really found our feet, and yeah, can't complain. P3 in qualifying, had a good race one. Shame about race 2, but we still showed that we can battle hard and yeah, have some good racing.
Yeah, certainly so. And then here at Donington Park, slightly different format of racing than what we had at Silverstone in terms of the track's completely different. It's very downhill, undulating, fast sweeping. Silverstone was a very open and straight circuit. But do you want to talk us around a lap here?
Yeah, of course. So yeah, going across the start-finish line here and down into Redgate, going really fast. Just looking to brake at the end of the pit lane, hard on the brakes, down 2 gears. Make sure you get a late apex and try and stay off the green. I nibbled it a bit there. I know they're going to be harsh on track limits. Going down into Craners, keeping it flat, it's properly fast, and keeping it over to the left to open up Old Hairpin. Try and nibble as much of the green as possible. Again, trying to stay off that green, but you're carrying so much speed, it's really difficult. Coming up into McLean's, keeping it flat through the left, hard on the brakes, down 2, trying to open up couples more much as possible. And then going up into Coppice, blind corner it is, so you're sort of guessing where the apex is, but trying to hit that as much as possible, opening up the wheel, trying to carry the speed and getting a nice exit onto the back straight. Going into last chicane, hard on the brakes, down 2 gears, trying to get as close to the barriers as possible, but not hitting them, and a nice smooth exit onto the straight.
No, that is, honestly, it looks like such a fast lap, doesn't it? And
yeah.
You on that lap that we're watching, the traffic that you had going into to turn 1 as well, super close, but certainly a very solid lap. Looking forward to what you can see doing in the race as well.
Yeah, cannot wait until the racing tomorrow. It should be really close. Qualifying was close, so yeah, can't wait to racing tomorrow and getting the elbows out.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Donington Park National Circuit. People are probably wondering, and we have just found out literally in that break where you were watching Scott Sumpton go around, people are probably wondering why are you outside Jensen Brickley's garage again. Well, there's been a bit of a change, hasn't there? There's been a change of a race winner, and that is Adam Shepherd wins race 1 from today, and that is because Jensen Brickley and Adam Shepherd have been swapped around.
They have.
So we're trying to get hold of him, aren't we?
We are, yeah. I can't see him, and I can imagine, yeah, well, hello.
You're right, you wanted me, I believe.
Oh, yeah. If you wouldn't mind, actually, Mark Hunt from JBR. Not great what's happened to you. I am assuming that Jensen is not happy.
No, he's frustrated, but the rules are the rules. You know, he slowed up slightly before the safety car board. Adam went past him. What was hard was when they went back down the back straight, Adam moved to the left because I don't think he really knew. So I think it was more of the team had seen it or someone. But it's racing, isn't it? It's a bit underhand, and we're just going to go and try and win race 2.
Is he quite content with that decision, or I mean, it was a late decision, that?
No, I think he's frustrated about it. But there's 2 things: you either put your stuff in the truck, go home and do TCR Europe or TCR Italy, but then you've lost the battle then, haven't you? So you stay and you fight, and the best thing to do is go and win the next race. And it's like, we know we won both. It's done on the road, really. And, you know, we're not, us personally, we don't do this year to win the championship. We started this with, you know, Jensen was a novice driver, done 1 season of senior racing. We did it to see where we are, and we probably got quicker than we thought earlier than we thought, and our plan was to come back and to win it next year. You know, we'll have to re-evaluate over the winter and see what we do, because, you know, I do find there's a lot of silly things that, you know, you put a lot of effort in, you just think, what for? You know, so, but no, you know, we're just, like I said, going to go and try and win the next race. That's the most important thing for us.
Do you think it's going to rain? Have you got any inkling of this coming down hard? It's spitting, but it's not going to do anything, is it? It's not going to do anything to the track with this track temperature. Just burn away.
No, I think it's too warm. I think you're correct there. So, you know, we know we've got a good wet setup. It's a quick change, and, you know, we're quite happy to go either or, really. You know, from where we're starting, if it rain, it probably help us a little bit, because it sort of get through a bit quicker, but I think it will stay dry.
Sound. Listen, I know you've got stuff to do. You crack on, back on with the car. Thanks, Mark. Mark Hunt there from JBR, just talking to us about what's gone on with Jensen Brickley. Nice of him to come and chat, actually, because I've known Mark quite a long time, and you could tell by that interview he wanted to say more than he did, I think.
Yeah, you did get a inkling of that, didn't you? But, you know, it is what it is, and it seems harsh, the punishment, doesn't it, to lose a win, but effectively, you know, he does lose a few championship points from it, but he's still in contention with this one. You know, it's still very close in the championship. Boardley, he needs good results still. He got a relatively decent result in that one despite his qualifying. So, you know, a lot is still going to happen in this one. And I hope it goes down to the wire at Brands, but it could be settled here at Donington, but it's going to be very, very close.
Yeah, one of the things I'm just looking at, I'm not being rude on my phone, I just want to see what that was actually for. One place position penalty for car 246, which is Jensen Brickley. Now, because it was such a quick turnaround, I just assumed it was for contact, but by talking to Mark, it sounds like it was the safety car. Yeah, now I did see that where Adam was in front, and he said he went wide or anything like that, and then Brickley went back through. Now, have they gone with saying he overtook under yellows? That must be the case. We're only speculating. We are only speculating. So, but they must have looked at, for them to make that decision so late, they've obviously had to look at 2 onboards, maybe even 3 or 4 from the other cars to see if he had an overlap. If it is overtaking on a safety car, because I should have asked the question to Mark, but I thought it was for maybe contact side to side, which wasn't massively robust with Adam Shepherd, so it must be that overtake maybe on a safety car, but we'll see. It's a shame we can't speak to Adam Shepherd. Yeah, he's a bit busy at the moment, understandably. The car came in and it was smothered in oil, wasn't it? The whole left side of the car, and if anything, that may have come to be because of the side-by-side contact at turn 1 with him and Brickley. That was the close racing that we love to see, but just that small knock, it affected this car so badly, didn't it? Yeah, it's not so good, was it? I'm not too sure how much time we've got, but should we take a wander if we have got time? I think we take a wander. If we can chat to Adam, I think that would be nice. I mean, obviously, if he is fully focused on making sure his car is ready, it's completely understandable if he doesn't want to talk, because he does a lot of hands-on work with the team, doesn't he? Yeah, exactly. I mean, people don't understand how independent this championship can be, where, you know, you can have a team like Rob Boston Racing, who, you know, have got their team of you know, engineers and mechanics working on the car, or it could be a team like Bradley Kent, where Bradley will get involved in helping and fix the car, and there's family teams up and down the pit lane, and there's some let's say, this is not disrespectful, but professional teams that only take money from drivers, so the drivers can drive the car and not be involved in fixing the cars. Yeah, well, here is Adam Shepherd's wagon, and to be fair, from when we were last here, when we were chatting to Luke, that's been put back together, so something tells me that they've got a fix. Yeah, I'm hoping that is a fix, because that's either 2 things. That's either, let's just get it set down and take it away from the track. Adam Shepherd comes out. Thank you very much, mate. Are you back in business, mate?
I think so. I think fingers crossed it's okay. We found a crack in the catch tank from the contact with Jensen, that one. We don't know if it's only that or not. Well, time will tell. So and just congratulations, you're race 1 winner as well. Yes, yeah.
Is that from a contact point of view, or was it safety car overtake?
Safety car. I didn't mention it because I wasn't sure. Yeah. I said to the team when I come in, I'm 85, 90% sure he overtook me on the safety car. You don't want to win like that, but when you're leading, you can back people up into. He was too fast to win outright on the circuit. Yeah. If he was leading, but when you're ahead, who knows what's going to happen. I don't want to take the win like that, but I've had enough bad luck myself. It's yeah,
and I thought that would be the case. Me and Anthony, we actually didn't know. We were in a break watching Scott Sumter's lap, and when I come back, I looked at the results and you'd been changed, and I thought the contact wasn't massive, but it was enough, and I thought, oh, they must have looked at it again, but obviously they've looked at everybody's onboards, and there was an overlap then.
Yeah, it was more. So when we come out of Old Hairpin, I knew he was going to dive at the apex. I knew he was going to go to the apex at the Old Hairpin on the way in. So I took third. Normally it's a fourth gear corner. Took third and went for the exit, and I was probably 3/4 of the way past him when the boards came out. And when we crossed past the boards, I was ahead. So that was that. And then when he come back past me, I was a bit confused, but I didn't want to overtake myself on circuit because I know that obviously normally you get excluded for that. So it's unfortunate for him because he was so fast. But at the end of the day, the rules are the rules, and that's the way it went.
Yeah. And just final question for me, let AJ take over. We were just talking about independent teams, family-run teams, professional teams.
Yeah.
You dress like this says to me you're actually working on that car, and you've done a bit.
Every time, all throughout testing, it was me and Dad running the car in tests all through Thursday testing. So I'm out the car, changing brake pads, bleeding brakes, and everything else. So it's hard work, but when you go and get good results, it's more rewarding, I think.
And it certainly is. And I mean, your run is still one of the Gen 1s out there, and you show that the Gen 1s still do have the pace and power that they need, because you're battling right there at the front.
Yeah, certainly. I don't want to sound like I'm making excuses. I think the Gen 2 cars are faster. I think everyone knows that. If you look at the results in Europe, they're dominating everywhere. But we're proud of what we're doing with what we've got. Like Area Motorsport and the Gen 1 Hyundais, we are consistently up there. Yes, we're struggling a bit now. The other teams are on top of the Gen 2 cars a bit more. For outright pace, we're struggling. But no, we're pleased.
Yeah, and it's like you've put in tooth and nail to that car, right to the limit where the fact that I can see you've repaired the bumper and it's cable tied on there. That, again, commitment. Cable ties, they're a mechanic's best friend.
They are the best thing in the world, aren't they, actually?
They are,
I mean, you spend all that money on aerospace fasteners and fasteners, and then you've got a couple of cable ties. Looks lovely.
Yeah, well, the mount underneath's broken, so it's either a new wing and bumper or cable tie it for now. So
how much is a new wing and a bumper, just so people at home
they're
understand?
Quite a lot. I think the bumper's about 1,500 quid, and the wing's about 800 quid. It done the side seal as well, and the catch tank that got split is about 1,600 €. So just that bit of contact's best part of about £3,000 if you replaced it for new. It doesn't look it, but for us, with such a tight on budget, that's the last thing we want is to go and spend £3,000 on parts. So that won't be new for us. That's going to be cable tied up and fillered.
But the great thing is, and we'll leave you to it now because we're going to go and speak to Matthew Wilson. Great thing is, TCR UK, if you do well, you win money.
Yes, yeah. To be honest, this weekend there's a lot of money on credit cards already. So the team are like, oh yeah, you've got to put new pads in it now with your prize money, but that's already paying off. Sorry to my wife, I'm not sure she knows how much is gone on cards, but yeah, it's that money's paying off what I already owe. It's not in the bank for spending more, so at the moment, brands is almost a non-starter to make it unless we get some more sponsorship. So it's so hard, but we try our best.
Yeah. Cool.
So, exactly. Cool.
We better
Cheers, mate. Yes, we've got to shoot
Adam.
down there. Lovely. Well, hopefully his missus ain't watching this.
Yeah, don't worry.
We've got about a minute half for this.
Cool.
So let's chat to these two here. We've got Matthew Wilson and Callum Newsham just here. Huh?
I just said,
Matthew Wilson is down here. Right. Matthew, firstly, very quickly, because we've only got about a minute or so, race one was a bit of a tough one, wasn't it?
It was a tough one. However, I had a really good race with Scott.
Yeah.
I just didn't get him by the end, which unfortunately missed out on the reverse grid. So I got the 11th, but it means I just got to work harder now for the next race.
Yeah. The only thing that you know from that one, you start in 11th, but then you know the drivers who are just in front of you won the last one. So if you can latch onto the back of them, follow them, it might help you out.
Exactly. I'm sure they're going to work their way back to the front. So as long as I can follow them and follow the hole they're going to make, that's all I need to do.
Lovely. Do you know, I love Matt's accent. It's so much better than yours.
Give me that back. That's enough from you.
Right.
He fancies you and not me. Nice one, mate. Well done.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers.
Do you want to ask this one? I'll let you do it.
Callum Newsham.
Yes.
Mate, you got up to like, were you up to like 4th or 5th?
Yeah, we were, from
You're
9th.
Flying, because
Yeah.
qualifying wasn't so good, was it?
No, we had a bit of issues in qualifying. And on my side, you know, I didn't hook up a lap properly, so...
Yeah. Andy McEwen was saying in comms that he might have thought that you used the front tyres too hard too early. What was the... Could you just drop back a bit, or was it just the pace of everybody else in the Gen 2s?
We had a big misfire, so the fuel pump just destroyed itself, basically. So, yeah, we were struggling. Halfway through the race, just lost power.
Yeah.
It was just misfiring everywhere, so we just dropped back like a stone.
Yeah, and what was that?
What
was the misfire?
Fuel pump.
Oh, okay, and it's sorted?
I don't know yet. I don't know.
Oh, right, you'll find out then.
Yeah, I'll find out in a bit.
Good man. Well, look down that camera, because I think we're going to all say goodbye together, aren't we?
We are indeed, yeah, we're going to say goodbye. Do you like Mazdas?
No.
Do you like Anthony?
Well, we do.
Yes.
Exactly. Oh, that's nice. Anyway, Mazdas, they're coming up next. Stay with us.
He's all the way around the outside. Miles for the lead. Side by side. Who's going to be the bigger man?
For voice and data solutions at speeds that are simply out of this world, choose Maximum Networks.
Do you wonder why your competitors' websites appear in Google searches ahead of you? Then make a call to the SEO experts Woya and understand how your business can be more visible online. As the official marketing partner of TCR UK, you can now work with a trusted search engine optimization partner to increase web traffic, inquiries and sales. Speak to us for your free audit and quote by visiting woya.co.uk today.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Donington Park. Sterling work by Paul O'Neill and Anthony Jordan to keep us thoroughly entertained over the lunch break. But we are now ready to get racing back underway here at Donington. Cars making their way around on the green flag lap for the first of two races for the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship, the sort of entry level, if you like, for Clubman racing. This is how they will line up, with Matthew Fletcher and John Pethick making up the front row of the grid. Bo Parry is back. He'll start third alongside Harry Dean, with Jordan Pimley and Simon Waterfall, who's already been out in two Mark 1 Championship races this weekend, starting 6th. Matthew Goddard and Pete Smith are next, ahead of Johnny Greensmith and Paul Bateman completing the top 10. Then it's Jamie Turner and Alan Hawkins starting on row 6. Row 7 for Hayden McDonald and Jack Worry. Del Pace and Nicola Doyen are next, ahead of Michael Pearce and Jake Stiles even. whilst the top 20 is rounded out by Russell Halley and Kevin Bird. George Grant, busy boy as always, competing in the MX-5 Supercup this weekend, where he's a contender for the Masters Championship. Well, he is racing with us in the Clubman as well. He'll start 21st alongside Rob Greensmith, then it's Will Breen and Peter Williams, with the 13th row shared by Jake Pace and Simon Privet. Peter Bell is next, ahead of Ossie McLean, another driver doing double duty between this and the Mark 1 Championship. Andrew Dean and Jordan Head round out the top 30 on what is another very well subscribed grid. Mark Forth and Chris Watts are next, ahead of Chris Whitmore and Daniel Hawkes-Reed. Dave Scowler and Chris Thelwell share the 18th row, 19th row for Tom Cannon and Tom Davis, and the 20th row of the grid we should have Simon Browning and Dale Whiteman. Now, in the championship, it is reasonably tight actually. 23 points after the drops are applied separate Matthew Fletcher and Jordan Pimley, and then a further 15 points back is John Pethick. Those three somewhere ahead of the rest of the field, so those are the three drivers we need to focus in on as far as the championship is concerned. Fletcher, Pimley and Pethick. And, well, we've got Matthew Fletcher on pole, John Pethick second on the grid. Jordan Pimley, Richard John Neal, is the one with a bit of work to do from the third row.
But he likes a bit of overtaking, doesn't he, our Jordan?
He does. He does indeed. Should be able to make some progress, I reckon. But then you've got those spoilers in the pack, really, haven't you? Bo Parry and Harry Dean sharing the second row of the grid. And they're not in the championship fight at all. They're just looking for good results. And that really is what the Clubman Championship's all about, for drivers who don't want to commit to a full, what can sometimes be quite expensive season in the Mark 1 Championship. Expensive. Not expensive in motor racing terms, really, but, you know, if they don't want to commit to a full year and all the costs that come with that, they could dip in and out of the Clubman Championship, which is a championship, but you can approach it almost as a series if you want to. So, we have got 15 minutes on the clock. We've got the red lights on, the revs rising, and now we've got cars on the move. John Pethick looks to make a good start from the outside of row 1, but he doesn't get away all that well. So Matthew Fletcher's going to hold on to the clear advantage, I think, as they rush down towards Redgate for the first time. Pethick slots into second place around the outside. The white and green number 8 car, that is Harry Dean, looking to try and break into the top 2 as well. Through Redgate, 3 abreast is the order of the day in the midfield, but at the front of the pack, a pretty steady start.
That was a great start, wasn't it? And what a huge, impressive field. Yeah. Anyone said that this formula is finished? Far, far from it.
Absolutely.
Massive, 40 cars.
Ridiculous, isn't it, really? And such good racing we can expect to see from them. Oh, one car on the grass there. There's a big wobble down into the gravel trap. And it's the number 17 of Pete Smith who deposits himself in the old hairpin gravel. I think he got a wheel on the grass turning in. Almost held onto it there, Richard, but in the end the car got away from him.
Yeah, that was typical Donington Park stuff, wasn't it? Interesting start from John Pethick. Just looked like he was content to tuck in to second. Made that decision very quickly, didn't he, after dropping the clutch?
Yeah, definitely. Realised he hadn't done enough to get the lead. Oh, there's more contact now. That's Paul Bateman. And off into the gravel trap goes Jamie Turner, who I think initially got into the back of him slightly. Jamie now skitters through the gravel, tries to get going again. Where Bateman went, I'm not sure. He may have ended up coming to a halt, which would be a shame. We'll wait and see. The leaders, though, down to the chicane. Fletcher already starting to get away. Pethick second, Parry third. Jordan Pimley doing some of that overtaking that you teased that he might be able to do, taking fourth place away there from Harry Dean.
Yeah, I've got to say the comment in deference to the race that we did at Snetterton, where he came through virtually from the back to the podium. Right. Did he win that one? I can't remember. But yeah, absolutely mega drive.
He did.
He did win at Snetterton.
Yes,
was it race 2 he won?
Yeah, absolutely. I wasn't at Snetterton. I had to consult the point spreadsheet. Right, there is a live snatch vehicle picking up the car of Pete Smith down at the old hairpin. Yellow flags out at that part of the circuit. There may well be yellow still at Coppers. I've just glanced out of the window, and Jamie Turner, who we just saw in the gravel at Coppice, he's the reason for the dust cloud at the top of the hill at Redgate. He's just been off again. So, again, I don't think on his own, but he's been able to continue on his way. Right, side-by-side for second place. Bo Parry getting stuck in now, goes to the outside of John Pethick. This side-by-side battling, though, Richard, we've seen what that can do for the race leader.
Yeah, Parry, Pethick and Pimley to get alliterative, if we can. It's a good job we can say me P's, isn't it? Have to mind me P's and Q's. Up the inside now goes Pethick, trying to defend second position. Well, this is allowing Fletcher to get away. Harry Dean coming to join in with what is now a quartet for second position. And just got to give a shout out to Alan Hawkins. We're chatting to him. It's his last race, so if we don't get to see a lot of Alan in this one, he told me he's definitely retiring after this one, which is a shame.
Yeah, that is a shame, actually. He's been a stalwart of MX5 racing with the BRSCC for quite some time, and he's been a front runner in this Clubman Championship whenever he has raced with us this year. Remember, had that pair of podiums on the Grand Prix circuit at Silverstone back at the start of the season, and he'd looked around his racing career out with a race victory. Through Redgate Corner then comes the fight for, well, actually third place, because Jordan Pimbley is showing much better race pace than he did in qualifying. He's worked his way through nicely from 5th into 2nd, and actually he's getting away from this lot now.
Can he catch Matthew Fletcher, though?
That's the question. Fastest lap for Pimbley would suggest maybe he can.
Yeah, well, it's obviously good getting your pole positions, but the great thing about Mazda racing is that you don't necessarily have to stick it on the front row. You can work your way through, and Pimbley, once you get in that race rhythm of attacking, that's not a bad thing to have. Fletcher won't want to necessarily be looking in his mirrors as we focus on this scrap now for 3rd and 4th place.
10th faster in Sector 1 is Jordan Pimbley, so he is starting to try and bridge that gap, but he's not quite within slipstreaming range just yet. Up and over the top of the hill at Coppice we go. Bo Parry in that 3rd position, John Pethick behind. So as far as the championship's concerned, then Matthew Fletcher, the points leader, doing everything that he needs to be doing, really, getting away from Pimbley and Pethick, who are both still kind of engaged in this 2nd place battle. The brakes over the curbs, avoid that tyre stack. These Mark 1 Mazda MX tyres really quite softly sprung. They ride those curbs well. There's Alan Hawkins, the 722 car, the Jigsaw car. If nothing else, I'm going to miss seeing that car on the grid. It is one of the more interesting liveries out there, isn't it?
Well, it's up for sale, and maybe the new owner might well keep the livery. Alan will keep the number in whatever he does. I think he's going to maybe look at doing something, demos or whatever, in another formula. And but he's had that number for a very long time. I first saw him racing in the mid-70s with that number, believe it or not.
Interesting. Well, yeah, he's been around for a while, and as I said, pretty handy peddler. So is Johnny Greensmith, who gets up the inside of Jack Worry here. This is side-by-side action for 7th place, and they almost lean on each other. Thankfully, contact averted. Greensmith manages to go back through. He was actually ahead at the line, but I think Worry got past him at Redgate. And as we see so often here at Donington, an overtake at Redgate Corner is not sealed and done until you arrive at the old hairpin ahead. And ultimately, Jack Worry not able to do that, so Greensmith gets back ahead of him. Hawkins is 9th, Russell Halley is in 10th position at the moment. There they are, working their way around the right-hander at McLean's. And they've got a whole gaggle of cars in behind. But that really is the battle, isn't it, to watch? Hawkins is at the head of about a 9 or 10 car train.
He is. He's much prefers, he said, racing to qualifying. Had a couple of issues in qualifying with, I think, a fuse coming down onto the brake pedal, which stopped him braking, which is certainly something you need here around Donington. He had his I think, his best lap, got taken away from him as we head back to Greensmith and Worry.
Yep, and Jack's back ahead, isn't he? So maybe got that slipstream down the exhibition straight and managed to take the place back away. Fastest lap, Jordan Pimbley, significant for 2 reasons. 1, it's worth a bonus point. 2, he has halved the deficit, more than half the deficit actually, to Matthew Fletcher ahead of him. He's within slipstreaming range now, less than a second back. Alan Hawkins there losing out to Russell Halley, tries to cut back across in front of Matthew Goddard, I think that is, in the black number 18 car, and there was maybe a bit of paint traded there.
Yeah, definitely. But again, we saw Goddard back out of it, which is really good. We've seen a lot of that in the Mazdas. Close racing, you're going to get the odd touch. Some people might say you want to see it. A lot of the drivers say they actually enjoy the cut and thrust of racing with a little bit of contact. But if you do back out of it, fair play to all of them. There
is a big difference between giving someone a tap in the tail or a bit of a door bang than there is firing them into a gravel trap. And I think that's where the drivers, this is why they love Mazda MX-5 racing. The cars are so evenly matched and you really can overtake anywhere. Alan Hawkins proving the point, gets up the inside of Russell Halley at McLean's, and they will go 2 by 2 up to the top of the hill, the highest point of the circuit at Coppice Corner. Blind apex at the right-hander. Hawkins pitches it in. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, Hawkins' local track in the 70s was Wimbledon, which was shale, so he learnt to race his car craft racing on like a speedway track, shale speedway circuit, Wimbledon Stadium was, before they put the monstrosity of the football ground in.
I see. Yes, never a good idea. All right, Alan Hawkins back to the front of that group. The leaders, by the way, are out. In fact, they're side by side at Redgate Corner, so as this is all kicking off further back.
Halley caught Goddard then, didn't he? And just dropped back, Andy, while you were looking out the window. Yeah, so there's a little bit more contact between them.
Okay, well spotted. Here are the leaders then, and Jordan Pimbley knows how important this would be to try and get some points back. He is, like I said, 23 adrift of Matthew Fletcher. It's not the easiest thing to do, though, in Mazda racing, is it, to overhaul a 20-odd point deficit, because 100 points for a race win sounds great, but you get 98 for finishing in second.
Yeah, it's just increments of 2, isn't it? That fastest lap is going to be important for him, but with this and Silverstone to go, that's a huge ask, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. Would require a bit of misfortune for Fletcher. I'm guessing the drop score rule is the same for this championship, though, as it is the other MX5 series, in that you can't drop the races at Silverstone. We'll double check that, but if that is the case...
I think I looked at all 3 last night, if I remember correctly. It was late, but yeah, I think it is. And it would make sense that they're all the same.
Exactly. So I think the pressure is going to be on. Whoops, speaking of which, that's a big spin. In fact, there are 2 cars involved, and one of those is both of them coming back out onto the road. Scary stuff down at the bottom of the hill. Didn't catch either of the numbers there. There is one of them, 166. That was the one that I thought was going to spear back into the road. That's Ossie McLean again.
He's had some camera time, hasn't he, Ossie?
Yeah, definitely so. And I got the number right that time as well, 166. I didn't quite. I think the other one was 38, maybe, Andrew Dean, who was doing the pirouetting. And that is the end result, with a polystyrene marker board well and truly destroyed.
Trying to think of a polystyrene joke there. She was lead singer of X-Ray Specs, but it's gone. And you're glad.
Moving on. Leaders single file through the Craner curves, and Matthew Fletcher, well, Pimley's done the catching, which they say is the hard part, but now finding a way through is not going to prove easy either. Meanwhile, Hawkins side by side again now with the number 18 and Matthew Goddard. Goddard started 7th, so he's slipped down the order ever so slightly, but back into 9th place now.
He has, yeah, having a good little battle, aren't they, with these ones, just for the top 10. Absolutely incredible. But you would expect battles with a 40-car grid. Absolutely mega job by all the drivers and the BRSCC officials for getting this format exactly right.
Yeah, absolutely. Hawkins back on the attack. They've pulled a bit of a gap now, actually, over Del Pace in the orange and blue car, number 128 behind them. So, Goddard 9th, Hawkins 10th as they climb the hill. On their way through Coppice Corner. There is Del Pace ahead of the 101. That's Hayden McDonald. Number 2 is Jake Stiles, another driver who's been around in Mazda MX-5 racing for a little while now. See him getting closer to the top 10 as they barrel down past the exhibition centre and towards the end of another lap. Only 15-minute races, these, Richard, so we're used to having that extra 5 minutes to sort it all out at the end, but we're into the final third of the race already.
We are, and of course the Clubmans just get the 2 races on 1 race day, so you don't have to have 2 days off work if you work weekends. It's just a single day, although you might want to travel up, I guess. But yeah, just really designed to cut a little bit of money out of the budget if that's what you want. 228. Jake Pace is having a look down the inside run here. Let's see whether Jake can do it. Yeah, he's got that done easily.
Yes, he has. So Jake Pace and Del Pace, not for the first time, actually finding each other pretty close on track.
Are they brothers, father and son, or...?
Father and son, I think.
Right.
I think.
Sorry, mean question to ask if you don't know.
I really need to start researching things like that, because I get it wrong every time, famously.
Don't be funny, Andy, you cover so many drivers, you can't be all over all of it.
Quite, but people do. A few times I've called fathers, sons and whatnot, but yeah, I think that's the relationship between the 2 of them. Hawkins and Pace now side by side. This is for a spot inside the top 10. Be good if Alan could get a couple of top 10 finishes this weekend. As I said, he's had those podiums earlier on in the season, but even the Clubman Championship, it's so difficult to consistently finish on the podium because there's such strength in depth along the grid.
He's getting it sideways. He's going to go drifting, is he, after this? Is that what he was alluding to? I don't know, but yeah, wide line, get good momentum around that outside wide line. And if he can keep the car pointing in the right direction, he'll be all right. Talking in the right direction, is this the case for Jordan Pimley, who looks at the outside, grabs the lead, he's got his nose in front, but gets crossed up and re-loses the lead.
Bo Parry arrives on the scene with some speed, just about avoids sliding into the side of Pimley's car, so that's going to cost Jordan 2nd place now. And these two probably need to try and regroup, work together and get back onto the tail of Matthew Fletcher. Of course, that's not what they're going to do. Jordan Pimley straight back up the inside. Lovely move.
Yeah, they just don't work together, do they?
I don't know why I bother saying it. I really don't.
One day they'll have a meeting and they'll go, you know what, we're going to work together as well.
Indeed so. Right, well, Pimley must feel, in fairness, Pimley will rightly feel that he is quicker than Bo Parry. He's proven that already in this race, so maybe it's better for him to be out in front. The trouble is that Bo probably thinks the same thing, and so he's not necessarily going to be content, especially with only 2.5 minutes left, to sit on the rear bumper of the now 2nd placed car. Matthew Fletcher breathes a sigh of relief, manages to escape a little bit further up the road. John Pethick looking in the background, having a lonely race in 4th position, really. And as Pimley feels the need to go defensive slightly down the back straight, that doesn't really lead me to think that they have much chance of catching back up to the leader. That gap is a sizable one with only 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, big chunk, isn't it? Car pulling up on the exit of pit lane.
That is Andrew Dean. 38.
So Fletcher 1.329 clear with 2 minutes on. This race goes all too quickly, doesn't it, the Clubman race?
Yeah, absolutely. So thoroughly entertaining stuff. 1.3 seconds the lead margin now. Well, Pimley's closed a gap of that sort of size once in this race, but whether he's going to be able to do it again, I really don't know. Across the line comes the enormous pack of cars fighting for 10th place, or 9th place. No, it is 10th place, actually. Alan Hawkins has been dropped now by Matthew Goddard.
I could hear the marshal shouting, actually, out of the commentary box.
Yes.
Do you need help? to Dean.
Oh, that's Ozzie McLean again. I'll tell you what, though. Oh, and that is Kevin Byrne, I think, isn't it, who's gone around at Redgate Corner. See, you take your eyes off that group of cars for a second. It all kicks off. Hawkins and Pace now, side by side. That is down into the old hairpin. Pace is going to slip through. So Alan Hawkins just losing a few places in the closing stages now.
Plenty of grass, lots of sweeping up to do after this race, isn't there? So, and a little bit of drafting going on there for sure. Jack Worry on the inside of Simon Waterfall, so let's see if Simon can get back at him. He's going to switch over and have a look down the inside run here.
And that is the 482 of Daniel Hawkes Reed in the barriers at Redgate, I think, given the cloud of dust I can see out of the window. So there are Mazdas now starting to litter the side of the road. We will only have one more lap to go anyway, I suspect. Oh, now, on the timing screen, Richard, our top two have both got red markers next to their name.
Ooh.
That usually means penalties. 5-second penalty for both Fletcher and Pimley. So Bo Parry is on course for a race win.
Yeah, Bo Parry from John Pethick, presumably. John's 4.19 down.
Yeah.
So that's a turn up for the books.
Yeah, has championship implications as well, doesn't it? Because Pethick was third in the points, and the two ahead of him are both set to pick up a penalty here.
It's like an Alan Gow fixing, not fixing, that's the wrong word. I'll get told off for that, won't I? But people speculate that Alan might, you know, is he going to do anything to the car of Ash Sutton, you know, on the penultimate weekend? Well, no, he won't, but the conspiracy theorists enjoy having their little moment, don't they?
Conspiracy theorists in motorsport? Surely not. Yes, however it's come about, it's certainly going to tighten things up a little bit in the points. It cost them a massive amount of points, but it's going to be a real shame this for Matthew Fletcher and Jordan Pimley. Especially after Matthew's driven a pretty perfect race. Pimley's made some really good overtakes, and neither of them will get a race victory, unfortunately, to show for it. So down through the chicane we go then. Checkered flag awaits Matthew Fletcher on the road from Jordan Pimley, but it's that man there, Bo Parry, who, once those 5-second penalties are applied to the two cars ahead, is going to inherit the race victory. In fact, Fletcher's got a 10-second track limits penalty, and that will drop him even further back. So Matthew Fletcher, having been told off already for exceeding track limits, is now going to drop down, I think, into about 5th place or so. So it's Parry the winner, Pethick second, and Pimley still ends up on the podium in 3rd. Parry Dean 4th, Matthew Fletcher only 5th. So that is a decent game. Pimley's going to take, well, 4 points out of him, but Pethick will take 8 points out of the championship lead, and you don't get an opportunity to do that all that often.
No, they don't. He gives them the upper hand slightly in the second race of the day as well. Is that Bo Parry's first win of the season? That is first win.
Ooh,
You'll know more than...
I actually thought he'd won a race this year, but I might have made that up. No, you're right. He has finished second once. That was at Snetterton now. As Bo Parry won a race last year, he did a couple of rounds in the championship in 2022. Hold the phone, Cora. I'll do some digging.
Well done, Andy. Yeah, superb. And I tell you what, even if it's a win that you get through the penalty coming through, many a driver get their first win that way, then they get the confidence to get the first outright win on the road. He's won it though, he didn't cheat the track limits, so well done, Bo. That's a really, really good result from him. John Pethick coming through then for that second, just 1.952 seconds behind, as still the remainder of the 40 runners in this first of 2 events that we've got, first of 2 races, remember, for this championship, go through and complete the race as we get a look at Daniel Hawkes Reed, who was parked up. But entertaining stuff, as you would expect from a 40-car grid. And Andy's still delving through the archives.
I think that's his first ever win in a Mazda. I think that is his first win. He was a championship racer before sort of choosing to take a season off. Of course, he's been tempted back to do a few Clubman races, but yeah, that is, I think,
great, isn't it?
I think his first win. So that's really nice. I like Mo. I've met him a few times around the paddock, and he is the race winner here at Donington Park by just under 2 seconds over John Pethick second and Jordan Pimley in third. Harry Dean fourth. Matthew Fletcher 10-second track limits penalty, and it drops him down to 5th position. Now, has he picked up a 15-second penalty? Because he's shown us 12. Yes, it was 15 seconds added on. So, because he was 12 seconds back on corrected tyres, which even with my poor mathematics skills didn't make much sense. Simon Waterfall 6th, Jack Worry 7th, Johnny Greensmith 8th, Matthew Goddard 9th, and Russell Halley completes the top 10 ahead of Jake Pace, Paul Bateman, Alan Hawkins and Hayden McDonald. Johnny Greensmith, by the way, in 8th place, the winner of the Masters category in that race. Del Pace was 15th ahead of Nick Ledoyen, Jake Stiles, Michael Pearce. They were all in that brilliant battle pack from 10th on back. William Breen was 19th, and Kevin Berg completed the top 20 ahead of Jamie Turner, Peter Bell, George Grant 23rd, then Tom Davis, Simon Privet, Rob Greensmith and Jordan Head. Shout out, sort of proves our point there about how competitive this grid is, because George Grant's come from the back of the grid to finish in the high teens in both of the Supercup races, but in the Clubman Championship can't even break into the top 20. That's how quick the drivers on this grid are. Chris Thelwell marked 4th and Ossie McLean complete the top 30 after Ossie had another lively race. Dave Scowler 31st ahead of Tom Cannon, then it was Chris Watts, Simon Browning, Peter Williams, Chris Whitmore, Dale Whiteman was a lap down. Daniel Hawkes-Reed was in the gravel at Redgate Corner, and Andrew Dean, involved in a couple of incidents, was a non-finisher as well.
Bo got fastest lap too.
He did, which again is significant. Takes that point away from our championship contenders. So yeah,
and it softens the I got it through a penalty thing, doesn't it, as well? Yes. So he was the fastest man out. Well done, Bo. Good point.
Very good point. That actually, yeah, they can't argue with that, can they? So yeah, Bo Parry then, as far as we can tell, his first ever win in a Mazda MX-5 of any sort. And Bo will very shortly be chatting to Anthony Jordan down in the pit lane, where he's going to be a very, very happy man indeed. John Pethick will be satisfied, I think, with second place, and Jordan Pimley, I'm sure, a tad frustrated to have to settle for third after what was a fighting drive from 5th on the grid. Right then, let's get all the reaction for our first Clubman race of the weekend by heading down into the pit lane with Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much. Yes, Bo Parry down here. Well, you finished on track third, but after some post-race penalties, you shoot yourself up to first. Did you know that was happening?
Not till I came in the pit lane. I saw the car in front of me had a 5-second penalty, and I don't know what Matt got. But yeah, I could tell out there the guys in front were using a lot of track limits, and it's, you know, cutting the curves and stuff. You know, I was probably doing half and half, and it's where's the line. So I nearly expected it, but. Yeah, no, I'll take that as a win.
There was a heart-in-mouth moment for you as well, while the front two were scrapping going into Redgate, and then you arrived on the scene with some vigour.
Yeah, no, there was 2 moments that it just went a bit too sideways. Yeah. The car took a lot of a hammering out there. But you know, it's good fun. And also the tyres definitely were going off after about 10-12 minutes. You probably saw a lot of the cars just sliding around a bit more, and that sends you wide. But yeah, no.
Still a solid result though for yourself, and you've got some more races to go. And are you feeling confident for it?
Yeah, I'll try. If I'm starting in pole, I'll try and lead the back, see what I can do.
Yes.
And yeah.
Keep within track limits, though.
Keep within track limits and be quick. That's the answer.
You'll be fine. Congratulations, well done.
Very much. Cheers.
Excellent. Let's chat to our man who finished in second place for this one. We find him over here, Mr. Pethick. Looking forward to see what he has to say on this one, because he had a good one. John, let's have a quick chat. Right, so track limits obviously came into effect on that one. You shoot yourself up into second in this one. Did you expect it?
I wasn't surprised. No, I saw a lot of. We were all going off onto the green concrete quite a lot. And I kind of tried to throttle back on doing that partway through. And then I saw the warning boards coming out, and I thought, yeah, well, I can't keep up with them, basically. If I'm going to keep on the track, I can't keep up with them. So, yeah, I was kind of early on, I was sort of keen not to battle with Parry and Pimley too much. And fortunately, Dean didn't seem to keep up with me, so I was quite glad I did. Keep it on the black stuff, yeah.
Well, still, solid result for you, P2. We'll look forward to see what you do out later.
Great, thanks.
Excellent stuff there for John. Let's very quickly move over to the driver who finished in third, because the next grid is out onto the track, so we have to have a quick word. Right, that didn't go your way fully. I mean, the racing was good, but yeah, we never like to see track limits, do we?
No, absolutely not. I mean, credit to Matt. He drove an excellent race, defended where he needed to. Yeah, I saw he had a penalty, so I just tried to keep within the 5 seconds, and I've cooked it myself.
Yeah, mate, still solid result for you. P3, well done.
Can I just say a quick shout out to my sponsors, Harry Bennett Foundation, Falcon Contract Flooring, A&P Training, and a massive credit to Close Racing for setting up a fantastic car.
Well done. Cheers. Thank you very much there, P3, on that one. More racing to come. Don't go anywhere.
Rightly so, yes, we've got cars on the grid already. It is another championship that hasn't raced so far this weekend, that being the Nankang Tyre, he says, hoping he's picked the right sponsor. No, it's just the BRSCC CityCar Cup now.
It is Nankang Tyre.
Well, I thought it was, but it doesn't say Nankang Tyre on the grid sheet. I'm glad I didn't just dream that.
Someone will get shot for that when they not put it on there.
Definitely. Yes, the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup, one of the newer innovations from the BRSCC, and the cars are lined up on the grid ahead of another 15-minute race, another short, sharp race. This not the fastest cars we'll see racing this weekend, but they provide some of the closest racing. And again, Donington Park, a perfect venue really for this style of car. It is another championship that is reasonably finely poised. There is a decent little margin for Elliot Lettis, the championship leader. Understandably so, really, because he's done the bulk of the winning this season. 24 points his advantage over Stuart Bliss, who's going to be desperate to try and carve into that this weekend. The grid then is headed by Joe Moss. Joe Moss will have pole position, having qualified about 3/10 quicker than the championship leader Elliot Lettis earlier on this morning. Elliot will start from second, ahead of Stuart Bliss and Christopher McKenzie, row 2, row 3 for Richard Bliss and Joshua Jackson. Fourth row then for Jack Wheeler and Liam Browning. Brad Porter and Richard Jett are together on row 5. All of these are quick drivers who we've seen on the podium in the past, but with some overtaking to be done if they're going to repeat that today. Hayden Payne and Patrick Booth are on row 6, and then the 7th row shared by Will Hopkins and Ian Howard. Craig Flynn and Bob Bannister will line up together on row 8 and 9, Richard Snuggs and Adam Reynolds. Then Luis Torres and Charles McKenzie complete the top 20 on what is another big grid of cars. John Nicholson and Dominic Fletcher are next, ahead of Prem Gind and Alex Foden. No relation, as far as I know, to Steve Foden, who we've seen out in the Mark 1 MX-5s. Alistair Merring is next, ahead of Harvey Blake Jones, then Andrew Payne and Amelia Vincent, with James Smith, Arthur Simonday and David Williams at the back of the 31-car grid. And Richard, this is another one of those great BRSCC success stories. I remember when this championship was announced, I joined the list of people who thought wasn't really going to be the sort of success story that it's turned into, because we already have a Citroen C1 Endurance series for cars very similar to this. They do run to different regulations, but a similar kind of idea. And their cars are not the fastest, they're not the most powerful, they're not going to be the most spectacular drive. I did not expect to have 30-plus car grids become the norm. I'm so happy to see it there, because the racing it produces is brilliant, and every single driver who drives one, including Paul O'Neill, who spent a bit of time this week coaching one of the drivers out on the grid, have said that they did about as much fun as you can have for this sort of budget in British motorsport.
Yeah, it's a great championship, and of course within that we've got the Student Motorsport Challenge, with several colleges taking part. I know they get a quick shout in, if I may, for their sponsor this weekend, 3D 360 Training, provided to Greater Manchester and Combined Authority. They deliver 3 to 5 day courses on that. They're also providing, I think, a 3D printer as a prize this weekend for anyone who wants to get involved. Also cast your eyes down the grid, not that far down though, we go to P4, Christopher McKenzie, one of the Bitcoin cars, ex-Fiesta Junior racer, spotted the name on the old Fiesta stats I was looking for. He's in one of the Bitcoin cars. If you're here and watching on the stream, get yourself down to the Bitcoin camp after the race, or any time during the weekend, they'll give you free Bitcoin.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Okay. And what is a Bitcoin worth, do you know?
I've absolutely no idea.
No.
But I do intend to find out more and hopefully get some time with the lads at Silverstone, which I'm coming to watch. So.
Excellent stuff, yes. I really wish I could be at Silverstone, actually. I think I'm back at Donington that weekend, but that's going to be a cracking event at the end of the season for many of the BRSCC's most popular championships. Right then, what's going to happen in our first 15-minute race? Joe Moss looking for a race win from pole position. 3/10 advantage in qualifying is a handy one, but it does not a race win guarantee. Off we go then, down towards turn number 1. And on the inside line, it looks like it is the red Citroen that's had the better of the starts. Elliot Lettis now starts to try and drag himself back alongside, with the number 18 of Stuart Bliss on the inside line as well, looking to try and pick his pocket and move into second place. Now, 3 abreast in CityCar Cup through Redgate Corner should be a doddle. Never mind. 1 car off through the gravel trap further back, bouncing their way
Bob
back
Bannister.
on. Bob Bannister, you're absolutely right. And
Bouncing Bob Bannister to get rid of alliterative.
Oh, he's not the only one either. Number 97's pointing the wrong way.
Alistair Mearing.
Alistair Mearing, yeah, well spotted. So, bit of drama at the first corner, but they really should be able to go side by side around most of a lap here at Donington Park, and I think a few of them showing already intentions of doing just that.
Yeah, I think so as well.
Oh dear, that's more carnage. That's 2 of the Bitcoin cars, or 1 of the Bitcoin cars. No, it is 2 of them. 210 Luis Torres. Didn't quite spot the first one.
Charles Mackenzie's the other one, I think.
Charles Mackenzie, right, okay, that's a shame.
Which is Christopher's brother.
Yes, and there was a 3rd car involved. I think this race is going to be hitting the pause button very soon, because there are now 3 cars and bits of them scattered across the road down at the old hairpin, and the red flag does indeed fly. 1 of the Bitcoin cars arrived at the old hairpin already backwards and on the grass, and then they kind of came back into the road. The 3rd car involved is the 174, which is Amelia Vincent.
That is a shame.
So Amelia started 28th on the grid.
That's her first DNF this year as well. That's a big shame. Big pity for Amelia.
And that's the Wiltshire college car, isn't it? Yeah. So that's a shame. Mackenzie and Torres were the 2 Bitcoin runners, who both shared the same row of the grid, actually, row 10 of the grid. Amelia came in from behind there, I think, and got involved. And for, I think, the 3rd time today, we unfortunately have a race stoppage. The cars will line up on the grid, and the recovery process will begin. But I think the drivers involved appear to be okay. And again, these cars built to the highest of safety standards, and that means they can withstand contact like that. But not nice to see, and not a huge turnaround time either before race 2 later on this afternoon. So the teams, particularly the Bitcoin racing team, are going to have a lot of work to do in a fairly short space of time.
Yeah, they have got a lot. These are very repairable cars. A brother's got a C1 on the road, and he just loves it, because it's all he needs. We live around sort of South London way. You don't need a huge car to be toying around London, but very easy to work on, and that goes as a race car as well. And because it's easy to work on, it's a really good way to get some basic engineering skills, which is why we've got the Student Motorsport Challenge. JP Latham, the man who is behind that, has got an even bigger grid together this year. We've got the likes of QE Motorsport, the Queen Ethelberger's Collegiate. I could never roll that off the tongue when I was commentating on these at Snetterton. I hope you have better luck.
Almost certainly not.
We've got West Suffolk College, BRSCC, who lead the championship. We've got East Surrey College. I was having a little natter with those guys. I need to pop down and see them a little bit later on today. The 2 Welsh teams not with us. You don't have to be with the Student Motorsport. You don't have to build the car from scratch on the college campus. You can make a tie-up with the driver. That's probably the difficult bit, isn't it? Finding a driver who wants to make the tie-up, and then you've got all the young people involved that can help out with the car. So we've seen there's a little bit of a trend that some of the faster drivers, Oliver Cotham's just come into the commentary box.
He does this.
He
likes to make an appearance every weekend. I think he's after our jobs, actually.
Is he?
Yeah,
well,
I think so.
Stick to the driving, Ollie. Please. Yeah, so you can make the connection as a...
Yeah. What more can you say?
A shrug of the shoulders, wasn't it?
Yes. I think I said it all, really. So that's Lewis, presumably, who is going to be taken back to the med centre for a check-up. Blimey, that recovery vehicle was doing a fair lick through the gravel trap.
Yeah, it was. The Wiltshire College car that we lost, the first retirement of the season for Amelia Vincent, who has done a fair bit of racing at Castle Combe in the hot hatches there, and certainly has been no slouch. It's Northbrook College that lead the student motorsport from East Surrey down at Red Hill. Been extended an invitation to go and have a look at their facilities, which I'm looking forward to. They've got a number of race cars down there and performance vehicles that they work on, and BRSCC 3rd in the championship from West Suffolk at the moment, and that's you can be in the overall championship as well as the Student Motorsport Challenge. Hence we saw one of the student cars right up towards the top end of things. Let me see who was on pole. Jack Wheeler was 7th, wasn't he, in qualifying, and Liam Browning, who joined the championship a little bit later on, missed the first couple of rounds, he's 8th in the number 91 car. So that's the Boston College entry, and a podium at round 1 at Anglesey, that one. Lee Crisp, the team principal for Liam Browning. Now I didn't see who was. I don't think there's any insignia, is there, on the cars to denote student motorsport? It would be quite handy as we get more of them, just to have a little a blob or something on on the windscreen, or maybe a different, not necessarily a different visor, because we've got Nankang as the main sponsor as the Bitcoin car gets towed away.
Yeah. Indeed so. So what a recovery effort this is going to be, I think, down at the old hairpin. A few cars to be removed. And there is Amelia. Stood at the side of the road. Mackenzie alongside her. I think she's tried to give her input into the state of the car and how best to remove it from where it is, but hopefully this won't take too much longer.
Christopher Mackenzie was saying, actually it wasn't Christopher, his brother was saying they're hoping to get Chris into Mini Challenge next year.
Oh really?
So there is already a Bitcoin person, I think in JCWs, but yeah, they're looking at Christopher doing it. But really great to make that link between the Fiesta Junior Championship and this, because it's not just the likes of Jensen Brickley coming out of Fiesta Juniors and coming in and doing so well in TCR. We've got drivers that will take other routes as well, and maybe a more measured route. So you're looking forward to seeing what Christopher does. So hopefully he will join us next year in Mini Challenge as well. If not, I suspect he'll be back here plying his trade and learning more about racing and engineering here too.
Almost certainly. So the local wildlife breaks cover as we have a moment of peace here at Donington Park. And the crowd on hand, it seems to be getting bigger as the day goes on, actually. More and more people in the grandstands, more and more people getting themselves trackside to take in the sights and sounds of this TCR UK BRSCC race meeting. And they've certainly been treated to an action-packed day, haven't they? Not always for the right reasons, but when we have been racing, we really haven't had a dull race yet, have we, by any means? And absolutely convinced that this one will be exactly the same once we do get the race resumed. The timing screen still tells us it will be a 15-minute restart. I reckon we'll probably lose.
He's enjoying it, isn't he?
Well, taking a well-deserved rest is that particular marshal. Sure, they've had a busy day.
I was trying to work out how Elliott Letty's championship lead is only after drop scores, only 24 points.
Yes, yes.
The others are running close, basically. He has done a lot of the winning, but hasn't managed to get a huge advantage. This is a double-header. This is a slightly different, not format, but all the other rounds have been 3 races. The last 2 events are just the 2, which some of the drivers were pleased about, other the drivers not so pleased about because they want to come racing and get 3. But it does tighten things up, doesn't it, and focus the mind for the drivers with slightly less races in the last 2 events.
Yeah, it does. That, definitely. And looking forward to seeing what this championship achieves next year as well. Perhaps even more cars being built, as what I've been told. And we could have an even bigger grid when we assemble in 2024. It's always a good, very popular vantage point for friends and family of drivers, that grandstand up next to the entry to pit lane. Right next to the circuit commentary tower, where you get a fantastic view of the majority of the Donington Park National Circuit. This is the one part of the circuit you can't see, actually, from the circuit comms box down at the old hairpin. And we can see, thankfully, the recovery effort ongoing. They're almost there, I think, aren't they? There might be a bit of fluid to recover. And, of course, that's, again, something people don't always realise. It's not just about checking the drivers are OK and then getting the cars out of the way, but it's what the cars leave behind. Frontal impacts like that can very easily break radiators and oil lines even. They start leaking fluid on the track. And that part of the circuit in particular, the last thing you want is to have a slippery surface when the race does resume.
Or something's going to puncture a tyre.
Exactly.
So, yeah, spot on, Andy. Yeah, very good. So, they're enjoying it as well.
There's a theme here. Do you ever feel like maybe we're being worked too hard, Richard? We're being shown. I think we're being teased by our producer, actually, showing us lots of people with their legs up and relaxing, whilst we don't have such a luxury. But we'll be waking them up very shortly.
Back to Ornithologist Corner.
There we go.
It's something about TV directors I've noticed that happens with ITV. Always go for the, and of course, needless to say, I don't know whether our director is an ornithological expert or not. The one on ITV is pretty much. Are we getting a thumbs up?
No, we're definitely not.
Okay. But you'll get, and yeah, Mark Cross is the guy I work with there, and he will pick up on anything flying, and then he'll expect us to be able to identify it, and then of course when we can't, he'll tell us.
That is a bird.
Yeah, it's exactly. Actually, Paul's very good on. Paul O'Neill's very good on
birds.
On spot. Well, yeah, on the winged variety as well.
Yes,
at picking them out.
Okay, I'll pick his brains on that one then. There'll be a quiz during our second TCR race later. Viewers, do send your ornithological questions in for Paul O'Neill. We'll try our best to get some answers.
Have you sat in a car with Chris Packham?
He hasn't. He'll be about the only person that he hasn't sat in a car with, I reckon. And if so, I'm sure it'll happen soon.
We don't get to say that very much. I used to get that a lot. I used to say on the clear, oh, I've sat in a car with him. And then he stopped saying it.
Right, so we are getting close, I think, to a resumption of racing. Last bit of sweeping up going on, which means we can start talking about something that we do sort of know what we're talking about, and that would be the action in the CityCar Cup in hopefully just a few minutes' time.
Yeah, very much so. Championship very much alive, as we said. You've effectively got the two. The thing I haven't mentioned is that we've got the novice or rookie championship as well. I haven't got the standings for those. I was talking to Arthur Simonday earlier on, and he's one of the newcomers to the championship. Is Arthur, and I think had quite a few wins in it so far. Yeah, he said he hadn't, but by my reckoning, Arthur, he's in car 12. He's actually running in Student Motorsport Challenge, which is his main focus, and he's had 6 novice class wins as well out of, so half of the races that he started, he's been the top newcomer, but he's been usurped a little bit this weekend by Joe Moss, who started on pole position. So we've got a rookie driver coming in and setting the pole position time. There is the damaged machine being towed away. It looks probably worse than it is because the parts being interchanged. Wouldn't be surprised if we see the 36 car of Prem Ginder on the grid for the second race of the day. I thought Prem had taken some newcomer wins as well, but the class wasn't showing on some of the earlier rounds, so on check back he hadn't. I think he's had a couple of P2s in the novice class over the course of the season as well. But yeah, Joe Moss could be creating a little bit of history here if he can come through from pole position. Beating the likes of Elliot Lettison, Stuart Bliss and Christopher McKenzie, it's going to be a big ask for him, but are we going to see a first-time novice winner? Arthur Simonday actually is with the QE Motorsport, so let me try that again. Queen Ethelberger's Collegiate. I still can't do it. It doesn't. Maybe I'll practice at Silverstone off mic. But that's the only team, that particular one, Arthur Simonday's team, the only team comprised of engineers of all school age, rather than post 18. Microphone?
There we go. I told you, we all do it. We all do it.
So they're effectively the youngest set of students in Arthur's team. And he was, I think, born and raised in America, then spent some time in France, and he's now a trader here in London.
Right, okay. Well, thank you. Excellent filling whilst I was updating my TCR spreadsheet ahead of our second TCR race a little bit later on. Some interesting comings and goings within the world of TCR that we'll fill you in on a little bit later. I've also just been shown a weather radar by the wonderful Luke Austin from Alpha Live. Doesn't make for particularly good viewing, I'm afraid, unless you're a fan of wet racing.
Is it anything to do with one of the cars having a wiper going?
I think that might be linked. That might be linked. Fairly heavy rain and what looks like fairly lengthy rain.
It's not raining now because Luke's outside with Anthony, isn't he? So I guess when it starts raining, they'll come in.
Both of them fair weather motorsport fans, so they would not dream of standing out there if there was too much precipitation. But I believe there is some on the way, so that might make, again, our second TCR race fairly interesting. Of course, the CityCar Cup cars, they all run on a semi-slick or a grooved tyre, so that's not quite as much of an issue. They may well have a brand new set of tyres set aside that they'll dub the wet set, but the tyres are all the same. And there's no slick tyres in this category. Oh, yeah, there we go. Surface flag down at the old hairpin, although that could just be because there's a bit of fluid and dust and rubbish that's been left after the shunt earlier on.
It's my favourite flag, that one.
Is it?
Yep.
Surface flag.
Yep, love it.
Okay.
Can't be a bit of red and yellow stripes.
No, I agree. Well, often dubbed the slippery surface flag, and of course that's not actually what it's called. It is just called a surface flag. It's to tell you that there's something on the surface that you might not be expecting. It doesn't have to be something slippery. Yeah, absolutely. So bodywork, gravel, whatever it may be that's been deposited on the road, it's there to let the drivers know that they need to have their wits about them. So, green flag lap then. We are showing a 5 minute restart. So this is really going to be a short, sharp dash for the cash, isn't it, this?
Been told there was some coolant on the track down there.
Yes, that's what the flag is for. Good info from our camera operator. good info from our camera operator at the old hairpin.
They don't just do the camera work, do they? Keep us up to date, which is really good, over and above, exceeding expectations.
And they are listening to us as well, God help them. They are listening to us apparently as we go through the day, and they pick up on things that we say, so it's not the only reason we're being nice about them. We do genuinely appreciate their work, but always nice to see people showing that initiative, isn't it, and picking up on things that the commentators talking about. Someone really needs to listen to us, otherwise we're generating a lot of hot air for not a lot of reason. Anyway, cars lining up on the grid, and it is going to be, as I said, a 5-minute restart, this one, with the front row set of Joe Moss and Elliot Lettis. We've lost a few from further down the order, but the heavy hitters, the front runners, are all there.
Don't use that phrase.
I know, I realised that I said it. Tempting fate, rather. But I'm sure that they will put an exemplary display of driving standards forward right now, and increasingly overcast skies. A couple more drivers there, including Elliot Lettis, just switching the windscreen wipers on for a second there, so maybe a bit more rain starting to fall. Who knows? We will make a voyage into the unknown now. Over 5 minutes of racing in the BRSCC CityCar Cup, and let's hope that they all have the grip levels they're expecting when they get down to the first corner. Revs starting to rise. And who is going to make the better launch? It was a dream start from Joe Moss the first time round. What can he do this time? Well, it's a bit more equal, I think. Elliot Lettis going with him on the outside line as they head towards the first corner. As always, it seems, there's someone with 2 wheels on the grass. We're getting reports it is now starting to rain, and the whole pack of cars is descending upon turn 1, where Elliot Lettis shows supreme confidence in the circumstances. Right round the outside line, he's late on the brakes, carries the momentum off the turn, but just cannot quite clear Joe Moss. Down the hill they go. Moss grabs the advantage, and Stuart Bliss now tries to break through into second.
Stuart Bliss is having a look, and I think he's going to get that. It was Christopher McKenzie looking around the outside for third position on turn 1, but that's actually meant he's ended up in 4th and around the outside. That as Elliot Lettis gets a wheel onto that, and more shenanigans going on behind. We're going to lose more cars. That was going to be our first CityCar Cup roly-poly of the day. Thankfully not, but that is probably going to be... Now, are these light enough to push away, or at least grab? So...
Yes, well, one of them is 43, Will Hopkins. I think the other car, that one, number 37, Ian Howard, those two shared the 7th row of the grid.
That's the one that Owi's been coaching, isn't it?
Oh, it is. Yeah, it is, of course. I forgot about that. So that's a shame, because he put in a really good qualifying.
He'd done really well, yeah. Paul was really pleased with his progress.
Yeah, he was. Now, that car might be far enough off the track that they can do it under a live snatch. The other one is close enough to the track, yeah, there we go, that the marshals can push it back underway. So we might get away without another race stoppage or safety car intervention. But we are going to have yellow flags for the remainder of the race, you would imagine, down there, because it's only a 5-minute restart, 3.5 of those minutes left, and the race leaders negotiate the final chicane for the first time at full racing speed, with Joe Moss leading them to the line. And a bit of a fragmented group now, more and more windscreen wipers coming on. Moss leads, Lettis in second, despite that huge moment that he had down at the old hairpin. Third place, Stuart Bliss, Richard Bliss in 4th, and then this here, a 3-wide battle for 5th.
Yeah, popping down the inside now is the 21 car. Christopher McKenzie's dropped back further than he would like to have been. But it's Joe Moss soaking up the pressure at the moment from Elliot Lettis. They're all having little wild moments. Now, of course, they haven't had these conditions all weekend. This is the first time they've had these conditions. Many of them first-time racers. The novice category is very well populated.
Yeah, it is indeed. That was Liam Browning, by the way, skittering through the gravel trap. He lost a few places, but is immediately back on the attack, albeit into a yellow flag zone, so had to abort that overtaking attempt. Good news for Joe Moss, who manages to hold on to the lead. They are just live snatching the Ian Howard car. There's a little tangle quite a long way up the hill, actually, through the craners that sort of triggered all of that. Couldn't see exactly who made contact with who, but a shame to see Ian out of the race. There, though, is Liam Browning now trying to get to the outside of the number 27 of Josh Jackson. That didn't quite work. That group led by Jack Wheeler, I think, in the 57 car. That's the black and green car.
Running second in the Student Motorsport Challenge at the moment, that one, so we really have got to have eyes absolutely everywhere, haven't we?
Well, in fact, he's probably inherited the lead, hasn't he? Because it was
Wheeler,
Liam Browning, wasn't it, who was leading?
Well, Jack had pole for East Surrey as they come down, windscreen wipers on. You wouldn't really wish the first wet race of the weekend on anybody, but it's a shame that we've got this. There's so many newcomers for me, that's the problem.
Yeah, yeah. Although, to be fair, apart from the lap 1 shenanigans, touch wood. The driving standards have been good, and it does look like they've still got just about enough grip. It's quite a warm surface, isn't it? So that should evaporate the rain pretty quickly. Right, here comes a challenge from Elliot Lettis up the inside of Joe Moss. Lettis to the lead, Bliss up the inside as well. That's Stuart Bliss, but he's not quite got the momentum to make that move stick. So Elliot Lettis goes through. We have just begun. I reckon the final lap of the race is going to be touch and go as to whether we get a fourth lap in, but if it is the final lap, Elliot Lettis may well have timed this to perfection.
They might stick the checker out. I think there might have just been time, but at the moment we've got what sounds like a... Oh! Lettis gets a big squirrely moment on, and back into the lead goes Joe Moss. Are we still going to have our vegetarian banquet of Lettis and Moss together at the front of the field here? It's Bliss now up into second position, but Moss has come back in.
Brilliant shots there as they came towards us with wing mirrors flying through the air. Joe Moss saw his opportunity to get back to the front though and pounced on it, and he will lead once again as they head out of McLean's. That was brilliant car control from Elliot Lettis, but the momentum loss sees him drop out of the podium places for the time being. Up the hill we go then, through Coppice for what may or may not be the final time. Can Joe Moss hang on? He's got the pair of Blisses behind him. Stuart Bliss just ahead of Richard Bliss. And are either of them going to break ranks on the run down the back straight? The nice slipstream there being picked up by Stuart Bliss. Is he close enough to get to the inside? Well, Joe Moss is doing his best to cover that inside line before drifting back out to the racing line, under braking into the chicane. I think you're right, Richard. There is time for one more lap. He bounces over the curbs awkwardly. Stuart Bliss gets the run. Is there a checkered flag? Is there a last lap board? The answer is it's a last lap board, and one more lap to go. Stuart Bliss getting the run and on the attack towards Redgate.
He's having a go, isn't he? So Richard Bliss would have probably liked to have had the checkered flag there, but equally he will relish the chance to go wheel to wheel with Stuart Bliss, who runs wide. He's seen him off. Bliss is back on track. Elliot Lettis off onto the grass, goes one way, then the other. He's trying to steer into it valiantly, collects it all back up, but loses more places.
Championship leader that was, finally finding a slide that he couldn't quite catch, and that will send him plummeting down the order. Now remember, Stuart Bliss is second in the championship, 24 points back. A race win would give him 50 championship points. Yes, the drop scores will come to Elliot Lettis' rescue, but this is a real opportunity for Stuart to try and close that points deficit. Side by side, up through Schwann's curve, to the outside line goes Stuart Bliss. He'll have to be very, very, very brave under braking, carry the speed round the outside. This might just work if Joe Moss leaves him space, which he does. Brilliant driving that from Joe Moss, and Stuart Bliss has his nose ahead.
Yeah, superb racing between these. You wouldn't know, would you, that 23 car is in the novice category. He's got the black and white, sorry, the black and yellow cross on the back of the car, but he's on the inside. The two Blisses are still trying to work with each other to go around the outside. Moss gives them room, and is he going to drop to third place here? Stuart Bliss, followed by Richard Bliss, the guest category. He poses Moss down to third.
Brilliant teamwork there, wasn't it, between the two Blisses? Poor old Joe Moss must have felt very, very outnumbered into the chicane for the final time. Well, out of absolutely nowhere in a way, Stuart Bliss is going to get a good chunk of points back in the championship with another race victory here at Donington Park. Stuart Bliss crosses the line. It's his 5th victory of 2023, and it's a 1-2 for the Bliss family with Richard in second, Joe Moss in third place. And where is Elliot Lettis? There he is, just behind Richard Jepp. So 10th place for Elliot Lettis. He'll be very grateful now that he's managed to finish every single race so far this season in the top 5. In fact, I think he's been on the podium in every race this season, so that will very much become one of his dropped scores. But even so, would have looked to have tried to claim another race victory, which for a portion of that race it looked as though he would be able to do. Stuart Bliss, though, timed that to perfection, put the pressure on right on the outside through McLean's and Coppice. That took some real bravery.
It did. First overall podium, I think, for Joe Moss, so he'll be pleased with that. But a cracking drive from him as a newcomer. He'll have learned a huge amount from two very experienced Bliss brothers, wouldn't he, from that. But cracking move from them. Joy to watch.
Yeah, you could see that coming, couldn't you? You could see that as soon as Stuart got alongside, Richard was going to go with him, give him the push, and that's just great teamwork, isn't it? Nothing wrong with that at all. So, Stuart Bliss then victorious in our first Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup race of the weekend. Richard Bliss in second place and Joe Moss third, having valiantly held on to the lead for much of that 5-minute restart. Joshua Jackson was 4th ahead of Liam Browning 5th, Bradley Porter 6th, and Jack Wheeler in 7th. Then it was Christopher McKenzie, Richard Jepp, and Elliot Lettis 10th after that spin at Redgate Corner. Patrick Booth was the first man outside the top 10 ahead of Hayden Payne, with Richard Snuggs and Adam Reynolds next in line. Joe Moss, as we said, is a guest driver, so no, he's not, sorry, he is a novice driver. Richard Bliss is a guest, so he doesn't actually score any championship points. That's worth factoring into that as well. Dominic Fletcher then 15th, 16th John Nicholson, 17th for Andrew Payne with Harvey Blake-Jones, Arthur Simonday and Craig Flynn completing the top 20. Then it was Bob Bannister, Alex Foden, Alistair Mehring, Charles Mackenzie, James Smith and Will Hopkins 26th. David Williams was 27th, and that was the last of the finishers. Christopher Mackenzie, by the way, in 8th place, picked up the bonus point there for the fastest lap, so that didn't go to any of the championship front-runners. Elliot Lettis will now score back, I think, 45 points, which had been his worst finish from Snetterton a little bit earlier on in the season. So not a complete disaster, that, for Elliot, but his car just never looked settled, did it, Elliot Lettis? The rear of it stepping out really from even the initial start of the race.
He was gunning for the win, wasn't he? One wonders if he'd have just settled into a rhythm for second, whether that would have been enough, but then he'd have had the Bliss brothers on him, so what do you do? Yeah,
you never know, do you? It's very easy to look back and use hindsight to formulate a race strategy. In the heat of the moment, you've just got to sort of improvise, and Elliot, like I said, will know that the drop score situation will help him out a little bit in that one. So CityCar Cup drivers will be back out again at the very end of the day. In fact, they are, I need to get my teeth in, they are the last race of the day, 6:45 this evening. Very late finish here at Donington Park, and they'll be the last race of the day. Still lots more racing to go though. Next up, it's the third race of the weekend for the GazShocks Mazda MX-5 Championship. Then we're into TCR racing action again. 3:25 the start procedure begins for TCR UK, followed by the Fiesta Juniors, who hopefully will get a race in this time. The Mazda MX-5 Supercup ClubSport Trophy will have their 45-minute race at about 5:15. Then the MX-5 Clubmans and the CityCar Cup, who we've just seen racing, will complete the 16 race package. The bulk of those races taking place on the Sunday. The spectators who have chosen to venture to Donington Park today being treated, well, they're getting their money's worth, aren't they? I think that is very much the case. A bit more rubbish to be cleared off the track. Few umbrellas up, but that rain so far hasn't really come to anything, has it? It's certainly not been the downpour that I think some people maybe thought it would be.
I think Liam Browning got Boston College's first win as well in Super Motorsport. Sorry to
no.
in just
no, well spotted. Yes, because of course he got back to the front of that class, didn't he?
So we've had 4 different winners now in student motorsport. Well done to all of our college students for doing that. Good stuff.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well spotted that, Richard. Right then, someone else who I'm sure was already all over that was Anthony Jordan, and he is down in the pit lane now with our podium finishers.
Thank you very much. I am indeed. Well, Stuart, that was an exciting race. My first question to you was, how confident were you that Richard was actually going to push you on that last lap down into the final corner?
I wasn't confident until he did it. I was just hoping, because he's in it to win himself as much as people think he's here to help me. But I think because we were sort of blocking the road, if he didn't push me, he wouldn't have gone through as well. So, in the end, it helped me and it helped him. So it's a great result for us. When they shortened the race to 5 minutes, I was a bit concerned, but Moss did an awesome job of defending. Elliot made a slight mistake, and then, it's so close. It's one mistake and everyone goes through. So it's a great weekend so far. And really, hopefully, we can carry on for the second one. Yeah, honestly, these look absolutely fantastic to drive. Now, I personally drive one of these cars, not the I drive the 107 as a road car, and I really want to turn it into one of these as well. But I'm loving the fact that, as well, as the rain comes down, all of the writing on your car as well. Don't look. I've got a couple of friends. Andrew Dyer is racing the ClubSport. Michael Haig. They're obviously bored in the pits, and they're writing random things on my car to make me go a bit quicker. Yeah. So, but and I've run out of brake cleaner to take it off. Yeah. So yeah. The one on the speedometer is concerning me. Don't brake. Yeah. It is what it is. I'm at the front. It's all right.
Good result there for you. Congratulations. We'll see you out there later on.
Thank you very much.
Excellent stuff there for Stuart. Let's go over to Richard and chat with him. Richard, that was NASCAR racing at its finest. Bump draft all the way to the end, and you managed to just pit 1 and 2.
Yeah, it was a good race. Obviously, I'm here just as a guest, so it was the help Stu out. But they were having a great little battle, so I just wanted to stay out of it. And then until obviously it come towards the end, and I could help him a little bit and give him the nudge where he needed, or the the bump as it was.
Yeah.
But no, it was a really good race, nice and close.
Yeah, fantastic. Obviously, when it was shortened to 5 minutes, I'm sure there was a bit of a heart-in-mouth moment where you think, we've got to get this done quickly.
Yeah, because my start on the second restart as well wasn't the greatest. So I come back by like to 5th, back to where I started. But it worked out quite well in the end. So
yeah. Well done. Congratulations, though, Richard. Well done.
Cheers.
Excellent. Let's move off to our man who finished in 3rd place. That one, Mr. Moss, Joe Moss. Where is Joe? He's over there. There he is. Joe. Looked like it was going to go your way for a lot of it, and then these two had to do one thing, and that was bump draft each other.
I know, the brotherly love, isn't it? Yeah, I know. I'm disappointed. I mean, it's first podium, but I am quite disappointed. I think it should have been a win, but it is what it is.
Yeah. But still, solid result. And quickly, anyone you want to thank out there, because there certainly was a good race for you.
Yeah, I forgot to do this last time I got interviewed at Snetterton. I forgot to say, I mean, I want to say thank you to my mum, my dad and Dan. I mean, none of this would be possible without them. To come enjoy racing, it's amazing. So thank you to everyone that helps us.
Yeah, perfect. Well, well done, mate, and congratulations. See you out there later on. As you can see, Mazdas are heading out. It's the Gaz Jocks. They're going out for their next race. Over to Ben.
Thank you, Dave. Yeah, that's
an accolade. He thinks you're Ben Edwards. That's an accolade.
I'll take that. I'll take that, I suppose. Yes. Right then, it's raining, everyone. Finally, we've been talking about it all weekend. The rain has well and truly arrived right when they said it would as well, about 3 o'clock this afternoon.
And of course, the score is that I don't have my coat and you're in shorts.
Yes, I committed to
we're not prepared, are we?
No, not
we're not Bear Grylls be prepared scouts, are we?
No, I hope the spectators trackside are, and I hope the drivers are as well. I wonder if anyone gambled on a wet setup. They really put their faith in the weather forecasters. They're braver than I if that's what they decided to do. Right, let's take a look then, shall we, at how they're going to line up. This grid, remember, based upon the race result from race 2, where Luke Pullen finally got his first ever victory in the championship, and he's a bit of a wet weather specialist as well, starting from pole position. The youngster Ted Bradbury might not be so kind to him this time. He starts alongside, and the man in 3rd certainly won't. That's Steve Foam, the championship leader, came from the back of the grid to finish in 3rd place. That is where he'll start race 3. Adam Sparrow 4th. He's also good in the wet, ahead of Ollie Graham and Owen Mills on row number 3. Row 4 then for Steve Bartlett and Neil Chisnell. Bartlett having a really good weekend. Matthew Goddard and Levi Aisbit are together on row 5, ahead of Tim Dorr, the Thunder from Down Under, as we're now lovingly calling him, and Harry Storer. Michael Green and Clive Chisnell are on the 7th row, Keith Dalton and Ollie Walden row 8, and Graham Rumsey and Richard Woodner on the 9th row together. Row 10 then completing the top 20, Simon Hartley and Andrew McGregor, with Christopher Abbott and Andrew Dean on the 11th row. Row 12, Chris Thelwell and Ossie McLean. Row 13, Jonathan Fieldsend and Neil McGregor. And the 14th row shared by Simon Privet and Simon Waterfall, who was out in the Clubman's a little bit earlier on. Ali Bray may or may not be starting from 29th in Kevin Dengate's car that he's guesting in this weekend. Jack Noller will certainly be there and fired up, keen to try and move forward from 30th on the grid, whilst Christian Dan and Adam Crane complete the lineup. So, a damp circuit. It's going to take a little while for it to get fully wet, and that will only happen if the rain keeps on coming down. But that means if it does keep on raining, track conditions will be changing every single lap, Richard, and they are the kind of conditions that some drivers relish and some really can struggle in.
Commentators relish them.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Anything
that
adds to the
unpredictability. As long as we're not
unpredictability.
in the shed at Knockhill or something like that.
Yes, or the Mickenbrook box at Alton Park. That's got progressively more leaky as the years have gone on. Luke Pullen then on pole. Can he now double up on race victories? As I said, he's pretty handy in the wet, and winning your first race can do wonders for your confidence, can't
Yeah,
it? So starting from pole position, he's got half a chance. They've got Foden to deal with this time, though. They've got the engine in that he's been running for the rest of the season. Now, that's the one they've been fighting this misfire on. Hopefully, they've now managed to resolve the problem, and he can try and get back to winning ways from 3rd on the grid. Revs rise then, lights out, away they will go, and Luke Pullen makes a good start from pole position. Bradbury doesn't get a very good getaway, though, and look at Adam Sparrow, the other wet weather specialist, from the outside of row number 2, and he might even grab the race lead into Redgate corner for the first time. Foden tries to slip up the middle there. Sparrow round the outside in the wet. That's really where the grip ought to be, and Adam Sparrow looks as though he will get the advantage. Pullen slots into 2nd place, and Ted Bradbury, I think, has gone back round the outside of Steve Foden. So despite initially not getting a good start, Bradbury already back into the top 3.
It's a repeating story, isn't it, from Ted? He's not quite as sharp off the line as the others yet. He hasn't got that experience under his belt. We know where his training's going to be, or one area of the training's going to be in the close season, though.
Yes, definitely. Ooh, Wild wheel on the grass there for Ollie Walden, and there's a spin. That's Ollie Graham around. Tim Dorr goes round 2 cars off, possibly the wet painted curbs, the culprit again there. Amazingly, I think they both avoided any serious contact and will both rejoin, but that takes certainly an Ollie Graham, a potential race winner, out of the equation.
Yeah, that's a big, big shame. But what isn't a shame is we've got a good battle on for the lead. And Bradbury on the outside from Adam Sparrow. Wow. And then coming up into the mix as well is Luke Pullen still there. And you really look in those front rows, the winner could come from anywhere, as with so many Mazda Championships.
Everyone trying to find the grip, trying to find which line is going to be the best line to take. It's not fully wet yet, is it? So do you go for the dry line, the wet line, or a hybrid of the two maybe? Down the back straight they go, Pullen dragging clear there of Adam Sparrow. But it is now Ted Bradbury leading the AB Motorsport 1-2, so the opposite way round from which they were running in race 1 earlier on. One car bounces over the curves. That might have been Michael Green, and he's off the road completely. He hit the curves too much. Graham Rumsey with a spin as well, and he's going backwards down the middle of the road. That's a terrifying position to be in. Hopefully everyone else avoids him. I think they have.
Yeah, that's a big, big worry, isn't it? Seen many a big accident there.
Oh, it's Tim Dorr again. Oh dear. Oh, and he's in the barriers as well. There we go. Well, that won't do any damage. It's the wreck to sell, but poor old Tim Dorr's had a bit of a lively first lap, hasn't he?
He has, and you can see how slippery it is with the wheel spin as he tries to coax the reverse drive and get out of the barrier.
Right then.
Owen Mills under pressure from Steve Bartlett.
Yes, he is. Steve Bartlett, this is for 5th position, actually. The top 4 have really got away, haven't they? Bradbury, Pullen, Sparrow and Foden. And Mills, the orange car, is 5th. Bartlett 6th and 7th place for Harry Storer. Harry Storer having one of his better runs in the Go For It racing car. And he would love to try and break into the top 5 for what I believe would be the first time.
That would be good. Nice progress for, as you mentioned in race 1 today, the former Clubman champion. But Ted Bradbury, I'll tell you what, he's doing a lot of looking in his mirrors here. Now, it's good to have that spatial awareness. The clerks will always say that you need to look around you, but he's doing a lot of looking in his mirrors.
Well, I wonder whether Pullen will now repay the favour and kind of fight a rearguard action for Bradbury. I'm not so sure. They're both even now. They've both had a win this year. And
but are they even on favours?
Well, this is true.
Yeah,
this is true. They do work together a lot in qualifying sessions and things like that. So we'll see. Perhaps in the early stages, Luke will be happy to sit in 2nd place. But different dynamic now. It's not just the two of them. They've got Sparrow and Foden there as well. If Luke just sits in 2nd place, he's a sitting duck, really, isn't he?
He is, yeah. He won't want to necessarily defend, but here we come. So are we going to see the challenge on here from Adam Sparrow? He's drawing level, coming into Redgate. He's going to make the move. And he's got the line, but there might be a bit more grip on the outside. Fair play for Sparrow, keeping at it. No, can't quite do it.
That takes so much confidence, though. Bradbury and Pullen both committed to the outside, left the inside wide open in the dry. That's the last thing you want to be doing, but they knew that in the damp conditions, that's where the grip would be. I don't actually think it's raining all that heavily now, though, so the track conditions might now start to go back towards the dry side, and the drivers have really, really got to try and adapt corner by corner almost, haven't they? Figure out where the grip is, how wet it is, and whether or not they should now start moving a little bit closer to that traditional racing line.
It's easy to overlook Steve Foden as well in a very quiet 4th position at the moment, and he's back from this trio. It's almost as if he's sizing them up at the moment, isn't it? And just sussing out what he could do. He's got a good gap ahead of Owen Mills, but what can he do from there? Does he need to stroke the car home for a couple of 4th positions for points?
He'd be more than happy to do that, I think. What we don't know is what the state of that engine is. This is the engine, after all, that they took out of the car on Friday night. It's working well now, though. He's in the slipstream of Adam Sparrow, who's up the inside of Luke Pullen, and Foden, interestingly, goes to the outside line. So he chooses not to try and follow Sparrow through on the inside. Bradbury holds the lead. Is Pullen going to stay 2nd? Yes, he is. So again, by staying on the outside line, these two AB Motorsport cars are able to keep control of the race. What is happening, though, is they're being caught by Owen Mills in 5th, aren't they?
Yeah, Owen is bringing, I think, maybe Steve Bartlett along as well.
3 wide. Sorry, I'm waving furiously at the screen, which the viewers at home can't see. They're 3 wide at the top of the shot in that battle for 6th position.
Off goes Adam Craig. That's a disappointment for Craig out of it.
Jack Noller is 11th with the fastest lap, having started 30th, Richard. What a drive.
Yeah, he obviously likes the damp conditions.
Yeah, doesn't he just? Wow.
It is 5 for the lead group now.
It is. Owen Mills is there. So Mills putting in a good showing. And, well, Steve Bartlett and Harry Storer aren't a million miles behind either. Bartlett running a bit wide over the exit curve there at the old hairpin. But those two will be keen. There is Noller. I think he's gained more now, has he? He's ahead of Ollie Walden, definitely. He's ahead of Matthew Goddard, too. There's been a sort out, I think, in that group at Redgate Corner. Yeah. I reckon Noller could be into the top 10 now. Meanwhile, challenge for the race lead. Luke Pullen up the inside towards Coppice Corner. That's not really where the grip is, but he fully commits to the move. Bit of a block pass in the end, but the race 2 winner is back to the front of the pack.
What was it we were saying about deals and pacts? And nah.
There we go. Well, we didn't see what happened to McLean's, but they all came out of McLean's on completely different lines. So I think something happened, definitely.
Ted's getting back into him now. Here comes Ted Bradbury.
Oh,
He's going to have a look. He's not going to do it there.
No, he's quite early on the brakes, actually, isn't he? Maybe that was more of a defensive move against Sparrow than an attack against his teammate, who's now out in front. So there's more cars join in that battle. Really, the more you want to be in front of it, there's more chance, isn't there, that they'll start tripping over each other and perhaps allow the race leader to make a break.
Yeah, it could well be. Still plenty of action going on a little bit further down. Harry Storer gets past his lap now.
Yes, he does. The track's getting quicker, isn't it, I think, as the rain eases off slightly. Sparrow to second place now. As I say, the rain eases off. There are more windscreen wipers now flapping from side to side. On Bradbury's car briefly, still Steve Foden with them on. Down the Craner curves they go. And Adam Sparrow, is he going to have a look? No, not at the old hairpin. Pullen, of course, the only driver in this group without a slipstream to benefit him, so he's punching a hole in the air. Everyone else benefiting aerodynamically from that, and that's what makes it so difficult to defend a race lead in Mazda MX-5 racing. Sparrow pulls to the left-hand side. It's the inside at Schwanzkirch, it's the outside for McLean's, but we've seen this move work a few times. Is Sparrow going to make it stick? I think he will. He's got the momentum off the corner. Pullen's on the inside line for Coppice, but again, Adam Sparrow, if he's brave, and if Pullen leaves him space, could well make this work.
That seemed to flick a switch for Steve Foden, who suddenly joins in with them and sees there's a bit of racing. And now we've got, obviously, side by side for the lead. That leaves a gap by the third place car for Foden to maybe get in, but this is super stuff from Luke Pullen at the moment. Ted Bradbury almost woke up as well, and he's looking on the inside run here as they come down into the chicane.
Pullen hangs on with a bit of an assist there from his teammate, but he outbraked himself slightly there, the race leader. Didn't get the run through the chicane that he'd have wanted, and look, immediately pulls to the inside, not just to defend, but to find his teammate, trying to work together NASCAR style down the pit straight. Once Bradbury's clear of Sparrow, Pullen then starts drifting back to the outside. That leaves the door open though, and Bradbury might this time go for the move. Pullen, I think, again hanging on. So Foden actually ends up losing a place there, does he?
Yes, I think he does. He's down to fifth position now, so Owen Mills up ahead of him. Bradbury on the outside line, and we're going to see Sparrow now putting the battle back onto Luke Pullen out front. But what a spectacular lead group this is. Are we going to see a change here down the inside into the old hairpin?
Oh, the inside goes Sparrow. Careful not to drift wide. Luke hangs tough around the outside. Again, fair racing from the pair of them. But once more, look, Luke, he's got that assistance from Bradbury. Bradbury tucked in behind him rather than trying to go with Adam Sparrow. And I think that's going to keep car 27 out in front, is it? Late on the brakes, into the right-hander. Didn't quite dare turn in there, did he, Luke? But he still has the momentum off the turn. Huge slide from Ted Bradbury. Brilliant car control.
That was a great save, wasn't it? And he's still there in third position. He's got Mills right behind him. Foden, I think, still struggling with that motor, isn't he? He's actually down to sixth now.
I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right. As soon as he tried to get stuck in, started going backwards. That can't be a coincidence. So this is the thing with misfires, though. They're intermittent, aren't they? The car runs well for a bit and then it suddenly slows down a bit and makes it really difficult, actually, for the other cars around him to deal with as well. A car that, one minute is competitive and the next seems to be down on pace. Right, here comes Sparrow to the outside of Pullen this time, into Redgate corner. Which way does Bradbury go? He's sort of hovering in the middle, but I think he is this time going to go to the outside line. So it's last of the late breakers into the first turn. Pullen on the left. On the right, as we looked at it, was Adam Sparrow, who was in second, but he emerges from Redgate corner, the new race leader.
What you're seeing from most of the battles here is that they're giving each other room. There's a bit of a contact there between first and second, the two teammates. Trying to work with each other, but where you get side by side, they're giving each other room on the whole. I'm not putting the curse to the commentator on. We have seen that.
No, you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. That bump draft is so powerful, isn't it, though? When these two AB Motorsport cars hook up, there is no one who can find a way past. And in fact, Bradbury was briefly through into second place himself there before Sparrow got back to his inside, heading towards McLean's corner. So Sparrow, will he be able to find a way back through? Foden round the outside. Someone's been on the grass. That's Richard Wootton in the number 3 car. Bradbury back to second place. Then whatever they try and do, they just can't shake these two out of the top 2 spots.
They can't, can they? Ali Price giving them a decent pair of cars, isn't he, out there, as Foden goes to the outside, trying to get himself back on par with the lead trio. He's back into fourth, so Foden's racecraft coming back into play again. And fourth position for him. Will he be able to close down the lead group, though?
Well, let's see. He's broken through. There's allowed the top three to pull away a little bit, hasn't it? This shuffling going on behind. That's Richard Wotton's rear bumper that is off the road wherever he went off. I think it was the old hairpin, wasn't it? Pulling with a bit of a lead, actually, by Mazda MX-5 standards. Half a second over Adam Sparrow. Still well within slipstreaming range for Sparrow, though. Bradbury third. And Foden, I think, is starting to jump across that gap, isn't he?
He's definitely trying to, and why wouldn't he? He's the championship leader. He wants to take the decent points lead into the final rounds of the season at Silverstone. Stephen Bartlett on the outside again, still getting stuck in. Harry Storr in the mix as well. Fastest lap back with Jack Noller on lap 8. He's in 8th position. So Bartlett at the head of this group. Now you're stat hunting or checking.
I'm trying to remind myself whether Bartlett's had a top 5 before. I can't actually even see him on the... Oh, there he is. He was a guest driver for a few rounds, but no, he's never had a top 5. So he is... Well, he's in the top 5, is he now? 5th place, yep, 5th as they come out of McLean's corner. But what's happening out in front? Foden's up into 3rd, and Sparrow and Pullen have started to disappear.
And Bradbury's now in 4th.
Yeah, so Foden suddenly coming alive, isn't he?
Yep, and I thought he couldn't catch them, but Bradbury's dropped back. Now Ted Scott obviously had a moment somewhere trying to get himself back on terms here with Steve Foden. It was definitely must have been a mistake because he's not lost power, has he?
No, definitely not. Holding on, bit of a defensive move down the back straight, but Bradbury not able to get alongside. Now, if Luke Pullen had an easy time of it in race 1 with a teammate behind him, he's not about to have such an easy time in race 2. Adam Sparrow shoving him down towards Redgate corner. For the time being, Sparrow content to work with Luke, but you can be absolutely certain a move will come in the closing stages. There, by the way, at the back of this group is Jack Noller in the white Go For It racing car. Noller 8th place, fastest lap, could yet make the podium.
Oh, he's too far away, surely.
I don't know. I don't know.
You know your Mazdas, I don't. I'll keep my trap shut, but we'll focus on this. All I will say is that Adam Sparrow is a more prolific winner than Luke Pullen, but that's not to say that Pullen isn't going to add to his cannon in this race. And he's defended well in the previous one, and this has given him, it's almost as if race 1 was a dress rehearsal for this, isn't it?
Good point, good point. So these two, about a second and a half up the road now from Foden and Bradbury in 3rd. They're only about a second ahead of the group of cars within which is Jack Noller. That's why I think maybe a podium, certainly a top 5's doable, maybe still a podium. He's got past his teammate, look, Harry Storer into 7th place. Ted Bradbury sideways across the top there. Such an exciting young driver to watch, isn't he?
He is. I wonder what he's going to do next year, come back to this, or love to see him take a leap, go to Supercup.
Yeah, maybe. Very different cars, though, those Supercup cars, aren't they? Perhaps closer to a go-kart, though, a bit stiffer. You know, you drive them a little bit differently to the Mark 1s. Maybe that would suit him. Right, Tim Dorr's got some stories to tell. Tim Dorr's always got some stories to tell, but he's got a few more to add to his repertoire from this race after being off the road twice within the first lap. How is the Masters contender getting on? Tim Dorr 24th, 5th in class, actually, at the end of the previous lap, and still continuing to get stuck into some of the battles. And I think there's a few more Masters drivers in this group. Keith Dalton, Ossie McLean, so more class positions to be gained here for the Aussie.
Simon Hartley leading it, looking for his 2nd class win of the season as we see that moment for Graham Rumsey.
Tim, what are you doing? Bouncing over the curb at Copper's Corner. Yeah, Graham Rumsey's been off a couple of times.
You're saying he raced with Mark Webber?
Apparently so. Has he not told you this story?
No, I haven't actually spoken to him. I'm sure he will do.
He's off again.
There we go.
And there are 3 of them this time involved. So Tim Dorr...
Has he got the Aussie twang as well?
Oh, very much so.
Oh, is he?
Very much so. As has his daughter, Henry, who is looking at racing in the championship next year.
Oh, that'd be good.
She's just about to come of age, racing age. So 67 involved in that one then.
So we're going to have a Henry Dorr?
Henry Dorr, yes.
And a Henry Dorr's in Carrera Cup. That's going to get
confusing, yeah, definitely. Right then, so a couple of cars off down the back straight. There is Jack Noller up ahead of Steve Bartlett, so Noller's made the top 5 now. There are cars just sort of limping to places of safety on both sides, actually, of the exhibition straight, through the middle of which burst the top 2, Luke Pullen and Adam Sparrow. Purple first sector for Sparrow, purple middle sector for Bradbury. So in these ever-changing conditions, the track once again now starting to get quicker.
It is, isn't it? This has been another fascinating race for the Gagshots. They get to pack up early and go home, if that is their wish, as the first formulas to complete their racing for the weekend. Pullen doing a grand job of defending still.
That was Andrew McGregor, I think, the number 10. But yes, yes, it is Andrew, I think, rejoining the track. Now, what I was doing an R-ing at just then is that Steve Foden and Ted Bradbury were about half a second quicker than the leading two on that previous lap. So they are starting now to get closer and closer, only a second back now from the leading duo.
Goodness me, and there are absolutely packs of cars everywhere, all dicing it out for various championship points.
Yeah, it's been another really good race this. You do not know which bit of the running order to focus on at any given moment. With 4 minutes to go, though, I think the race lead's a good place to start, isn't it? Adam Sparrow continuing to work with Luke Pullen, but for how much longer? Windscreen wipers are back on for both of those drivers now, despite the fact that drivers are still setting personal best. Sectors, bang, through the gravel, over the Richard Button rear bumper goes Michael Green. He's another driver who's been off on more than one occasion in this race. It is a true dogfight through the midfield, isn't it? But the race leader starting now to look more comfortable, dare I say it. Luke Pullen with a few car lengths advantage over Adam Sparrow makes his way down towards the final chicane once again. And, well, I'm not saying that he's going to maintain that margin. The slipstream's far too powerful for that, but Luke's just given himself a couple of corners respite there.
When you say he looks more comfortable, that definitely is the kiss of death, isn't it, from a commentator?
Yes, absolutely.
Especially in Mazdas.
Oh, they've thrown the checkered flag. They've thrown the checkered flag. Luke Pullen's taken another race victory. I think this is because there are so many cars on the side of the road. They have stopped the race early, have they? Although the top two, well, the top two weren't shown the flag officially. I think the race is over. Luke Pullen seems to think it's over because he backed off, I think, as they came across the line. Yeah, there is the checkered flag.
There he is, waving away, isn't it? So
right there, in slightly bizarre fashion, Luke Pullen claims his second victory in the championship. So he picked the right moment to build that little gap, didn't he?
Race control will, never take a decision like that lightly. If there are a lot of cars out, they can put the safety car out to deal with it. If there's an impending change of condition, we've had the majority of the race. This is their third race of the weekend. They've had the majority of this. And for safety's sake, not a bad call.
I think this is why, isn't it, really? We've got the driver still in the car. There's no concern there, but just the safest place to be, perhaps. The number 67 car down the exhibition straight. So that's Chisnell, isn't it? Clive Chisnell. So that, I think, is the reason that the checkered flag was thrown a few minutes early. And Luke Pullen has managed to claim another race victory. What a day here at Donington Park.
You said the second one would come quickly.
Yeah, well, yeah, certainly he would have been hoping so. And it's confidence, isn't he? He looked a more confident driver in that race. And we always know he's had the pace, but being able to get stuck in and really taking the fight to a bigger group of cars as well, that was a really good achievement. The rain hammering down now. Perhaps that checkered flag came out just in the nick of time. Pullen a winner again, Adam Sparrow second, and Steve Foden comes home in third. Valuable points there for the championship leader. Ted Bradbury only fourth, with Jack Noller fifth from the back of the grid. Great drive, and I think a podium could have been on had that race not finished early. Steve Bartlett sixth ahead of Owen Mills, Harry Storer, Ollie Walden, and Matthew Goddard to complete the top 10, and it was Neil Chisnell, Ollie Graham 12th. Remember, he was off on the first lap at the old hairpin. Brilliant recovery drive from him too. Levi Aisbett 13th, and Michael Green came home in 14th. Simon Hartley then was 15th ahead of Simon Waterfall and Richard Mutton, with Andrew McGregor 18th, Ossie McLean 19th, and Christopher Abbott completing the top 20. Then it was Christian Dan, Chris Thelwell, Neil McGregor, Simon Privet, Tim Dorr, who had an adventurous race, Jonathan Fields End and Graham Rumsey in 27th ahead of Keith Dalton, Clive Chisnell and Adam Craig, none of whom were running at the checkered flag. Well, where to start with unpacking that race? That was there was a lot going on there, and a very worthy double victory for Luke Pullen in the championship. Steve Foden, I think he'll be satisfied with that, actually, given the way that his weekend started. It's been a bit of an up and down weekend in general for Steve, but 2 podium finishes. He can rely on drop scores to save him from the non-finish yesterday, and he'll go to Silverstone with still a decent cushion in the points.
He will. Yeah, decent weekend for him, and even if we can't make it, we'll keep a very close eye on what's going on there.
Absolutely, absolutely. So
it's going to be a wet coffee run for me now, isn't it, for you?
Please,
that was an evil laugh there, Andy McEwen.
It's times like these I'm quite grateful they don't let me out of the commentary box very often. Yes, please do take shelter from the rain if you so wish, Richard. I'll get by without my.
No, we're going to. It's nice to get out in the air.
So yes, rain coming coming just in time for TCR, though. This is going to get very exciting with the TCR cars due to head to the track. Once the track has been cleared of errant MX-5s, we'll get the TCR drivers out to the grid, and tyre choice now will start to become interesting because, yes, it's clearly raining, the track is getting wet, but if it stops raining, it's going to dry out very, very quickly. And so over a 25-minute race, trying to decide whether or not to go for the slicks or the wets is going to be interesting. They've got 6 minutes before they're released to the grid. So they've got 6 minutes to try and figure out what setup to go with, what tyres to go with, and, well, some big, big decisions being made down in the pit lane right now. So we will wait and see what resolutions they come to. We'll hopefully be able to hear from our podium finishers in the MX-5s very shortly. And then we'll have build-up for our final race of the weekend here in TCR UK. And yeah, this rain, according to the one certain weather forecast, due to stay around for a little bit. Other forecasts are saying the exact opposite. Who knows? Let's just wait and see, shall we, what unfolds over the next half an hour or so. Right then, podium time for the Gazshocks Mazda MX-5 Championship. Anthony Jordan once again down in what is a slightly soggier pit lane to chat to our top 3.
Thank you. Yes, down here. And as you can see, the drivers having a good old chin wag with each other. And congratulations. But we'll start with our man who took the win on that one. Luke, pull in. That's 2 out of 2 now on that one. That is a good running for you. You pleased with that one? I'll let you take your helmet off. Don't worry. Relax. Relax. You chill. Compose yourself. Yeah, like you say, you're making a habit of this now. It was a first earlier on. Now it's 2. I think you need to calm down a little bit.
It's like a bus service, isn't it? Like 3 years not had a single win, and then they both came here. I don't know when I don't think we saw the checkered flag on the last lap because me and Adam just had the most almighty cool down where we thought we were racing, supposedly so. But yeah, no, another great race. Just me and Adam, once we broke away, just worked together, pushed each other, and yeah, tricky conditions, but another win.
Yeah, I'm going to talk a little bit about the conditions because the TCR boys are coming up next. As oh, there you go. Well, I'm glad that wasn't me, but there we go. But yeah, the TCR boys are going out next. How slippy is it out there?
Do you know, it's not actually too bad. It was chopping and changing a lot through the race. On the most part, it's been resurfaced this year, I believe. So in terms of wet line, it's not too outrageous. You know, you don't have to be too exaggerated with it. So it was a lap by lap basis. It was different every lap, but it wasn't horrendous.
Yeah. Well, still good to see that you're on top of that one, and congratulations, well done.
Thank you very much.
Excellent stuff. Let's move over to Adam Sparrow. The wings weren't quite fluttering yet, but got to say, congratulations though on the first race. Obviously, you were promoted up to the win on that one, so you did come away with a race win. But yeah, that was a fight, and you certainly looked like you were charging, and you could have come away with another one.
Yeah, it could have done. It was a bit of a shame because the check flag came out about 5 minutes early, which I wasn't expecting. I was looking to challenge Luke in those last 5 minutes, but there we go. But yeah, it was hard work because Ted and Luke were working together, and I had to try and get in between them and split them up because otherwise it was very difficult to make an overtake. But the conditions were all over the place. It was like one lap it was one thing, one lap it's another thing, one lap you can take the curb, one lap you can't, and it was quite difficult actually.
Yeah, I can imagine, and now the rain's starting to really come down again. Certainly still a good result for you though. You pleased with it?
Oh yeah, definitely pleased with it. Yeah, second, it was a proper good battle between Luke and yeah, really happy.
Awesome. Well done, mate. I'll quickly chat to Mr. Foden here, who puts his race suit on as the rain. Smart move. Rain's coming down. Nice and quick because TCR's coming up. But, mate, P3 on that one. Solid championship points for you.
Solid championship points. I want to just say a big thanks to Dave Percy at Urban Design and Consult, Rob Boston Racing, Rock Oil and Cheshire Riding School for continued support throughout the season. That was a really good, fun race, and what a day to wrap up the day.
Excellent. Congratulations, mate. Well done.
Cheers.
Excellent. Well, as the rain comes down, rain 13 is coming up next. TCR UK, don't go anywhere. We're going to take a short ad break. It's coming up next.
by side. Who's going to be the bigger man?
For voice and data solutions at speeds that are simply out of this world, choose Maximum Networks.
Do you wonder why your competitors' websites appear in Google searches ahead of you? Then make a call to the SEO experts Warrior and understand how your business can be more visible online. As the official marketing partner of TCR UK, you can now work with a trusted search engine optimization partner to increase web traffic, inquiries and sales. Speak to us for your free audit and quote by visiting warrior.co.uk today.
It's round 13. I've got my brolly dolly with me. Paul O'Neill, Anthony Jordan.
All right.
Listen, mate, we're under an umbrella and, said Rihanna, it is raining. They've gone out on slicks. The wets are all behind us, all stacked up. The teams are ready to go. This is an interesting one. Circuit resurfaced.
Yep.
If I wanted to gamble and I was at the back, I'd say this rain might go. I might stay on slicks. I'd have scrubbed ones on though.
Yeah, this honestly is, I think, what the spectators are wanting. They want different half and half on the tyres. This is not what the drivers want. You did a rain dance earlier when we were live. This is what the Vauxhalls want. Honestly, I don't know if this track is going to dry. I don't know if it's going to get worse. We just don't know. This is going to really shake things up.
We have got such a weird grid. The people I'm going to look for is Scott Sumpton on pole. Yep. I would say experienced enough to lead the race, but maybe not in the wet. Alistair Camp, a real hot shoe in second place. Yeah. If he was to be, you know, someone I'd say was a dark horse and could win this, I would say Alistair. You've got Brad Hutchison in a new car, never driven it in the wet, in P3. Chris Smiley, the most experienced of them all, the current champion. This could be his time to shine in P4, but in P5, Alex Lay, because when you think of Alex, you just think he can hang on to anything. So this is going to be one of the best races we've seen, I think.
I think, yeah. If you are not watching this right now, tune in. If you are watching it, share it out far and wide, because this is going to be one heck of a race. But the thing is, with now things changing, penalties coming in after the previous race, a lot changing as well, you just don't know.
I've just had a bit of a shout from across the way. Mickey Butler from Goodyear has just been saying, what would you do? What would I do, Mickey? I would actually say slicks. I would be on slicks. This is going to go, I reckon. I reckon a person who's on slicks, if someone does chance it, could win this race.
I don't know. I'm looking at the cloud behind us. It looks like it's tipping it down over there to the kind of right side of me. But to the left side of me, it's clearing up. So I don't know which way the weather's going. Well, apparently, in my ear, I'm hearing rain will stop in 28 minutes after the race.
OK, so if it keeps raining, I would say, though, Goodyear's tyres, that good, pardon the pun, they honestly would be I don't know. Alistair Camp's on slicks. Can I go now over and just speak to Alistair?
Go. I'll bring the brolly for you, mate.
He's going to be, for me, the person. He's going straight to wet.
Yeah.
Let's just have a quick watch at what they do. I don't want to cause him too much grief, but while he's in there, I'm just going to quickly ask Ali Camp, quickly, mate. What's it like out there? Is it definitely wet?
Wetter than Otter's pocket.
Sorry about your net, it's right in the way. I'll just ask you one more question, mate. Is this going to be won by a wet shod car? Can it be won by someone with slicks on?
I think it depends how quick. The forecast is saying it's coming in an hour, but how quick is he going to get it? That's the thing. So we're going to take the gamble. Fortune's favour the brave, hopefully, eh?
Top man, I reckon you could win this one, mate, so give it a good one and give it the big one, mate. I'm going to let you go and speak to someone. It's a bit carnage over here,
It is. I'm going to chat to Scott on the front row of this one, P1 for him. Obviously, with that reverse grid, he's got a good shot on this one, and I'm curious to see what he's doing. And the car's not gone up, or it's going up now. Crucial is, are they going to switch the tyres? And Scott's saying something about the other side of the car. I'm going to see if I can try and get a word, but he's very busy at the moment. Team talking with him. Are they going to swap them? I think they are. I think they are going to swap them. Yeah, wets are going on. I want to see if I can quickly jump in with him. Scott, yeah, we'll come through the window, mate, on this one. The rain came down at the worst possible time there, mate. What are you thinking?
I don't get nervous, but I'm starting to get a little bit shaky. Yeah, look, it's a call between slicks and wets. We're going to go wets. Just have to see what we can do. It may play out into our hands, it may not, but just have a good race.
Yeah, exactly, mate. To it, you think you need to open the door there for your team. I'll let you crack on, mate, because that is busy, mate. Honestly, this is carnage right now. Everyone's just thinking, do I go? I want to go down the grid. I want to see if anyone's saying on slicks.
The only thing we've got to go on this is the blue-sided Goodyear Eagles will be wet tyres. So when we look at these cars going past us, we'll know if they're on wets. Yellow-sided, if we just have a quick look on the floor, yellow-sided is a slick tyre. Blue-sided, or no stickers on them at all, like Alistair Camp's car that you're looking at now, the 45, that is a wet treaded tyre. The buzzer's gone off. People are going to get caught out by not being off the jacks in time. There's certain rules and regulations that they have to comply to. I think we're going to struggle to speak to anyone else on this grid. Maybe let's quickly speak to Stuart Lines before we go.
He'll appreciate an umbrella, I think.
Yeah, he will. Let's just quickly speak to the promoter. Stuart, wets going on. I don't know if anyone's on slicks, mate, but this could be a call for somebody who wants to gamble.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, like it's not wet enough, is it? But it's wet enough to start the race. But it's a 24-minute race. I mean, you know, if you can keep on the track for 6 laps and tiptoe around, I think you know you got a chance, don't you?
Yeah, I'm with a slick on this. If I was mid to rear, I would go for a slick. But let's get out of the way anyway of the cars because they may come and take us out on this one, and then we can just finish our chat off. Everybody's going off the grid. I don't want to delay the start of this, but who's your money on, mate? I'm going to go for you.
Honestly, a wild card on this one, I'm going to go with Smiley. I reckon Smiley's got the experience that he needs to know what to do in these conditions, and he's in a good spot there. I reckon he knows what he needs to do.
Yeah, definitely. Can we just come this way one second? Yeah. I'm going to speak to Bert Taylor, who's Restart Racing. Bert, can I just quickly ask, mate, because I know you look like you just... mate, it's 50-50, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 50-50. As you know, it is. We wanted to go for slicks, but unfortunately with Scott's experience it was always going to be difficult, and I think we have to be safe for Scott as opposed to ourselves, and let's see what he can do. I think it will dry, and I think he will only get 6 or 7 laps and it'll be dry if it stops. If it doesn't, then it'll be a different race, that's for sure.
Is anyone on slicks, do you know?
Nobody I know of.
OK, Chris is on wets as well?
Slicks, yeah, they're all on slicks.
Perfect, nice one. Have a good race, fella. You're going to be fine, you're going to be fine.
I've just had in my ear, mate, Brad Kent's still got a mechanic underneath his car right now as we speak, so his car's still up on the jack, so there might still be a delay to this one.
Right, OK, so he's going to get a penalty anyway, but yeah, everyone is off the grid.
He's on the floor now, apparently.
Right, OK, so that is going to be a bit of a problem for them. It could be a delayed start. They might get another lap, but with it being now a wet race, if it's been declared a wet race, they should get two laps as well.
Yeah, exactly. So that shakes it up a little bit as well. But this is going to be touch and go, because I was looking as well when the safety car drove off, the difference in the dry spot underneath his car versus the rest of the track. The track's wet, mate. It's fully wet out there. But this will dry quickly on these wet tyres. It's a hard call. We don't know, but it's about to get going. So, ladies and gentlemen, round 13. It's going to be a nail biter. Over to you, Andy.
Oh, I'm enjoying this. This is exactly what I was hoping we were going to see. A deluge just before the cars were released from the pit lane. At the moment, there's no doubt about it. Wet tyres are the way to go. For the first half of this race, the cars on wets are going to have a massive advantage over anyone who has gambled on slick tyres. I don't think anybody has. I think they're all on wet tyres. But if there is someone brave enough to perhaps start on slicks or even pit, if we get an early safety car and go to slicks, they could have a big advantage in the second half of the race. So if it stops raining, it's warm enough out there, I can confirm, that the track will dry out very quickly. This is going to be a fascinating race. Reverse grid as well, throw that in there. You've got Scott Sumpton on the front row alongside Alistair Camp, both of them looking for their first ever victory in TCR UK, and in fact throw into that club Brad Hutchison, who starts third on the grid, also looking for a first victory in the Gen 2 Cupra for the first time this weekend. The reigning champ Chris Smiley, always good in the wet, went well the last time we raced in the wet at Snetterton. In fact, he won a championship that day at the back end of 2022. Alex Lee and Bruce Whitfield, the two Area Motorsport Hyundai teammates, share the third row of the grid, and then back on row 4, that's where you find the man who could mathematically, it's a long shot, but mathematically could wrap up the title in this race, Carl Boardley. He's got one of his big rivals, Jack Constable, for company, 8th on the grid for the Audi. Row 5 then for the top two from the earlier race. If you weren't with us when we were covering this, Jensen Brickley won on the road, but was given a one-place penalty for overtaking Adam Shepherd behind the safety car, so Shepherd inherits the win and will start from 10th on the grid. Matthew Wilson then is 11th, ahead of Callum Newsham, who faded with mechanical dramas towards the back end of race 1, and then row number 7 shared by Gary Townsend and Darryl Wilson, so the Audi ahead of the Vauxhall Astra. Then it's Rick Kerry and Jeff Olden in his Opel Astra. They will share the 8th row of the grid. And then back on row number 9, we start getting into some of those who had big dramas in race 1. Oliver Cotton had the tyre delamination. Luke Sargent hit a curb too hard and knocked a tyre off a rim. The Elantra, though, should go well in the wet, you'd imagine. That longer platform, a bit more stable maybe in slippery conditions. Mark Smith starts from 19th, and Bradley Kent, a thoroughly miffed Bradley Kent, starting from 20th on the grid, ahead of an equally disappointed, I'd imagine, Joe Marshall. Both of those drivers have had race-winning potential this weekend, but unfortunately neither of them saw the flag in the first one. So I'm not sure what the issue was for Brad Kent, but there you can see the Veloster turning through Coppice Corner, and they did manage to get it underway on the green flag lap. Whether there's a penalty incoming for being up on the jacks too long, I'm not really sure. Place your bets, everybody. Scott Sumpton, Alistair Camp, Brad Hutchison. That is a tasty top 3 on the grid, and then you get the experience. The reigning champion Chris Smiley, multiple race winners Alex Lee and Bruce Winfield, and then the championship leader, the man who could be champion in about 25 minutes time, Carl Boardley. To win the championship, he has to win the race. Second or lower will not do. A race win, though, still won't guarantee him the championship unless quite a few other things fall into place, and most of those things basically centre around his championship rivals not finishing the race. So it's very, very unlikely, but in these conditions, anything can happen. Umbrellas up in the grandstand, which is still well populated with spectators who are waiting with bated breath to see what's going to happen in the second race of the weekend here at Donington Park. And as the grid forms up, this could be a real thriller. On the left is Scott Sumpton. On the right is Alistair Camp. In the midfield, we have our championship contenders. 25 minutes on the clock then. The revs about to start rising, and the rush towards Redgate Corner about to get underway. Red lights go on, red lights go out, away we go. Who's going to get the best of the start? They're scrabbling for grip and traction. Not a great start from Camp. Up the inside of him because Hutchison. Chris Smiley going with him too, but it's the other Restart Racing Honda that leads the way. Scott Sumpton with the advantage. Hutchison comes steaming up the inside line though. Hutchison going for the race lead on the inside. That's not where the grip is in the wet though, and so I think Sumpton will hang on. Baldy's getting elbowed out wide by everybody. He's dropping down the order like a stone. It is Hutchison. Hutchison's got the lead. Smiley to second, and Scott Sumpton, the pole sitter Paul O'Neill, down to third.
Wow, but Chris Smiley up to second, like you say. Brad Hutchison, who has not turned a wheel in the wet in this car, and they're Boardley in the 41. The championship leader nearly turns across the front of Adam Shepherd, who's trying to make his way up the grid. Oh no!
That's Darryl Wilson. That's Darryl Wilson sideways. Can he save it? Can he save it? Yes, he can. Brilliant car control. Comes back on the road, but I think everyone else had gone through, and he is okay. Oh no, he's off the other side now. Darryl Wilson. He may be having to pit to get that grass out of the radiator grill. Alex Lee there on the outside of Alistair Camp. Carl Boardley was running side by side towards the back of the top 10, and that, I'm afraid, is Matthew Wilson through the gravel.
Yeah, he's like a Molson digger, that, wasn't it? I tell you what, he's got to watch out for. The real weird thing with this circuit is, even though it's wet, you can still use a dry line. This resurface of this tarmac has Chris Smiley's best chance to win a TCR race this year is now coming, because he's going to have a bit more wet knowledge in his Honda than Brad Hutchison has got now at Redgate in his new Gen 2 Cupra. And look at this, he's defending for his life. Sumpton still there in third, Camp in fourth.
Well defended that from Hutchison, though. He knew the switchback was on. He parked the car on the apex, waited, and then hit the accelerator. And as a result, he continues to lead the way down the Craner curve. Smiley second, Sumpton third, Camp fourth, Alex Lee in fifth position. Carl Wardley crossed the line down in 10th, so he's lost quite a few positions on that opening lap, and is once again back behind those who need to outscore him in this race to keep their title hopes alive.
Yeah, but listen, we've got 23 minutes left here. This is going to be a massive rate of attrition. The rain still looks like it's coming down, doesn't it, to be fair? And this circuit is on, it will chew those front tyres of these front-wheel drive tin tops. It will chew them. So the people who are going to win this are going to be the people who know how to not ruin front tyres after a few laps.
Bradley Kent has been given a penalty rather predictably for a start procedure infringement. We know what that was. Hutchison seems to have been woken up now, doesn't he? Every lap he runs, though, he should get quicker. He's gaining experience. He's learning what makes the car tick in these conditions. And all of a sudden, he looks quicker than Chris Smiley.
Yeah, he's a second up the road now. But what Brad Hutchison's got to remember is this is a 22-minute race now, and he has to look after those fronts.
Jack Constable to the outside of Carl Bordley. Bordley struggling in the wet. Constable drives clean past him. The live championship standings have Bordley still with a 59-point championship lead, but with every place he loses, that changes. With every place that Winfield and Brickley gain, it also continues to change. Adam Shepherd still in this championship fight too, and he's busy battling away now with Callum Newsham side by side through the Craners. So hard to do in the dry, let alone in the wet.
Yeah, that's some respect, that, between both of those drivers in the same kind of Hyundai. So yeah, great stuff. 3 Hyundais having a right old go at it, and there's all sorts going. Bordley is now got Sargent.
He's got no pace, Paul. What's going on with Bordley? Do you think the wrong setup maybe? Have they stuck with a drier setup, hoping it dries out later on?
Well, I'd like to think so, but listen, Brad Hutchison's leading this race by a second and has no idea what he's doing with the car. Fair play to him.
Absolutely brilliant stuff. Great to see Luke Sargent battling away with the championship leader as well in the Elantra, which, as I said on the green flag lap, should suit these wet conditions. Carl Bordley, though, quite clearly struggling. Sargent just so much more front end, Paul.
What is going on there? Do you know, Bordley looks like he's driving a wet line around here. That Elantra doesn't have much waft in a straight line, does it? Can't get the run, even though it had the overlap. Bordley looks like he's trying to drive the old school. He's really slow at the apex. And that is... Sargent's going to do him here. Bordley's in trouble, isn't he?
I think he's got a dry setup on. The front of the car seems very stiff, doesn't it? Scrubbing along the track. He's not got the front grip. That would suggest to me they've gone for a drier setup. We'll have to wait and see what happens as the race goes on, but he's under all sorts of pressure now from drivers he's not really used to racing. Brad Hutchison, 1.2 seconds to the good over. Chris Smiley second, Sumpton third, Alistair Camp hanging on nicely in fourth with Alex Lee fifth, and Jensen Brickley, winner on the road in the earlier race, also coming through the order nicely to sixth.
Yeah, and that's not what Carl Bordley will want to see. He'll have one eye on Brickley and the other championship protagonists. He'll see obviously Bruce Winfield just in front of him in ninth. But yeah, Adam Shepherd running pretty well after that little problem he had with the oil coming out the side of the car.
Callum Newsham there, taking again that wider line up through McLean's corner, the traditional wet line. Bordley in the background, scrabbling for grip. And now the other Ron Boston racing Audi's up the inside. That's Joe Marshall. He's gone past Luke Sargent and makes very short work of the championship leader, who's got to be so careful. He clearly doesn't have the pace. The car obviously isn't handling right, but the most important thing is that Bordley finishes without any contact.
Wow, this is really interesting to see. Do you know what? It's not just the mid-corner speed of Bordley's car that's concerning. It just doesn't look good on the brakes. He's got no confidence. Look, and it doesn't look like it's running any kind of speed into the apexes. As talking about apex speed, Shepherd has had a move stuffed on him by Callum Newsham. Brilliant move. Brickley just ahead of them. And, that was going to be side by side down the Craners and still could be, but Shepherd just gets the drive out.
Indeed he does. This is 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th places all together, and the two area Motorsport Hyundais and Jensen Brickley in particular wanting to score as well as they can out of this race. Brickley will be hugely disappointed to have lost the victory from race 1. Adam Shepherd therefore picked up his second career TCR UK win at the same venue at which he claimed his first a year ago, but now he's trying to move back into the top half dozen on the tail of Jensen Brickley, who just can't escape from this group, can he?
No, he's, yeah, they've seemed to, I think now it's all just plateaued out a bit, but I think what the next part of this action will be understeer from front tyres starting to wear on the front axles of all these front-wheel drive cars. Remember, every single car in the field is a front-wheel drive car, but now that's not Adam Shepherd actually attacking Brickley, it's defending from Newsham, so bad drive off Coppice for him.
Alex Lee up the inside of Scott Sumpton, that means Alistair Camp's got Sumpton as well, I think, for third position. We'll try and get a view of that down the pit straight, maybe. Yes. Hutchison leads by a second and a half over Smiley, but yeah, Camp and Lee both ahead of Sumpton. Ali Camp's on the podium.
Interesting, that is very interesting. If Campy can get his head down now. He was up for it on the grid, wasn't he? And up for it now is Brickley's got to be careful he doesn't turn in across the front. And he's run wide, and that's going to open the door for Shepherd. But look at Callum Newsham. He smells blood now. Brickley is in a place he does not want to be.
I thought for a moment Newsham was going to make that 3 wide. He sensibly backed out of that. Shepherd up a spot. Newsham now commits to the inside. Really good, brave stuff under braking. Can Brickley now get the switch back, though? He's on the power earlier. Newsham this time runs over the curves. No grip, no traction. And back through goes Brickley with Winfield keen to follow him by.
Wow, well, let's just talk about these Cupras then. So why have we got one that's leading by 1.5 seconds and the other two Cupras that are winning races struggling, but they're under the same awning?
Very true. You can only imagine Hutchison's got a different way on setup. It's the obvious choice, isn't it? I mean, he will be carrying less compensation weight as well than a few others. But I think he is in a really good position here. Hutchison leading the way. 1.5 seconds over Chris Smiley, with Camp in third. We need to monitor his lap times with interest. Lee, then Sumpton, then Shepherd getting away now from Brickley, whilst further back Carl Baldley's been passed now by both of the Rob Boston Racing Audis, and in fact they themselves are swapping positions. Joe Marshall looking pretty handy in the wet.
Yeah, them two Audis again, you know, looking fast in qualifying, but yeah, they're really starting. Some cars are struggling for no reason at all. Winfield not struggling at all. Brickley, they're really, weirdly, it's just all about apex speed. And then look at that, Newsham down the inside as if he was in a different class.
Newsham read that well, in fairness. The two cars in front of him started tripping over each other. He got the better run and manages to clear Brickley as well. So from hero, not quite to zero for Jensen Brickley, but certainly he's going backwards now as opposed to forward. Right, 16.5 minutes or so to go. A 2.5 lead for Brad Hutchison, and, courtesy of Anthony Jordan, some news from the pit lane.
Yeah, guys, the weather out here seems to be clearing up. The rain has borderline stopped. It's just spitting so lightly, and there's clear sky coming over. I reckon with the time we've got left, we might have a dry line forming here. We could see action in the pit lane, or they might just all stay out and wreck these tyres. This is still a very close race.
Well, that's an interesting point, isn't it, Paul? We can see there's next to no spray really being kicked up by the cars, a little bit at really high speed, but the track is not sodden, is it? It's a warm day. These wet tyres will clear that surface water away pretty effectively, but you can't pit under green flag. Surely you'll lose far too much time.
You will lose a lap, especially with 5 wheel studs on these TCR cars. They haven't got single nut technology, so yeah, for me, nobody will come in the pits unless they've got a problem. The one thing I will say is, the person who wins this race will manage the front axle the best of everyone. If there's a dry line, they will just have to stay off that dry line and now run the wettest part of the track to cool that soft rubber down.
As it stands then, 54 points would be the advantage for Carl Baldley. He needs 88 by the end of this race in order to be the champion. That looks less and less likely to happen, although Bruce Winfield is not maximising his opportunity here, is he? Bruce just hasn't had the speed all weekend in the dry or now in the wet. He's hanging on, only just though, to this 7th place, and the way in which Callum Newsham is applying the pressure, it might not be long before Winfield starts losing more points.
Yeah, I think this is the writing's on the wall, isn't it? He really has struggled, and he just needed to go forward. He's just having to look in his mirrors all the time, and as they all gang up behind him now, he's a good 11, 12 seconds behind the race leader, and that's only going to get a bit bigger. But he's gapped him now because Callum Newsham just made a mistake on the exit.
really graphic illustration there of how little grip there is on those painted curves. Lost him a lot of momentum. Here comes Joe Marshall, though, by far the quickest car in this group. He's caught them within the matter of a lap or so. He clears Jensen Brickley pretty swiftly and now sets off after the cars ahead.
That's very concerning how much speed there isn't for the Cuppers in this, except for the race leader, who is just absolutely up the road. I just hope that Brad Hutchison, who's leading this race, starts to now be steady away, because if anyone's going to catch you with a bit of nous, it will be Chris Smiley looking after those fronts.
Yeah, Smiley will have realised he hasn't got the pace at the moment to go with Hutchison. His only chance really to win a race now, Chris, is to play the tyre game better, look after the tyres and hope that Brad, young and perhaps less experienced and absolutely desperate, which you know he is, to try and get a win, maybe goes and abuses that front rubber a little bit too hard. But right now, Hutchison continuing serenely on his way. His last lap was 1:19.2. It was 2/10 quicker than Smiley, who was pretty much matched by Alistair Camp, and they were both 2/10 faster than Alex Lee in 4th place. So Hutchison is the fastest man on the track. He continues to pull away, and right now the car still looks to be handling well with, well, less than half the race to go now.
Yeah, can't knock Brad Hutchison from this. Probably one of the best races I've seen him drive, to be honest. You know, that podium he had at Alton Park earlier this year was fantastic in a Gen 1 Audi, but to lead from the front in race 2 and have the pace all weekend is pretty special. The only thing I will say is that Chris Smiley was running wide over the wetter parts of the track, looking to cool those tyres, and Brad looked like he was trying to go as fast as he can, so let's just hope it all works out for Brad. Quiet
race so far for Alex Lee, but he's having a solid run here. He's ahead of Scott Sumpton and looking pretty handy in 4th place. It was all kicking off in that Winfield, Newsham, Marshall group, though, in the background, wasn't it? I think I saw through Redgate Corner. Here they come. Look, Winfield still ahead of Newsham, still ahead of Marshall. Jack Constable is next, ahead of Carl Borley. So where's Brickley? I didn't see Jensen Brickley in the background of this shot then. Have we lost the man who won on the road in race 1? We'll get to that in a moment. Joe Marshall around the outside of Callum Newsham makes it easy. In fact, what's happened is Brickley's dropped behind Jack Constable. So Brickley's out of the top 10. Marshall's up an extra position. Joe Marshall's flying.
Joe Marshall is flying. He looks like he's come alive with that Audi. He's probably found something that works. You know, different drivers want different things, even if you like a softer front end in the car in the dry, and that's what you've gone for just in the wet, and you've got a little bit of a softer front end on the car than your teammate, then it will look better. But saying that, now Callum Newsham's down his inside.
Yeah, Newsham coming right back at him. We've seen this a few times in this race from Callum. He gets overtaken, tries to strike straight back. He's up the inside of the Audi, down the back straight, late on the brakes from Callum, gets into the corner nicely, and he reclaims that 8th position. This is just allowing Bruce Winfield to get away slightly from these two. As in the background you can see Carl Bordley, well, still ahead of Luke Sargent, and actually maybe now drawing a bit of a bead on Jensen Brickley ahead of him.
Yeah, let's just put this into perspective, just looking at TSL. Brad Hutchison is a clear 1.2 seconds a lap, near enough, quicker than the other two Cuppers of Brickley and Bordley, and they are race winners and have been most of the year. So whatever he's done to that car, or hasn't, because when we spoke to him in the pit lane, he said, we've just done what Cupper have said and left it as it is. So he's obviously just driving that car on the seat of his pants. But his dad did say to us, listen, mate, don't listen to him. I have been underneath that car, changing this, that and the other. So maybe he doesn't know, as Bordley runs through.
Yeah, he does. Carl Bordley, 12th position. The top 15 score points, remember. So he is picking a few points up, but this will likely become a drop score in the final race of the season, in which they're allowed to drop points as well. Remember, you can't drop either of the races at Brands Hatch in October. And so Carl Bordley picking his moment, isn't he, to have a bad weekend, I suppose. Out of Coppice Corner he goes. Luke Sargent in his wheel track. So Luke, of course, is run out of Area Motorsport. Most of Carl's big championship rivals are also run by Area Motorsport, and that, I'm sure, will further incentivise Luke Sargent to get stuck in. Now, forget the championship battle for the time being. Let's just focus on some really good racing. Oliver Cotton, Brad Kent, Matt Wilson and Gary Townsend here. They might only be fighting over 4th place, but it's one of the best battles on the track.
Yeah, these guys are absolutely flat out, aren't they? Oh, my word. This is looking like the cars are starting to just move around. What happens is, because they're on treaded tyres. Look at Oliver Cotton's car. That 98 coming towards us. Look how much movement is in that car. It's really looks like the rear axle's moving around on it. And what that is the tread blocks overheat so much on the wet tyre that all it feels like you're driving on chewing gum. and the car will start moving around, but his is moving around a lot, which would tell me, might be wrong, that the pressure's just starting to go up a bit. Look at the rear of that car. Might just have it set up like that to turn in. Whatever it's doing, he's hanging on to it. Wow.
I mean, he is getting good rotation on corner entries. There's no doubt about that. And just sort of driving through the apex. That doesn't look all that much fun to me, though. Matthew Wilson made a nice move just now past Bradley Kent. He's up into 15th place now, the man who got his first ever podium in this equivalent race at Silverstone a few weeks ago. As there, Joe Marshall up the inside of Callum Newsham again. These two refusing to leave each other alone. They had been catching back up to Bruce Winfield, but now they're side by side through the chicane. And this time it's Marshall who's got the inside line, and it's Marshall who's got 8th place.
Tell you what might be a good battle to watch in a minute. Camp is closing on Smiley.
Wow.
So I'm just looking at TSL, and Camp is closing by half a second on Smiley.
And Adam Shepherd's on the tail of Scott Sumpton as well, so it's all coming alive now, isn't it, in the final third of the race. Joe Marshall trying to defend his newly acquired 8th position as they exit Redgate and make their way down through the crater. Goes again, that's Winfield! That is Bruce Winfield, off through the gravel trap at Redgate corner.
Oh, the electrics
rejoins, he throws gravel all over the road, and Carl Wardley sees his chance to get past his big championship rival.
Has he got a problem? Because his windscreen wipers had stopped working as well. I don't know whether he's turned, the power steering's turned off and the electrics has turned off. But look now, was that Joe Marshall getting a move put on him?
I think it might have been. Here comes Winfield back at Bordy, though. This is big. Winfield needs to try and get back through, and he's not going to hang about, is he? He will not be treating Carl Bordy gently at all, and Carl might do well to back out of this. Into McLean's they go, side by side. Bordy on the inside, the grip is on the outside, though, and Winfield finds a way back through. If there is a problem, Paul, it's an intermittent one, isn't it?
Yeah, well, look, his windscreen wipers are stuck up now. I think he's just turned them off, maybe, but it was just the fact that he went straight on with no help. I didn't see anyone helping. But yeah, there's a lot going on, isn't there, in this race now, and it's starting to come alive. Those front tyres with 7 minutes to go are starting to wear out, and I cannot wait to see the result in this one.
Okay, through the chicane goes Carl Wardley, just ahead of Luke Sargent, who gets a really mega run over the curbs, and this is Sargent's best opportunity to try and move into 12th position. Carl Wardley cannot wait for the next 7 minutes and 15 seconds or so to pass. That will mean the race is over, and this will all come to an end. This has not been fun for the championship leader at all, and it ain't over yet. Luke Sargent looking to try and get the switch back, get the power down, get the overlap. He's done it, and surely now, Paul, the move is made.
Ah, well, put your hands in the air, mate. Sargent telling us that he can't pedal. Well, you just passed the championship leader, mate. Fair play, and it's not even dry. It's horrible. So you can pedal, my man. That's brilliant stuff, and good to see, because you know it's really difficult to see a driver who is actually pretty good, you know, downgrade himself. So fair play, mate. Well done.
I've got a lot of time for Luke. I really have. Really nice guy, and you know, he's a lot to learn. This is a big step up in his racing career to come and race in TCR UK. And I don't think he's doing a bad job at all. Right, Hutchison leads by 4 seconds now over this man, Chris Smiley, who does seem to be running out of pace, doesn't he? On the previous lap, he was 3/10 slower than the race leader. And Alistair Camp, in only his second ever event in a TCR car, is definitely starting to close in.
Wow, as we say that, the fastest Sector 3 of anybody is actually Chris Smiley. So that tells me that that is a dry last part of the circuit, which consists of around 14 seconds. So very interestingly, it's starting to happen.
Adam Shepherd is ahead of Scott Sumpton now, top 5 for Adam Shepherd. He suddenly is emerging as the man who could leave Donington second in the championship, especially if he can make some more progress over the next few minutes. Is this, though, as you were saying, Paul, the start of a Smiley resurgence? In the first sector on this lap, he is fractionally quicker than the race leader. 4.3 seconds, though. That's a big starting point, isn't it? It's a big gap to try and bridge, and he's bringing Camp with him.
Yeah, and yeah. It's starting to happen with 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes is a long time, especially around a circuit that's not very long. So who has got the best front tyres? Because if it does keep drying out, you're going to need better wet tyres in the dry than anybody else, because if you've punished them, you're going to really struggle with high pressures on a greasy, drying track.
Middle sector, he's half a second slower than the leader, and suddenly Camp seems to be getting closer and closer to him, so maybe it was just a really good final sector for Smiley. Camp's just done a personal best second and third sector, so suddenly the lap times really starting to come down, Paul. The point at the race at which you would, rightly so, say that the tyres are at their worst, actually, drivers starting to go quicker than ever.
And that is because it's drying up. That is exactly why. The compound is a little bit softer, I believe, than a slick tyre on the wet Goodyear. Brickley's got a problem. That is a very slow Brickley. Brickley in the pits then, diving straight for the pits. What a disaster. second race for him. But for me, Campy is going to really battle in the middle sector for second place, because that is where he's got it over Campy. Over Chris Smiley.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Purple third sector for Luke Sargent, by the way, who is closing on his far more experienced teammate Bruce Winfield. Right now, though, we focus on the battle for second place. Alistair Camp already on for a maiden podium in TCR UK competition. Sees a chance now to claim a very, very big scalp. He's got the reigning champion right ahead of him. Jensen Brickley is in the pit lane and likely now is out of championship contention. That's a shame, but I cannot say enough about what Alistair Camp is doing, Paul.
Yeah, well, Alistair Camp at the minute, if you want to ask me what he's doing, he's looking for those wet lines to cool those tyres down. But once he's over the dry bits, he really is with Smiley. This is looking pretty tasty, as Adam Shepherd has jumped into second place on this championship battle.
He's 58 points back with 88 points remaining at the end of the weekend. It's a long shot, this, isn't it? But Adam's heading to his home track, remember, at Brands Hatch, where he got his first ever podium a year ago. Who knows? Maybe, just maybe, there's life in this championship. Yes, Bordley, by the way, is still in 12th position and is 10 seconds ahead of Matthew Wilson. That should be as bad as it gets now for Carl Bordley. He's unlikely to lose any more ground. What, though, can Alistair Camp do? He's done most of the catching, but overtaking Chris Smiley won't be the work of a moment, will it?
No, and this is going to be the thing. How hard does Chris Smiley want to battle? But I've got to say it's kind of plateaued now, because I think Smiley has probably took a lot out of them tyres, but I've got to say it's got a good front end as Campy's car. It looks like it wants to turn in. This is the worst part of the racetrack for Chris Smiley. That sector 2 is hard work in that Honda by the looks of it and looking at the time, but from now on the car looks like it's got the pace, because he was consistently faster in sector 3 than most people around him. As you can see, the Honda just stretches its legs as it comes out of Coppice.
Down to the chicane then, time running out, 2.5 minutes to go. Brad Hutchison could well be on to become the 8th different race winner of the season. The record is 9 from last year, and we still have other drivers, I think, who probably could win a race in the 2 races remaining this season. Right now, though, all attention focused on the fight for second. Alistair Kemp closes in, get better exit there out of the final chicane. He's late on the brakes at Redgate Corner. Likely 2 more laps to go. Can he find a way through? Adam Shepherd, by the way, has just set the fastest lap of the race. Now, he is about 2 seconds behind his teammate Alex Lee, but on the previous lap was about 3/4 of a second quicker, so he could gain another place, and that would gain him some more valuable points in the championship. Out of the old hairpin comes Smiley and Camp, and Alistair Camp is there, Paul. What can he do?
What can Campy do? Well, Campy has got the best chance now, but this sector coming up, he's got no chance. McLean's, from now on, that Honda will gap him. It will gap him. Coming out of Coppice, it will gap him. That car seems to be great in this final sector through the chicane. If he's going to do something, it's got to be between Craners, which is difficult, the exit of Old Hairpin, and then up at McLean's. After that, he may as well forget it.
I think he's taking to this TCR thing, though, isn't he, Alistair Camp? I've always said he's a sensational talent. He has acclimatised himself wonderfully into that Pro Alloys Racing Hyundai, and he is on the charge. He's going to have one more lap to try and find a way past Chris Smiley, and now we head into the part of the circuit where he looks strong. Good traction out of the chicane in the slipstream, headlights ablaze for both of them, into the braking zone at Redgate. Camp weaving around, trying to distract the reigning champion. That ain't gonna happen. Smiley hits his marks perfectly, turns into the corner ahead, and that's one of the big places where he could have been under attack, passed successfully.
Yeah, 17.8, Adam Shepherd, fastest lap. Well, let's turn our attention to this battle for second place. I think that's day done, if I'm honest now. I don't think Campy's going to get another chance. It was all about how fast he was into here, and that is a quick entry. The one thing I'll say, though, is it's a big lunge coming up to McLean's now, because there's no chance he is going to be passing Chris Smiley now.
Flashing the lights there as well at Chris, I think, as they came out of the old hairpin. Smiley drifts wide, not as wide as Alistair Camp, though, who continues to try and apply the pressure right to the flag. Let us not forget, though, that 5.5 seconds ahead of these two is a driver who is about to add his name to the list of race winners in TCR UK. There have been 24 drivers over the nearly 6 seasons of TCR competition in the UK who have stood on the top step of the podium, and now Brad Hutchison becomes driver number 25. Out of the chicane he comes. The bonded Cupra will win here at Donington Park, a first career victory in TCR UK for the very likeable Brad Hutchison, and I think he likes that result, doesn't he? Chris Smiley holds on to second, Camp in third, Scott Scott Sumpton here under real pressure as Adam Shepherd. Does he get past Alex Lee? Yes, he does. On the line, Adam Shepherd picks up 4th place, gets a few valuable championship points as well, and Alex Lee has to settle for 5th. Joe Marshall 6th, gets the fastest lap right at the flag, with Scott Sumpton 7th, Callum Newsham 8th, Jack Constable 9th, and then Bruce Winfield steals the points for the fastest lap. 10th place, but another trying race for the man who came into this weekend as Carl Bordley's nearest rival. Bordley, by the way, does soldier on to a 12th place finish, but he is not going to be satisfied with that. 55 points, though, we think is his championship margin over Adam Shepherd. That he'll be rather happier about.
Wow. Well, fair play, and I've got to say a massive congratulations to Brad Hutchison and the Bondit sponsors and the MPH team. I mean, brilliant stuff, wasn't it? And for somebody in such treacherous, changeable conditions to not know what the car's going to be like and to go out there and be the fastest Cupra full stop and win the race. Fair play, mate.
A car he's got hardly any experience in. They can't have really known what they were doing with setup. I know they probably did follow the advice from Cupra, but they didn't know whether that was going to work. They've done no wet running in it at all. To get a first career victory in those circumstances makes that one of the most incredible performances we've seen from any driver this year in what has been a pretty incredible season. Hutchison then the race winner. I'm absolutely made up for him, Paul.
Me too. Had good luck in that Audi when you got to Brands Hatch.
I wonder whether maybe that's the last we've seen of the Bondit Blue Audi. We'll have to wait and see. That, of course, is Steve Gale's car that he's in. Steve not racing it this weekend. Maybe I'll have a little word with Steve before the championship finale. He is a winner, though, in the TCR UK Championship. Chris Smiley back on the podium, but a long time since we were able to say that, whilst Alistair Camp gets his first ever podium in the championship with 3rd. Adam Shepherd, what a drive that was from a driver who we know is strong in the wet. 4th place, a brilliant reward after a fighting run up the order, whilst Alex Lee has to settle for 5th. Joe Marshall was at 6th, having again come from towards the back. Then it was Scott Sumpton, Callum Newsham, Jack Constable and Bruce Winfield after a trip through the gravel, only in 10th. Luke Sargent was 11th, 12th place then for Carl Bordley, so he does score some championship points, but not anything like as many as he would have liked. Then it is Matthew Wilson, Oliver Cottam and Gary Townsend, the last of the points finishers. Bradley Kent, a disappointing 16th after the penalty. Then it was Rick Kerry, Jeff Holden, Jensen Brickley in the pit lane. So too was Darryl Wilson after that spectacular spin in the early stages down at Starkeys. So we head to Brands Hatch with a championship mathematically still alive. Realistically, though, Paul, Bordley's got to be fairly content, I think, really, to leave here with a 55-point championship advantage. Yes, he won't be able to rely on drop scores at Brands Hatch, but that is just 2 solid top 10 finishes. He'll lose a load of the weight that he was carrying this weekend as well. One hand on the trophy, do you think it's fair to say?
I think that's very fair. One hand on the trophy, but the other thing is as well, if he has a weekend like he's just had with a 12th and a 4th,
yeah, that's enough.
He's not been on the podium. I can't remember the last time he wasn't on the podium, so that just shows how bad of a weekend that Bruce Winfield and Jensen Brickley have had, because Hutchison headbutts the first place. This will be a celebration to watch, because the Bondit guys and girls and MPH who run him will be absolutely lit. A bit like your coffee. You've just crashed with your coffee. Look at the celebrations down on pit lane. That's how much it means. Well done, yeah. Absolutely stunning scenes. Let's have a listen in.
Oh, yes. Oh, brilliant.
Incredible, isn't it? And this is the raw emotion. This is why you go motor racing. Brad Hutchison, a winner at last in the TCR UK Championship. He gets the winner's cap there from Adam, and he will very shortly be catching up with Anthony Jordan to fully celebrate that race victory well, he absolutely deserves. That is, by the way, the first time this year, to answer your question, that Carl Bordley's not been on the podium since Snetterton, the first round, the only round which he's not had a podium finish. A best finish that weekend of 5th. He at least had a 4th earlier on today. Brad Hutchison hugging the winner's board as he continues his celebrations.
If he's in an Audi, and this is no disrespect to an Audi, but because it's a Generation 1 car, if he's in a slower Gen 1 car at Brands Hatch, I'm not coming. I can't have that. It's just shown how good of a driver he is, and what for a team to take delivery of a car and do that in dry and wet conditions, that's brilliant. But I think DJ is ready with our race winners.
I am indeed, yes. Mate, Brad, give us one of them, mate. Well done, maiden win on that one. I mean, let's we were talking about cheese earlier on.
Yeah.
That's out the window. Now we're going to be talking about your first win in TCR UK. Honestly, you're not giving that back, surely.
No, I was just thinking on the last lap there. I was thinking, obviously, when it's a little bit wet, obviously it gets a bit dirty, and I've just got out of the car, and we need to give it a quick wash before we hand it back, don't we? Because I feel like it might be, might be a bit annoyed with us for getting a bit muddy. But you know, it's a race-winning TCR car now, still for sale if you're interested.
I'm sure you're very interested in it, mate. But honestly, that race, it had everything that we needed, didn't it? Challenging conditions all the way. The rain stopped. The dry line kept coming out. I mean, what were you thinking during that?
I disagree with the interesting. I was quite bored. It was. I genuinely don't know. It was so slippy, and so I was driving so slow. I'm not sure what happened behind, whether there's some incidents with him, because I don't know why I wasn't overtaken. It was just, you know, it was difficult. I locked up on lap 1, thought, oh, it's all over. Lap 2, and then from there I was just, you know, really looking after the tyres, and you couldn't really tell if the track was dry or not until like the last lap. The sun started to come through. But yeah, I mean, it was just going round and round, you know. I just seen the gap behind sort of increasing slightly, and I thought, we'll take that, you know, happy enough.
Yeah. Do you reckon it could get any better?
No. Obviously, I think we've done a good job for the Bondit boys and girls, you know. It helps that the MD's here this weekend, so yeah. Big shout out to the boys and girls at Bondit for supporting me.
Well, I can say it does get better because, Brad, you are our TCR UK driver of the day as well here at Donington Park, so congratulations on that one.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Yes, I'm made up like that. Thank you.
Awesome, mate. Congratulations. Well done. We'll chat to the others, but well done. Congratulations on his first win. I'll let him celebrate with the team. Chris Smiley just here, second place. Chris, I think that rain came down at just the right time for you. We were talking before at the end of race 1, you know, with the power, but with this conditions, it just came into your favour, didn't it?
Yeah, you know, they say the rain's a great equaliser. I drove hard. You know, Alistair drove really well in third. It was fair play to Brad at the front. He got his head down and got going. But yeah, listen, it's about time I had a bit of luck this year. So yeah, it's great for all the boys and all the sponsors. So yeah, we've persevered hard this year, I can tell you.
Yeah. You certainly have, and like you say, it was getting very close at the end there, track conditions drying. What was going through your mind? Were you thinking, I've got to try and look after these tyres a little bit and get it to the end?
In the middle of the race, whenever I was in sort of no man's land, I sort of nursed them a little bit. In the last 3 laps, if you sort of look at it, I sort of had a little bit left for getting out of all the traction zone. So yeah, it was it was a good race. You know, I don't think slicks would have worked. I know it's really strange weather. You know, normally whenever it's as warm as this, it would dry up, but I think it's all the humidity. It's you know, sort of kept the track wet. But yeah, listen, I'm over the moon. Yeah, second place. So yeah, can't ask for much more than that.
No, you can't indeed, mate. Solid drive. Well done, P2. Great to see you in the top 3 again.
Thanks.
Excellent stuff. There you go. Paul O'Neill, you heard it. Slicks wouldn't have worked. Alistair Camp, the refresher that was, or the fruit pastel that was, mate. P3, what a drive.
Yeah, can't believe it, mate. It's good. For all the Civic Cup boys, eh?
Indeed, for the Civic Cup boys. Mate, honestly, these boys were screaming at that one. You were just coming through the field. You had some serious pace out there as well.
Yeah, I don't know what it was like in fair with the rest of them, but yeah, I could see where I was quicker than Chris and where Chris was quicker than me, but again, if I'd have made a move, we probably wouldn't be stood here, and neither would Chris, so what's the point, mate? You've got a race for your head, haven't you? At the end of the day, we're happy to take. From the weekend we've had, mate, yeah. I'll take this, 100%.
No, 100%, because that is how you do it. That is a drive, especially one of the Gen 1s as well, coming through. You got a Gen 2, you got a brand spanking new Honda Civic there, and you were chasing him down like a hungry wolf, weren't you?
The old dog. Yeah, no, mate. The people that made it possible this week, and I want to say a massive thank you. Chris at HR Racing, all the boys that have helped alongside that, Pro Alloys, like I say, they've been phenomenal as normal, and my old man, obviously, without him, mate, we won't be here.
Yeah, no, exactly that, mate. Congratulations, enjoy the podium, well done.
Thank you very much.
Well done, mate. Let's pop down because we've got Carl Boardley. The Fiestas are out there. We'll quickly chat to Carl. I'm going to run. Please don't film me backwards. Carl, quick word on that one, mate. What was happening in that? The car looked like it wasn't just getting the drive out the corners.
No, we just got everything wrong. Just with a couple of little bits on the car, really. So yeah, had no grip whatsoever.
Mate, honestly, it looked like a tough race, but you still get the Diamond Award on that one. So yeah, solid result for you still.
Yeah, solid result, and drop scores wise, we went into that race knowing that we'd got a 7th in the bank anyway.
Yeah.
So obviously that'll just be a drop score. So it's irrelevant really. If we could have got up above 7th, it'd have been better. But if we couldn't, which obviously we didn't, then yeah, it is what it is. So yeah, effectively that's a 7th. So not the end of the world.
All falls down to Brands, mate. But well done, congratulations, tough weekend.
Yeah, cheers.
Excellent stuff there, Carl Boardley. We're going to turn to a quick ad break. Don't go anywhere though, because the Junior Fiesta Championship is coming up next.
He's all the way around the outside. Miles for the lead. Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man?
For voice and data solutions at speeds that are simply out of this world, choose Maximum Networks.
Do you wonder why your competitors' websites appear in Google searches ahead of you? Then make a call to the SEO experts Woya and understand how your business can be more visible online. As the official marketing partner of TCR UK, you can now work with a trusted search engine optimization partner to increase web traffic, inquiries and sales. Speak to us for your free audit and quote by visiting woya.co.uk today.
Welcome back to Donington Park, everybody, where cars are gridding up ahead of, technically, the second BRSCC Fiesta Junior race of the day, although if you tuned in earlier on, you'll know we didn't actually get the first race in. 2 red flag incidents, a couple of nasty looking accidents. We can confirm that all drivers involved were okay, but there will obviously be a few cars missing from the grid for this second race. But we're hoping for some good action. Ben Ryan and Jacob Hodgkiss sharing that front row, and as Richard John Neal rejoins myself, Andy McKeown, in the commentary box, we are keeping everything crossed that we can have a nice, clean 15 minutes of racing. Paul Ryan then on pole position. Jacob Hodgkiss starts alongside with Finn Leslie and Ben Doughty together on row 2. Dan Lewis and George Foxlow on the 3rd row. Don't forget that Dan Lewis is one of those drivers gunning for the championship and will want to try and move forward from 5th on the grid. Then it is Wesley Swain with not Jenson O'Neill going, I would suspect, alongside him. Jenson was the cause of the second red flag. And big crash that was. The car written off, although he wanted to get out in the spare car, apparently. So I think we can say he's more or less okay. Ronnie Smith is next then. Jasmine Shaw completes the top 10 on the grid. Then it's Flema Ricola 11th, and Rashan Tyler Chigarimbo will start from 12th place. 13th for Jensen Bell. Lucas Hayden down in 14th, further down the order than he was on the grid for the early race, but in the little bit of racing we did get in, Lucas really was on the charge, so he should move forward from there. Sam Nessa likewise from 15th with Luke Sintler in 16th. 17th on the grid for Tommy Harfield, and Marcel Lajitsky is on the outside of row 9. Top 20 then completed by Charlie Ellis and Thomas Brown, Henry Howard next ahead of Jensen Mason, and then it's Josh Watts and Billy Blockley with James Pope and Luke Hilton at the back of the grid. Now Luke Hilton, we believe Richard will be out on the grid. You've been down there to see him and the car. That was the first car that ended up taking a tumble at the chicane. An amazing job by the team to get that car anywhere near the grid.
Yeah, absolutely right, and it's a single car entry, isn't it? Yeah. They're under a single awning, so they've done very well, gazebo, to get that car out, which is great. And I had a word with the team, both Jamsport to go and check that Jensen was okay. Yep. He is. I didn't get to speak to Jensen, but mainly because he was out and about, which is good news. And also Luke, who was there. Luke's hair didn't look quite as good as it did before. That's the key thing for Luke Hilton, isn't it? It's the Hilton hair, which has become a bit of a theme for us, you know, on our streams. But yes. I'm sure he's sorted out now and he'll be okay. Podium's going to be a big ask for him here, isn't it, to come through from the back. Do you know what, though? He's taken everything, including that penalty to go to the back from qualifying, taken it incredibly coolly. A lot of youngsters that I've seen would sulk or get angry and cross, and he's just taken it and said, yeah, okay, we've got that. And it's exactly the right thing to do. I'm sure there will be things that wind him up. Ash Gallagher, hello Ash, how are you? Congratulations on the addition. Many congratulations, Paul, as well. Yes. And as you probably guess, Ash, there's another marshal about to fall asleep. Why is it that as soon as I come on the mic, the director goes to people that are snoozing? This is worrying.
Subliminal messaging there, isn't there, going on, I think?
Anyway, Luke Hilton, he dealt with it the right way. He had exactly the right attitude, which is, well, we're going to get on with it, and if we can get out, we will. I didn't think they would. Bobby Thompson's with him and said, yep, he needs to go out and have a go. And he's there at the back of the field.
I'm pointing at the screen again.
That's
People
very
can't see
helpful
this.
for our viewers.
Yes, so it's the car with the blue and yellow boot on the car. Not his usual colours is the point I was trying to make, but yes, he does now get going again from the back of the field. We really do need a comp cam, don't we, I think, in the...
No.
People don't want to see the pandemonium that breaks out. So there's been coffee flying everywhere, there's paper littering the desk. Not the glamorous world some people might assume it is. Right then...
was the coffee comfortable when you sat in it, by the way?
It was nice and warm, as if I wasn't warm enough already. But yes, the coffee appreciated. And it's all right, Paul O'Neill's already dobbed me in, it's fine.
Oh, okay.
Right, let's talk about something far more important, track conditions, because it has been raining. Those of you who tuned in for the TCR race will be fully aware. But look, we've got a dry line emerging already. Now that's good in a way, because there's a dry and grippy line. It's bad in another way, because it means that if you're not on that line, you're going to have significantly less grip than the cars around you.
Which could be half the juniors.
Yes, I suspect so. I mean, at first lap through the Craner curves, as we saw in the early race, it can be dicey enough. When you've got cars that are sort of skating around, trying to find the drier part of the road, that is a real challenge, isn't it, for drivers of any experience level?
Yeah, do you know what? We were talking about grids and gridding up juniors and stuff like that out in the paddock during the lunch break. One of the suggestions I came up, whether it'll ever happen or not, but maybe there are times when they could go to a one-by-one grid.
Maybe.
Instead of a side-by-side.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it will cure it, but it might just alleviate a little bit of the bunching.
By which you mean the sort of the staggered grid as opposed to in a long line. Yes. Yeah, that's a good point, because they do start
like a single-seater grid for juniors. That might be an option, and maybe they could put it in as a, you know, if the clerk of the course wasn't, you know, happy with it, or just. I suppose it would be difficult when you either do it or you don't, rather than have decision making. But you know, you could do it if there were big variances, maybe within the times in the first half a dozen rows or something like that.
I think it's a sensible move to make anyway, because a lot of the problems we've had this year have been on the opening lap, because everyone's so close together, and they're not used to doing this in proper racing cars. So
I remember the Scot I was talking to wanted reverse grid races. No, not in this, but nothing to do with this.
No.
But no, I think that would be an idea. Certainly, you know, it's an idea that they can talk about. 2 green
yes.
flag laps.
Yeah, that's sensible again because of the change of conditions and to let them really scope out the track, make sure they're getting some tyre temperature. They're still giving them the full 15 minutes of racing though, which is good to see. One car in the pit lane. No, not Jensen Bell, is it?
Possibly.
I think it is, isn't it? Yeah. Jensen Bell in.
2 cars in pit lane.
3 cars in pit lane, 4 cars in pit lane. This must be for tyre changes, you would imagine. Now, they don't run on slick tyres, but a lot of teams will keep certain tyres aside and not run on them to try and keep the tread as deep as possible. They become the wet tyres, if you like. And I wonder if maybe having scoped out the track conditions, some drivers further back are taking the gamble on going back to a better worn, a more worn set of tyres, which might well be more favourable as the track continues to dry out.
Yeah, some gambling going on. Ben Mulryan not doing so. He's staying out. Of course, it might be a gamble for him staying out on the tyres, of course, having said that. But
yeah, tyre changes ongoing. So who have we got? We've got 42, Henrik Howarth. We mentioned Jensen Bell. 315 is Billy Blockley, isn't it? Can't quite see. 55 is Marcel Lechitsky. Which was another car that had a lot of damage done after race number 1, but that car also having tyres changed. So therefore, to keep an eye on, not the speediest of processes, is it, to change tyres on a Fiesta Junior car, but you know, if you're starting deep in the field, why not? It's a gamble
give
worth
it a
taking.
go. And particularly now we've got not the biggest field starting in this one, but race 1 we did finally get that 26. Can't wait to see how many we get at Brands.
Yeah, all before festival. So perfect opportunity to bring out your car for the first time, or perhaps get some of those drivers who debuted at Silverstone back on the grid, which I believe is the plan for at least a few of them. So, of course, with every minute that goes by, the more the track starts to dry out as well. So,
and the race ticks down as well, the time, of course.
Yeah, they have started the times. I hadn't spotted that, Richard. Well done. So, yeah, 12 minutes 40 to go.
They haven't had a lot of race time, have they, though?
No, do feel for them. But, you know, unfortunately, they are part of a big meeting, and we'd love to dedicate as much time as possible to getting their races in. We've got lots to cram in between now and 7 o'clock. We've got, after this race, 4 more to get in. One of those is a 45-minute pit stop race, so we have to keep on moving on. This race was due to start at 4:10. We're 10 minutes behind that. I suppose about 5 minutes behind that, really. And no further delays, really, can be allowed. So, cars line up on the grid. Ben Mulryan, the darker number 11 car, the blue, white, fluorescent yellow number 94 is Jacob Hodgkiss. And on the 2 starts that we had before, the initial start and then the standing restart, well, Mulryan got the better jump one time and Hodgkiss got the better jump the other time. So it's going to be an intriguing run into that first corner here, with Finn Leslie and Ben Doughty behind, looking to try and jump in that group as well. Worth pointing out as well that car 47 had a grid penalty for this race as well. That was James Pope lining up towards the rear of the field. That was a penalty that's carried over from the previous round at Silverstone. So green flag waved at the back of the grid. Hold your breath, everyone. The second race of the weekend for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship about to get underway. Those 4 cars that pitted have changed their tyres successfully and are waiting a pit exit for the race to get underway, but they can't leave until the rest of the pack have made their way through Redgate Corner. That's about to happen as they barrel down towards turn number 1, inside line for Mulryan, outside for Jacob Hodgkiss. Hodgkiss swings out wide, finds the drier part of the track and tries to carry the speed through Redgate Corner. George Foxlow is sideways out through the gravel trap. Really difficult out offline on the wet side of the road. He didn't have the grip, didn't have the traction or the space really, and he is going to bounce his way right down to the tail end of the order. Down through the crane as we go, side by side for the lead then. Hodgkiss squeezing, just gets across in front of Mulryan, full commitment, and he's into the lead.
Very good stuff. George Foxlow, incidentally, was the leading. And Daniel Lewis in his 40th start in the championship. Looks like he's got a problem, and that's not good for him. He's in with the shout of the championship.
Yeah, that's big news, isn't it, for the championship then. Daniel Lewis came into the weekend 50 points behind Ben Mulryan. It was already an uphill struggle for him to get back into title contention, and losing out on that first race hasn't helped him, and now maybe mechanical issues in race 2. Perhaps he just got shuffled out of the pack, though. He seems to be fighting back now, the inside of Rashantala Chigarimbo there into Coppice Corner. So far so good, all of them cleanly through Coppice Corner. Now we head down to what was the trouble spot in race 1. Someone's smoking heavily further up the order, not sure who that was, but a little bit of 2x2 action, the majority of them setting single file as they come towards the end of lap 1.
Decent enough start, wasn't it, for them? And Ben Mulryan is, I think, going to give us a race for the lead as we get a little bit of straight lining there.
Dan Lewis, that was, wasn't it? Bounces back on.
down the most experienced driver, I think, in the mix, with James Pope 1 start behind him. In terms of the current field, you can do up to 3 seasons in juniors, and that's the difficulty, isn't it, for junior championships, replacing the driver, the entire driver lineup every 3 years.
Luke Hilton up the inside of Sam Nessa.
Yeah.
Nessa didn't see him coming until the last second. Another car bounces through the gravel. That's Thomas Brown, the number 17 car. Bounces back on, another one of the Jam Sport brigade. There at the front of the field, though, Jacob Hodgkiss and Ben Mulryan, they had the pace after qualifying, you would have thought, to do this and break away at the front of the field. Between themselves, they're very evenly matched, but they do seem to have a pace advantage over the rest, and that already is playing out. Ben Doughty in third, dropping back, Finn Leslie fourth, Dan Lewis fifth. So it looked as though Dan was going to be out of the top 10 halfway around lap 1. He recovered quite nicely, didn't he?
Yeah, he's done all right, and that's, of course, why he's been bagging the points, isn't it? It's going to be a good, solid end to the season for him, we hope. The talk is hopefully triple header at Brands Hatch. Haven't had that officially. As I think that was Josh Watts, wasn't it, just coming out of pit lane. So Josh in his debut will be able to get some mileage under his belt. Didn't have very long, obviously didn't have race 1, didn't have long in free practice. A smoky 92.
That's Chigarimbo, isn't it? About to be overtaken by Luke Hilton. That's the car I saw smoking on the opening lap of the race, and then the smoke seems to disappear as he goes further down the back straight. Luke Hilton then, I reckon, now into 8th position from the back of the grid. That's a really, really good showing from him in a car that has been hastily rebuilt. That's particularly impressive. Chigarimbo does now retire to the pit lane. That's a shame. But Luke Hilton up into, well, actually 9th place, because Lucas Hayden, who's also coming through the order from a lowly grid position, has made some good progress to 8th as well.
Wondering whether Luke's going to be in the top 3 of the Mark 6s, the older shape.
Yeah.
He's certainly... it's not a class championship, it's every man for himself and every car for itself, so there are some circuits where we've seen the Mark 6 is quicker. Indeed, Luke Hilton did set the fastest time in qualifying, but then had it taken away during with that part firme indiscretion.
So Nesta trying to fit around the outside of recovering George Foxlow. Was on the inside there of James Pope. These are the race leaders. Jacob Hodgkiss and Ben Mulryan continue to circulate within a length or so of each other. Doughty in third place. It was a purple first sector for Mulryan this time around as he closes in on Jacob Hodgkiss, who had a big moment there turning into Coppice Corner. Is it me though, Richard, or is that third placed car starting to get a little bit closer than it was?
Yeah, very positive. They start battling with each other. Of course, you've got that age-old thing of them slowing themselves up. Do you know the thing I struggle looking at the coloured squares on the timing tower on the left of the screen is that Hodgkiss and Mulryan in separate classes. I still don't think of Jacob as a rookie, because he was in last year, wasn't he, at the end? But it's the first full season of car racing for him.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. He feels like he's been here for quite some time. Certainly drives as if he has been. Side-by-side racing going on further back. Fastest lap set by Ben Doughty, so he is catching these two. It was a 1:25.7, only a couple of tenths quicker than the car ahead of him. But Hodgkiss quite noticeably the slower of the 3 on that occasion. Down the hill they go then. And then Mulryan, as close as he's running to Jacob Hodgkiss, hasn't yet really dived out of the slipstream to try and make a move. The front splitter, I notice, is dragging slightly on that second-placed car as well, but that won't be distracting him too much. Doughty comes through in third, 4th position then for Leslie, 5th Daniel Lewis. You have to go down to 6th place, Richard, to find the first of the Mark 6s. That being
You
Ronnie
saw
Smith.
me looking for that, didn't you?
Oh, I didn't actually. Great minds and all that.
Yeah, so yeah, Ronnie the top Mark 6. Lucas Hayden 2nd, Luke Hilton 3rd, so he has got into the class podium, which isn't an official thing, but it's an unofficial commentator anorak thing.
Yes, exactly. So up the hill he comes. There he is. He's not really under any threat for that class position either, because Lucas Hayden's a few places behind him. There is someone's rear bumper. Quite a few candidates as to who that could belong to. Leaders down towards the chicane though, and on this occasion it looks as though they're gapping Ben Doughty. Someone bouncing over the grass and the gravel at McLean's. That's Tommy Harfield in the number 21 machine. And on this lap, Richard, it looks as though it's that 4th place car that's about to set the fastest lap of the race. 2 purple sectors so far for Finn Leslie, plus a personal best. And he does now set the fastest lap of the race as Ben Mulryan, for the first time, ducks out of the wheel tracks of the race leader, looks to the outside at Redgate Corner. That was the first real significant challenge that he's made.
Do you know what? The next time we got, I was going to say, Andy, when do you think Ben's going to start making a move? And he read my mind. And now we've got Finn Leslie, as you say, building on that superb debut that I think he's in the guest class, isn't he, Finn? He's not scoring points. I
Yeah.
think he said to me he wasn't scoring points in the championship, which is why he was puzzled that he had that coming together with Luke Hilton at Silverstone. He didn't get that, why Luke was battling. But I wanted to win the race. Yes. They don't think about points, do they?
No, it's a good point, actually, isn't it? It's, again, very easy when you are the guest driver to think of it that way, but there's a race to be won, and a trophy and a hat to take home with you. And Leslie, real revelation of Silverstone. Fortunate part to play in that Jensen O'Neill going crash earlier on, but heard of any penalties for him, thankfully. And he sits in 4th place now with that fastest lap. He's going quicker again on this lap, actually. Purple in the first sector, so Finn Leslie getting closer and closer to Ben Doughty. It couldn't be much closer between the top two, really. Maybe a bit of book drafting going on there as Ben Mulryan tries to unsettle Jacob Hodgkiss, force a mistake out of the race leader. 4 minutes still to go. There's a bit more defensive driving to be done yet, I think, for the leader. Yeah, Jacob Hodgkiss, he's used to being this situation. He hasn't had lots of it, but he's had enough to soak up pressure and just understand what's going on. He's coming under a little bit of pressure now. Improved lap again from Finn Leslie, back in 4th place. And Mulryan is just trying to sort out Jacob Hodgkiss up front. Of course, the Hodgkiss name has been around because I'm thinking Nat Hodgkiss was in it a couple of seasons ago, wasn't he, before his move into GT5? Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Jacob, though, very much looking like a contender now for regular race wins. That's 3 wide, that's contact. James Pope and George Foxlow, Sam Nessa involved. This is brilliant battling this. Luke Sintler makes it 3 wide. Marcel Lechitsky stuck in the middle, a bit more of a rub down. Just about they all managed to keep it together, but well, this is a big group of cars right on top of each other, barreling down towards the old hairpin. The leaders are at McLean's, and the top 4 really starting to get close together now as Hodgkiss goes more and more defensive. He slows himself and Ben Mulryan down, and that might play into the leader's hands because suddenly Mulryan has to look out of his mirrors and not just focus on attacking. Absolutely right. You very often see drivers that are more mature think, yeah, we'll back them up a little bit, and I'm sure that Jacob Hodgkiss will be aware of that as a tactic, but now Ben Mulryan's having a go. He's got something underneath the car, and he's having a good challenge now. Hodgkiss is under big pressure. Ben Doughty coming up. Ooh. Ben Doughty could be the dark horse here. Don't discount Finn Leslie, who could, with the skill that we saw of him at Silverstone, come through and pass them all. Daniel Lewis still in a very lonely 5th place. Ronnie Smith still the leading Mark 6 from Hayden and Hilton. Foxlow about to put a move on as well. That's a little bit further back, but Mulryan, and here comes Doughty, gets the overlap on the outside run as they go through Redgate, and now on the inside, Ben Mulryan's going for the lead. 3 wide as they go through, down into the Craner curves, and Doughty is going to have the inside for the first part, but it's Mulryan who managed to tuck his nose up the inside first part. Are they going to touch here? We hold on to it. And, well, Jacob Hodgkiss came out of that very well indeed. Brilliant racing. Not a hint of contact. That is what we want to see. Ben Doughty up into 2nd place is looking for his first ever victory in the championship, remember, and he really sees an opportunity now. Up the hill they go. Gets almost a bit of assist there from Ben Mulryan, who'll be frustrated after spending the entire race in 2nd place to have dropped down to 3rd. Tries to do something about that at McLean's corner. Gets briefly to the inside line, but the momentum is with the car on the outside. Doughty, I think, should hang on as they crest the rise through Coppice. Didn't dare turn into the corner though. Mulryan was still hanging around on his right rear corner, and all of a sudden Jacob Hodgkiss, with probably 1 lap to go at the end of this one, is starting to look a lot more comfortable. Yeah, good stuff here. Nice to see Ben getting attacking as well, getting stuck in. They're all doing it, to be fair. Here comes Finn Leslie trying to make it up into that 3rd place, so it looks like we might see another win for Jacob Hodgkiss getting away. Mulryan working hard. He's had 2 outright wins plus 3 Mark 7 unofficial class wins. He's been the leading Mark 7 on 3 occasions. To add to that, as we get Jensen Bell looking to go through, is that Sam Nessa? It is indeed. Further up the road, that's Marcel Lechitsky up the inside of James Pope. This is the battle that's going on for 11th position, and Lechitsky will take that away from James as they turn into the chicane. The 2nd most experienced driver on the grid, losing a spot there as they approach the beginning of their final lap. Load of the Mark 6s there running together. It is 5 Mark 7s at the front of the field, because Dan Lewis is almost back at the party. He's a bit late to the party. This is the final lap of the race, but he's really been closing in on this group in the closing stages. I don't think all is quite right on Dan Lewis's car. He's not had the speed in this one that it looked as though he was going to show in race 1, but Ben Mulryan has managed to reel in the race leader once again and has given himself half a lap now to try and find a way back through.
Sam Nessa continues on with his battle as we go back to the leaders coming up into Coppice for the last time. Mo Ryan's going to try the outside line. Is there room? But watch there, the dark horse is Finn Leslie in red, who goes over the grass, clatters into Jacob Hodgkiss.
Here we go, 3 abreast, nearly 4 abreast, surely not. Ben Doughty's got to run on the lot of them. One more corner to come. Who comes out of this on top? It could be Dan Lewis in 5th place, who's in the catbird seat. Onto the brakes they go. Finn Leslie through on the inside line. Hasn't led at all in this race, but he's going to lead them off the final turn. The scramble to the flag. It is Finn Leslie who claims a sensational victory in the second race here at Donington in the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. Ben Doughty 2nd, 3rd Jacob Hodgkiss, 4th Dan Lewis, 5th Ben Bull Ryan. What a race! That is a much better advert for what we know to be a fantastic championship. That was junior racing at its best, Richard.
And of course the future of the championship, not only some of these drivers who will come back next year, but the Mark 7s are the head of the field, showing us what is capable. And I enjoyed the performance of all of those drivers.
Yes, absolutely.
Excellent stuff.
And they kept it clean.
Ben Mulryan won't be pleased because he was going for the lead and wound up 5th, but he was having a go. You know, it would have been so easy for him, championship points-wise, to sit there in 2nd position, but no, it wasn't enough for him. Got stuck in. Chapeau to Ben Mulryan for having a go at that. Also to Finn Leslie.
Yeah.
That was great racecraft, great reading.
Read the situation. He saw they were going side by side through Coppice, knew they'd be slow on the exit, committed to the inside, took to the grass, full commitment that was, and through he went into the lead. Doesn't score points though, remember, so Ben Doughty will get the maximum points, so it's not a win, but on the point spreadsheet it will look like a win. He's going to pick up the maximum points for the first time in his junior racing career, with Jacob Hodgkiss picking up the 2nd place points, and Dan Lewis, crucially, outscoring Ben Ryan, not by a lot, but as we head into that final round of the championship, every little helps as far as Ryan's championship hopes are concerned. Lewis's championship hopes are concerned, I should say. Leslie the winner then, Doughty 2nd, Hodgkiss 3rd, Lewis 4th. The top 4 covered by under 3/4 of a second at the end of a fantastic 15 minutes of racing. Ben Ryan comes home a disappointed 5th. Wesley Swain in 6th place. I haven't got time to work it out now, but I think that might be his best finish of the season so far. Ronnie Smith in 7th place, the first of the Mark 6s. Lucas Hayden was 8th, ahead of Luke Hilton and Jensen Mason completing the top 10. James Pope in 11th place, Jensen Bell in 12th, Sam Nessa 13th, Henry Howarth comes home in 14th position ahead of Billy Blockley, George Foxlow, Luke Sintner, Tommy Harfield, Clay Maricola and Marcel Oginski complete the top 20. Then it was Jasmine Shaw 1 lap down, so too Thomas Brown, Roshan Tyler, Chigarimbo and Josh Watts, all 4 of them having visits to the pit lane for one reason or another. Now Richard, you gave me a thumbs up there. Does that mean that I've stumbled upon an interesting stat that actually is correct about
Wesley Swain?
Wesley Swain,
You were right, yeah, I just had a quick look.
Good.
That's assuming my stats are right, but I think we're okay. Yeah, good spot. Well done.
We'll back each other up on that, whether we're right or wrong. Yeah, good to see the Pro Alloys car. Been a good day for Pro Alloys, hasn't it? Alistair Camp getting a first TCR podium, and Wesley Swain run out of the same awning, getting his career best finish in Fiesta Juniors. Luke Hilton, give him a mention there as well. 9th place from the back of the grid in a car that
rolled.
Yes, exactly. It can't have been handling quite as well as it was at the start of the weekend. That car. That's not a bad effort, is it?
No, superb. Well done to the team. You know, well done to Luke. He's not going to get the interview. We did it when we had the time at Alton Park. Get to do the podiums for the Mark 6s and the Mark 7s, but we're not going to get time to do that today as we're on the single stream. It is better being on a single stream because the people that watch TCR want to watch all the supports as well.
So they do their own separate podiums, do they, for the
we did at Alton. Whether I should have done or not is another matter, but we had the time, so we did use the opportunity to chat to the guys that and girls actually, as it happened, that were on the podium. But loads to take away from that race, and I'm going to repeat what I said earlier on. I haven't been told off yet, so there is going to be a Mark 7 Fiesta scholarship for next year. So if you want to, if you've got a youngster or a youngster who's in karting or whatever who wants to have the chance to race one of these cars, the BRSCC are going to be organising a scholarship early next year, probably February. Keep your eyes on the wonderful work by Scott Woodwish to see when it is and how you get involved. But there's going to be a chance to race a Mark 7 car in the championship. It was going to be the following year, but they're bringing it forward. That's only going to generate more interest in the championship. It's going to give the organisers more problems because I think it's going to be oversubscribed next year. But as Paul McCurlin said, that's a nice problem to have.
It is indeed, and looking forward to seeing lots of you at home, perhaps watching the stream, enjoying the racing, trying to get involved in that. as we move through the winter. It'd be great to have you out on the grid next year, whether you get through via the scholarship or whether you just decide to come along and join the championship the normal way. Now, I don't know why, but our top 3 finishers, I think, had stopped at the wrong end of the pit lane. Either that or they did an extra victory lap, so I think it was that they'd parked. In fairness to them, not that they necessarily know this, being juniors, but normally the top 3 are stopped at the pit entry end of the pit lane, and we have decided, just for convenience, to have them stopped at this end of the pit lane for their post-race interviews, and perhaps that memo, I'm not going to say it wasn't delivered, but wasn't received, perhaps, by the drivers. I'm sure they were told that. But it's been they had a lot to take on today, and perhaps they can be forgiven for forgetting. Don't forget that we have got 4 races still to go. 2 more Mazda MX-5 races, actually. The next one up is Mazda MX-5 Supercup. Richard is relishing that thought, as am I. They put on a brilliant show in their second race earlier on today, and they will be out in just a few moments' time. But before that, let's head down to the correct end of the pit lane to hear from our top 3 juniors at the end of what was a fabulous race.
Thank you very much. Andy, yes, to confirm, they were so excited that they came 1, 2, 3. They went round for a victory lap at the end of that one. That is why we didn't have our top 3 for quite some time, but we do have them now. There's a quick chat happening on there. Finn, well, nice race there. Where in the memo did it say go 4 wide? It'll be all right.
Nowhere, but, you know, we made it work, didn't we?
You certainly did. Also 3 wide down the Craner curves as well. As juniors, you certainly like to make things exciting, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, that was quite a good race, to be fair. I didn't get the best of starts, but, you know, we made there in the end, didn't we?
Yeah, exactly. You've certainly come out of your shell in the junior championship on this one with the Fiestas, and, you know, with these race wins, you certainly seem to be piling up the points here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm only a guest, so I don't take points off anyone else in the championship because I haven't done it all year, so... Yeah, but it's just all about experience for next year for me, really.
Certainly is, but still a solid result. Anyone you want to say hello to out
there? My grandma and granddad, who no doubt will be watching. Yeah.
Excellent, Finn Leslie. Congratulations, well done. P1. Let's go over to P2 on this one. Mr. Doughty, Benjamin Doughty on this one. Benjamin, we never doubted you. Top 3 on that one. Nice work. Certainly a tough old race, though.
Yeah, it was very challenging. We had all of the Mark 7s all together, so it was like just really hard.
Yeah. Conditions out there were tricky. You had 2 warm-up laps as well, 2 green flag laps before you started the race. Good time to learn the track and the conditions.
Yeah, it gave us enough time to give me confidence in the car in the wet weather, as we was on dry tyres, not wet tyres. So it gave me confidence, 100%.
Well, 100%. It worked well, didn't it? And you come away with a P2 on that one. Anyone you want to say hello to?
I'd like to thank my mechanic, my granddad, Pink Parrot, Euro Truck, DRP Supplies, and everyone else behind the scenes.
Awesome. Well done, Ben. Congratulations. Well done with P2 on that one. Let's go over to 3rd place on this one. Mr. Hodgkiss on this because, well, Jacob did a fabulous job. Where is he? Where is Jacob? Over here. Jacob, P3 on that one. You were having a quick chat with Finn just as you came up. What was what you talked about?
Well, it was just a bit rough because I got into lead very early on in the race. I mean, from the start, but it was rough to be leading for that long because you just turn everybody else about. And then Ben started to attack, so these 2 caught up and they were trained, so we couldn't really stop them coming through. But it was a fun, bit too much contact race, but you know.
Still. Good result though for yourself, P3, and congratulations, well done.
Thank you very much.
Excellent stuff there. Right, we'll quickly wrap up because Mazdas are on track, so back over to you boys in the commentary box.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you very much, Anthony. Good work done, as always, down in the pit lane. And we get ready now for our 3rd and final Mazda MX-5 Supercup race of the weekend. And this one features the partially reversed grid, so quite a big reversal, I think. Yeah, top 8 reversed from the running order from race 1, and therefore it is Josh Morris who will start from pole position. Josh Morris finished 8th in that first race, as he inherits the best position on the grid. Alongside him will be Scott Wright, with Alex Stott and Fraser Fennick on row number 2 together. Then Ollie Allwood, so the 2 most recent Mark 1 champions there, starting next to each other on the grid, with Tom Griffiths, who got back on the podium again earlier on today, lining up 6th. Top 2 from that second race of the weekend were Lee Britton and James Cosland, the other way round, of course, but they start with Britton ahead of Coslands on row 4, with Wilbur Tiley, I'm pretty sure, best ever finish in the championship in 9th, with Chris Richardson completing the top 10. Rob Way and Will Powell then will share row number 6, Alistair Dendy and George Grant together on row 7. George for the first time not starting at the back of the grid. Be interesting to see what he can do. Maybe he can break into that top 10. Whilst Amy Watts and Tom Selden are on the 8th row together. Row 9, Clive Powells and Martin Heath. Row 10 for Max Merritt and Alex Jones. And then it's Nick Rutter and Bruce Robinson, with Kamal Kalsi and Will Blackwell-Chambers the first of many drivers to watch from the back. Patrick Fletcher, Joe Wiggin. Then it's Liz Walton and Sam Heading, who we know has been quick. Then Martin Tolley and Aidan Hills. Aidan Hills has been given a grid penalty because he was blamed by the stewards for that contact with Liz Walton that took himself and Patrick Fletcher out of the race whilst battling for the lead earlier on. Got Bromley and Christopher Ginn, meanwhile, completing the 32-car grid. Right, lots to get through. The cars lining up on the grid now, and it's another Hills Motorsport car now that finds itself at the front of the field. Josh Morris alongside the Paddock Motorsport prepared car of Scott Wright. So two drivers who don't often get the opportunity to show what they can do from the front of the grid. That is the beauty of reversed grid racing. Revs rising then, red lights go on, and who is going to win the battle into the first corner? Let's find out. Away they go. Good start made. Is it by the man on pole position? That looks to be the case, doesn't it? Josh Morris with his nose ahead on the inside line, but Scott Wright very much going with him. Out pops James Cossons from further back, and he is going to really try and charge around the outside of Tom Griffiths and Ollie Allwood. That might just work. No, runs out of grid. Oh no, and around goes Scott Wright. Scott Wright into the gravel trap, having started on the front row of the grid. He is absolutely furious with that. Will Powell bounces through the gravel as well, and somehow, Richard, I think it's Fraser Fenwick who's grabbed the lead.
It's all changed around, isn't it? From turn 1, it is Fraser Fenwick out front, Ollie Allwood in second position, Scott Wright is there in third place. Scott Wright was here in the ground. Here comes number 8 coming through the field. Look at that.
Wow, that is incredible.
Aidan Hills.
30th on the grid. He must be about 15th already.
We said he's always quick off the start.
Yeah.
We had the charity kart race in February, and he was like at the back of the grid, and he was like in the top 10 in about 3 laps, which is just absolutely incredible.
Pretty good off-road as well, which is just as well, because he was gaining some places on the grass, I think, as they went down into the old hairpin. That's wet grass as well after the shower that we had earlier on today. So Aidan Hills there slipping up the inside of the number 15 car. And that's Clive Powells, who, started 17th, so he's got to be somewhere towards the top 15 already. Down towards the chicane we go, and we do now have those two most recent World champions making contact. Ollie Allwood locks them into the chicane, clatters into the back of Fraser Fenwick, who keeps his foot planted, but Lee Britton is going to come through all of that with the race lead from 7th on the grid. He leads at the end of lap 1. Tom Selden pointing the wrong way, exiting the chicane as well, and he's absolutely mullered by Liz Walton. That is Liz Walton again involved in an incident towards the end of the opening lap, and that, I fear, Richard, could be another race stoppage.
Yeah, that's not good, is it? We've got hands out of windows already.
I can see red lights.
We've got red lights on, yeah.
It's not showing on the timing screen yet, but yeah, there is the red flag. So
yeah, Liz was in impossible. When you're coming out of the hairpin, you can't see.
Yeah.
You can't see. You're not, you're just getting around the corner. She couldn't see what was there. And as I said in one of the previous races, many a nasty incident there.
Yes. No, you're absolutely right. We've dodged it a few times today, haven't we really? Cars getting sideways and spinning there. But that is a real shame for Tom Selden and for Liz Walton, of course. And really for Lee Britton, because as and when we get a restart, I don't think he'll be lining up on pole position. I think we'll be going back to the original grid order. It's my understanding that you have to complete 2 laps, don't you, before we then amend the grid. So
Aidan Hills has got to do all the work again as well.
That's a good point. Aidan, for what it's worth, gained just the 17 places.
Is that all in one lap? Yeah, is that all?
Only 17 on the opening lap of the race, and he's going to have a lot of overtaking to do again. The two beneficiaries, maybe, Ollie Allwood and Fraser Fenwick, two AV Motorsport teammates. Like I said, they're both recent champions in the Mark 1 series. They were running first and second until they got a bit too close to each other into the chicane there.
Yeah, did they make it round in the end? They did.
I think they did, yeah. I think they did. Well, Fraser certainly did. I don't think he ever lifted off the throttle, but yeah, Ollie, I think, also continued. It looked to me like they were on the damp side of the road. It's so easy to snatch the brakes, and especially when they're a bit cold at the start of the race. So I think we can forgive Ollie Allwood that little moment.
I was worried Fraser was going to collect someone when he came back on track, just straight line. You can see with wheel tracks there that when he came back on, and the Blue Book tells you have to come back on safely. There's no way you're able to judge that or do it safely if you've got that speed that you can't scrub off. But it was safe because he didn't collect anyone. But I think ultimately there was a reaction to that from the rest of the field.
Of course there was, and quite how Tom Selden ended up pointing the wrong way, I'm not so sure. Tom Griffiths has had his
way back, wasn't it?
wing mirror folded in. They're stopping the cars at the chicane just because the incident zone is on the exit of the chicane. They can't safely get the field through, so they're going to have to sit and wait on the approach to the final chicane.
And also, I think the marshals will be bringing the cars through to the grid. They don't want to get them on the grid and then have to reverse them back, so they'll probably pick and choose them to go into the correct grid position.
Yeah, that's probably a good way of doing it. So they will await confirmation first from race control as to what that grid is going to be, but I'm fairly certain we'll go back to original grid order, which means Josh Morris, Josh Morris will be back at the front of the grid. Did Scott Wright ever get out of the Redgate gravel trap? I don't think he's there now, but whether he got out under his own steam or not, I don't know, and that will have a bearing on whether he's allowed to retake the restart from the front of the grid. And Alex Stott also seemed to lose ground at the start. I'm not entirely sure really how Fraser Fennick and Ollie Allwood found their way to the front out of all of that. They've all kind of kicked off at Redgate Corner, and sometimes you've just got to be in the right place at the right time.
It completely changed, didn't it?
Yes.
from off the line, and Alex Stott was, I think, probably one of the most efficient starters, but he just couldn't find the gap to come through.
Yes, I think that's fair, really, and got boxed in maybe behind Josh Morris and Scott Wright. So good to see the crowd, the majority of them, hanging around as well. The in a way, main event, TCR UK, is completed, but there's a knowledgeable crowd. They all realise that the other races taking place today are equally as worth watching. And unfortunately, they've had a couple of these red flag periods to sit through, but they are a patient bunch, UK motorsport followers.
It's part of the theatre, and it's part that we don't mind as long as nobody's hurt. I think
exactly.
That's the key thing. Yeah. There's one of these debates where people say, yeah, people come to watch the crashes. They don't. It adds to the spectacle.
It does.
We don't particularly like to see it, but what we do like to see is drivers walk away, even better come back another time and you know, right the wrongs.
100% agree. 100% agree. And again, I refer to my comment about them being a knowledgeable crowd. They understand that as well. They enjoy the really good racing as much as they enjoy the little bits of contact and pushing and shoving that we see. And we have really been treated to some great racing. I often tell people that Donington National particularly is my favourite circuit because it does provide time and time again fantastic racing, doesn't it? Especially one-make racing. It really seems to thrive here.
Do you not find GP even better though?
I don't mind the GP circuit. It creates that stop-start element, though, which can sometimes string a field apart, I find it.
Right.
Because I'm such a fan of one-make racing, the thing I love about it is when they can slipstream and they stay in that really tight bunch. As soon as you add more tight corners, it seems to spread the field. It's a multi-class racing, and you know, such as the race we're going to have after this, the SW Motorsports ClubSport Trophy, then Grand Prix circuit.
Should we run that one on the GP?
Yeah, well, there we go. I'm sure we'll, whilst we've got a bit of time on our hands, I'll nip up to race control and see what I can do.
Screws the holding area thing up. Though,
yeah, it does a little bit, yes, absolutely.
Yeah. No, it's funny, I mean, F4 race the other week, and we'd had okay races for F4 at the start of the year when we were Donington, but GP, it just added a completely different dimension. We had some superb, actually the best F4 racing I've seen.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow,
on
okay.
GP, yeah.
Saying something
if
as
you
well.
get a chance to watch it back.
It's,
turn the sound down because it's been shouting. These boys have been busy, haven't they?
Haven't they just? Haven't they just? And again, a big shout out to everyone who helps to deal with these incidents, but again, these are individuals who don't always get the lion's share of the thanks. We understandably focus a lot on the marshals and the medics, but it's a huge team of people, not just those who are first on the scene, but those who then deal with getting the cars out of the way. And the work that they do is equally as important really to keeping the whole day on track as the job of the marshals individually. We're hearing from our camera operator down at the chicane that there is a lot of fluid being leaked. We're now seeing there's a lot of fluid being leaked. This is all come from Liz Walton's car. Another of those frontal impacts, isn't it? That'll be a radiator that's gone and fluid all over the road. We're getting lots of useful information from our camera ops this weekend. They deserve a pay rise, I think. He says, checking over his shoulder to see if Luke Austin's listening, which thankfully he isn't. They have done a great job. They're brilliant pictures that they brought us, and some really good intel as well.
It's giving you the eye. It's laser vision.
I could feel his eyes burning into the back of my head.
Yeah, because the last place you want fluid as well is on the exit to the sky, as we've already seen.
Yeah. Yes.
Particularly with the big field. Yeah, they'll know it's there, but they'll probably forget the second time around that.
Yes, no, absolutely. The marshals, I think, will need some new brushes before the end of the weekend. They've been well used, haven't they? Every time, every chance they get, they're out there sweeping the gravel away. And again, we talk about the marshals dealing with the incident at the chicane, but the marshals elsewhere around the track, largely, are not just sat around doing nothing. They immediately, as soon as the race stops, right, what do we need to do to make the track raceable again? The answer at Redgate, it seems, is to clear the gravel away from the circuit, so that even as they're dealing with this incident down at the chicane, it's that efficiency, isn't it? They're on the ball, and they know that they've still got a job to do as well.
I think this is going to get... How are we doing time-wise? Because there aren't any more breaks that we can eat into now, are there? So
no. There isn't a tea break, is there, for us to cut short?
No, it's not cricket, is it?
10 to 5 we're at the moment.
Look at that. We talk about tea break and our director goes to the marshal with his fly. That is Alpha Live, ladies and gentlemen. That is superb job.
Excellent job. Yeah, it's 10 to 5. This race was supposed to finish at 5, so we're not a million miles behind, but we really can't afford any further delays. We have got that 45-minute race. They could maybe knock 5 minutes off that, perhaps, but that's not ideal, really. It's not the ClubSport Trophy driver's fault that we're behind time.
That's exactly right.
Yeah. So hopefully this won't take too much longer, and we will get the race underway. Nikki Bray making a cameo appearance upon the spectator banking with a couple of her team members. Of course, they've got a vested interest in what their drivers can do in this restarted race as and when we get it. And Richard, when we get a restart, it looks as though we'll have Scott Wright on the grid, because well, maybe not on the grid, but on the track. He's lined up in pit exit with slightly gravelly tyres, but no obvious damage to the Paddock Motorsport car, which suggests to me that he did get out of the gravel under his own steam.
That is good news. More the merrier for the restart of Clapham North MOT Mazda. I haven't got the date of the next. Somebody told me earlier on. Have you got the dates on the final round?
Yes, it will be. No, hang on.
That's Fiesta Juniors, that one.
That's Fiesta Juniors, yes. It's been a long day, but even I can tell the difference just about. There we go. Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. Final round, Silverstone International, 7th and 8th of October. So get yourself along.
It's Toka weekend, isn't it?
Oh, is it?
It is a Toka weekend.
Oh, is it? That's a shame.
What a pain.
That's a shame. Yes, so if you're not Richard, and you're not contractually obliged to be at Brands Hatch that weekend, then do head over to Silverstone, to the international circuit, to enjoy what's going to be a big weekend. What else is on that weekend? Obviously, the 3 Mazda Championships will be there. The Fiesta ST240s are there, and the 150s, the CityCar Cup, who provided a good race earlier on. There's another ClubSport Trophy race, the Modified Ford Series, and don't tell David Addison, but Mini 7s and Mini Melias will be there as well, and he may well be tempted to venture north from Brands Hatch to enjoy a pair of championships that I know he really enjoys. So 7th and 8th of October, Silverstone International Circuit for the Silverstone Finals weekend, and well, we've teed things up quite nicely in a couple of those championships, haven't we, for some pretty interesting championship deciders.
Yeah, it's going to be some busy racing that weekend, and going to be a busy weekend watching everything that's going on up and down the car. And it's so hard now, isn't it, to catch up with everything. Yes. As I say, people now... Did you see such and such? You almost need a highlights programme every week, don't you?
There's a good idea. There's a good idea. Yeah, and of course, more accessible than ever. At least you've got some winter viewing, maybe over the winter months. It's all live streamed. It's all there for you to watch after the fact. And
there's a name for a series, the Winterview series.
The Winterview series. I like it. We'll discuss that later, Richard. I think we're on to something. There we go. More spectators catching their breath.
Sleep.
I think probably. I think they're scrolling through. They're looking for the latest TCR UK updates, I think, on social media after that race that took place earlier on today. Gravel strewn all the way down through the Craner curves there, you can see, as the recovery operation continues at the chicane. I wonder how we're getting on at the chicane, whether we're getting close to having the track cleared. Hopefully we will be able to get a resumption of racing. Still showing a full 20 minutes on the TSL timing screen.
That's optimistic, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it might be. That may well change. There we go. That's Tom Selden's car getting hoisted away. Liz Walton's car, I can't see on the track.
Is it on the white one?
I think it might be on the other one, yeah. So got the circuit cleanup truck there as well. Circuit maintenance also on scene. Spectators entertain themselves trackside. Brilliant scenic shots of what is a very picturesque circuit. We often talk about Alton Park, Cadwell Park as being the most scenic racetracks in the country. Very different feel here with a bit more open space at Donington, but the undulation, the rolling countryside and the fields off in the distance, it's a really, really scenic place to go and spend a weekend.
Sort of voiceover for country life there, wasn't it? So.
I'm diversifying. I'm diversifying. Slight change of pace, perhaps, might be an idea. So there you can see the mess that's been left by Liz Moulton's destroyed radiator. And that is going to take a few minutes, isn't it, to sweep away. Got the right bit of kit for it, though, haven't they? That's a proper clean-up truck.
You don't see those anymore, particularly in London, where all the London boroughs have gone bankrupt. We don't see those anymore. Birmingham's gone bankrupt now as well, I saw in the week.
I did see that, yeah. Which, in a roundabout sort of way, someone was telling me might lead to Birmingham Wheels being hopefully...
I doubt it. They'll sell it off to put money in the coffers. That's generally what the councils use.
I suspect so.
Clown stores, they call them.
Well,
up there.
Quite.
It would be like... I really don't get it. It's a great facility, and so many young people get to go and see. And it's not just the racing, is it? There's all sorts of wheels things going on there.
That's where I first drove a car at
Birmingham
Wheels as part of a junior rally programme that I...
Exactly, in what?
Yeah, exactly.
You
Fantastic place to go. Really, really enjoyed myself there. It was at Rover 25.
They don't like people enjoying themselves, do they?
Well, no, increasingly
Let's build some more skyscrapers. Yeah. Anyway, sorry, I'm not going to get political. That is a huge amount of clearing up to do, isn't it? And lots of gravel. Now, has that got to be treated, do you think, or is that just, if it's radiated, it's got cooling fluid in it, isn't it? So
concerning me, and it won't shift very easily, will it? It won't soak up just through a bit of cement dust. So yeah, this might take a little while. Shame that the drivers haven't been directed back to the pit lane, because we could send Anthony Jordan out to do some work and chat to some of the drivers, but they are stranded at the moment. And I noticed on the last time we saw them, they were getting out of their cars, even the drivers, so they weren't anticipating that they were going to be on the move anytime soon. As the sun continues to set, the sky clearing now, though, less of this dark cloud above. Hopefully we're done with rain now, and we can enjoy a nice late summer's afternoon and evening.
Sweeper's going now.
Sweeper's going, yeah, so maybe they are confident they can just soak this up now with some cement dust. Of course, now they've got the majority of the vehicles out of the way, they might now start to direct the grid through. Yeah, the circuit maintenance van was leaving as well, so it looks like they're happy.
Yeah, because we haven't got the grid yet, have we, for ready to line up. So the guys certainly, and ladies, being made to wait for their final race of the weekend.
Les Scott Wright being released around, so he's going to start from the grid.
Yep.
Which means he should be released, should be starting from the front of the grid then. If he's being allowed to start on the grid, he should go back to his original grid position, which was second place. It's good news. Josh Morris, I think, survived that first lap as well, so he should reclaim pole position. Scott Wright.
They'll get another green flag lap, won't they? So he gets an extra sighting lap, effectively.
There we go. That's what we like to see. One of the Brian Chandler cars leaving the pit lane as well, just behind us, but on screen, cars being released around to the grid. And this now, of course, won't be the work of a moment to try and get them all back in the right order, because as we pointed out, they emerged from turn one in nothing like the order in which they started the race, and we've now got to somehow get them back into those original grid positions. So this is where, again, those lines of communication from race control to the timekeepers to race control to the start line marshals becomes important. That was Fraser Fennick heading for the pit lane, I think, wasn't it?
It was, wasn't it? Yeah.
And no, Josh Morris is just heading for pole position, but Fraser Fennick then, he's not going to be starting fourth. They'll have gravel to clear out of the car, I guess. Maybe he's concerned he picked up some damage through that trip through the gravel as well.
It's no easy task, is it, getting the cars ready? You can't even put them onto the holding area because that's ready for the next race anyway.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they could have got round there, couldn't they? But yeah, the ClubSport trophy cars were, I imagine almost all of them are in position now. They were expecting to be starting their race pretty much now. It is bang on 5 o'clock. Now there is Fraser Fennick in. The AB Motorsport team, well, one team member is there. Now a few more come dashing out of the garage, including Ali Bray himself. And what are they looking at? The bodywork, I think, has been folded in. That makes sense. That's where Allwood got into his right rear corner, isn't it?
Yeah, so pit lane start. So he's going to be following the likes of Aiton Hills through the field. They've got a lot of quick drivers at the back again in this one, and even more.
Yes, there's a pretty quick driver of sorts. Someone else jets off to their holiday destination of choice. left too early. See, if we hadn't had a delay to this race, they could have stuck around. They could have watched the Supercup race and then left for their holidays. But they're going to miss what should be a very exciting, albeit short, restarted race, because the news on the timing screen is that this will now be a restart over only 5 minutes. So
wow.
15 minutes lopped off the running time. Yeah, absolutely.
Slap on the wrist, isn't it? Still fair enough. We've got to get the other drivers in there.
Exactly. Exactly. And these guys and girls have at least had 2 races, whereas CityCar Cup have only had 1, and the Clubman drivers as well, they're still to come, aren't they? So it's the fairest way of doing it, I think. Now there is the group of cars at the back, and Scott Wright navigating his way through to the front row, but you've got Joe Wiggin, you've got Patrick Fletcher back out there as well, starting from towards the back of the field. Aidan Hills and Sam Heading, they're going to drop back towards where they started too. So 5 minutes doesn't really give them very long to get to the front, although Hayden was making a good go of breaking towards the top 10 after just 1 lap, wasn't he?
He was trying, no doubt, to do it again, because they've all had a little bit of a breather.
Yes. Yes. Although sometimes the most dangerous thing you can do is give racing drivers a chance to think about what they're about to do. So, waiting for Scott Wright to pick his way through.
Here he comes.
Yeah, is the red car just creeping through on the right-hand side of shot, isn't he? Marshall's directing him to the safest route through. Pulls very speedily into the second place grid slot. So Josh Morris pole, Scott Wright second, Alex Stott in 3rd place, and Alex Stott, I'm pretty certain, has never won a race in the MX-5 Super Cup. So he's positioned himself here thanks to the reversed grid with maybe an opportunity to break his duck. And you've got Tom Griffiths in behind. Griffiths also hasn't won a race, he says. Doubting myself now. Did Tom Griffiths grab a victory at the back end of last year? No, he didn't. Got podiums, but hasn't won a race yet. Ex-Compact Cup front runner, Tom Griffiths.
I actually remember, I'd forgotten that he used to race in Ginetta Juniors in the old bubbly ones, you know, the G20s.
Of course he did.
Back in the day, and the family had run, you know, a very successful team in it. But, you know, it's lovely to reacquaint myself with those guys in this paddock.
Well, his dad, of course, was a racer, wasn't he, as well?
Yes, he was, yeah.
Back in the day.
Great people.
No, really nice people. Really nice people. I've done a lot of sim racing with Tom Griffiths, and got to know him very well. In fact, it's funny, I've got to know a lot of real-world racing drivers better through sim racing than I have through... because you just don't get the time at a race meeting to go and talk to everybody, whereas that's the joy of modern technology and the internet, isn't it? That you can connect with people so much more easily. So, yeah, Tom, a pretty handy peddler on the sim, and really nice now to see him starting to appear at the front with some regularity in his real-world racing as well.
Last couple of cars just slotting into position. Very new. Wonderful work by the grid marshals here as well.
Yeah, most definitely. So Aidan Hills there you can see pulling in towards the back of the field. And he has got Josh Bromley, I think that is, behind. Josh Bromley's not been racing with us for very long, but I feel like he's due a good result, really. I think he's got some decent pace in that 97 car. Keep an eye on that. A very good-looking car, isn't it? Pristine at the moment.
An XMG Trophy driver, and was front runner in that. And he was telling me at Brands Hatch that difficult to get to grips with this. Totally different for him. But I think he's isn't he an engineer in possibly an engineer with one of the F1 teams?
Oh, really?
Josh, I apologise if I've got that wrong, but you have so many conversations with different. Fairly sure he's fairly high up the ladder somewhere else, which is why I don't think we see him all the time.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Might have got that wrong, and I say apologies if I have, but
yeah, no, that's I can believe that. We get that quite a lot. People like Tom Langford, for example, who races in the Mark 1 Championship. He works on the Extreme E Championship and doing something very important and very complicated, I think. Right, we have got cars heading out across the top of the hill, and the green flag lap underway for a 5-minute restart. Then a 5-minute restart for the MX-5 Super Cup drivers. And Josh Morris and Scott Wright then starting from the front of the grid, and they get a second go at this now, don't they? After the initial start to the race didn't really pan out all that well for either of them. They now get another opportunity to start from the front of the field with Alex Stott, Fraser Fennick, Ollie Allwood and Tom Griffiths in behind. We're hearing that both Tom Selden and Liz Walton are basically okay after their incident that brought out the red flag. That's good news. Thank you for digging that information out from the pit lane. And that means we can relax into what is going to be a not very relaxing 5 minutes of pretty hectic racing, I expect here, Richard.
Yeah, not very good for the guys off the back, is it?
No.
5 minutes, not really long to come through, so a bit of damage limitation. This is the last dropped points race of the season for these drivers, so it is absolutely crucial. I've not kept up with the maths. We haven't had time to do that.
No.
You literally do not have time to do it.
No, unfortunately. But Aidan Hills had these drop scores to play with, didn't he? So he'll be all right, but he won't be as far ahead, obviously, as he was coming into the weekend, because it has been a decent scoring weekend for James Cossons, obviously picking up a win in a second place. He scored 198 points at least. I forget whether he had any fastest laps in the earlier races. Aidan Hills, through a non-finish, well, yeah, it was a non-finish, wasn't it, earlier on? He will therefore regain 90 points. And if he doesn't score very well in this race, he'll still regain 92 points. So in a way, even if he sat this race out altogether, he'd still score 92 points for it, which is the equivalent of a 5th place finish.
That's not bad.
Not bad at all, is it? So he'll only lose a few points. I think he'll still be something in the region of 50 odd ahead. And that all, of course, depends really on what James Cossons can do in this race. So keep an eye on Cossons. He's the sort of silver and black zebra liveried car, for want of a better description, with the pink highlights. That's Colin Bysouth's machine from years gone by.
Colin's here today. I saw him in the...
I
didn't get a chance to say hello, but I did spy him over there.
Oh, okay. Had a nasty accident here a few years ago, did Colin Bysouth, back in 2018, but came back and was so nearly a champion last year in this series. Now watching his car competing at the very front again. Right then, 5 minutes on the clock, a short, sharp dash for victory in the third MX5 Supercup race of the weekend. Lights out, and a good start made by Alex Stott, but the door is closing as Scott Wright moved over to the middle of the road, and that's a shame for Alex. He probably could have burst through into the race lead had there been a path left open for him. Josh Morris then on the inside line, looking to try and hang on from Scott Wright, who once again braves it out round the outside. This time, though, keeps himself just about out of the gravel trap. It's Morris who holds the advantage. Here comes Tom Griffiths pointing his car to the outside line. All of them cleanly through Redgate corner, with Josh Morris this time making a much better go of it out in front.
Yeah, Tom Griffiths a couple of places good on his starting position. Stott's going to have a look up the inside, grabs a little bit of dirt, comes back across, and around goes the 11 car very nearly off onto the dirt. That's big positions lost there for the number 11.
Yeah, Scott Wright on back onto the road again. That's going to be close to disaster. Others scattering to avoid him.
Look at the speed of those cars.
That is not great, is it? 64 and 90 both tangling in avoidance. 90 is Bruce Robinson. The 64 car also getting involved too. That was a scary moment. Oh, there's more. That's Martin Tolley, I think, and a couple of others further up the road. But yeah, not screwing off as much speed as I'd have liked to have seen.
And the shot we saw there, you don't see that shot very often. We were at 90 degrees straight across to a stationary car, and you saw how quickly those cars arrive on the scene. That shows you how dangerous that is.
And you could see Scott Wright sort of waving his arms around in the air. Nothing he can do, of course. He is just sat there and along for the ride. Right, I think Tom Griffiths leads the way. Yes, he does. So Griffiths leads, Morris second, Allwood third, none of whom have ever won a race in the MX5 Super Cup. Could Ollie Allwood be the one to spring a bit of a surprise here? He's in the slipstream, heading down towards Redgate corner, where surely he will try and slip through on the inside of Josh Morris. That's exactly what he tries to do. Morris tries to close the door, but Allwood, I reckon, is going to go through here. Inside line, leaves Morris just enough space, and here comes Cossons on the inside of both of them.
Yeah, 3 wide here. Let's hope they all keep it on track. They're coming through. Cossons is going to come through into P2. Yes, he's done it.
Nicely done. So Cossons second, then Stott third, Allwood down to fourth. Allwood was going for second into Redgate, and now he's off the podium places altogether. That has given Tom Griffiths a small little cushion at the head of the field, but we know the pace that James Cossons has got this weekend. I don't think it'll be long before the race 2 winner is challenging for first place once more.
Yeah, he's going for it, isn't he? He's going to try and close in. He's only got 2 minutes 46 on the clock, so it's going to be a quick job.
Griffiths way wide at McLean's, and that now means his lead has already evaporated, so Tom may be feeling the pressure. He locks up into Coppice, runs wide of the apex, and that surely allowed Cossons to get the overlap to the inside line. Yes, it did. Tom Griffiths trying his best to hang on round the outside. He's looking down in the car. I think Tom Griffiths getting a bit distracted here. James Cossons, though, has worked his way through from 8th on the grid, and he is going to lead them down into the chicane at the end of the second lap of racing. Griffiths gets shuffled down to 3rd now behind Alex Stott. It is a Hills Motorsport 1-2.
It is. That was great stuff, wasn't it, from Alex Stott, just slotted in. And fair play to Tom Griffiths. You know, a lesser driver would have tagged the back end and put him around.
George Grant was going grass tracking. Not quite sure how he got there. Up the inside there goes Stott defending from Tom Griffiths. And here comes Lee Britton up into the top 4 as well. Lee Britton's a contender here.
He is. Could well make that. Just have a look down and see how some of the other runners are getting on the timing screen. Hill's got up into 17th. So he actually lost a position on the second lap.
However, Joe Wigan and Patrick Fletcher, who started back there with him, they're 10th and 11th already. So
it's good dealing with traffic, isn't it, from them?
Yeah, definitely. Hill's not getting the rub of the green this time. Lee Britton side by side there with Ollie Allwood. There is Joe Wigan with Patrick Fletcher right on his tail. So they are going to gain more ground. There'll be one more lap to go at the end of this one. They're in the lead group, Richard.
They are in the... That is an absolutely stunning drive by the pair of them.
Incredible
Amazing stuff.
Wow. So, Lee Britton then on the outside. Cossons, though, the leader with a teammate behind, but a teammate who's never won a race in the championship. I doubt we'll see many team orders here.
No, I think you're right. They'll both go for it, but Cossons has got the confidence of having had the speed all weekend, as you said.
Yeah, down the back straight they go. Griffiths third, Allwood fourth. Britton there pulling alongside him to try and gain more ground. He's passed Allwood once already on this lap, but can't quite do it for a second time as they turn through the chicane. Headed Wilbur Tiley. Wilbur Tiley in 6th place. If 7th was his previous best finish, he's definitely on course to improve that. He's found a way past Josh Morris on this lap. Patrick Fletcher there pulling to the outside of Joe Wigan as Tom Griffiths finds a gap, only just wide enough to fit through on the inside line and tries now to move into 2nd position. He does move into 2nd position, and he will now try and set off after the leader as we start the final lap.
Beautifully covered by our cameras. You saw Stott just look across. Good awareness from him. And again, lesser driver would have clattered in, closed the door, didn't do that. Good, clean, fair racing. And now we've got Griffiths in with a chance of having a nibble at the race leader, James Cossons, as Stott goes back up the inside.
Oh, someone's leaking fluid over the track. I didn't see who it was, but they're limping back to the pit lane. Stott back to 2nd. Cossons just can't break away, even with all of the fighting going on behind him. He cannot escape this baying pack behind him. They're side by side again for 2nd place. Griffiths on the inside line to the outside. Alex Stott snatches a break, tries to carry the speed right around the outside. That doesn't work though, and Tom Griffiths has managed to close the door. Now Tom is going to have one more opportunity to try and get that first victory in the championship, but he's locked it up going into Coppice Corner. He's been struggling with those brakes all race long, and that might now have handed this on a platter to James Cossons. Down the back straight they go for the final time. Cossons, I think, is going to claim a 2nd victory of the day. What is going to happen behind him? Who will join him on the podium, and in which order? Griffiths looks good for 2nd. Lee Britton has locked up though. Oh, just avoids the back of Tom Griffiths' car, skates wide through the gravel. Griffiths will hold on to 2nd. Stott will be 3rd, but it will be a 2nd victory of the day for an elated James Cossons, who crosses the line first. Cossons wins it. Griffiths 2nd, 3rd for Alex Stott, Allwood 4th, and Wilbur Tiley gets his first ever top 5 finish in what has been by far his best weekend in the championship. That is a really nice story.
Absolutely superb stuff. Is that the first podium for Alex Stott? I don't know about previous years, certainly for this year. Sorry, making Andy disappear and have a look at the stats that we've got there. And it's difficult to keep on top of it because you've got so many drivers in this championship. First podium for him. That's a great step forward, isn't it? Could have been a win, could have been 2nd, but he'll take that away. Tom Griffiths, super race from him. Wilbur Tiley, as you say, takes the club. Yeah, Joe Wigan and Patrick Fletcher through to 6th and 7th from the back in a 5-minute race.
4
I
laps.
ask you.
4 laps.
Alistair Dendy won the Masters as well, so I think that covers all our bases, doesn't it? In terms of that was. You want more than 5 minutes, don't you? Really?
You do.
I mean, could you imagine? But we understand why, due respect to the other drivers that need to get their races done. But yeah, we got a clean one in the end, as we did in the Fiesta Juniors.
Indeed. So George Grant, by the way, finished 2nd in the Masters, but beat Nick Rutter, so more points gained in that Masters Championship battle. It is James Cossons, though, who scores the most points of the weekend. 2 victories here and a podium yesterday means that he is... sorry, it was a win yesterday, wasn't it, actually, I think, and then the podium earlier on in the day. Anyway, it's been a good weekend for James Cossons. Tom Griffiths comes home in 2nd, with Alex Stott in 3rd, on Allwood 4th. Again, the top 4 cars, I think they're covered by exactly the same margin as the top 4 Fiesta Juniors were, 0.732. I'm sure it was something like that. Another incredibly close run to the finish. Wilbur Tiley came home in 5th position, and then it was 6th place at the flag for Joe Wiggin from the back of the grid. Patrick Fletcher likewise came home in 7th position ahead of Josh Morris in 8th place. 9th position then went the way of Chris Richardson. Alistair Dendy was in 10th position with Lee Britton 11th, Sam Heading 12th, Aidan Hills 13th, and George Grant in 14th place. I know this isn't particularly interesting, but I was right. By to the 1,000th of a second, the top 4 covered by exactly the same margin as the top 4 were.
I couldn't remember that kind of stuff. Hats off to you.
I don't know how I did, to be honest. I forget my own name half the time, but that popped into my mind. Anyway, Amy Watts comes home 15th, Will Powell 16th, Josh Bromley 17th, then Fraser Fennick 18th. Disappointing race for him, having to take the restart from the pit lane. Rob Way 19th, and Nick Rutter in 20th, ahead of Martin Heath, Christopher Ginn, Alex Jones, Martin Tolley, Bruce Robinson, Clyde Powells, and Scott Wright. Then it was Kamal Kalsi with Tom Selden, of course, Liz Walton, and Christopher Ginn not finishing the race. Well, that was exciting. A brilliant weekend of MX5 Supercup racing. They will be back on the 7th and 8th of October at Silverstone for their final 3 rounds. And Aidan Hills is going to have a bit of work to do, perhaps a bit more work than he was anticipating he'd have to do when we head a little bit further south, but still in the Midlands, to the home of British Motorsport, the international circuit based around the Silverstone wing for the MX5 Supercup drivers at their final round. Right then, now what? We've got some more racing to be had. We will be hearing, I'm sure, from our podium finishers in a moment or two. 3 more races. It's the 45-minute SW Motorsports ClubSport Trophy race coming up next. Then we'll have the MX5 Clubman Championship before the BRSCC CityCar Cup completes the weekend's racing. Let's head down to pit lane then. Anthony Jordan catching up with our top 3 drivers.
Thank you very much. Yes, down here in the pit lane with our race winner and the rest of the drivers. Well, James, you are making a habit of having a chat with me here, aren't you? What a weekend.
Yeah, it's as you can tell by the boys in the back, best result for Alex as well. Props to him, 3rd place, unbelievable drive from him. A bit unfortunate at the beginning. I was hoping for a bit more of a scrap through the race. I'm exhausted. Yeah, that was hard work. Yeah. Really, really enjoyed it. I feel like I'm on top of it now. Yeah. It's only taken me all this time, like I said to you last time. Got it. Finally got the 3 in one weekend. Commiserations to the ones that didn't quite finish in that one, or perhaps ended up with a couple of dinks in their doors. Shouldn't be like that. But once again, Hills Motorsport have proved that they're the best on the grid. Doesn't matter who you are, jump in a Hills Motorsport car and you're going to be fast. Simple as that. Yeah, again, props to Aidan and his dad Darren and the rest of the team. Unbelievable work that they do. And they're nice people. That does help. There you go. Doesn't it?
That sells it.
You're nice. Come on, man. Hold
on, mate. Brilliant stuff. Well, fantastic results, and like you say, absolutely delighted with that one. Great to see you out there winning all the races.
Cheers, mate. Yeah, that was very hard. Yeah. Alex will be absolutely chuffed.
I'm sure he will be. We'll have a quick chat with him as well at some point. Let's go to Tom Griffiths, who's out there. Where is Tom? He's right here. Tom, that was a tough-fought battle as well. That was nail-biting for the majority of it.
It was a good little sprint race at the end there, wasn't it? Shame once I got out into the lead that I couldn't then build on that gap, but I made a couple of little mistakes, I think with some damp patches. Thought something was broken with the car, but it sounds like everyone's saying the same thing. So a couple of little mistakes, but which allowed James back through. Yeah, exactly. But I'll take 2nd all day long.
No, it's a solid result. No, you can't take that home with you, James. You got to put that back. No. You can have it for now, but yeah, you got to put it back. But mate, honestly, yeah, still solid driving that one. I mean, these things look so much fun when you race them.
They're great fun, and the field's so competitive. Like once you get to the front of it, you know you're pushing on. So yeah, it's great to be on the podium again. We haven't been here for a while, so it's good.
Solid drive. Congratulations. Well done, P2 on that one. Let's see if we can find Alex, who is around here somewhere. Alex, come through. There you are behind me. Mate, you were celebrating quite a lot there with James. You seem happy with the result.
Oh my gosh, yeah, absolutely over the moon. It's felt like it's been coming, and we've had a couple of chances here and there, and that one, just a sprint to the finish, 5 minutes to go on the restart. I knew it was going to be carnage, and it was, and I don't know what was down on the track, but people were all over the place losing the back end. But oh my God, I'm absolutely over the moon. This means massive amount. I can't thank the team enough for putting the car together, and such a good car it is. Thank my mum, my dad, all my friends that are here watching, and incredible feeling, it really is.
Yeah, it must be. And I was just looking at the windscreen of your car. Either someone really didn't like you and they pulled out something that you didn't want to see, or it's gravel, but it's certainly like it got heated out there.
So that's just actually accumulation over the weekend. When people go off in the gravel traps and come back on, it flicks loads of stones up. So yeah, we do all right to see through it. We might need a new one at some point, but yeah, that's repairable.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some companies out there with some catchy adverts that you might need to use out there. But mate, honestly, solid result for yourself, a P3, and a great way to end the weekend.
Over the moon. Thanks very much.
Excellent
Cheers.
stuff there for our top 3 in the Club class. Rest of the grid out there, but there's only a few more races to go, ladies and gentlemen. We're running out of time. SW Motorsports, 45 minutes. ClubSport is coming up next. Look forward to it.
Thank you, Anthony, for catching up with our podium finishers. And we are waiting still for a little bit of clean-up work to be done from the chicane, and then we'll release the cars onto the grid for our next race, which is for the SW Motorsports ClubSport Trophy. A big grid of cars, 40 of them, some of them being shared, although actually the majority of them seem to be single driver entries on this occasion. But the ClubSport Trophy, always an exciting highlight to a BRSCC race weekend, and big grid of a varied grid of cars, and a very close qualifying session as well earlier on, just 92 thousandths of a second separating Scott Parkin from James Alford at the front of the grid. And we can take a look at that grid now. Let's give ourselves plenty of time to go through it, because it's not just the drivers but also a great variety of cars to tell you about as they prepare for 45 minutes of action, with a pit stop in the middle of the race between the 15th and 30th minute of this 45-minute encounter. And it is Scott Parkin in one of the Audi TT Cup racing cars that starts from pole position. James Alford in his VW Golf alongside him. Then the BMW Compact of Paul Hinson, not a standard BMW Compact, I should point out, with Stephen Summers in the Lotus Elise S1 starting from 4th. Then it's Jonathan Mee in his Lotus Elise. He's got Shay Kavanagh for company on that 3rd row in a Honda Civic, with Feroz Villamoria starting 7th on the grid in the VW Scirocco, and ahead of Andrew Dyer in another of the Audi TT Cup racing cars. Then Jonathan Hunter, 9th on the grid, and the VW Scirocco, ahead of the first car being shared by 2 drivers. That's the Booth and Ross McCarr Audi. Ross McCarr has been a front runner in the TT Cup Racing Series all season long, and he is back out again in one of the Audis here in ClubSport Trophy, starting 10th on the grid. Elliot Dunmore in a Subaru BRZ, and David May in the Nissan 370Z are next. David May should be a lot further up the order than that. He will move forward for sure. Then it's Jonathan Salem in a Mini, ahead of Paul Adams in a Renault Clio. Then Walkinshaw in his VW Scirocco is next, ahead of a couple of Renault Clios. First of all, the number 107 example, that is the Stephen Watson and Stephen Harrison Renault Clio, and then right in behind them the Clio 197 of Jared Coulson starts on the 9th row alongside Kamal Khalzi and Jack Sycamore in their Mazda MX-5 Mark III. Chris Stone and Stuart Kilroy are next. They are completing the top 20. Honda Civic Type R ahead of Peugeot 207 GTI, and then another one of the BMW compacts of Brendan Murphy starts on the 11th row alongside Kevin Sylvain in a Mark I Mazda MX-5. Cameron Bell's Toyota MR2 Roadster will start 23rd alongside Matt Massey in a Honda Civic Type R. Then another Renault Clio of Kate Morris with Chris McGinley in his BMW compact completing that 13th row. Row 14 then is where we find Paul Connell's VW Golf GTI and the BMW of number 165, that being Callum Perfect. He has added, it seems, a second driver to that car, but not on the entry list, unfortunately. Surname Hart, H-A-R-T. There's a few candidates as to who that could be. Chris Fantana is in his Mark I MX-5 starting 29th, and then Dan Blake, who used to race a Mark I MX-5, but he's now at the wheel of his Renault Clio 197. 31st on the grid, and 32nd, in fact, both 2 driver entries. We've got the number 171 Mazda MX-5 ahead of the number 87 example. 171 is Pete Smith and James Dennison. 87 is Ollie Walden, who again has gained a co-driver for this race seemingly, ahead of Graham Waterhouse's Civic Type R, and a Mark III Mazda MX-5, number 414, that being the car shared by Ben Turnbridge and Rod Sawyer. Nearly there. Craig Emerson is next, 35th in his BMW. A Honda Civic Type R, number 37 is next. That is Philip Hart. aboard that car, and again, he now seems to have found a co-driver surname Evans. Then it's the number 31 car, the Fiat Panda. Love seeing the Panda out on track. Dean Lomas and Joshua North, followed by Nick Dougal in his Mazda 2. Then another Mazda 2 is next. That's the number 133 car, Colin Risbridger and Stefan Oates. And back of the grid, 40th and last, car number 66, and that is Scott Bonzel and Alex Hackett's MGZR. Glad we gave ourselves plenty of time to go through that grid, Richard, because it's a big one. We've got a great variety of car and an awful lot of cars, actually, that we've seen out racing in other championships throughout the course of the day. And that's very much the idea behind ClubSport Trophy, isn't it, really? That's how this series originated a number of years ago. They tagged them on at the end of the race weekends that would have maybe Compact Cup and Mazda MX-5s and Civic Cup races on them, and gave the drivers another opportunity to get out and get a bit of racing in multi-class racing. It is a series, not a championship, so we don't worry too much about, or we don't worry at all about championship points. It's just about class positions. And interestingly, the two cars at the front of the grid, the Audi TT of Scott Parkin and the VW Golf of James Alford, separated by less than a tenth of a second in qualifying, Richard, but actually they run in different classes. The Audi a Class B car and the VW Golf running in Class A.
Absolutely right. While you were going through the grid, I was just trying to look through bulletins and see if we can get some names on it. Kamal Kelsey, you mentioned, we've got Jack Sycamore with him. Keith Dalton is the additional driver in car 87 with Ollie Walden.
Okay.
And James Hart is the second driver in 165.
Right, okay. That's good to know.
And James Hart. So I need to annotate my race programme.
Right.
Which I don't have.
No.
My entry sheet.
Yes, exactly. James Hart, perhaps then related to Philip Hart, who's out in another car in this race. I wonder whether maybe, I suppose Charlie Hart definitely won't be here. He's racing Jetta Juniors this weekend down at Brands Hatch. His dad, Chris,
they're all Hart, aren't they?
Cup racer. Yeah, they are indeed. Nicely done. Nicely done. Right then, we still don't have cars out on the grid, I don't think. There's a lot of clear-up work going on. I mentioned one of the Mark 3s were spilling some sort of fluid around the track in that previous race. I think the entire circuit being treated for that. We've also got a bit of road sweeping going on the entrance to the final chicane, where again lots of gravel has been kicked up over the course of the day. The sun continues to shine. The temperature actually rising now as we get deeper and deeper into the day. And I'm sure the drivers who have been sat, for some of them, for probably 40 minutes or so already in and around their cars in the assembly area on the Grand Prix loop, are going to be very, very keen to get going with this. Particularly those who are going to be doing a full 45-minute stint aboard the car, which is the majority of them. I'd say well over 2/3 of the grid, single driver entries, not two driver entries, as usually tends to be the case here in ClubSport Trophy. But always a fabulous series, this, something that we enjoy seeing. I should give one person a special shout out because they're not here this weekend, but they've been in touch from Florida where they're busy holidaying. Phil and Matt Adcock, who usually are out in their yellow BMW Compact. Apparently they left a rocket launch this morning just to make it back in time to watch the coverage of the racing from Donington Park.
Why would you leave a rocket launch early?
Well, yes, sort of defeats the object a little bit, doesn't it? Yes, but
unless it was raining, it was cancelled. But
that is entirely possible. Entirely possible. But we welcome them along to our coverage. I'm sure they're still watching along from Florida, and we hope to have them back out for the last round of the ClubSport Trophy, which I should, of course, have checked before I started this sentence, but I'm pretty sure I said they're on that Silverstone meeting, aren't they?
I think they are,
at the end of the year. I think that's the next time that we'll see the ClubSport Trophy drivers out on track. Right then, we are going to stop waffling for a moment, catch our breath, prepare ourselves mentally for what should be an exciting 45-minute race. We're going to take a very quick ad break here from Donington Park. We'll be back, though, with the SW Motorsports ClubSport Trophy race in just a few minutes. Let it go.
decide who's going to be the bigger man.
For voice and data solutions at speeds that are simply out of this world, choose Maximum Networks.
Do you wonder why your competitors' websites appear in Google searches ahead of you? Then make a call to the SEO experts Warrior and understand how your business can be more visible online. As the official marketing partner of TCR UK, you can now work with a trusted search engine optimization partner to increase web traffic, inquiries and sales. Speak to us for your free audit and quote by visiting warrior.co.uk today.
So welcome back everyone to Donington Park, where the clean-up operation from the previous MX5 Supercup racing is taking a bit longer than we thought. There's a lot of fluid to be cleared down at the old hairpin area of the track, and we are going to have to wait a few more minutes, I think, perhaps, before the ClubSport trophy drivers head out onto the circuit. You can see there the cement dust that's been laid all the way through the crater curves, and that's going to impair visibility a little bit when we get racing underway. 40 cars are going to head down there, and of course now, Richard, we get later in the day and we also have to fight with the fading visibility through the sun going down. That starts glinting off the tarmac. I don't know what it is about Donington Park. There's probably some urban myth about jet fuel or something that would explain this, but it always seems a particularly shiny circuit, doesn't it? When the sun starts to set, it always does seem to reflect off the tarmac a lot more than other circuits. And of course, now they've resurfaced the place, that could be even more of an issue.
Yeah, I hadn't heard that one for a bit, so you do get that one quite a lot, don't you? And
yes.
It's like the plane circle around the whole track, isn't it? You know, so.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So it's a great excuse in the wet if you slip off the track, though, to say, it's a very slippery circuit, Donington Park. It's all that jet fuel, you know.
There's Scott doing the business there.
Yes.
Just to the right of shot with his white shirt on. He doesn't come to collect his free gift.
If he doesn't claim it by the end of the day, does it go begging for any other member of the...
You can have it if you want.
Depends what it is, I suppose, actually.
It's not that exciting. It was just an idea that was floating with him earlier on. But
yes.
There we go. This is, of course, the in terms of the supports, the antithesis of what we've been seeing with complete, as you said, completely different cars, and it's lovely to see, isn't it? Yeah, but cars sort of, for the most part, plucked out of other one-make series to now come and form a sort of club racing super grid almost, which is very much what the idea of the ClubSport trophy was in the first place. And then, of course, we get some turning up with their very specialised cars that don't really have that many other places that they can race. Cars like the Lotus Lease S1, for example, of Stephen Summers. We don't really see him out in a lot of other series. And the great thing about this being a series, not a championship, is that you can just dip in and out. Do your local circuits, do your favourite circuits maybe. If you're building a car, you don't have to rush to get it ready for the start of the season. You can wait until it's absolutely race ready before making your way out on track.
Grid cleared of marshals, which is a good sign. It means we should be about to get the green flag lap underway. And don't forget, this is a standing start. We don't do a rolling start in ClubSport Trophy. So with a mix of front and rear-wheel drive cars, sometimes four-wheel drive cars on the grid as well, that can get a little bit chaotic. The race distance has been shortened to 40 minutes, and they've lost 5 minutes off the clock. And what I don't know is what that means for the pit window, whether the pit window still opens at 15 and closes at 30. I suspect it probably does, and the second part of the race is just 5 minutes shorter, but we'll await confirmation of that on the timing screen. I'm sure we'll get a message telling us when the pit window is open, when it's closed, but that's another thing that the teams and drivers need to be on top of, particularly those drivers who are going it alone and they don't maybe have a big team there to pass that message on to them. Knowing that the race is 5 minutes shorter might well change their pit strategy a little bit.
It could well do, couldn't it, with the not too many two-driver cars.
No.
But look at all of this. Is kind of like an advertisement, isn't it, for many of the BRSCC championships?
Yeah. No, it certainly is. Certainly is. We've got MX-5s, we've got BMW Compacts. We usually get a few Civic Cup cars, although not this weekend that I can see. We did last time the ClubSport Trophy race, which I think was at Silverstone. Was it not? Yes, I think that was the last ClubSport Trophy race 3 weeks ago.
Are the Clios that are out there eligible for the CookSport Clio?
They will be.
Up within the Evolution Trophy.
So. I would imagine so, yes. So on quite a few of those actually on the grid, aren't there? Lots of Renault Clios up and down the order. A few Minis as well, dotted up and down. But a couple of these Audi TT Cup Racing Series cars, which have been announced very recently as being a full-time support series for TCR UK next year. So you'll be seeing a lot more of these Audi TTs in 2024. They, once again, are a sort of natural feeder series for something like TCR. And see a good number of them. 2 of them out on the grid, but there are 20-odd cars, I think, either built or in build. More, we believe, on the way as well. So confirmation there on the screen that the race will be reduced to 40 minutes, just because of the time constraints that we're facing here at Donington Park. Hopefully we can get a clean 40 minutes of racing in, and we will be able to fit in our final 2 races still to come after this. We've got the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship, the CityCar Cup to still enjoy. It's been a bumper weekend. I'll tell you what, if you are a spectator and you've decided to pay your money on the gate or book a ticket in advance, turn up at Donington Park, you've been treated to a really great weekend's racing, haven't you? We call it Club Motorsport a lot, but actually this would put a lot of the bigger promoters to shame, I think, really, the racing package we've had on show this weekend.
Yeah, plenty of racing, some great cars, paddocks open, you've got the space to go around and see everybody and chat to everybody as well. It's a superb day to come to.
It certainly is. So, dodgy transponder on the Kamal Kalsi and Jack Sycamore car, apparently, but it is Scott Parkin who starts from pole position. James Alford alongside him in the VW Golf, and then keep an eye on the rear-wheel drive cars behind. They might have an edge off the line. The BMW of Paul Hinson, the Lotuses, Lotai of Stephen Summers and Jonathan Mee. They might get a bit of a better launch from the second and third rows, respectively. Yellow flags being waved at the back of the grid. Not entirely sure what that's all about. Should hopefully get them clearing pretty quickly, which we do. Green flag hopefully waved at the back of the grid in a moment or 2 as well. And we will be racing 40 minutes in the SW Motorsports ClubSport Trophy. Green flag waved at the back of the grid then. Audi versus VW Golf on the front row. Red lights go on, out they go, and it is indeed a great start made by the Lotus of Stephen Summers. Rear-wheel drive, lightweight Lotus pulls to the outside of the front row starters, but then gets very much crowded to the outside line by James Alford, and so he and Scott Parkin, I think, will retain their advantage at the front. Paul Hinson there on the inside line, trying to make some ground up as well. Cars sideways, bouncing through the gravel trap, typical red gauge shenanigans, and there is contact further back, I'm afraid. A couple of cars stationary at the side of the road with damage. Oh, quite a few cars actually, Richard.
Yeah. Minis. I was going to say Mazda's in the gravel hasn't been unusual this weekend, has it? But we've got a lot of the others joining them, but Sticky Parkin out front, isn't it? He's had a super start.
It is indeed. There goes the Lotus of Stephen Summers under pressure from David May. Now, I said David May would come through the order nicely. Started 12th. He is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th already at the top of the hill. That was Dan Blake, I'm afraid, with his Renault Clio there. Front end staved in.
I owe Dan an apology, don't I?
Yes, best get it in now.
Yeah, said he was from Kent. he's not.
No, he's from Wiltshire.
Maybe he was working in Kent. Maybe that's what it was.
I think, yeah, I think that's what he was saying. That's where the confusion might have come from. But he's Wiltshire boy and proud of it. That is the number 50. Yeah, Ben Walkingshaw off. Let's try and identify a few of the others maybe in a moment.
How frustrating, Andy, is it? You've been here all day. You've done your qualifying nice and early, and all right, we've still got the club series for the Mazda MX-5s. We've got the CityCar Cup to come. But these guys have been waiting very patiently, and then just to have a first lap incident. They're going to be really cross about that.
They are, and unfortunately,
it's a red. No,
another one. 4, 5 for the day, I think, now that we've had. But one of those days, hasn't it? Something in the water.
If it's a 30-minute restart, that's still going to eat into the rest of the show. And this is why. Who would want to beat a race official?
Yeah. Yeah, there is no correct decision, really, is there? There's no decision that's fair to everybody. You can look at it a few ways. The ClubSport Trophy drivers, many of them, this is their one race of the weekend. Lots of them were testing on Friday. They sat around all day yesterday not racing, just so they could come and compete today. So you don't want to rob them of track time, but then it's not the fault of the MX-5 Clubman or CityCar Cup drivers that we've got this extra delay.
No, they've all given us some delays, haven't they, at some point during the weekend, to be absolutely fair. Yeah, disappointing, but again, the safety of the drivers, of course, involved in the cars that are there is absolutely paramount. We want to give the drivers a nice, clean racetrack, particularly when you've got all of the different cars here. Absolutely paramount that the track is as safe as possible for them to resume.
Yeah, absolutely spot on. Absolutely. And I think just the sheer number of cars that need to be recovered, I think there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them maybe. Dan Blake again has had one of those big frontal impacts. There's probably fluid that now needs to be cleared up. There's gravel that's going to get dragged back onto the road. It would take half the race to get that cleared up. So the drivers would lose racing time anyway, and the better thing to do is to stop the race so at least the marshals and recovery crews can head out onto the track in safety and get the situation cleared up. But in fairness, they're already gridding cars up again. I'm not saying we're going to get a restart in the next few minutes, but at least they're prepared for it. Back to original grid order as well, which speeds the process up slightly, and it gives, when we do go racing again, Stephen Summers perhaps another opportunity to try and get another good start. See now a few other cars that are off. So the Ollie Walden and Keith Dalton number 87 MX-5 is one of them. The 261 Mini is in there too. That's Jonathan Salem. And there were a couple of others as well that I didn't quite get a chance to identify. One of the Mark 1 Golfs was there. That must have been Paul Connell. I think he's the only Mark 1 Golf on the grid. There was one car, there was a white car. I don't know whether we can get a view of that again. There was a white car in there as well that hadn't quite got a number on, unless you had spotted it. But,
I didn't know.
No, that's, there we go. 44, it's a BMW Compact, thank you. Chris McGinley is the other in strife. But they might, if they're feeling benevolent, they might let any of the undamaged cars come back and start from the pit lane or start from the back of the grid, perhaps. That would be nice if they could. I know technically if you're not running at the time of the red flag, you're not usually allowed to take the restart, but we've seen a few drivers circumnavigate that rule today, so it would be nice if we could let a few of these take the restart anyway.
That would be good. And feel sorry for that. I know, Dan, were you sim race? Did you sim race with Dan? He's done a bit of that.
I've commentated with him, actually. He's a pretty handy sim racing commentator as well.
Is he?
Yeah, we're members of the same sim racing team, actually. Year 1 Racing, give them a shout out. Yeah, really nice guy, Dan Blake. Really nice. He's always kept me up to date with his real world racing career, and yeah, real heartbreak to see him sustaining that sort of damage.
It's a lot of damage, isn't it? And I know he's a regular guy, isn't he? And
yeah,
that's a huge amount of money for him to have to sort out. Rob Gaffney's Amigo Motorsport team he's running under.
That's right. Yes.
Rob, a good guy. We were talking about Tom Griffiths, and I think I said to you that the fairly sure Rob was in certainly the G20s, the earlier Ginettas, that he was racing in about that time that Rob was there.
That would have been getting on for 15 years ago, probably, was it?
Yeah.
Not far off.
Yeah, maybe a bit longer. So like Henry Surtees, I think, was in it then as well.
Wow. Okay. That's a while ago. Some conversations going on. Medics are chatting to drivers, but they are drivers who are stood on their feet in the gravel trap, carefully watching their cars being recovered. So I think everyone is okay. Probably weren't any major hits there, really. It's just lots of cars kind of clumping together in the gravel trap that need to be recovered. There is the 414 car. That's the Tunbridge and Sawyer Mark III MX-5. That's not one of the MX-5 Supercup cars. no prizes actually for guessing which championship it is that they tend to race in, but they are more than welcome on the ClubSport trophy grid, that's for sure.
Absolutely right. There's the Panda as well in the mix, and spectators still enjoying themselves.
Yep.
Day out, one of the hottest weekends we've had of the year. Amazing to think we get it in September now, but not overly unusual. I think we've had hot Septembers before.
Yes. Although if you watch the news, you'd think that the temperature had never once been above 15 degrees at this time of year.
How dare you bring your cars out here and pump exhaust out? I said I wasn't going to get political, didn't I?
This is what happens when you give us a hot day and lots of red flags. There's no stopping us, I'm afraid. Nothing's off limits. So, yes, we unfortunately might have a bit more chatting to do now because we've got still cars being moved from the Redgate gravel trap. There's a young motorsport fan. It was probably about his age when I first was taken to a racetrack.
What was your first meeting?
It was, and I shouldn't say this at this event of all events, but it was a British touring car event, 1998, Alton Park.
Right.
And distinctly remember watching Tim Harvey getting fired off into a gravel trap in front of me at Knickerbock.
Tim was still racing, was he?
In the Peugeot.
And was that a highlight for you, seeing Tim getting early cake
I couldn't possibly say. It certainly stuck in the memory, certainly did. But yeah, that's where my love of motorsport began, and I very distinctly remember being stood trackside and listening to Ian Titchmarsh, definitely, and I suspect David Addison doing the circuit commentary.
I nearly went into the impersonation then, but I won't because I'll get sued.
Yes, with Titch, that's definitely a likelihood, I'd say. But yes, no, I do remember that and thinking, oh, that looks like a cool job. I'd like to give that a go. And
glad you did.
And one day maybe I'll make it. One day, but yeah, it all started 5 years old, I think it was, and it's one of the reasons why I always love to see the youngsters coming out for a day. I know it's a good day out and sometimes the parents bring them along just to get them out of the house, but you do see them genuinely engaging in it sometimes, and you see that little spark in their eye of enthusiasm, which can be hard to get out of a youngster sometimes, actually.
If it sparks you though, it carries through. I mean, I still get that excited feeling when I see the racetrack for the first time in the season.
Yeah.
It's difficult to explain to someone who doesn't, but yeah, it's still a mega thing.
So yeah, it's nice to see a lot of the youngsters out here enjoying the racing as and when we get it in. There's the 181 car, so it is whoever I said it was, Paul Connell, in the Mark 1 Golf.
Lots of ways to get involved. I'm sure BRSCC won't mind me saying sort of on tangent. We've got the big BRSCC weekend at Silverstone coming up in November, driven by Racing Weekend. There was talk about it maybe being live streamed. We might be doing some interviews and things like that. Paul McCurlin and company saying that might be a thing, and it'd be great if you're involved and we can work together on that. But if you're a youngster, it's not just about racing. You don't have to go marshalling. There are other ways of getting involved. I know BRSCC are keen to get people involved in the administrative side.
Well done.
And it might even be that you go and work with TSL, for example. That's another great team. So helpful, TSL. When I was at Snetterton, I love me paper. I know you like Olding stuff as well. And, you know, we were downstairs from them and they were, you know, giving me the printouts, and that's another good thing. So, you know, whether you want to get involved in race control, Luke Souch was a youngster who came in. I haven't seen Luke for ages. He's still around?
Oh, he's busy down at Brands Hatch with those silly GT cars.
We won't talk about that.
Far too important to hang around with us these days, is Luke. He does rewatch these streams, though, so you will not. Sure, I'll get a sassy message from him at some point because of that. But yeah, he's done a great job, hasn't he, Luke? And he's been very instrumental, actually, now in some of the key decisions made by the club alongside people like Paul McCurley and Greg Graham. It's a small team, but a really hard-working team, and they've made some very, very good choices over recent years, which is why the club is growing. Yes, yes, we are. You're absolutely correct to point that out. But yeah, no, it's a great club to work with. This is where it all started for me in commentary as well, working with the BRSCC back in the 2012, early 2013. So I've got a real soft spot for working with this club, and they are a great group of people.
10th anniversary then, 2013.
It was, yes, yeah, back in I think it was late March 2013. Technically, I covered I did a few sort of work experience days at the back end of 2012, but yeah, it was, and of course, it was the Fun Cup that started it all. That was my first commentary work. So here we are. They haven't got rid of me yet.
No, and long may you stay with us. That's a great shot as well, isn't it? Just look at that. Some of the composition of the shots has been
yes,
superb this weekend, I've got to say.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think that's a shot from McLean's looking over Starkey's and into the crane of curves in the background, but that really does show that elevation change, doesn't it, dropping down the hill.
Yeah.
A bit of a long walk to get around to that part of the circuit, although you can park, can't you, actually, down at the old hairpin. I wonder if that's what that spectator has done. Right then, we're nearly there. Last two cars being moved, and we'll have a restart very shortly.
Sorry, go back to Driven by Racing Live, which is, I think, the second or third weekend. Oh, message coming through from Race Control. We're just hearing that all the drivers involved in the collision are okay, so thank you for that. Apologies for the hesitation there. You go back to the Driven by Racing weekend. Something for everybody. If you're a fan, you can come along, spend one of the days or both of the days chatting to people in the championships. If you're looking at getting involved in the championship as a driver, you can come along, and I think there might be some testing or driving going on as well, so you might get the opportunity to have a passenger ride or something like that. There's going to be loads of on-track, much more information to come out about that. And again, it's the BRSCC doing their own thing and setting themselves aside from other events where their presence might get watered down, but have control of it, just show, and everything here. And it can be getting involved in admin. I'm sure there'll be marshals stand as well if you want to get involved as a marshal. Possibly medics involved as well, I don't know. But yeah, full day out where you can take a step back from maybe watching and just find out a little bit more about what's going on. It's going to be a great 2 days. Don't forget to switch on.
It certainly is. Yeah, I'm going to try and get myself down there definitely for that. That's looks like a great idea. And honestly, it's a sign of the scale of the club now, isn't it? They've got more than enough to fill out an event just by themselves, and there aren't many clubs who can say that. Right then, we're nearly done with the recovery process. There's a bit of sweeping up to be done. We are going to take this opportunity to take a very quick break, and we'll be back with a resumption of the race, which we're hearing now will be over 30 minutes for the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy in just a few minutes. He's all the way around the outside. Miles for the lead. Side by side. Who's going to be the bigger man?
For voice and data solutions at speeds that are simply out of this world, choose Maximum Networks.
Do you wonder why your competitors' websites appear in Google searches ahead of you? Then make a call to the SEO experts Warrior and understand how your business can be more visible online. As the official marketing partner of TCR UK, you can now work with a trusted search engine optimization partner to increase web traffic, inquiries and sales. Speak to us for your free audit and quote by visiting warrior.co.uk today.
Welcome back, everybody, to Donington Park. Look at that for time. And we come back from the ad break, the green flag flies, and we get the green flag lap underway ahead of our restart for the SW Motorsports ClubSport Trophy. 30 minutes of racing then on the clock. And if we don't have any more delays, we might just get the remaining 2 races in before 7 p.m. as well. A reminder that it's Scott Parkin starting from pole position then in the Audi TT Cup racing machine. He's got James Alford in the VW Golf Company, then Paul Hinson and Stephen Summers behind. And while a slightly depleted field might increase our likelihood of getting them all through the first corner this time, Richard. But I'm really intrigued to see how this this group at the front are going to fare against each other. Scott Parkin and James Alford so evenly matched in qualifying.
They were, and refresh my memory, was it raining when they had qualifying?
Don't think so. Don't think so. Maybe the odd drop, but no, not a wet track certainly.
Yeah, the grid. The grid doesn't really have a look that I expected from it, because you're expecting David maybe to be at the front.
He must have had problems though, because you saw he came from 12th on the grid to the top 6 within a few corners, didn't he? So looking like they've sorted whatever the issue is, which is good.
I was tuning Ollie Turner up actually with Jamsport, because we were looking at that car earlier on, and Ollie's not running in anything, and hasn't got a budget to race, which is a pity. And I said, why don't you have a word with David and do the second stint in that sometime? Yeah. He said, oh, I hadn't thought about that. So David might not thank me for that, but wouldn't that be a great pairing? Wouldn't that be good?
Absolutely, yes. David did used to race that car with another Compact Cup racer. I want to say Brendan Murphy, but it might not have been. But he did used to share the driving duties. Now seems to go it alone a bit more.
Yeah.
So yeah,
it's a Jamsport car, and Ollie's a Jamsport man through and through. So you know, I'd love to see Ollie get a chance in something like that.
Yeah, really talented youngster is Ollie Turner. Another to come through the Fiesta Junior ranks, obviously.
Most starts, I think. Did I say that one earlier on? Probably did. Yeah, most
I don't
starts.
think he did, no.
Yeah, he's got the most starts in 3 seasons of, and former champion, of course, as well.
Of course, yes. Did briefly race in the ST240 class as well, but as you said, budget unfortunately, as is so often the case, sadly. Really talented drivers don't have the backing to really make a go of it. That's where sponsorship becomes so important, and being able to get hold of and then keep hold of sponsors at this level of motorsport particularly can be a bit of a challenge. So yeah, nice to see.
That 240 was put together, I think, by Larry Cosmin, who was in this Silverstone, if you remember.
Okay.
He was in the Fiesta, so yeah, that's how that came about. He was helping Larry out with some stuff. And, always nice to get a bit of background. Shame can't do it all around the paddock, but.
Yes, no, but then certain drivers do kind of seek us out, don't they? They realise that if they befriend us, then
some do. To be fair, Ollie wasn't doing that. He just popped up for a natter, but yeah, some do, and we're very grateful when they do, because it is nice to have background information. And you know, if I do waffle on about people, it's because they've taken the time to come and speak to me. Equally, sometimes you have to go and introduce yourself, as I've done to a couple of drivers this weekend.
Very cynical of me, wasn't it, to think that's the only reason that drivers ever come to speak to us.
No, absolutely not. Some do. Some are media tarts, aren't they?
Hey, it works. It gets the job done. Right then, let's get the race underway, shall we? 30 minutes on the clock. Scott Parkin on the left, on the right, James Alford. Keep an eye on that blue Lotus Elise there. Stephen Summers made a really good launch on the initial start of the race. What can he do now on the restart? The red lights go on. They're extinguished now, and the grid bursts into life. And it's even better start this time, I think, from Stephen Summers. Pulls fully level with James Alford, who I think has cleared Scott Parkin. Yes, he has. So Alford's going to get the lead then down to turn number 1, and Scott Parkin left to try and defend second place from Stephen Summers as they turn through Redgate. He's successful in doing so. Look at that, neat and tidy. No one even going on the green painted runoff area there at Redgate. This time a clean run through the first corner. And another driver who's had a really good start there, Richard, is Andrew Dyer. Started 8th on the grid, and I think he's 3rd already.
Andrew Dyer, of course, we'll see the CityCar Cup machines out a little bit later on. That's where he's come from, and I think Elliot Lettis is being talking about moving up as well.
Okay.
More of that when we get on to CityCar Cup a little bit later on. Hasn't come from Elliot, that news, but so I should probably keep my trap shut on it. It might be wishful thinking from another driver. Sorry, let's get back to his super start, wasn't it, by James Alford?
It was indeed. We've got one of the Scirocco's up there as well.
That's Feroz,
yeah, it is, isn't it? Feroz Bilmoria, who started 7th. I think he's picked a place or two up. Just behind Stephen Summers, as there goes David May, look round the outside of Paul Hinson, who they were old Compact Cup sparring partners, weren't they, a few years ago? So David May carving his way up the field, and I think he's once again within the top half dozen in under a lap.
Yeah, great start. But what time for Feroz? Raced in Ascar back in the day. Did a few races in that. And you needed just to be a special type to do that, to thunder around Rockingham. And he was hoping that it wasn't going to be wet today. He said wet's okay, but in between is not. Here comes David May, pops a move on the Lotus. Great stuff, up into, is that 3rd place or 4th position now, down behind Andrew Dyer, isn't it? 4th position then for David May. So we're going to see a few changes over in these early stages. 4 classes. David May winner last time out at Silverstone. So he's looking to match Feroz in terms of overall wins. Feroz has had 2, and we're missing Liam Crilly again. Always keep an eye out for Liam Crilly in these ones.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, Liam not out on the grid, but he's a regular in ClubSport Trophy racing. So Stephen Summers, having made that good start, now starting to come under pressure from Villamoria and Paul Hinson behind. That's one of the Civics in trouble. That's number 37. That's the Evans and Hart car, which looks to have very little forward drive coming down the hill. I think gravity doing most of the work there to propel it along the circuit. Meanwhile, it's David May on the inside now of the number 15 of Andrew Dyer, one of actually 3 of these Audis on the grid. I think I said 2 before, but we do have the Ross McCarr car as well, a bit further down the field. Oh, David May! Do you know, when I think of David May, that's exactly what I think of. That car is always lurching around sideways up on 2 wheels. A really, really spectacular driver to watch in a very spectacular car.
If you enjoyed seeing the start, yeah, the Evans and Hart, I didn't find out which Hart it was, sorry, which Evans it was racing that car. Wasn't on the bulletin, so I could find, but we'll maybe come to that a little bit. It's probably academic now, isn't it, with him out of the race. There is Feroz about to pop a move on. Oh, well, that doesn't look good, does it?
It's going nowhere, that car, is it? Now it's got to the bottom of the hill. It's uphill now, all the way towards McLean's, and it clearly has no power at all. Now, really, the thing to have done was to admit defeat and pull off the road early. He's now not really got the momentum, I don't think, to get off the track, and that is... Oh, there we go, maybe.
Reset, no.
Oh, no, but at least he's off the road, that's good. And now just weirdly seem to have found a bit of life. I think he's going to pull it to the side of the road.
Yeah, to virtual safety.
Yeah, exactly. Right, Villamoria and Hinson there sideways. Oh, he's got some power then. He reverses behind the barriers. Good stuff.
Yeah, very good.
There we go. So yellow flags can go back in again. Here's the battle going on for 2nd place, though, because James Alford's getting away, and David May is at the inside of Scott Parkin. So the Nissan now from 12th on the grid is 2nd at the end of lap number 3. Again, slides its way off the final chicane. Andrew Dyer in the background is 4th. Stephen Summers in 5th. And Paul Hinson did get the better of Feroz Villamoria for 6th.
I don't know about mods to the various Audis that we've got, whether they're current series spec for the Evolution Trophy. Well, it's not Evolution, they're on their own now, aren't they? But
yeah.
Originally it was going to be in the Evolution Trophy, but there were so many of them built that they didn't need to.
Yeah, I think we've had a smallest grid of about 12 or 13 this year, and a biggest getting on for 20. So
that's some good racing as well.
They have, yeah. No, it's a really promising championship. But yeah, as far as I know, they're all in Audi TT Cup spec. Look really good, don't they, as they make their way out of the old hairpin. Now here's a nice battle. Paul Hinson's got ahead of Feroz Villamoria, but can't escape. Jonathan Hunter in his orange Scirocco is there with them as well. We've also got the other of the Lotuses for company, that being Jonathan Mee. And so a nice 4-way battle going on here. Cars running across 2 different classes, but clearly evenly matched.
They are, and this is exactly what we like to see in these, and it just reminds you that there's absolutely nothing wrong with multi-class racing. Had the Welsh Sports and Saloons with us, or a few of them, at Silverstone, and again, a great championship, seeing all the different cars against each other. If you thought the start looked good, there was one thing better, which was hearing the cars going down. So Livestream terrific, but come and see them. Here's another move from David May.
Yeah, that's for the lead now. David May around the outside of James Alford. They both running Class A as well, so that's a move for a class lead as well as the overall race lead. Scott Parkin leads Class B. Further back, Paul Adams is the leader currently within his class. That is Class C. Class D then, I think, led by Jared Coulson, and Class E by Kevin Sylvain. So they are your 5 class leaders at the moment, but it is David May who has powered his way to the front of the field in a car that quite clearly is performing better than it was earlier on in the day when it qualified way down in 12th place. And, well, unless anything else now happens to that Nissan, it's going to be a tough car to catch.
It is, isn't it? And it's really about how much ground he can put between himself and the field now. Have to work out his pit stop strategy too. Now, we thought 15 minutes in, didn't we?
Yes. Maybe.
Maybe.
I'm not entirely sure now that it's been short. Normally it's between minutes 15 and 30, but of course, what does sometimes happen actually, vaguely remembering from a previous red-flagged ClubSport trophy race, sometimes when they shorten the race significantly, they say, right, the pit window's open the whole time. You can pit whenever you like. That may be what they've chosen to do. Oh, that's Paul Hinson. Paul Hinson with an issue on the front left corner. Not entirely sure what.
The panels are a bit bent, aren't they? So it looks like he's maybe had some. That was in the original skirmish or not? I don't know.
I'm not sure because
I don't think it was because it was further back, wasn't it?
Yeah, he would have been ahead of that. He's into the pit lane now anyway, whether the window's open or not. And he is...
drops out of 10th place.
Yeah. Well, he'd faded anyway, which tells me that's been an ongoing issue, because he qualified 3rd on the grid, didn't he, Paul? Two Siroccos battling away. Jonathan Hunter peeking up the inside of Feroz Billamoria. Billamoria runs in Class A, whereas the Jonathan Hunter machine is a Class C Scirocco. More production-based, and yet actually almost identical on pace.
Yeah, he's doing well, isn't he, there? For the Class C. Feroz, I don't think, was overly happy this morning with qualifying. There is the 33.
It's one of the Mazdas off as well. Nick Dougal was the better of the Mazda 2s until that little grassy moment up at Coppice Corner. Through the chicane comes Andrew Dyer. He is in 4th place at the moment. Stephen Summers, the blue Lotus behind him. And there goes Jonathan Hunter ahead of Feroz Billamoria now. Really good drive this from Jonathan.
Yeah, Feroz not looking happiest. There we go down to the pits.
Something in the brakes maybe that's seized or failed. I'm not really sure, but Paul Hinson out of the car, gloves off, helmets off. That's usually a sign that we won't be seeing much more of that car in this race. That's a real shame.
It is a big pity.
Now, this I didn't expect to see. I realise traffic has probably played a part in this, but David May has been caught again by James Alford, and Scott Parkin's not far behind, so this is the battle for the lead of the race. 3 of them absolutely tied together. David May suddenly doesn't look quite as rapid as he did a few minutes ago.
But of course it might be a recurrent problem, because as you say, it wasn't particularly quick in qualifying. We've got Scott Parkin there as well, so this is great, actually seeing the 3 lead cars all together. We'll see whether David May can hang on. James Alford will lose out just a little bit as they go down Exhibition Straight.
Let's see, is it a horsepower problem maybe for David May? Comes out of the final chicane and, well, the car seems to be performing well in a straight line, doesn't it? So it's a bit bizarre, this. Hearing it was power steering problems for Paul Hinson, the power steering fluid leaking and hitting the really hot brakes. That's what the smoke was, as the power steering fluid was being burnt on the very hot brake pads. Don't really fancy muscling a big BMW around in this weather with no power steering. I can't say I blame him pulling into the pit lane.
No, probably not a great idea. David May seems to be getting second wind, doesn't he now?
Yes.
And getting away from James Alford and Scott Parkin again. Your top 3 still in shot. Unusual thing, actually, I've got to say, when in these ClubSport trophy races. Handle off there and problem for, didn't see who that was.
Kevin Sylvain. Now, what did I say? He was leading his class a moment ago. Yes, he was. He was a Class E leader.
Class E leader.
Okay, so who's that going to promote? I think Kevin Fontana will move ahead in his Mark 1 Mazda MX-5. All of the MX-5s running in the same class, whether they're Mark 1s or Mark 3s, and it could be one of the Mark 1s that's about to inherit the lead. there he goes, I think, in the background. So in comes Kevin Sylvain, another driver who used to race in the MX-5 Super Series whilst that was a thing. Right, pit stop's beginning. In comes James Alford from second place, so that, for the time being at least, separates the race leaders. There is a minimum pit stop time between pit entry and pit exit that you must adhere to. We have just had a notification on the timing screen saying the pit window's open, so I think it's going to be from 10 minutes to 20 minutes probably. The middle 10 minutes of 30 is when the pit window's open. Phil Adcock reckons that number 16's actually entered into Class D. Phil Adcock is on the other side of the world and is trying to correct us on the classes.
Actually, he's right, and I've written D on the sheet.
Oh,
so,
there we go.
So does that mean he's wrong on the timing?
I think he's wrong on the timing, yes.
Yeah.
So he wasn't leading his class.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Phil. So Phil Adcock proving to be just as useful when he's on the other side of the world.
We did have Ali Bray at the Masters earlier, didn't we?
We did indeed, yes, which I thought was quite funny. As did his team, by the way. They went out for dinner with them last night, and they were saying they thought that was quite funny that Ali was entered in the Masters. Whoops, that's not so funny. That's one of them, the MG bouncing through the gravel trap. That's the Bonser and Hackett MGZR, which thankfully manages to dig its way back out onto the track. So, the pit stop window open. It'll be a busy pit stop window if it is only 10 minutes. And,
yeah, 40 cars, mind you, we haven't got 40 now, after the initial. But it'll still be
30 odd, yeah. There's the BMW number 75, Craig Emerson's 330. BMW, the 46, good looking car that. Again, very much a production-based version. Works its way up through the claims. David May has just pitted. Yep, sorry. There we go. Well spotted. So Scott Parkin reclaims the race lead. It'll be interesting to see where May now re-emerges in comparison to James Alford, who pitted that lap or so earlier.
Yeah, we need to have a look at the sort out, don't we? Once everything is done and dusted, we have a look at the Watson Harrison Renault Clio, which was going through there. We'll also keep a check on who's leading from the stoppers. Firo's down in 5th place at the moment, 3rd in class. So Scott Parkin, the number 6 car, the Class B leader. David May leading Class A and still in the pits. Andrew Dyer 2nd in Class A. Ahead of Firo, Shay Kavanagh, addition to the original entry list, in 7th position, running 4th in class. And Jonathan Hunter in the pits now as well. Jared Coulson still leading Class D. And there is our leader, our erstwhile leader.
Indeed. You know, I got told off once by a director for using the word erstwhile because the viewers might not know what it meant. It's a story that has no relevance to this race at all, but it's nice to hear someone else use it. I've been scared of...
Who was that then?
I couldn't possibly name names, but I was doing a broadcast in another country, but a British broadcast, and yeah, they didn't like the use of that word. They thought it was too highbrow.
Well, can't people go away and look it up? That's how you learn, isn't it?
You'd have thought so. You'd have thought so. That was my argument. Meanwhile, they are still paying attention, I assure you. That was Matt Massey off in the gravel, but at Redgate Corner, but gets himself back out on track in the area motorsport. BMW Honda Civic. And now here comes James Alford, and out of the pit lane is coming David May. This is essentially for the race lead, and it's going to be mighty close, but I think Alford's gone through. So Alford, with the slicker work in the pit lane, has managed to get out ahead of David May. Look, there is Alford, and wait for it, there is David May. That's a decent gap.
That's pretty good, isn't it? And that's why you have to manage your stop. Yeah. So you have to work out how long you need to be stationary for between beginning and end, because if it's not a long enough stop, there will be penalties. You get a drive through, and that will effectively kill any race challenge that you've got. But this has worked out rather well for us, hasn't it? That we're going to see a bit of a battle now.
Yeah, exactly. David May's got to fight back again, and in clean air should be able to catch the Golf, but it's a short race. We're halfway through now, so if he does have any delays along the way, then he's not going to have a huge amount of time to overcome them. So Scott Parkin leads the race. That's the last piece of the jigsaw now, isn't it? To wait until he pits and see whether he comes out in between them or ahead or behind those two. There's the 831 car steaming away in pit lane and preparing to head back out into the fray. Paul Adams in his Renault Clio 167. There is the race leader though, Scott Parkin, three-wheeling his way down through the Crater Curve, sliding the dark side prepared Audi into the old hairpin. Yet to pit is Scott Parkin, but he's trying now to make the most of the clean air that he finds himself in.
Scott raced in TCR. I can't remember whether he was at Brands for the first time I saw them or not.
Oh, I don't know. He's definitely done the rest of the season.
Yeah, I've only seen them once, and I can't remember him being in it.
I'll find out. Bear with me.
Good land, going to have a look at that. But yeah, Scott raced in, I think, Focus Cup. I remember him, possibly he was champion in Focus Cup, which we worked on a while ago, and Track Day Trophy, very quick in Track Day Trophy as well. But nice to see drivers like that finding a formula that's very much their liking. When you've got drivers like Scott coming in, it says a great deal about the pedigree of the product that BRSCC are offering for next year. So we really do look forward to seeing the full series supporting TCR next year. So Scott still leads. He's still got 4 minutes of the window, we think, open. Stephen Summers still in second in the Lotus. I'm seeing too much of the Lotus at the moment. And then Andrew Dyer in third place.
David! Oh no, and that's not going anywhere, is it? He's got in sideways. David May, who had been leading the race, came back out behind James Alford, trying to catch him. He's pushed a bit too hard, and off into the gravel trap he goes. And all of a sudden, Scott Parkin could be one of the real beneficiaries.
He'd actually got one of the pre-makeover BRSCC stickers on the side, so he needs to get new ones of those.
Yes.
So.
To answer your parking question, by the way, didn't do Brands Hatch, but he's raced since the second round at Knock Hill and actually got himself a podium at Knock Hill in his second race in the series. So yeah, he didn't do that first weekend. You were quite correct in that. But Scott will go past David May and think, well, that's an awful shame, David, but at least that's one less car for me to worry about trying to beat.
Yeah, that's a bit easier. Also, in terms of colour coding, Scott's showing in white, and Andrew Dyer, who should be in the same car and class, is showing in red. So
that's a good point. Good point. Okay, I revised my previous statement about the Audis all being in TT Cup spec. Could be a tyre thing, I suppose, maybe, if some of them are running on a certain kind of tyre.
Scott's in B, Andrew Dyer is
in A,
where he had 15, is in B on the entry list as well, so that's a graphical error.
Oh, okay, there we go.
I'm not sure about the timing screen. Let's have a quick look. Scott's in B, Dyer's in A on TSL.
Oh, I don't know what I think now then. Yeah. I don't know whether I'm right
Anthony
or
will
wrong.
sort it all out when he interviews all the winners.
Yeah, there we go. That works for me. That sounds like an Anthony job. Right, that is a job for the marshals to get the David May car out of the way. Scott Parkin's in the pit lane, by the way, so the race leader into the pit lane now. James Alford has just gone through to start another lap, and it's at the end of this lap, I think, that we'll get the shakeout. Oh, a bit of three-wide racing through the Crater Curves. Hold your breath. Just about getting away with it, I think. The 333 Peugeot in the middle of all of that. Stuart Kilroy, the 122 Honda Civic can't be 122. One of the Honda Civics anyway, managing to pick his way through. Now that does say 122, doesn't it? Consult the grid sheet. We do often get some late entries into ClubSport Trophy, which we're not always the first to hear about.
Yeah, from the initial entry list that was, I think, published on late Thursday, maybe. We had David May, which was the obvious one, I suppose. Shay Kavanagh was a new one in the Honda Civic, and then Camel County in the Mazda. They're the only ones I can find.
Okay. I can't see a 122 on the entry list, so I'm presuming that's a number it runs in another series that isn't actually the number it's running under today. Right, there is Scott Parkin leaving the pit lane. About to leave the pit lane. Where is James Alford is the question. He must be coming towards the completion of the lap. But Scott Parkin waiting for that time to tick down. Now off he goes down the still slightly soggy pit lane. Where is James Alford, though? He should be coming past the pit lane at any moment now. I've just seen him out of the window. There he is in the distance, look. So James Alford will be the race leader by quite a margin. And actually, Scott Parkin would likely have come out behind David May had David not sent himself off into the gravel trap. So there, James Alford back, not yet actually to the race lead, because Shay Kavanagh, I think, still owes us a pit stop. But back into second place will go James Alford. That will become the race lead once Kavanagh does make his pit stop. With 10 minutes to go, it looks like his race to lose.
Yeah, he's in pole position, isn't he, metaphorically? Looking pretty good. The thing that impresses me are the TTs, though, how good they are. I mean, they're Class B cars, but...
We think.
We think, yeah. Supposed to be.
Yeah.
But, you know, keeping pace with a lot of the Class A's, and there's a little excursion there for Massey.
Yep. It's the other area Civic. The same part of the circuit where we saw the other one, gravel tracking a little while ago. James Alford then, on course for a race win perhaps, but we've seen already mistakes can happen, mechanical failures can strike. We hope that's not going to be the case for James. He's driven a really strong race so far, blasts across the line. A minute and 20 seconds behind Shea Kavanagh, but Shea has just pitted, I think. Yes, he has. So spotted him in the background, peeling in. And so within a couple of minutes or so, we should have a clearer picture of the running order, not just to the very front of the field, but equally importantly, of course, Richard, the class positions a little bit further down the field.
Well, you should do. Let's have a quick look. Yeah, we'll wait till they come out of the pits when that's done. That's easier, isn't it? Otherwise, you've got to do it twice.
Yes.
Or 3 times.
Yeah. So
there is Shea.
Oh, so there is a 1-2-2. It was just further on the grid than I thought it was. So apologies, not for the first time today, talking rubbish. The Honda Civic had started 6th. That runs in Class A, so that's in the same class actually as James Alford.
Right away over the other side of the circuit, green flag entering Coppice Corner.
Team members there, just having a chat with Shea.
And leisurely checking of tyre temperatures.
Yes. A lot else to do, I suppose. You don't refuel the cars, you don't change tyres, there's no repair work that needs doing. It doesn't seem to have any mechanical issues at all.
I wonder where the timing is, who's actually doing the timing of the thing, because it's kind of, nobody's looking and saying, yeah, now we've got a phone, haven't they, with some information on, but oh, we can go out now, it's all right.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a more precise science than that, really, but there is the 241 car in again. That was Massey, wasn't it?
Yep.
Massey has been in the gravel, but just coming in to clear some of that gravel out, I suspect, before maybe going out to do a few laps at the very end of the race. So James Alford, I think, has been through now to reclaim the race lead. Shea Kavanagh still in the pit lane. There comes Scott Parkin, I think. A long way back now, isn't he, from Alford, about 11 seconds back. There is Alford at the old hairpin. Good to see that Kevin Sylvain's got his number 16 car back out on track. And whatever the issue was, they resolved that pretty swiftly. Through goes Alford, through McLean's corner, and still leads the race comfortably, but still lots of overtaking to be done. And of course, in a race like this in particular, not always easy for the lap drivers to know exactly who it is that's coming up behind them, whether they're battling them for position or whether they're putting a lap on them. So just negotiating lap traffic can sometimes be a bit of an adventure.
Yeah, there's plenty to think about, just for those coming through the traffic and those looking in the mirror seeing what is coming up. But Alford running well. Where is Scott Parkin in relation to? He's
back here. I think it's about the length of the back straight, isn't it?
Right.
Between them. We might get a good view here if we hold on this car at Redgate Corner. There we go. So through has gone Alford. There is Parkin. Yeah. So about the length of the pit straight. What are the lap times like? Alford at 1:20. Well, actually quite a bit quicker that time for Scott Parkin. I know there was a bit of traffic for James Alford, but brings the gap down ever so slightly.
Shea Kavanagh comes out in 3rd place. Andrew Dyer is next up. As we say, I think the red... Oh, OK, Shea's down to 4th now. I think the red is wrong. I think that's a Class B.
Yes, I think you're right, aren't you, actually? So Alford leads in Class A. Scott Parkin in Class B. He's definitely in Class B because he's got the letter B on his window, denoting his class.
Quite smart of those Audi TT drivers to come out, because it's extra track time. It's getting a little bit more, understanding the car, getting some track time. Yeah. And good development for the rest of their season and for next year.
Yeah, 100%. I'm sure they'll be back at Donington. Back at Donington next year, actually. It's not on the TCR calendar, and that means it might not be on the Audi TT calendar, but still, it's a great place to come testing, isn't it? Because it does have a bit of everything. It's got some tight technical corners, it's got the long sweeping stuff, it tests the engine down the long straights as well, so it is a good place to come and get a bit of extra mileage, have a bit of fun racing at the same time. James Alford's enjoying himself, I'm sure. Tips the Golf into Redgate doesn't exactly make friends with the apex. You can hear the tyres protesting there, squealing out. Oh, hello.
Oh, James is... sorry, David. James May. Not James May. David May.
Well, he does appear to have got lost, so it could be James May, actually. He's going the wrong way, I think, up the recovery road down at the old hairpin, the perimeter road at the old hairpin. I saw Jack Noller doing that, actually, after he went in the gravel trap in an MX-5 race earlier in the weekend as well. So if the car runs, there's clearly nothing saying that they can't drive back to the paddock in that fashion. David May heads back to pack up and head home. Not too far for David to go, I don't think. He's a Birmingham lad, isn't he, David May?
That I don't know.
Yeah, he certainly speaks with a Brummie accent. Either that or he's doing his best Stuart Lyons impression. I don't know why anyone would want to hear that. So Alford heads down the back straight. It must have been a little blip in traffic last time around, and it's the traffic now that's delaying Scott Parkin, I think, that delayed Alford a few laps ago. He took another second down to Parkin on the previous lap, and based on what we just saw from Parkin up at Cobbles, I reckon Alford might take a bit more time out of him on this lap.
Scott Parkin looking for a third-class win of the season, actually, in Class B. Looking back at the results, he took one at Alton Park International.
Now there's, well, that's not the car I was about to talk about, but that is the number 22 Mazda 5. Behind it, the Subaru BRZ, which many people believe to be a copy of the Toyota GT86. But did you know the Subaru came first, actually, and it's actually a Subaru design with a Toyota badge on it, the GT86. I did not know that until I was corrected by Luke Austin at Silverstone during the last ClubSport Trophy race. But just to prove, I'm trying to prove to him that I do listen to him, and he's not actually in the room to hear me say it, but I do listen. I do listen to the information fed to me sometimes. But it's a good-looking car, that, and you don't see many of them with the Subaru badge on. They usually race as GT86s, so nice to see the BRZ. Don't know how it's getting on at the moment. It's always dangerous when I try and pick out a car further down the timing screen. It takes a bit of time to scroll through.
While on screen, Stuart Kilroy not proving easy to pass for Scott Parkin. So Kilroy in the 333 Peugeot 207.
Elliot Dunmore, 8th place, 4th in Class B, yes, that says, in the Subaru.
If it's the right class.
If it's the right class. Yes, I've given a blessing, quite frankly. We'll go off what the timing screen says. DSL are rarely wrong. They're normally, it's their job to be on top of this sort of stuff, isn't it? So I'm sure that is correct. It's 2.5 minutes to go, sorry.
13 seconds now, the gap. Yeah. So I think Stuart Kilroy caused a few issues there for Scott Parkin. Yeah. Andrew Dyer, how far is Andrew Dyer behind Scott Parkin? That's not going to be a battle, is it, between the two TTs? I'm assuming that's Ross Backer now in the 173.
I think it might be.
As tend to go with the first name driver, tends to start in these in the past. Patrick Booth, who raced with Ross in MG Trophy. We were talking about the MGZR earlier on that's out there, and those guys moved across from Trophy, which is another great championship. It dropped a lot in numbers the last couple of seasons, I think, as the cars get older and the parts get more expensive to buy spares, but still a great championship, because we saw the MG Metros move over to BRSCC this year, haven't we?
Yeah, absolutely. They put on a couple of good races at Cadwell Park a few weeks ago. Now, one good battle to try and pick out, if we can, is for 11th place, but that is for the lead in Class C. It is a battle at the moment which sees the 333 car of Stuart Kilroy in the Peugeot 207 in front, but he's been reeled in by the number 45 car. That is Brendan Murphy in the BMW Compact, and Brendan, after not finishing his most recent race, I'm reliably informed, he is on the tail now of the race leader. Meanwhile, major drama at the front of the field, perhaps a 31.316 second penalty has just been applied to our race leader, James Alford. There's only one reason that such a specific and such a large penalty will be applied. He must have been under the minimum pit stop time, so it's usually a 30-second penalty plus how much under the time you were, so you were probably 1.3 seconds under, and they lob on the extra 30 seconds as well. So
and there we were talking about, it's difficult, isn't it, to judge it, and you're just a second or so away. So that means that Scott Parkin could take the overall. So third class win of the year, and maybe a first overall, which would be good.
Now, here comes that Class C battle, which is the Peugeot, the red Peugeot 333, ahead of the silver and black BMW right behind. So this is a genuine fight for a class victory.
Murphy's just got a red blob against him as well, though.
that's okay, hang on. That is, yeah, same thing, 31.5-second penalty. Another one handed out as well to the number 19 car of Cameron Bell. So scratch everything I just said. This is not a fight for class victory anymore, not really.
It is on track.
It is on track, yes. And Brendan Murphy probably won't know he's got the penalty either, so as far as he's concerned...
Even though he cheated his pit stop to get... Not deliberately, I'm using the wrong use of the word, but we can still enjoy the battle on track.
We can indeed. These three cars have been together since the start of the race as well, haven't they? The two Mazda 2s and the Fiat Panda. Look at the driver of the Panda. I don't know whether it's Lomas or North in that car.
He's doing semaphore as he goes along virtually.
Brilliant, brilliant. Excellent camera work. We've got Stephen Summers in that group as well. But this is the race leader. This is the final lap. And, well, it's the race leader on the track, but unlikely to remain the leader on corrected times. He was 13 seconds clear of Scott Parkin. He's got a 30-odd second penalty to be applied. There's another penalty now going out to Shay Kavanagh. You asked the question, who was timing the pit stop? Perhaps the answer was no one, because he was short by a little white bit as well. And so he's going to fall out of the top 10 likely with that. This, therefore, the driver who I think is now less than half a lap away from picking up the race victory. It's Scott Parkin in the number 6 Audi, makes his way out of the final, out of Compass for the final time. This will be the first car to see the checkered flag, and well, credit where it's due, James Alford has driven better than anyone else. He's managed to win the race on the road. He punches the air in delight, but he may have just clocked a penalty notice above the start line, which means that this man is going to claim the victory on corrected time. Scott Parkin out of the final corner. He will claim victory in the SW Motorsports ClubSport Trophy race here at Donington Park. A shame for Alford to lose it in that way, but a rule is a rule, and Scott Parkin comes out on top.
Andrew Dyer will show us the top red class driver, but he's actually class B.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, Scott Parkin's class B, isn't he? Because he's an Audi, isn't he? So
yes, we think.
Good luck to Anthony. Has he gone? Anthony's gone already.
Well, even worse for Anthony, I think he spent most of this race recording some social media videos with Paul O'Neill. He has no idea of any of this confusion that we've been facing and passing on to him. So it's going to be a really nice surprise for him now,
I think it might be the cars are on the grid for the next race,
Richard. He wouldn't throw us under the bus like yes, no, he absolutely would. That's a late drama, I'm afraid, for Craig Emerson in the number 75 BMW. Off the road down at the old hairpin. Through comes the Panda. Got the better of the two Mazdas, I think, by the end, or certainly got the better of one of them by the end of the race. So class winners, we think. Scott Parkin wins Class B, James Alford wins Class A. Class C won by the Peugeot in the end, wasn't it, of Stuart Kilroy.
Yep.
Class D by number 14, that was...
Jared Coulson.
Jared Coulson, thank you. And Class E, the one that we didn't really follow as much as we maybe should have done, that should be Kevin Fantana, I think. Kevin Sylvain is showing as a Class E car, what we believe is a Class D car.
Chris Fantana.
Sorry, Chris Fantana, beg your pardon. I don't know where I'm Kevin from. Chris Fantana. Who claims victory in Class E. They are the 5 drivers that we think Anthony Jordan will be attempting to catch up with in a few moments' time. We'll give them an extra bit of time to sort it all out by reminding you of the way in which they crossed the line and finished that race. Scott Parkin claiming the victory, James Alford in 2nd position, Andrew Dyer in 3rd, with Stephen Summers 4th and Jonathan Hunter in 5th, Perez Villamoria 6th, Shay Kavanagh 7th after his penalty was applied, ahead of Elliot Dunmore, then the Patrick Booth and Ross McCarr Audi, with Jared Coulson completing the top 10, also a class winner. So was Stuart Kilroy in 11th, Chris Stone 12th, and Paul Adams 13th. All of those three, I think, were running in the same class. Yes, they were, followed by the Kamal Kalzi and Jack Sycamore Mazda MX-5 in 14th place. 15th position then for the Watson and Harrison Clio, 16th Brendan Murphy after his time penalty was applied, 17th Cameron Bell, 18th Chris Fantana, the Class E winner, ahead of a whole host of Mark 1 MX-5s, actually Kevin Sylvain, the Walden and Dalton car, the Smith and Dennison car, then it was Kate Morris ahead of Risbridger and Oates, Lomas and North, Tunbridge and Sawyer, then Nick Dougal ahead of the Ponser and Hackett MG, which had a gravelly moment but still finished 27th. Craig Emerson was 28th, Matt Massey 29th, and then some of those who weren't running at the flag. David May we saw off spectacularly at Compass. Jonathan Mee, unfortunately, we lost in the Lotus Elise. Paul Hinson we saw with that power steering issue, and the Evans and Hart on the Civic Type R had a few dramas on its way to an early retirement. So that's ClubSport Trophy action done. We have got 2 more races to bring you, though, from Donington Park. And the first of those is going to be for the Downforce Radio Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. And then the BRSCC CityCar Cup will draw the curtain on what has been a thoroughly entertaining 2 days of racing. The current time is 25 to 7, so we ain't going to get 2 15-minute races in, but we will bring you what we can before what we believe is the 7 p.m. curfew.
We hope so. I was just double checking that we haven't got a revised result on race 8, which was the Clubman.
Okay.
Because sometimes you go into a race and you find out there is an amended result. But I think we can go down and have a word with Anthony.
ClubSport racing is always very exciting, isn't it? And right to the end of this one, Scott Parkin again. Well, good to chat to you once more. We've been speaking a lot recently this year, haven't we? But nice little run for you there. Nice controlled weather, and the track's dried out for you as well.
Yeah, I was kind of wanting it to rain, so we were on a full wet setup right until probably 20 minutes before, and then I said it's definitely not going to rain, so back to the dry setup. Yeah, and seemed to be a pretty good race. I think Alfred got a penalty for maybe a short pit stop, I think 31 seconds, so it must have been a short pit stop. And the 370Z ended up in the gravel, so I kind of just knew I needed to keep it on the track and keep it clean, and yeah, it's worked out all right.
Yeah, it's done all right, hasn't it? And like you say, the TT always looking very quick out there and seems to work well. And you were saying out there as well that you got a bit bored at one point sitting around for so long, but obviously there was quite a clean-up job, wasn't there, at turn 1?
Yeah, definitely. It looks like the race before has had quite a lot of incidents, the cleaning up that, and then turn 1 incident here, but this is racing, you know, sometimes it happens. It does seem to keep happening here, so I'm hoping when we're back in 2 weeks that it doesn't happen again, and we're not involved as well.
Exactly that. Good stuff on that one. But thank you very much, Scott. Are we out of time? Do we need to cut? We do indeed. Unfortunately, we'd love to come and chat to all of our drivers, but we've run out of time. But well done.
Thank you very much.
Excellent stuff there for a lot of our drivers. We've got a cut. I think it's Mazda's coming up next.
Thank you very much indeed, Anthony. We knew you were going to do that, but you're absolutely right. The cars are on the grid and ready to go for the second race of the weekend for the Downforce Radio Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. And the man who won the first race of the weekend, or first race of the day, remember the Clubman's only race on one day of each racing weekend, Bo Parry takes the pole position. He's got John Pethick alongside. Jordan Pimley lines up in third position, then Harry Dean and Matthew Fletcher. Now, if you were with us earlier on in the day, you'll know that there were a couple of penalties for track limits, which is what occurred. So that is why we've got Bo Parry finished third, taking his first win in the championship. But we can have a look at the full grid and run through the runners and riders for you. It's Bo Parry on pole position, John Pethick alongside. Row 2, Jordan Pimley and Harry Dean. They're followed by championship leader Matthew Fletcher and Jack Warry in P6. 7th is Simon Waterfall, that's Jonathan Greensmith, followed by Matthew Goddard and Ross Halley. Following them is Jake Bates and Paul Bateman wrapping up the top 12. 13th goes to Alan Hawkins. This, he tells me, is his last race in the Formula. That's a big shame. We wish him well. 101, Hayden McDonald. Then we've got Del Pace in 128. Number 5, Nick Ledoyne, followed by Jake Stiles in car number 2. 18th place, number 70, Michael Pearce. 19th, 264 is Will Breen. Kevin Bird lines up next to him. Then on row 11, it's Jamie Turner and Peter Bell. George Grant out for his 4th race of the weekend alongside Thomas Davies. Then it's Simon Privet and Robert Greensmith, followed by in 27th place Jordan Head. 28th is Chris Thelwell. They're followed by, in 29th, Mark Forth and Ossie McLean, who's had loads of time on screen so far this weekend. Following them, David Skula, 31, 31st position. 32nd is Tom Cannon. Chris Watts next up from Simon Browning. Then we've got Peter Williams and Chris Whitmore in 36th position. 37th on the grid. Now we're getting into our DNF drivers. We've got Dale Whiteman, 37th. 38th is Daniel Hawkes-Reed. Andrew Dean in 38th, and the grid completed by Pete Smith in car number 17. 40 cars on the grid. Mazda Racing. These cars have some age to them now, but they are still incredibly popular for drivers and race fans alike, and give us some superb racing. And it's Matthew Fletcher who leads the championship, but with work to do after race 1, where he was penalised down into 5th position. 1,217 points, Fletcher coming into the weekend. 10.69 on drop scores. 10.46 is chaser Jordan Pimley, who closed in a little bit, and Pimley lines up in the black and goldy looking car you can see on the second row to the left, the inside of the circuit as we look at them. Harry Dean in white and green, that rhymes, which is a good way of remembering it, I guess you could say. And then Matthew Fletcher in black on the fifth row of the grid. As I predicted earlier on, a 10-minute race, so disappointing for these drivers, but we'll hopefully get everybody a race here, and for the CityCar Cup a little bit later on. Fingers crossed that that is okay and that we don't get any safety cars here. We get the flag from the back of the field, I think, saying that everybody is okay and in position, and this massive, massive field about to get underway. Is Bo Parry going to take a second win of the season? The engine notes begin to rise. Lights are off and we are racing. John Pethick comes across. Harry Dean in the green and white car to the right of shot on the second row. He's fighting for it, but it's John Pethick that's going to lead them down into Redgate corner for the first time. Pethick makes a great start coming through as well. Is Jordan Pimley, who's gone to the outside, but there's a skirmish as they go into Redgate for the first time. Cars off, I was going to say left, right and centre, but it's right and centre to be perfectly honest. Included in that mix is Jake Pace in the 228. The 101 car is off as well. That's Hayden McDonald. There were other cars off the track as well, but it's Bo Parry who's got back ahead of John Pethick into lead position. Issues there for Paul Bateman in the 42. Marshall power required to get him going.
It is indeed. That's a real shame for Paul Bateman. Had to miss around due to illness earlier on this season, but great to have him back out there fully fighting fit. Well, he's going to get back into the race. That's good news. It's amazing what three marshals and some willpower can do to get a car back underway. Right then, 9 minutes to go in this shortened 10-minute race, and up at the front of the field, Bo Parry, fresh off that victory earlier on, leads the way. Jordan Pimley, though, up into second place. And remember, he's battling away with Matthew Fletcher and John Pethick for the championship lead. And it's Pethick right in behind him. Fletcher at the moment, the one with some work to do.
Pethick had that superb start and led, but it just goes to show how things can switch around very quickly. Pimley, though, needs to try and hunt down Bo Parry. Bo was great, wasn't he, in race number one? But he wants an overall outright win rather than one from a penalty. Did get the fastest lap, as we said, which was statement of intent for him. Here comes Pimley, though, out of the slipstream onto the outside run. Is he going to be able to get his nose in front as they get down into Redgate? Not going too far over the pit lane. Looks like he might be thinking about a cutback if there's a gap. Change for third place as well. And Bo Parry goes wide, and Pimley does get the cutback on the inside into the lead.
Pimley to the front then, and that was potentially going to prove to be a costly mistake, that, for Bo Parry. Here comes Matthew Fletcher. He's cleared John Pethick already on this lap. Tries to have a nibble at the rear bumper of Bo Parry's car as they drop down the hill. Greensmith there at the inside of Harry Dean. That's Johnny Greensmith, and he's just about to break into the top five. Is he? Well, they're still side by side actually on the exit of the corner, and he's getting a bit of assistance now from Simon Waterfall. I think that is. Fletcher's on the grass. Bo Parry really getting his elbows out to defend this second place.
Yeah, a little bit of door handling going on between the pair of them there. All's fair in love and war, isn't it? This is super stuff. Jonathan Greensmith, the top Masters contender at the moment, but Jordan Pimley is that comes through. Listen to the tyre screech there.
Brilliant. The soundtrack to Mazda MX-5 racing. Matthew Fletcher on the edge of the road. Now what's going on? Big slide there as he came out of Coppice corner. He's waving, I think, at John Pethick, saying, don't pass me, work with me, because otherwise the top two are going to get away in such a short race. They cannot afford to let Pimley and Parry break away at the front of the field. Harry Dean there nips back up the inside of Johnny Greensmith. That's for fifth position. Simon Waterfall behind, and now Pimley's on the grass.
They're all taking their turns, aren't they, to just take an excursion off onto the rallycross parts. And now Fletcher has got a good run. Pethick's going to dive to the inside. Pimley's going to find himself down in fourth here.
Yeah, these are the three championship contenders, remember, and suddenly Matthew Fletcher, the points leader, finds himself ahead of both of his big rivals. It is Parry who leads the way then, Fletcher second, Pethick third, Pimley fourth, and then that gap back to the equally entertaining battle that's going on for fifth position. Although with some of the shenanigans happening in front, that fifth place group are actually getting close to the leaders again. Oh no, contact. Jake Styles is sideways. Brilliant car control. He gathers it together and doesn't even lose a place.
Yeah, that was good, wasn't it? And not going sideways, but a good catch. Pethick under pressure from Pimley. Lots of P's, as we said in the first race at the start of this one, to get alliterative. And it's Pethick on the inside, Pimley trying to get around the outside and get the move done. Virtually giving each other room. But now this is what Harry Dean Johnny Greensmith into it as well.
Yes, it has. Pimley around the outside, then back into third place. Meanwhile, Jake Styles still battling away with the number 18 car here of Matthew Goddard, with whom I think it was he tangled coming down through the Craner curves. Keeps Goddard at bay, and as they make their way down to the end of the back straight once again, Bo Parry has to go on the defensive a little bit, late on the brakes. Car squirrels around into the chicane. We're nearly halfway through now this 10-minute shortened race, and Bo Parry has fended them off so far. Lost the lead on a couple of occasions, but he's found his way back to the front. The driver's getting cheered on there from the pit wall as it all kicks off further back.
It's kicking off everywhere, isn't it? Pimley's come out of the slipstream to have a look. Harry Dean, though, fastest lap.
Oh, no, that was close to disaster. I don't think they realised they were 3 abreast there, did they? Very late on the brakes.
They're doing the meat in the sandwich there.
It was, and he was then very late on the brakes on the inside at Redgate. I think he got a couple of places before they disappeared from view. The top 5 now together, as you quite rightly said. Harry Dean there with them now. So you've got Bo Parry, then the championship battle, and then Harry Dean in behind them is Matthew Fletcher, still at the moment getting the better of Pimley and Pethick.
Superb stuff, isn't it? And Parry soaking up the pressure here. That first win, knew he had the pace. Absolutely brilliant stuff for him, and holding on to this one at the moment. Fletcher, though, we need to keep our eyes on him. Parry and Pethick, Harry Dean might start to get in the fact they've got the fastest lap, granted maybe had a little bit of a tow to help him along with that from those top 5 cars, which are going to be cutting a huge hole in the air. Greensmith next up, then Simon Waterfall and Jake Styles. Greensmith by 4 places, the leading master at the moment.
Oh dear, Nick Latoyan on the inside. They're going to go 3 wide again. Oh, just about room for them all. That was the 99 of Russell Halley there, the purple car with the yellow highlights breaking through. You've got the 128 of Del Pace in this group as well, the sort of almost golf liveried car. Oh, and Kevin Bird skates in from a long way back. Pace goes off, Bird goes off as well. Pace just about avoiding the end of that time while he's taking the Grand Prix loop there through Goddard's, bounces back onto the circuit, and I think, again, perhaps only lost 1 place or so as a result.
Good recovery, and thankfully no more damage. If we get anything like a safety car, it's going to be curtains, isn't it? Any incident is going to be curtains for the race, because we still need to get our CityCar Cup race underway. That, I think, is going to be another 10 minutes. So it's still going off with Jordan Pimley and Bo Parry now down in that 3rd place with Matt Fletcher. You look away and it all changes.
It does indeed. So up the hill they will climb then through Starkeys and Schwantz curve. Matthew Fletcher, Jordan Pimley, Bo Parry, John Pethick, Harry Dean in a line, turning their way through McLean's. In fact, add Johnny Greensmith to that group as well now. Good to see Johnny mixing it at the front of the field. They head out of McLean's up towards Coppice Corner, as further back Jamie Turner there in the purple number 9 car fends off Matthew Goddard, who's slipped down a couple of places since last we saw him. And the back straight we go then. They're going to have time for 2 more laps just about at the end of this one. And Bo Parry down into 3rd place. What has he got to try and find a way back ahead of Fletcher and Pimley? Well, Fletcher's out wide. Pimley was going for a move. One of the Go For It racing cars is in the gravel. Peter Bell, thank you. But Jordan Pimley attacking for the lead. That little bit of side-by-side action delays them through the chicane. It brings Parry, Pethick and the rest all onto their tail. And Matthew Fletcher doesn't know which side of the road to go to try and defend.
No, he doesn't. Pimley's going to try and make his way around the outside. Can he hang on to this? He's the lone shark really on that line, and he could get hung out to dry here, Pimley, because Parry's looking on the inside run.
I thought this was a replay, actually, for a moment of the lead group going through. It looks exactly the same, doesn't it, as they take different lines through Redgate Corner. Fletcher still with the advantage. Pimley with a big moment over the grass, over the curve on the inside there at the Craner curves as they head out of the old hairpin. This battle pack behind continues to dice away. It is Fletcher still with the advantage, though, and Parry picking Pimley off for second.
Fletcher could use this, couldn't he, now that the fact that they're all squabbling over second to just break clear. Bo Parry needs to try and get his head down, maybe with Jordan Pimley. How many times have we said that this weekend about squabbling?
Exactly, although this late in the race, it could make all the difference, couldn't it? Johnny Greensmith there, nips up the inside of Harry Dean. That was for 5th position. Simon Waterfall's almost with them now. The man in 7th position. It's further back, Nick Latoyan still sits at the front of this group. They're battling over 11th place, I think, aren't they, that group? 11th back to perhaps 16th or 17th or so. Of Coppice they head. While towards the pointy end, oh, Harry Dean's got back ahead of Johnny Greensmith now. That's dropped them away from the lead group slightly. The last lap board is out, one more lap remains, and Matthew Fletcher looking to try and claim another race victory. And as Bo Parry is busy defending second place, I'd say the chances of Fletcher getting another victory are increasing by the corner.
Looking very good, as long as he doesn't do too many track limits on the last lap. I'm sure he learnt his lesson from race number 1 of the day. You don't do that sort of thing 2 races on the bounce.
No, and he's had 5 fewer minutes in which to exceed track limits this time as well, so he really would be going some if he were to pick up a 5-second penalty. Now through the old hairpin then, Fletcher leading the way. Sun setting here on what's been a fabulous 2 days of racing at Donington Park. Still some more action to be had from this MX5 Clubman Championship race. Here comes Matthew Goddard. He's picked his way nicely back through this group to now be once again on the tail of Nick Ledoyen for 11th. As here, Jordan Pimley tries to pick the pocket of Bo Parry, but he just can't find the gap, can he? Fletcher's looking good for the win. The question really is who's going to finish second?
It's a tongue twister, that, isn't it? Pick the pocket of Parry.
It is. I'm quite surprised at this stage of the weekend I got that out first try.
You've done superbly.
Jake Styles defending. That's number 6 trying to go around the outside of him, and that's Jack Worry, isn't it? Started 6th on the grid. He's had his issues in this race. And back straight we go. The checkered flag awaits at the end of the lap, and Matthew Fletcher then on course for a victory. Here he comes out of the final corner. It's another win for Matthew Fletcher to extend his championship advantage. Bo Parry has to settle for second on the road and on corrected times this time, with Jordan Pimley third and John Pethick in 4th position. So first, second and third in the championship, finishing first, third and 4th in that race. Next group of cars came through. Harry Dean ahead of Johnny Greensmith, then Simon Waterfall, Jack Worry in 8th, Jake Styles 9th, and Michael Pearce breaks into the top 10 there in 10th position, which is a decent result for him. We've got 11th position for Matthew Goddard, cycling through further back. Fletcher then win now. What was the gap? It was just under 0.4 of a second. Fastest lap, though, interestingly, went to Harry Dean. So Harry Dean setting the fastest lap of the race. It was 1 minute 25.6 in the end. Compares to a race 1 fastest time of 24.8, so about 8 tenths slower, but they were really battling in that one. The track conditions perhaps not quite as good now with the amount of rubbish that's littering the circuit. And maybe explains why the pace wasn't quite as impressive. So the cars will head back to the pit lane. Points will be totted up, and we look forward to their final round of the championship at Silverstone, 7th and 8th of October, as we mentioned a few times. The dates for your diary for the last Mazda MX-5 racing action of the year, where we have prospect of 3 very exciting races for both the Clubman, the Mark 1 Championship and the MX-5 Supercup, all of which will be decided outside of the Silverstone wing at the home of British Motorsport. So Matthew Fletcher heads for the pit lane, and he will be very, very happy this time to get to keep the victory. Bo Parry second, Jordan Pimley third, with John Pethick 4th and Harry Dean in 5th position. Then it was Johnny Greensmith 6th, Simon Waterfall 7th. Greensmith, by the way, the winner of the Masters category. Jack Worry in 8th position, 9th Jake Styles. Michael Pearce completes the top 10. Then it was Matthew Goddard and Nick Ledoyen, Russell Halley and Jamie Turner 13th and 14th respectively. Then it was Will Green with George Grant and Del Pace next in line, ahead of Kevin Bird, Thomas Davis and Jordan Head to complete the top 20. Greensmith was 21st, then it was Pete Smith and Chris Thelwell, Alan Hawkins, in what we believe might be his last ever motor race. 24th place, not what he deserves really. He was a podium finisher back at the start of the season at Silverstone. If that is the last we see of him, we wish him well, and we thank him for his many years of racing in Mazda MX-5s with the BRSCC. Peter Bell, 25th, ahead of Mark 4th and Peter Williams. And then 28th place will be Hayden McDonald, Tom Cannon 29th, and Ossie McLean, who we didn't see in that race, which, given the way Ossie's weekend's gone, is not a bad thing, actually. Stayed out of trouble, I think, to finish in 30th place. Simon Privet, Chris Watts, David Scowler, Chris Whitmore, and Daniel Hawkes-Reed were next, ahead of Paul Bateman, who was pushed out of the gravel trap after his lap 1 off at Coppice. Simon Browning, 37th, Dale Whiteman, 38th. Nick Pace was the first of the non-finishers, 39th officially on the running order. So, cars have vacated the circuit. They've headed down into the pit lane. Within a moment or so, hopefully, we'll get a chance to hear from the top 3 finishers. And for Matthew Fletcher, that was job done for the championship, really. Won on the road in race 1, but didn't get to keep it because of the penalty, the track limits penalty that he picked up. This one, though, as far as we're aware, he gets to keep. And we will have a very, very interesting championship decider at Silverstone. The drop score situation starts to change now as we head for the final round. You can see there the CityCar Cup drivers being released onto the grid. It would be nice if we could at least hear from our race winner, so let's very quickly head down to the pit lane to hear from Anthony Jordan.
Well, thank you very much. Masters, they never failed to disappoint, and certainly this one for you, Mr. Fletcher. That went well, didn't it, Matthew? Tell us highlights on that race. That certainly looks exciting.
It was brilliant. I needed that. It was a good start to the day, qualified on pole, but despite leading the race, made some silly mistakes and gave away first place. So I was determined to fight back and win this one. So it's such an amazing circuit, and this one is all about who wants it most. And I was hungry for it. I went for it, and we came in first. So yeah, really happy with that.
Yeah, you certainly caught a break at the end there as well, managing to open up a slight advantage from the rest of the field. So that made the last lap a little bit more comfortable for you, though.
Yeah, the toe here is massive. So if you can break a second, then and especially, well, sorry, if you can break a second and then have the guys behind you fighting, it was brilliant. Great performance by Bo, and thanks to the Tucker boys for again providing some amazing cars for us to go racing in. So yeah, really happy.
Yeah, still a solid result for you. Great way to end the day as well, and you've had a nice sunset to end it as well.
Yeah, very happy with that. We'll take it. Now I've got a 6-hour drive home, so all good and fun.
Lovely. Couldn't get enough driving, could you?
No, well, yeah, something like that.
Awesome. Well done, Matthew. Enjoy that one.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there from our Downforce Radio Mazdas. One more race to go here. Time to turn our attention to some tin top action with actual roofs in this one. It's time for the CityCar Cup.
Yes, now, interesting situation here. The green flag lap has begun. It was going to be a 10-minute race, but they've actually started the clock as the green flag lap started. Ooh. So the quicker the green flag lap is conducted, the more racing laps they're going to be able to get in. So the race has officially started as far as the time is concerned, but they will, of course, grid up at the end of this lap and be then getting underway for what's realistically going to be a 7-minute shootout or so to end the weekend. Let's take a look then at how they should line up for this one. It's based upon the race results from race 1 earlier on in the day. So Stuart Bliss and Richard Bliss make up the front row of the grid, with Joe Moss, who led much of that first race, unfortunately having to settle for 3rd place. That's where he'll start alongside Josh Jackson. Then it's Liam Browning and Bradley Porter on row number 3. Row 4 for Jack Wheeler and Christopher McKenzie. Row 5, Richard Jebb and Elliot Lettis. And the 6th row shared by Patrick Booth and Hayden Payne in the number 72 car. Then it's Richard Snuggs with Adam Reynolds for company. Row 7, row 8, Dominic Fletcher and John Nicholson. Row 9, Andrew Payne and Harvey Blake Jones. And then the top 20 completed by Arthur Simonday and Craig Flynn on row 10. Row 11, Rob Bannister and Alex Foden. Alistair Mayring and Charles McKenzie are on row 12. Row 13 for James Smith and Will Hopkins. Then is Ian Howard, Luis Torres, Prem Ginder, Amelia Vincent and David Williams, all of whom had trouble in the earlier race, so hopefully they've been able to get their cars ready for race number 2.
Amelia Vincent not out. I went down to have a quick chat with the student motorsport team, and sadly too much damage, but they were trying to work on it to get it into a decent state to get back for the students to look at.
I see. Oh, that's a shame.
Amelia, by the way, works for Ginetta.
Oh, does she?
Yeah.
What does she do?
As an engineer.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's okay, I didn't know that. That's good for her. That's,
And she was actually repairing the car. She was stuck in and...
right.
Oh, they did get the car out 174. They said they weren't going out. They lied to me.
It doesn't look at 100% health,
it doesn't,
I will grant them, but yeah, they did get it out on track. Bit of smoke coming out of it, but...
Well, they must have made more progress than they thought they were going to make, so well done to them. So apologies for sending you down the wrong path on that one.
No, that's all right, that's all right. At least we got to mention Amelia and the team, who have done very well to get the car rolling at all, quite frankly. It was definitely the worst off, wasn't it, of the damaged cars in that earlier race. Right,
to answer your question from earlier on, if I've got time, Alex Foden, not related to Steve, complete and utter newcomer to racing.
Is he really? That was his first race?
Well, no, he's done a couple of races, but this is his first season. I think it's his third meeting.
Interesting, right. That sounds good to know. Well, with a name like that, he should pick it up quite quickly, I reckon. And we'll see him near the front in no time. Right, with almost exactly 7 minutes left on the clock, we are about to get the race underway. Our final race of the weekend for the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup. Lights out, off they go, and down towards the first corner then. Which of the Blisses is going to get the best of the starts? I think it's Stewart, isn't it, from the inside line. In fact, not a great getaway at all for Richard Bliss. He's under threat from Joe Moss as they approach the first corner. Stuart Bliss, though, able to swing out wide, take the racing line into Redgate corner, and he is going to have the advantage. 3 wide behind, hold your breath. No, we're all good. They all came out the other side. Stuart Bliss leading the way, and Joe Moss with a point to prove, I suspect, after losing that first race right at the end.
What a nice lad. I had a chat with him when the TCR race was on, and it's literally with his family. He's got a little bit of help from a driver and former engineer of the Mini-Melia Championship, but this is his first year of racing. So many really good novices come, and that's exactly what this is for. Novice drivers more than welcome in this championship.
Yep, absolutely. Caught a glimpse there of Elliot Lettis getting rid of a squeeze put on him through the old hairpin. Remember, he's the championship leader. Had that spin, though, didn't he, at Redgate in the earlier race. Only finished 10th, and he's now not got very much time to try and regain lost ground. Big slide there for Richard Bliss, who I hadn't spotted this actually, Richard, but he's got back ahead of Stuart Bliss. So Richard leads the way now. Stuart Bliss second. Joe Moss is going backwards, gets sandwiched there. The inside went Liam Browning, I think that was. Didn't spot who it was coming around the outside. It was the 115 of Bradley Porter, and Joe Moss is down to 5th.
So Liam Browning, the top student motorsport category. I know the guys from Boston College were absolutely thrilled to get their first win in the Student Motorsport Challenge, and JP Latham had a nice natter with him that runs that. It's not Bliss between the Bliss brothers, is it?
I think there was a missed gear for Richard. He's suddenly slowed coming out of the final corner, and look, it's opened the door for Liam Browning now. That really killed the momentum of the two black and orange Toyotas, and so the Citroen comes to the outside, bringing another Citroen with him as well. That's a Bradley Porter, who's latest on the brakes. Can Browning turn in across in front of Richard? The answer is no, so they go door handle to door handle through Redgate corner, and continue to do so through Hollywood, down the Craner curves. Stuart Bliss, behind, also trying to fend off the Bradley Porter car. You've got Joe Moss in 5th place joining in the fun as well. It's a real shame this race has had to be cut short, because once again they're providing some really good racing. Somehow Richard Bliss hangs on to the advantage as out wide goes Porter.
Yeah, Porter offered in the gravel. That's going to kill loads of momentum. He'll rejoin hopefully safely, gets it all collected up on the grass. Will pick his moment to rejoin, but well out of the lead play. That's a shame.
Yeah, that is. That's the first time we've really seen him at the front this weekend, but unfortunately doesn't stay at the front for the entire duration of the race. Liam Browning, meanwhile, look at the distance, is up the inside of Richard Bliss, and he is now having another go at taking the race lead away. Stuart Bliss ducks in behind into Coppice corner, but I think Browning on the inside line should have the better of the 111 car. He gets through, and Liam Browning to the front with 4 minutes to go, but Bliss immediately thinks attack, gets up the inside, and I think he might well get the lead back again by the time they reach the chicane.
Yeah, cracking stuff, isn't it? Lee Crisp is the team principal of the Boston College number 91 car. They've not done the full season so far this year. In fact, he's down to 3rd place now, but they're, remember, hunting for the Student Motorsport Challenge wins. Limited number of cars in this championship being run by the students, but now actually getting up into the mix for the overall podium. So good job from him, but Richard Bliss still there from Stuart. Liam next up from Richard Jepp.
Yeah, Richard Jepp suddenly is in the mix at the front as well. Browning didn't get a great exit from the chicane there. That delayed him down the pit straight, and so Richard Jepp saw a chance maybe to get around the outside. Side by side between the Blisses, and that will be Stewart up the inside, I think. Yes, it is the number 18 car, the outside line for Richard, and he ducks back in behind through the Craner curves, inches between front and rear bumpers as they drop down the hill. On the grass, kicking up the bollards in the background was Joe Moss. He's trying to claim 4th place for his own, but Richard Jepp hangs on to it for now. Oh, and 5 well out of the way. That's number 27, isn't it, of Josh Jackson.
Yeah.
Really didn't make the corner, did he?
No, he didn't. I was just having a quick look, because Richard Jepp is 2nd in the Student Motorsport Challenge, so the white car, not that white car, the one in third place, has got Richard Jepp, who is the championship leader for Motorsport Challenge.
Yep.
In fact, he's just been passed now by Joe Moss, so the leading rookie or novice, Joe Moss in red, has got in front of him, and that's good news for the Boston College car. Chris McKenzie in the mix as well.
Yep, out of Coppice Corner they go then, down the back straight. They're going to have time for 2 more laps at the end of this one, hopefully. Christopher McKenzie with the fastest lap of the race that he set last time by. But purple first sector this time, actually, for the number 33 car, which has come from deep in the field, hasn't it? Yeah, it is. Patrick Booth. Yes, it is, isn't it? Of course, there's TT Cup racer Patrick Booth, who's been out in the ClubSport Trophy race not long ago in his Audi. Across the line we go then. Time for 2 more laps. Now Stuart Bliss sets the fastest lap of the race. And with Richard Bliss in second place, he'll be feeling pretty good about this. Third place for Browning. Fourth, Joe Moss. Fifth, Richard Jepp. Sixth place, Christopher McKenzie. Seventh place sort of on his own is Jack Wheeler. And then here, the battle for 8th place. Elliot Lettis really with a fight on his hands there. Goes round the outside of Patrick Booth to claim 8th, but only 8th for the championship leader. That's a surprise.
Yeah, Patrick guest driver, so he won't be scoring any points here, but that's not really what Elliot Lettis wants. He doesn't want to be battling with guest drivers for non-points. He's clear of him at the moment, for sure. As Richard Jepp and company all go through. Great racing going on a little bit further back.
Yeah, that was the inside line for Richard Snooks, I think, in the 88, the Citroen.
But again, Richard's results when I was calling the meeting at Snetterton, and they were getting higher and higher and higher up the results, and then kind of he's levelled out a little bit now.
Yeah.
But that's not a wrong thing or a bad thing, because once you're in the top 10, it is such a competitive formula, this.
No, it really is. Hard then to make that next step, isn't it? But he's just made a good move, I think. Was actually, I think he's defending, isn't he? No, he was trying to defend from Patrick Booth, but Patrick Booth's gone past him, I think. So anyway, Richard Jepp with Christopher McKenzie up alongside him. Down the exhibition straight. We're about to start the final lap of racing today, and indeed this weekend here at Donington Park. And Richard Jepp having to get his elbows out to hold on to a position within the top 5. It doesn't work then. McKenzie goes through, and the best place for Bitcoin racing cars is into the top 5. Right, leaders across the line then. Stuart Bliss continues to lead, but Liam Browning has set the fastest lap in his pursuit of the top 2. I don't know whether he's got time to win the race, but he certainly would like to try and improve upon 3rd if he can.
Yeah, Liam Browning looking very, very good indeed in the number 91 car. This could be a first overall podium. We saw one for Joe Moss, didn't we? The red car, the novice. Are we going to see another Student Motorsport Challenge outright podium in that 3rd place car? I think he's too far away to challenge for further up, but Joe Moss will try and keep him honest on the last lap. So it's either going to be Student Motorsport or novice on the podium.
Yeah, I think you're right, aren't you? Through the old hairpin they come then, and 4-car breakaway then up the hill. I imagine Richard Bliss is going to take any big risks. Here comes Joe Moss, though, up the inside of Browning. Lovely move, just got the better exit from the old hairpin, and he takes 3rd place up the hill. Is he going to have time to do anything about the 2 ahead and maybe get one back on them after they robbed him of the victory on the last lap of race number 1? They're a little way ahead, though, aren't they? I think Stuart and Richard Bliss, they're just controlling this race now through Coppice Corner. And, well, unless Richard Bliss starts feeling a bit greedy here and decides he wants to try and go for the victory, I think this is probably the way they're going to finish. Remember, Richard, a guest driver as well, not scoring points. There's no real incentive to take a big risk here, and so I think he'll likely settle for 2nd place. Stuart, though, still sort of weaves over to the middle of the road there as if he feels there might be an attack coming, but I don't think there was. Through the chicane they go then, over the curve, neat and tidy to the checkered flag, and the final race of the weekend is won by Stuart Bliss. Flashes the lights in celebration. Richard Bliss follows him home in 2nd place, and Joe Moss just about hangs on to 3rd place. I thought for a moment he was going to lose another place in the dying moments of the race. He does finish in 3rd ahead of Liam Browning, Chris McKenzie 5th, Richard Jepp 6th, Jack Wheeler 7th, and Elliot Lettis having to settle for a disappointing 8th place again. Drop scores are his friend, but he's in a slightly more perilous position heading for the final round than he would have liked to be. Patrick Booth 9th, Richard Snuggs is at the back of the top 10. But Stuart Bliss, who gets himself the race victory, and what is that now for Stuart this year? I think his 6th now, that makes it, doesn't it? I think he was on 5 earlier on. And a pretty well-controlled race, really, there. I know it was only a short race, but once Stuart and Richard got to the front of the field, it was another great demonstration of the effect that teamwork can have. We've had a bit of that across some of the Mazda races this weekend and a couple of others as well. If you've got a friend out there, especially here at Donington Park, who's willing to work with you, that can be the big difference.
Yeah, absolutely right. Superb stuff.
Indeed so. So Stuart Bliss then, winner of our final race of the weekend. Richard Bliss comes home in second place, Joe Moss third, Liam Browning fourth, and Christopher McKenzie completes the top five. Then it was Richard Jepp, Jack Wheeler, Elliot Lettis, Patrick Booth and Richard Snuggs, with Adam Reynolds, Hayden Payne, John Nicholson and Bradley Porter completing the top 14. 15th for Dominic Fletcher, 16th Craig Flynn, ahead of Henry Harvey, Blake Jones, Alex Foden, Will Hopkins and Andrew Payne. 21st for Arthur Simonday, Charles McKenzie was 22nd, then it was Josh Jackson, Bob Bannister, Alistair Mehring, Ian Howard and James Smith in 27th place. 28th for David Williams, and I think, and this is going to sound like I'm making a dig at other championship, but I think that's the first time we've had all of the starters reach the finish of a race, perhaps this weekend, with all 29 starters running at the flag. Yes, it was a shortened race, but they still put on some really good racing.
And with some repaired cars like Amelia Vincent's car as well.
That's true,
so yeah,
yes.
really good effort from them. And quick shout out, I know that the Joe Moss will be happy with second place points in that one as top novice, and Liam Browning technically a points podium for the student motorsport car, so that championship continues to come on apace, which is great to see, and look forward to catching up with those guys again, and girls of course next year.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's the last time I'll be seeing the CityCar Cup this season as well, so thank you for the entertainment. There's been plenty of it, and look forward to covering the championship again in 2024. So the sun sets then on a fantastic 2 days of racing here at Donington Park, and we will in a moment or two have our final set of podium interviews from down in Parc Ferme. There you can see the top three runners starting now to arrive in position, and a final chance for us to remind you to head over to the BRSCC social media pages, give them a like and a follow if you've enjoyed the live coverage of this race meeting, which I hope you have. Then we'll be back with more of the same in the future. Still a few more live stream events to come this year, including of course that final round of TCR UK, which also happens to be a part of the prestigious Formula Ford Festival down at Brands Hatch. Marshals get their long-awaited and well-deserved chance to head for home, put their feet up. A busy weekend of work here for them. And once again, a big thank you to all of them for the work that they've done. There have been quite a few instances, a few of them that required an awful lot of professionalism to be displayed by the marshals, but we thank them for dealing with them as professionally and efficiently as they always do. Right then, for the final time this weekend, it gives me great pleasure to hand over to the pit lane, to Anthony Jordan, and our final set of podium interviews.
What a way to end a packed weekend of racing here at Donington Park. CityCar Cup, some of the smallest but mightiest cars, I think, in the paddock here this weekend. Stuart, we're talking again, another short race. I still see you didn't run out, so you couldn't find any brake clean to clean that off.
Brake cleaner.
No.
Just, oh, God.
Camera's in there now, he's seeing it all.
No, it was a great race. Had a good start. My brother had to run on me out of Old Hairpin, so I let him go and thought I'd just sit on him and then make a move. And then he missed the gear coming out of the S's, and I literally ran in the back of him. And then everyone went forward and we went backwards. So it's a case of getting back to the front again, which he did. The car's been faultless, the team have been great, and it's been a great weekend. And I think I don't know where Elliot finished, which helps in the championship. So on to Silverstone.
A personal friend of mine, Tara, who's watching from Germany, was commenting on the racing and said this is the cutest race she's ever seen. What is your comeback to that?
The cars are great, and I love them, to be honest. They are great little characters. Like, to be fair, they are. And when the racing's close, it's like literally bumper to bumper, and they are great cars to drive. So whoever's looking to get into motorsport, it is a great and a cheap way of getting in. It's good way. Good.
I have a 107, and like I say, I'm doing it next year in my personal road car. Stuart, well done.
Cheers, thank you.
Well done, mate. Well done. Let's go over to Richard here. Richard, again. Stuart went defensive into the final corner of the last lap. Do you feel like it was necessary? Were you going to send it? Be honest.
No, definitely wouldn't have sent it. No, it was just good racing between the two of us. I missed the gear coming out of the chicane. I felt it when he ran the back of me, but I think that was just basically because I missed the gear. It was just the way it is.
Yeah. But I mean, like you say, these are fantastic cars to race in. They look so much fun, technical, but you can chuck them into some of these corners, can't you?
Yeah, I'm quite an aggressive driver myself, so it's always sideways, trying to get the line out of the corner. But obviously it helps with the car being set up so well by my mate Andy Dyer and obviously Kyram. Also, all the team back in the awning, they've just done a great job this weekend, especially last-minute entry. So
yeah. Oh, brilliant stuff. For us, I guess, well done, taking P2 in both the races, but congratulations.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Excellent. Let's move over to Mr. Moss, who's back with me again. Another P3 for you. Nice weekend, and the smile on your face says it all, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, I prefer that one. I went back to 5th or 6th at one point and had to fight back through, and got past Liam on the last lap, so yeah, it was all good.
Nice little fight, isn't it, to end the weekend here? And shame the racing, unfortunately, was cut down a little bit. Of course, curfews and everything like that. But still, when you have a sprint race like that, it certainly makes it worth it while, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, it definitely makes it more hectic. A quick one, you asked me before who wanted to shout out. I forgot to shout out my grandparents, as well as my girlfriend, her mum, who are here today, and her dad, who's back home watching. So. Awesome. Had to shout that one out.
Excellent. Congratulations, mate. Well done, well done. Our top 3. And for the racing here at Donington Park, it's been an absolutely fantastic weekend. Thank you so much for everyone who joined us around 12 and 13 of the TCR UK Championship. And, of course, the round here at Donington for the BRSCC. We will be back at Brands Hatch at the end of October, the 21st and 22nd of October for TCR UK. So make sure you do not miss it. From us here at Donington Park, though, it's goodbye for now.
What a classy move. That was a classy move. The championship leader is in the gravel trap.
Neil sends him off and it's a kick of dirt on the out.